Chapter 1. Have I transcended? Is this the way of the Chan? Have I become the South Pole immortal? Chen Changsheng sifted through the myriad fragments of information swirling in his mind, confirming that he had indeed become a disciple of the Chan school. With this revelation, he exhaled deeply. Although the South Pole immortal was not one of the 12 illustrious golden immortals, due to his early initiation, he was regarded as the true senior disciple of the Chan school, acknowledged by his master, the primordial heavenly sovereign. As a genuine, blessed immortal, the calamity of the investiture of the gods was merely a formality for him. If he so wished, he could easily continue along his original path, for the calamity posed little hindrance to him. As he pondered this, a series of resonant chimes echoed in his ears. The Kunlun golden bell, a summons for the disciples of the Chan school to gather. The bell tolls 9 times, indicating an urgent matter. Chen Changsheng's expression darkened slightly. As expected, it was likely that his master, the primordial sovereign, had returned from the Purple Cloud Palace, and this gathering was to address the forthcoming calamity of the investiture of the gods. He composed himself and quickly made his way to the Jade Void Palace. As the senior disciple of the Chan school, he was already cultivating in the eastern Kunlun and did not need to rush from his own dwelling like the other disciples. In no time, he entered the palace, where he beheld the figure of the Jade Pure primordial sovereign even seated. The weight of his sage-like presence was palpable. Typically, the Jade Pure primordial sovereign would not reveal such overwhelming pressure. For beneath the sages, all were mere ants. Even an unintentional release of his power could annihilate disciples of insufficient cultivation. Chen Changsheng discreetly circulated the Jade Pure Immortal Sutra to mitigate the pressure, gradually settling onto his meditation mat. Though his cultivation was modest, confined to the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, his esteemed status as the Chan school's senior disciple allowed him to occupy a prominent position at the front. As the primordial sovereign exuded a low-pressure atmosphere, he was keen to avoid any misfortune. As of now, his fellow disciples had yet to arrive. He seized the opportunity to familiarize himself with the technique he practiced under the weight of the sage's pressure. The Jade Pure primordial sovereign's heart stirred as he glanced at his senior disciple, observing him remain unperturbed as he began to cultivate, nodding in satisfaction. Aside from his cultivation, this disciple met all his expectations. Regrettably, in this primordial world, only cultivation remained an unchanging truth. The South Pole immortal, in comparison to the master of the mystical capital and the Taoist of many treasures, had a significant gap. Only Guangchengzi could uphold the dignity of the Chan school. However, this time, the calamity of the investiture of the gods was triggered by the disciples of the Chan school committing acts that led to a divine massacre. This fact was indisputable. Even so, he could not idly watch as his disciples fell to the investiture. He needed to guide them through this tribulation. As time passed, more disciples trickled into the Jade Void Palace. Chen Changsheng discreetly assessed the newcomers, gradually matching their appearances with his memories. With the 9 tolls of the Kunlun Golden Bell, no core disciple dared to be negligent, hastening to the Jade Void Palace without a hint of carelessness. The last to enter was a man clad in an apricot yellow Taoist robe, unmistakably the lowest ranked among the 12 golden immortals, the real man of the Yellow Dragon. In the past, the Jade Pure primordial sovereign might have admonished him. Yet today, the Jade Pure primordial sovereign merely urged the Yellow Dragon to take his seat promptly. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, everyone understood that their master intended to announce significant matters. The Jade Pure primordial sovereign, seeing that his core disciples had finally gathered, lowered his gaze and spoke. The Tao ancestor has summoned us sages to deliberate. The 12 immortals of the Jade Void have aided the Emperor of Humans, incurring a divine massacre, which has now incited the calamity of the investiture of the gods. Those below the level of Quasi-Saints cannot escape this fate and must undergo tribulation. Those who perish will ascend to the investiture list, dispatched by Haotian. Chen Changsheng's heart stirred. The primordial sovereign's words were understated this time. No one would escape the calamity, not even he, a sage. The expressions of the 12 immortals, led by Guangchengzi, shifted slightly. Since the calamity was instigated by them, they would all have to face it and complete the divine massacre. The jade-pure primordial sovereign's gaze was sharp as he scanned the 12 immortals. If you do not wish to endure the massacre, I can inscribe your names on this investiture list. Is there anyone willing? Upon hearing their master speak, the 12 immortals of the Jade Void, led by Guang Chengzi, shook their heads in unison. What a jest! They were the lineage of sages, backed by the jade-pure primordial sovereign as their patron. If they were inscribed, they would have to obey the commands of the Haotian Emperor. Haotian was but a mere apprentice of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, not even a disciple. He was merely fortunate enough to be conferred as the Emperor of Heaven. How could they possibly desire to be listed and follow his orders? Indeed, none were willing. Chen Changsheng felt a stirring in his heart. This situation aligned with his recollections. Regardless of whether it was the Chan school with its limited disciples or the截教, which attracted myriad immortals, no cultivator with even a semblance of aspiration would voluntarily choose to be inscribed. Even the lowest-ranked real man of the Yellow Dragon shared this sentiment. Their resolve remained steadfast. Yet, Chen Changsheng discerned a faint discord in this scenario. The 12 immortals' refusal was likely anticipated by their master. If that were the case, the primordial sovereign should not have displayed difficulty from the outset. Unless none among the 12 golden immortals wished to be inscribed, which would indeed place him in a quandary. Chen Changsheng's mind raced as he grasped the underlying implications. He recalled the details surrounding the first investiture of the gods. The investiture list, a supreme, innate spiritual treasure used for the purpose of bestowing divinity, was now likely in the hands of his master, the architect of the investiture. Logically, the jade-pure primordial sovereign should have publicly dealt with the disciples responsible for inciting the divine massacre by inscribing one or two of them. However, his master, for all his strengths, was exceedingly protective of his disciples. If they were unwilling, he would never force anyone onto the list. Having understood these intricacies, Chen Changsheng felt as if enlightened. Without further hesitation, he decisively bowed to the jade-pure primordial sovereign. "Master, I am willing to be inscribed." As soon as he spoke, the hall erupted in uproar. The many disciples of the Jade Void Palace could hardly believe that the foremost disciple of the Chan school would voluntarily speak up at such a moment, uttering such a formidable declaration. Even the jade-pure primordial sovereign turned to look at his disciple, his gaze filled with scrutiny and astonishment. In that brief moment, Chen Changsheng had already formulated his thoughts. Indeed, he intended to be inscribed ahead of time. As the foremost disciple of the Chan school, had he followed the original trajectory, he would naturally have nothing to do and could safely navigate through this calamity of the investiture of the gods. However, that was not the case. The investiture of the gods appeared to be a tale of the截教's devastating defeat and the Chan school's triumphant victory. In truth, it was far from that. The vice leader of the Chan school had betrayed them, and more than half of the disciples had been converted to the Western Buddhist sect. Most critically, his master, the jade-pure primordial sovereign, had consumed the fallen Saint Pill and could no longer manifest in the primordial realm, rendering the sage's lineage a mere scrap of paper. As a disciple of the Chan school, he too was implicated. Due to not undergoing the calamity of the investiture of the gods, his cultivation had progressed very little. Ultimately, he still ascended to the heavenly court, becoming a star of longevity. He would also have the opportunity to make an appearance during the journey to the west. Yet that was all there was to it. In the primordial realm, aside from these calamities, there existed countless, immeasurable tribulations. Should he remain complacent, he would inevitably meet a fate of death and dissolution. Even if he could savor a moment of joy, if annihilation followed the infinite tribulations, then for Chen Changsheng, it would all be but ephemeral. His name was Changsheng. In the past, during the age of decline, he had been unable to pursue his aspirations. Now, having traversed into a true world of cultivation, he was determined to become a genuine immortal of longevity. In his view, the process of longevity was not merely an extension of lifespan, but rather the mastery of one's own destiny, remaining undying and unextinguishable even amidst infinite tribulations. Thus, upon discerning the predicament faced by his master, the jade pure primordial sovereign, he promptly made this decision. He aims to ascend the divine list ahead of time. At present, the calamities of the divine tribulation are rampant. Should he, Chen Changsheng, venture beyond Kunlun Mountain, he would undoubtedly encounter inexplicable entanglements, potentially drawing in the calamity of tribulation and provoking disputes out of thin air. However, if he were to secure a place on the divine list in advance, he could effectively avert such occurrences, allowing him to navigate the vastness of the primordial world unimpeded by the influences of the divine tribulation. Moreover, the disciples of the Chen sect remain oblivious to a critical fact. Should one ascend the divine list now, there would be no obligation to heed the commands of Haotian, for this divine list presently resides in the hands of his revered master. In the future, it will also be in the possession of Jiangxia, the appointed sage of destiny. Furthermore, once he is listed, Chen Changsheng would simultaneously harness the strengths of both his master and the heavenly court, enabling him to expedite his cultivation. Of course, while he contemplates this, Chen Changsheng would not dare to voice such thoughts aloud. It is said that the workings of heaven must not be disclosed. To reveal his knowledge of future events could provoke untold consequences, not to mention how his current master, Yuanfeng, might react. There is a chance that such disclosure could stir the very fabric of the Tao, leading to his instantaneous obliteration without external forces or systems in play. Prudence remains paramount. With these thoughts in mind, he slowly rises. As the foremost disciple of the Chen sect, I have yet to contribute meaningfully to our cause. The divine tribulation beckons, and our sect requires someone to step forth and shoulder this responsibility, thereby silencing the murmurs of the multitude. As the foremost disciple, I am well suited for such a task. Moreover, I have recently contemplated the direction of my own enlightenment, which is intricately linked to a celestial body within the heavenly court. My ascension to the list serves not only the Chen sect, but also my own path of cultivation. Chen Changsheng stands resolutely, calmly articulating his thoughts. The disciples within Yushu Palace are rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. They had merely pondered their own potential inclusion on the divine list, yet they had not anticipated that their unassuming senior brother from the South Pole had already contemplated so much. He not only considered his fellow disciples, but also his own cultivation and even the essence of the Chen sect itself. Seated upon the jade platform, Yuanfeng could not help but cast an appreciative glance at his esteemed disciple. The South Pole Immortal was his very first disciple, yet upon reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage, his progress had halted entirely, as he had yet to determine the path he would tread in the future. The transition from Tai Golden Immortal to the Luo Golden Immortal marks a crucial juncture in solidifying one's foundational Tao, a period vital to the trajectory of any cultivator. During this stagnation, the 12 immortals of Yushu had emerged prominently, bestowing great renown upon the Chen sect. To the uninitiated, one might mistakenly believe that Guang Chengzi was the true elder disciple of the Chen sect. Yet now, it appears that while the South Pole Immortal may not rival Guang Chengzi in cultivation, his philosophical depth and resolve surpass that of Guang Chengzi, which brings great satisfaction to Yuanfeng. Initially, since none of his disciples were inclined to ascend the list, Yuanfeng had contemplated the audacity of approaching the other saints for further discourse. Now that the South Pole Immortal has stepped forward and expressed his intent to ascend, the pressure he felt has instantly diminished. Regardless of the circumstances, the South Pole Immortal is indeed his true first disciple. With his ascension, the other saints would be less likely to voice their dissent regarding his stewardship of the divine list. Certainly, in addition to these matters, Yuanfeng still harbors some doubts. Very well, Nanji said, expressing himself eloquently. As my foremost disciple in the teaching of expounding, feel free to express any positions on the function bang that you desire. I shall arrange them for you. Chen Changsheng nodded, having no doubts about his master's words, which reflected the formidable authority of the current Yuanfeng. However, Chen Changsheng had long contemplated which position to choose. Indeed, there were several alluring positions on the function bang, such as the leadership of the Three Mountains deities, the esteemed Bing Ling Gong, and the formidable Zhongtian Beiji Zhuangdadi. all of which were remarkably powerful and exalted. Yet, to select any of these positions would immediately attract the attention and scrutiny of Haotian, completely countering his plans. Most importantly, these positions were not conducive to the grand path he intended to pursue. He slightly bowed to Yuanfeng. Master, I wish to become the Star of Longevity. Positioned in the South Pole, it embodies the principles of longevity, and I seek to use this opportunity to comprehend the path of eternal life. The Star of Longevity, you say? Yuanfeng calculated with his fingers, and indeed deduced that his disciple had a fated connection with this celestial body. The Star of Longevity was intrinsically linked to Chen Changsheng's destiny. He was merely claiming it ahead of time that, of course, his ultimate objective was not solely the Star of Longevity. He intended to utilize the path of longevity to attain the even higher position of the South Pole's Emperor of Longevity. This position was not listed on the function Peng, but it was undoubtedly associated with the Star of Longevity. Chen Changsheng aimed to leverage the power of the teaching of expounding and the heavenly court to attain this position, thereby altering the fate of the teaching and facilitating his advancement toward loftier realms. Excellent, splendid. Nanji, Yuanfeng reiterated his admiration for the great disciple of the teaching of expounding. You wish to reinforce the position of the Star of Longevity. I shall assist you in this endeavor. Yuanfeng spoke, a scroll gradually unfurled in Chen Changsheng's view, exuding an aura reminiscent of conferring positions and suppressing the deities. The Fengshen Bang. Yuanfeng had actually brought this revered list back. The numerous disciples in the Yushu Palace displayed expressions of astonishment. They finally understood why their master had harbored concerns. It turned out that this signified the Fengshen Bang. The instrument of the divine tribulation had been seized by their master, the one in authority. Yuanfeng had much to ponder. Chen Changsheng was already aware of the Fengshen Bang's presence in his master's hands, so he was not surprised in fact, in addition to the Fengshen Bang, his master had also acquired the god-slaying whip. This item could be used to strike down the celestial beings listed, and Yuanfeng refrained from revealing it at this moment, fearing that it would only deepen the disciples' dread of the divine tribulation. Chen Changsheng, however, remained indifferent. The god-slaying whip was merely a title. As a disciple of the teaching of expounding, backed by a sage, who would dare to casually direct this whip at them? Just as his thoughts turned, he saw his master extend his palm, grasping at the air toward the Fengshen Bang. Instantly, a phantom began to drift slowly from a list, gradually forming a decree. Chen Changsheng comprehended immediately and began to refine it within his primordial spirit. In the ether, he sensed a connection forming between his primordial spirit and the Fengshen Bang, with the endpoint of that connection distinctly revealing the innate script of the Star of Longevity. Chen Changsheng understood that this was what it meant to have one's name inscribed on a list. Rather than forcibly etching his name, his master allowed the position to transform into a decree for him to refine, exemplifying Yuanfeng's care for him. Had it been anyone other than Chen Changsheng, Yuanfeng would not have employed such a gentle approach. Once the name was inscribed, Yuanfeng then tucked the Fengshen Bang into his sleeve. You have voluntarily placed your name on the list. Henceforth, you shall be considered an active member of the heavenly court and can no longer remain in the Eastern Kunlun. You must establish your own residence atop the Star of Longevity. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, fully understanding his master's intent. The practitioners of the teaching of expounding must align with the heavenly path. If he remained in the Eastern Kunlun, it would be as if he had never been inscribed. And that would not do. Chen Changsheng had anticipated this situation and maintained an indifferent demeanor. Since you began your journey with the teaching of expounding, you have been cultivating in the Eastern Kunlun. Now, stepping forward to assume the responsibilities of our sect is commendable. Yuanfeng paused. Considering that you have accompanied me in my cultivation atop the mountain, I have not bestowed upon you any exceptional spiritual treasures. As the foremost disciple of the teaching, you must not tarnish our sect's reputation. I possess some unused, exquisite, innate spiritual treasures. Choose one for your protection. Chen Changsheng's heart stirred with gratitude, regardless of the previous trajectory or the current circumstances. Yuanfeng had never been remiss in his regard for the South Pole's immortal elder. The lack of resource allocation was merely due to the latter's limited potential. Now that he had demonstrated his worth, he was promptly rewarded. This exemplified the advantages of being backed by a sage. In the vastness of Huanglong, the number of innate spiritual treasures was exceedingly limited, and those of exquisite quality were even rarer. The treasures Chen Changsheng currently possessed were merely the postnatal spiritual treasure, the 5-fire, 7-feather fan, crafted by his master during moments of leisure. A replica of the innate spiritual treasure, the 5-fire, 7-bird fan. Its power was mediocre at best. The South Pole's immortal elder had long resided in the eastern Kunlun, making such a spiritual treasure a waste. Now that he was to establish his residence at the Star of Longevity, this comical 5-fire 7-feather fan was utterly inadequate. Yuanfeng directly presented the exquisite innate spiritual treasures still in his possession for him to select. This alone demonstrated his master's attitude toward his disciples. Regardless of how he was perceived externally, to Chen Changsheng, Yuanfeng would always be considered a commendable master, setting aside personal sentiments. Chen Changsheng immediately approached the array of exquisite innate spiritual treasures presented by Yuanfeng. His gaze widened slightly as it fell upon a flag. This flag was none other than the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, which would later be bestowed upon Jiangxia for protection. Should he possess this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, his safety would be fundamentally assured. Moreover, in the entirety of Huanglong, there existed only 5 such flags. If he could gather them all, they might even transform into an innate supreme treasure, an unequivocal boon. Were there no other options, Chen Changsheng would have undoubtedly chosen it as his first selection. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of another item among the treasures, a lamp adorned with glazed embellishments. The moment he laid eyes upon it, Chen Changsheng had already resolved to choose it. Its name was the Yushu Lioli lamp. In Yuanfeng's possession, it served merely as a divine lamp for illumination, lacking any particularly significant function. Yet for Chen Changsheng, this lamp held immense importance. The Yushu Lioli lamp was one of the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and humanity, containing within it a flame known as the eternal spirit flame. While its power was modest, it possessed the ability to probe the essence of all spirits. For Chen Changsheng, who was preparing to venture forth and develop his path, this was the optimal choice, resolutely dismissing any thoughts of other treasures. Chen Changsheng pointed to the Yushu Lioli lamp. "Master, I have made my choice. I wish to have that Yushu Lioli lamp." Observing the elder brother select a lamp intended for illumination, the other disciples in the hall were taken aback. Among the exquisite innate spiritual treasures presented by their master, which did not possess superior efficacy compared to the Yushu Lioli lamp, they could not help but voice their opinions, urging their senior brother to select another. However, before they could speak, they heard the cold snort of Yuanfeng. "What your elder brother chooses is his prerogative. You need not interject. Since you deem this jade void glass lamp to be a useless trinket, I shall bestow upon you, my elder brother, this central Wuji apricot yellow banner as well. Henceforth, do not accuse me of favoritism." A flicker of emotion stirred within Chen Changsheng. The jade void glass lamp may be deemed worthless in the eyes of the sages, yet the fact that my master has conferred upon me the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, without revealing its profound intricacies, is the true embodiment of favoritism. With a heart brimming with gratitude, Chen Changsheng accepted the 2 supreme, innate spiritual treasures and proceeded to express his thanks once more to his master. With these 2 exquisite treasures in hand, he could traverse the primordial wilderness with confidence and audacity. "Enough, the matter here is concluded. You may all disperse," his master declared. "Nanji, although you have ascended the divine list and must fulfill your responsibilities, do not let your cultivation falter. Should you have any doubts regarding the Tao, do not hesitate to return to the Jade Void Palace to seek my guidance. Heaven will not hold you accountable for it." As he prepared to depart, Chen Changsheng once again heard the teachings of his master. He could see that moment. Yuanfeng no longer bore the weighty atmosphere he once did. Instead, he exuded a different aura. Chen Changsheng smiled in response, yet ultimately left the Jade Void Palace without returning to his own cave abode. He contemplated for a moment and decided against it, for he was solitary and had no belongings to take with him. There was, however, a disciple named Baihe Tongzi, but this disciple merely relied on him and was often tasked with running errands for Yuanfeng, so he had no need to concern himself with him. Upon exiting the palace, he encountered an unexpected figure, not another, but the Huanglong Jinren clad in an apricot-yellow Taoist robe. "Elder brother, you are heading to the heavenly court, are you not? I've come to see you off." "Junior brother, you are indeed considerate," Chen Changsheng remarked, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he gazed upon the Huanglong Jinren. Although Huanglong was also one of the 12 immortals of the Jade Void, he played a rather tragic role in the grand narrative of the Divine List. The words of the Samwa Jinren referred to him. Yet, in Chen Changsheng's eyes, Huanglong Jinren was deeply devoted to the teachings of Chan. Whenever any junior disciples of Chan required assistance, Huanglong Jinren was always the first to leap forward to help. Even in battle, he faced defeat time and again, yet he persevered, undeterred by fear. Noticing Huanglong Jinren's gaze fixed upon his sleeve, Chen Changsheng's heart stirred. "Da-da. So you have come to see me off in hopes of acquiring my 5-fire, 7-feather fan. That I must admit, I have no further use for this spiritual treasure, and thus I shall bestow it upon you as a disciple of the Samwa Jinren." Huanglong Jinren possessed not a single spiritual treasure. With just a glance, Chen Changsheng saw through his intentions, while his elder brother's sincerity in seeing him off was genuine. His desire to acquire a spiritual treasure was equally authentic. Scratching his head, Huanglong Jinren admitted, "Elder brother, your discerning eye is indeed remarkable, and oh wonder you were able to directly choose the divine list within the palace and win the favor of our master." His tone was infused with sincerity, for he held a profound admiration for Chen Changsheng, as the eldest disciple of Chan, despite recently being overshadowed by the renown of the 12 immortals of the Jade Void. And resources being inclined towards his peers, such as Guangchengzi, this elder brother from Nanji remained unfazed, perpetually composed. In Huanglong's perspective, Chen Changsheng's situation was merely a tad better than his own. However, today's elder brother had seemingly resolved the issue with a mere trivial act. Huanglong truly wished to inquire how Chen Changsheng maintained such an even temperament. Chen Changsheng was well aware of Huanglong Jinren's feelings. Other disciples possessed their own spiritual treasures and gs, while he alone had none, which fostered a sense of isolation that was indeed difficult to endure. It was precisely because of this understanding that Chen Changsheng held Huanglong Jinren in even greater esteem. Despite this, Huanglong Jinren remained a disciple of Chan, though his lack of high cultivation and not being favored by the West played a role. It was of little consequence that it was evident that Huanglong was somewhat lost at that moment. "Junior brother, do not overthink it. Our master does not harbor any dislike towards you. You are of the Dragon Clan, and your dragon body and dragon pearl are the essence of your cultivation. Our master refrains from bestowing spiritual treasures upon you to prevent you from being distracted by external possessions and neglecting your fundamental practice. As for the mockery from other disciples, do not concern yourself with it. As long as your cultivation reaches the heights of Guangchengzi, no one shall dare to belittle you." Chen Changsheng paused momentarily before placing a reassuring hand on Huanglong Jinren's shoulder. "Regardless of how others perceive you, I regard you as my junior brother. If you ever find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out at Shoshing." Huanglong Jinren's dragon eyes widened slightly, revealing a flicker of emotion. Due to his lineage as a dragon, he often felt a sense of inferiority. Even when the master did not grant him a treasure, he was the first to question whether he had fallen short in some aspect. He dedicated himself to rigorous cultivation, striving to join the 12 immortals of the Jade Void, believing that such efforts would earn him the esteem of his master and fellow disciples. Yet, it seemed that nothing had changed. Now, hearing the genuine counsel of his elder brother, he finally felt a shift within. Since his initiation into Chan, he had indeed focused predominantly on cultivating the teachings of Chan, neglecting the intrinsic nuances of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is one of the 3 innate tribes, possessing its own mysteries that I have observed that your cultivation has recently waned, placing you behind many junior disciples. The East Sea is the birthplace of the Dragon Clan. There may still exist the ancestral dragon techniques there. You should consider making a trip back to the East Sea, for you may encounter unexpected gains. Chen Changsheng resolved to provide Huanglong with a clear path forward. Since joining Chan, Huanglong had always practiced within the Mazu cave of the Second Immortal Mountain and had never ventured to the East Sea. His greatest fear was that returning to the East Sea would incur the displeasure of Yuching Yuan. In reality, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. The dragon clan within the divine list still holds some heritage. Now, as Huanglong, with his identity as a disciple of Chan, should be able to return to the dragon clan and gain some genuinely beneficial advantages. Remember, our master accepted you as a disciple knowing your identity as a dragon, that if you can channel the fortunes of the dragon clan into Chan, our master will be delighted, not displeased, with the impending calamity. Do not overlook any opportunity to enhance your cultivation. Otherwise, you will merely drift along with the tide. As Huanglong listened to his elder brother's words, it was as though he had received a revelation. This was the first time a senior brother had dissected his circumstances so thoroughly, and all his past confusions had been resolved. Seeing that Huanglong had begun to comprehend, Chen Changsheng nodded in approval. He genuinely hoped that Huanglong would grow stronger. If he could elevate his cultivation, Chen Changsheng believed Huanglong could play an even more significant role than originally anticipated, of course. All of this hinged on Huanglong's future growth. At present, these were mere illusions akin to castles in the air. Well then, Huanglong, I shall be departing for the heavenly court. I will not linger for idle chatter. With that, Chen Changsheng concluded his words and bid farewell to Huanglong, then activated his escape technique towards the heavenly court. As he watched his elder brother depart, Huanglong's dragon eyes grew resolute. He had made the decision not to return to his Mazu cave. Previously, he had indeed chosen to deliberately ignore his own roots. Now was the time to confront his true essence, not solely for himself, but also for the faith he held in his elder brother. As Chen Changsheng refined the spiritual treasures he had acquired, he journeyed towards the 33 heavens, engaging in multiple tasks simultaneously, making the journey far from mundane. The heavenly court, affected by the calamities of the witch and demon, was currently lacking in its full capacity. Relying on his status as a disciple of Chan, Chen Changsheng passed through the southern heavenly gate unimpeded and arrived before the Lingxiao treasure hall. This time, he did not wait for the doors to open. Immediately, a procession of attendants flanked him, displaying a welcoming ceremony that a disciple of Chan has graced my Lingxiao treasure hall. I, Haotian, extend my humble greetings and hope you will forgive my lack of formality. Chen Changsheng lifted his gaze slightly and beheld a man clad in imperial robes, seemingly adorned with a humble smile. Who else could it be but Haotian? The numerous disciples of the Chan sect regard the current heavenly emperor with indifference, unaware that the very catalyst for this divine calamity bears a significant responsibility. Masked in the guise of a smile by the enigmatic Haotian, to underestimate him would surely invite unforeseen repercussions. His smile is but a fade. Beneath it lies a man of profound cunning. Haotian wields the supreme innate treasure, the Haotian mirror, bestowed by the Tao ancestor, granting him the ability to scrutinize all that is enveloped within its reflection. How else could he have orchestrated this scene before entering the Lingxiao palace? The heavenly emperor is too gracious. A flicker of realization passed through Chen Changsheng's mind as he bowed respectfully to Haotian. The arrival of Nanji to the heavenly court is to report to the heavenly emperor. I have ascended the Fengshan list, becoming the Star Lord of Longevity, and henceforth, I serve under your majesty. What? Haotian's heart stirred as he immediately channeled his magical powers to manifest the heavenly emperor's divine eye. Just moments ago, he pondered the purpose of the Chan sect as foremost disciple's visit, only to have Chen Changsheng unexpectedly drop a bombshell. The heavenly lord truly exhibits great audacity, allowing a disciple of such caliber to serve in my heavenly court. Haotian maintained a calm exterior. Yet internally, he was in turmoil, but he was well aware that the primordial heavenly lord had returned with the Fengshan list. Yet he did not anticipate that the first name inscribed would belong to his own esteemed disciple. Although this senior brother from Nanji may not possess the cultivation level of the 12 immortals of Yushu, he undoubtedly holds the title of the foremost disciple of the Chan sect. Consequently, when the next assembly in the Zixiao Palace convenes to discuss matters of the Fengshan, the heavenly lord will undoubtedly wield legitimate authority over the list. Should anyone oppose, they can simply inscribe their own disciple's name. The question remains, will they dare? As for the current Nanji Xianwang, he had already been deemed a discarded pawn in Haotian's eyes, no longer a source of concern. Should this Chan sect disciple be elevated to the position of the Northern Polar Emperor of the Middle Heaven, Haotian might have to be wary. However, a mere Star Lord of Longevity does not warrant excessive worry. The Heavenly Lord ought to bestow a higher position upon a disciple of your caliber. As the Heavenly Court currently has numerous vacancies that require filling, the Heavenly Emperor jests, observing Haotian's feigned smile transform into genuine amusement. Chen Changsheng slightly narrowed his eyes, revealing a hint of smile. The Heavenly Emperor is too kind. Although I hold the title of the Chan sect as eldest disciple, my early apprenticeship afforded me an advantage, yet my cultivation has stagnated, rendering me incapable of bearing greater responsibilities. Although the position of Star Lord is lowly, it offers tranquility. My master fears that my inadequate cultivation might lead to my demise amidst this divine calamity, hence allowing me to ascend the list as a means of evasion. Haotian nodded slightly. The present Chen Changsheng indeed did not exhibit the haughty demeanor typical of other saintly disciples. His speech was measured, devoid of the disdainful glances that might provoke annoyance. He was clearly not one to engage in battles of fervor like Guangchengzi. With this thought, Haotian's wariness towards Chen Changsheng diminished significantly. You may assume your position without concern. Unless absolutely necessary, the Heavenly Court shall not disturb your cultivation. Chen Changsheng felt a surge of relief. This was precisely the environment he desired. One devoid of interruptions. That it seemed that his signature silver hair and warm smile possessed an extraordinary charm. Very well, since you were not present at the last peach banquet, I shall have the Queen Mother send some peaches your way as a farewell gift. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, surprised by such unexpected fortune. The impetus for the divine calamity stemmed from the disrespect shown to Haotian by the disciples of the three teachings during the recent peach banquet. At that time, Chen Changsheng had yet to traverse into this realm and, therefore, did not attend the banquet. Unwittingly benefiting from others' generosity, now Haotian would soon become Chen Changsheng's superior. He naturally would not refuse such goodwill. It is worth noting that the peach tree is one of the 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots of the primordial era, possessing its unique mysteries. Otherwise, it would not have been utilized to host such a grand event, drawing countless celestial beings to partake. Not long after, Chen Changsheng sensed a ripple in the fabric of space, and soon, a beautiful woman approached, holding a branch of peach blossoms. What struck Chen Changsheng most was not her graceful figure, but her eyes, reminiscent of tranquil waters, leaving a lasting impression. Such an aura could not belong to an ordinary person. She was none other than the true owner of the peach tree, the Queen Mother of the Jade Pool. The remaining peaches from the peach banquet were no longer suitable for presentation. Nanji Dao friend, I present to you a branch of peach blossoms, which you may cultivate atop the Star of Longevity, or transform into a peach tree to savor at your leisure. Indeed, there were still peaches from the peach banquet that could be offered. However, upon hearing from the celestial messenger that the foremost disciple of the Chan sect had ascended the list, the Queen Mother felt compelled to witness this moment for herself. For her, it was a noteworthy event that the first name on the list belonged to a saintly disciple, especially that of a foremost disciple. Thus, I have unwittingly gained favor from the Queen Mother. Chen Changsheng graciously accepted the branch of the peach tree and expressed his gratitude to the Queen Mother. This supreme innate spiritual root is far more precious than mere spiritual treasures. Even a single branch holds immense value that, if cultivated correctly, it could yield a considerable harvest. While it may not suffice to host another peach banquet, it would certainly be ample for his personal enjoyment. With that, Nanji took his leave. Until our next gathering at the Lingxiao Palace, let us converse further. Chen Changsheng respectfully bid farewell to the highest authority in the heavenly court. This time, neither Haotian nor the Queen Mother made any attempts to retain him. And Chen Changsheng departed smoothly. As he watched Chen Changsheng leave, Haotian turned his gaze towards the Queen Mother, speaking calmly. What are your thoughts on Nanji Xinwen? The Queen Mother, although holding the title of the Queen, was not Haotian's consort. They were merely two beings born of the same origins, assisting one another. She shook her head slightly. She too could not discern any remarkable qualities in this foremost disciple of the Chen sect that warranted his immediate ascension to the list. Perhaps, as Haotian suggested, he was merely a discarded piece. So this is the star of longevity, the future Nanji star. Chen Changsheng walked forth without encountering any notable incidents akin to treasure snatching, and a significant reason for this was his choice to traverse the celestial passage of the starry skies. Fortified by the formidable defenses of the central Wuji Xing Huang banner, the chaotic flows and calamities of the starry skies posed no threat to him whatsoever. The stars, each representing small worlds, were inherently protected by the forces of heaven and earth, and they also possessed innate formations for safeguarding themselves. As Chen Changsheng channeled his spiritual essence and magical powers, he activated the decree representing the Star Lord of Longevity. He soon discovered that the natural defenses beyond the stars had no effect on him. Each of these stars in the Primordial era served as a small world. Upon stepping onto this star, golden flames flickered around Chen Changsheng, vanishing in the blink of an EYT this moment. His eyes too shimmered with gold. Such a transformation was the result of the preliminary refinement of the Yushu Liuli lamp, also known as the celestial lamp. With the boundless ancient flames permeating the star of longevity, Chen Changsheng found it significantly easier to detect any treasures worthy of his attention or potential adversaries lurking within. This very reason led him to prioritize the Yushu Liuli lamp when selecting treasures. Now, it was time for this exquisite innate treasure to showcase its worth. Supreme innate thunder attribute mines, supreme innate fire essence mines. The golden flames danced in Chen Changsheng's eyes as he nodded in satisfaction. With these two deposits, he need not worry about establishing his estate. These two resources were the finest divine materials on this star, rendering all others beneath his notice that, oh, what is this? Divine water of the three lights. And there's a whole pool of it, just when Chen Changsheng thought there was nothing of value left atop the longevity star. Huanglong once again brought him delightful news that it appeared that this solitary peach blossom was destined to transform into a flourishing grove of peach trees. Chen Changsheng raised his eyebrows slightly. The three-light divine water was the only sacred water designated by the celestial realm, a remarkable concoction that fused the radiance of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight, even within the vast expanse of the celestial realm. Locating such a pool was exceedingly difficult. Among their sect, only his junior brother Tihung Taoist possessed a small amount within his willow jade purity bottle, which he cherished dearly, using it to nurture the willow tree and guarding it jealously from the prying eyes of his fellow disciples. South Dipper Master of Life. It was only on this southern polar star that the three-light divine water, symbolizing vitality, could be found. Chen Changsheng's expression turned fervent as he promptly placed the peach branch gifted by the Yao Qi directly into the pool of three-light divine water. The branch, initially no thicker than 2 fingers and an arm's length, instantly sprouted and grew rapidly upon contact with the divine water, swiftly transforming into a genuine grove of peach blossoms. Truly, it was divine water that could revive even the ginseng fruit trees with but a few drops. It seemed that as the longevity star, I would no longer require anything else to produce these longevity peaches. Thanks to the support from Yao Qi, the peaches could now bear the surname Chen. Had it not been for the timely gift of a peach branch from the Queen Mother of the West, how could I have fully harnessed the three-light divine water atop this longevity star? Chen Changsheng felt a stir in his heart and decided to take action, gathering his magical power to establish his own abode around the blooming peach trees. For one of the Tai golden immortal level like Chen Changsheng, constructing an abode was a simple task. Following the arrangements of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, he swiftly erected his dwelling. He had long decided on a name for it, the Divine Cloud Abode. Once everything was arranged, Chen Changsheng immediately sat cross-legged within the Divine Cloud Abode, assuming a posture for cultivation. His early ascension to the longevity star was not merely for show. He directed his heart toward the heavens. Golden flames began to rise in his eyes once again. However, this time, Chen Changsheng did not intend to probe for mineral veins or spiritual treasures. Instead, he aimed to explore the information regarding lifespan contained within this very star. The longevity star, Chen Changsheng's primordial spirit expanded countless times through the position of the longevity star in Huanglong, sweeping his consciousness directly toward the star itself. It was a S if washed by supreme magical power. The essence of the longevity star immediately radiated beams of white starlight, in apparent response to Chen Changsheng. The Lord of Longevity, the white starlight began to return to him countless images, talismans, and primordial texts. Indeed, it was as I had surmised. Chen Changsheng, feeling the information converging like a starry sea, displayed a look of realization. After reaching the Tai Golden Immortal level, Chen Changsheng found himself at a standstill in his cultivation, primarily because he had yet to discern the path he wished to pursue. The transition from Tai Golden Immortal to the Luo Golden Immortal required the condensation of the three flowers. Only by gathering the three flowers atop could one officially attain the Luo Golden Immortal status. The former Southern Polar Immortal had not given much thought to this juncture and had refrained from hastily condensing the three flowers, inadvertently granting Chen Changsheng an opportunity to maneuver. Now, he intended to utilize the information contained within the essence of the longevity star to condense his first flower. The longevity star was a legitimate celestial position. In harmony with the heavenly law, if he were to gather this information, it would naturally guide him to follow the three talents and yield this hard-won blossom. As time passed, the starlight around Chen Changsheng began to flicker unpredictably, and one by one, the stars in his vision sprang to life. In his eyes, the trajectories of lifespans began to manifest among the myriad stars. Within his primordial spirit, a golden lotus began to bloom slowly, shimmering with radiant light. The heavenly flower, which recorded the path of lifespan, had finally unfurled. The time that had stagnated for an indeterminate number of epochs was finally set in motion once more. Chen Changsheng felt a twinge of nostalgia. Though condensing this heavenly flower seemed straightforward, it required the accumulation of all starry information through the position of the longevity star to accomplish. Had he not ascended the divine ranks and been conferred the position of a longevity star, this would not have been nearly as simple, and only he could remedy it through the advantage of information. Next, he needed to simultaneously condense the other two flowers while seeking suitable subordinates. Speaking of subordinates, the first he sought was naturally the Southern Dipper Star officials. The Southern Dipper Star officials listed on the Divine Seal were merely superficial figures, of no assistance to Chen Changsheng whatsoever. He needed to seek out suitable candidates himself. The true names of the 6 Southern Dipper Star Lords were Si Ming Star Lord, Si Lu Star Lord, Yinsho Star Lord, Yishuan Star Lord, Du Yi Star Lord, and Shang Sheng Star Lord. Chen Changsheng primarily focused on his own cultivation and could not afford to be overly fixated on the operation of these stars. Thus, he needed to find cultivators to serve as the Southern Dipper Star Lord to assist him in managing the stars. Moreover, as he aimed to prove himself as the Southern Polar Emperor of Longevity, he certainly could not select just anyone haphazardly, as that would jeopardize his foundational path. He had to contemplate the candidates thoroughly. Of course, even with potential candidates, they would not be found within the celestial realm at this moment. With the heavenly flower condensed, Chen Changsheng no longer needed to remain atop the longevity star. Having already ascended the Divine Seal, he was immune to any calamities that might interfere with his actions, making it the perfect opportunity to venture down to the mortal realm. He still possessed the identity of the foremost disciple of the Chan Sect. If the Heavenly Emperor had no pressing matters, he would surely not think of him. Chen Changsheng felt quite at ease. Taking one last glance at the Peach Blossom Grove, he departed from the Longevity Star, embarking on his descent to the mortal realm. His first destination was the southern part of the primordial world, where he intended to meet a being of utmost significance to his plans. This was the southern region of the primordial world, the land most abundant in avian creatures. Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with golden light, and as his cultivation advanced further, he had refined more than 16 strands of the innate divine prohibition of the Yushu Liuli lantern, allowing Huanglong to freely establish himself within the space. The southern region of the primordial world, warmed by the presence of the Southern Immortal volcano, was characterized by a consistently warm climate. Indeed, the closer one approached, the more sweltering it became. The previously visible birds and beasts had completely vanished from sight. However, this was hardly surprising, as this land was once the ancestral ground of the Phoenix clan. Even though the Phoenix race had been exterminated, their lingering power remained. Not to mention the residual might. Simply the searing flames alone would deter any would-be visitors, had it not been for the central Wujing Huang flag. It is unlikely that I would have ventured here. Indeed, Chen Changsheng's objective was unequivocal. Upon descending from the Longevity star to the southern part of the primordial world, his primary target was the Southern Immortal Volcano. In the minds of many celestial beings in the primordial world, the Southern Immortal Volcano was undeniably a forbidden zone. Except for those madmen who practice fire-based divine arts, ordinary cultivators would never dare tread here. In fact, whether one was mad or not, they would avoid this place to cultivate here. One risked the dire consequence of volcanic eruption, resulting in certain death. The magma of the immortal volcano was utterly merciless, and there was no guarantee that misfortune would not befall them. Among these perceptions, Chen Changsheng was the exception. He harbored no fear of the impending volcanic eruptions, for he knew such events were impossible. While the immortal volcano was indeed eternal, it was under the suppression of the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. Thus, if that were the case, the immortal volcano could only be deemed a dead volcano. The purpose of Chen Changsheng's arrival was to seek out the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. This immortal volcanic range naturally formed a grand array capable of obscuring celestial secrets, functioning akin to an innate supreme treasure. It is no wonder that for such an extended period, no one has been privy to the intricacies within the immortal volcano. Chen Changsheng raised his gaze, surveying the vast expanse of the immortal volcanic range. Murmuring to himself, if it were an ordinary person who arrived here, they would likely leave empty-handed. Even if they truly ventured into the southern immortal volcanoes in search of the Yuanfeng's traces. The moment their consciousness extended, the flames here would incinerate their very souls. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Alas, what I possess is the ancient flame of all spirits. Even though it lacks lethality, its quality ranks among the finest flames, and to incinerate it would be utterly impossible. Upon opting to become the Star Lord of Longevity, Chen Changsheng had already resolved to undertake this endeavor. The choice of the Jade Void luminous lamp was similarly influenced by this factor. Investigate the all spirits, ancient flame of all spirits. Grant me insight into the entirety of the Southern Immortal Volcano. With a subtle shift of thought, countless golden flames surged forth in all directions. Although the Southern Immortal Volcano served merely as the ancestral land of a single clan, it resided within the primordial chaos, its spatial expanse far exceeding that of his longevity star. Even for Chen Changsheng, it necessitated the full exertion of his early-stage golden immortal powers. He remained fully focused, not allowing a moment's negligence. Uncertain of the Yuanfeng's location, Chen Changsheng adopted a methodical search approach. He was patient, unwavering despite the absence of immediate results. Time flew by. Having thoroughly explored the visible dwellings atop the Southern Immortal Volcano using the ancient flame of all spirits, he discovered, as expected, that there was nothing to be found. Indeed, the Yuanfeng was not situated above ground. A knowing expression crossed Chen Changsheng's face. Even if this place were truly a forbidden zone, there should still be those unafraid of death who dared to intrude into this realm. If any discoveries were made, they would undoubtedly have caused quite a stir. He had a premonition that he would yield no rewards above ground. Nevertheless, Chen Changsheng patiently traversed the area to ensure absolute certainty. Now, it was finally time to descend beneath the immortal volcano. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered, then he summoned the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, conjuring golden lotuses for the strongest defense. Only then did he recite the earth escape technique and plunge toward the ground. The depths of the Southern Immortal Volcano were far more perilous than the surface. With visibility drastically reduced, a moment's distraction could lead one to tread upon the crisscrossing magma. Chen Changsheng held his breath, focused intently, daring not to exhibit an ounce of carelessness. Releasing the ancient flame of all spirits to sense the infinite fluctuations of energy within the volcano at last. Through his diligent probing, a faint aura of fear emanated from the flames. As one of the highest-tier flames, it conveyed a sense of suppression. Chen Changsheng's heart leaped with joy, knowing he had located the desired place. Immediately, he traversed through this space in accordance with his senses. Ultimately, a vast magma lake came into view, within which lay an enormous creature. It boasted the most exquisite plumage of the primordial era, its feathers ablaze with roaring flames. The Yuanfeng, whom Chen Changsheng sought, was currently luxuriating in a bath of molten rock, sound asleep. Who in the primordial realm could so audaciously indulge in a bath within the magma of the immortal volcano? Existence below the sage realm was exceedingly rare in the primordial chaos. Once, two solar star lords, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Tian Di Jun, along with the primordial fire ancestor Zhurong, could have done so, yet these beings had long since faded into the annals of history during the previous calamity. Presently, only the Yuanfeng remained steadfast within this immortal volcano. She had weathered 2 cycles of calamity with her Hunyuan golden immortal cultivation, and barring any unforeseen events, the 3rd calamity bore no relation to her. As for the end of the Fengshen calamity and the shattering of the primordial realm, that was another matter entirely. In short, had Chen Changsheng not ventured to the southern immortal volcano, the Yuanfeng before him would undoubtedly have withstood the 3rd calamity. Seeing the Yuanfeng now, Chen Changsheng had no intention of committing any rash acts. That would truly be courting death. He straightened his sleeves and offered a slight bow toward the Yuanfeng, who was bathing in the magma. Disciple of the Chan teaching, student of Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun, Star Lord of Longevity from the Heavenly Court, and the South Pole Immortal Elder, I pay my respects to the patriarch of the Phoenix clan. Chen Changsheng introduced himself, not as a display of status or to overshadow her with the weight of sage lineage and celestial authority, but to sincerely convey his origins, respectfully bowing once more to the Yuanfeng. This was merely a customary greeting. Oh, how long has it been since a junior has come to my southern immortal volcano and so thoughtfully presented their name? Truly a rarity. Although Chen Changsheng kept his head lowered, he could still hear the sound of wings stirring the air and the melodious voice. Enough. Raise your head, disciple of the Chan teaching. You have come to seek me. What is your purpose? Upon hearing the Yuanfeng speak again, Chen Changsheng slowly lifted his head, only to find that the magnificent figure of the phoenix had vanished, replaced by a woman clad in a phoenix robe, exuding an air of regal grace. Merely standing there, she radiated an aura of dominance that looked down upon the world. This was the confidence bestowed upon her by her position as a sovereign during the Longhan calamity. Even the passage of time, measured by the calamities, could not erase the traces of that glory. The Yuanfeng's presence conveyed such an impression. As Chen Changsheng regarded the Yuanfeng, she too scrutinized the silver-haired cultivator before her. His cultivation was but that of a Tai golden immortal. In the context of the Longhan calamity and among the 3 innate clans, such a realm was merely regarded as competent, unworthy of notable attention. Yet, those Tai golden immortals, under her pressure, would not dare to meet her gaze. However, this little fellow before her stood tall, exuding no tremors, indicating a firm will and stable Tao heart. His self-introduction was neither obsequious nor arrogant, and his demeanor was exceedingly earnest. The fact that he only raised his head to respond after receiving her permission demonstrated his calmness and composure. For this reason, the Yuanfeng chose to awaken from her slumber to engage in conversation with this young man. Chen Changsheng remained unaware of the complexities involved in rousing the Yuanfeng. Patriarch Yuanfeng, he spoke steadily, fixing his gaze upon her. I have come to assist you in escaping from this prison of the southern immortal volcano. The Yuanfeng furrowed her brow slightly, and in an instant, she was beside Chen Changsheng, flames transforming into the form of a phoenix as they bore down upon his brow. I know you possess the ancient flame of all spirits and the central Wuji apricot yellow flag. However, the disparity in our realms is 2 major levels apart. If I truly wished to, you would undoubtedly perish. The Yuanfeng exhaled softly. Now, can you repeat what you just said? Chen Changsheng fully understood the Yuanfeng's reaction. Having been trapped here for 2 cycles of calamity, it was indeed unrealistic for a mere youth to claim he could liberate her from her suffering. Patriarch Yuanfeng, I am indeed unable to extricate you from this southern immortal volcano at present. Chen Changsheng replied that a flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed the Yuanfeng's crimson eyes. The Chen Changsheng before her was a disciple of the sages. Upon hearing his words, she had assumed a sage would intervene, only to discover it was but a fleeting dream, an illusion. Are you mocking me? The Yuanfeng's voice turned icy, though it still retained the melodic quality akin to pearls cascading upon jade plates. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Patriarch Yuanfeng, you've already threatened me with this nirvana fire. How could I dare to speak recklessly? I find myself utterly incapable of taking you, the esteemed Hunyuan Golden Immortal, away. However, if your desire is simply to leave this southern immortal volcano, I assure you I possess the means. Chen Changsheng, of course, does not intend to allow Yuanfeng to depart from the immortal volcano. Even if his master, the jade-pure primordial celestial, were to arrive in person, he would not undertake such a thankless task. Nonetheless, Chen Changsheng has still come. This is certainly not an endeavor to toy with Yuanfeng. Oh, Yuanfeng waved her hand, dispersing the flames before Chen Changsheng. As the matriarch of the Phoenix clan amidst the tumult of the Longhan calamity, she should not exhibit such a volatile demeanor. Yet the words spoken by Chen Changsheng had stirred ripples in her otherwise tranquil heart, leading to this moment of uncharacteristic loss of composure. She is acutely aware that since Chen Changsheng has ventured alone into this southern immortal volcano, even seeking her out, he is certainly not jesting. Witnessing Yuanfeng swiftly regaining her composure, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of admiration welling within him. I could see this moment. He refrained from beating around the bush and directly articulated his purpose. Matriarch Yuanfeng, I wish for you to be reborn through fire. The cosmic calamity has just begun, and within the heavenly court there exists a celestial position of the vermilion bird, which pertains to the south. The Phoenix clan possesses the ability to be reborn through fire. And as the leader of the Phoenix clan, you cannot simply depart. However, should you become the Southern Vermilion Star Lord, the heavenly Tao shall no longer impose restrictions upon you. Seeing Yuanfeng completely regain her calm, Chen Changsheng finally laid bare his thoughts. Before the so-called Southern Dipper Six-Star Lords, he had long set his sights on Yuanfeng to validate the Southern Emperor of Longevity. He needed to set all affairs of the South in order, and the Southern Vermilion Bird was undoubtedly part of his grand design. Yuanfeng was in Chen Changsheng's mind the most fitting candidate for the role of the Vermilion Star Lord. Only if Yuanfeng consented would all his plans be set into motion. The cosmic calamity, the Southern Vermilion Bird. Yuanfeng stared blankly at the silver-haired cultivator before her. Recently, she had indeed sensed a considerable obscurity in the heavenly secrets, yet she had not anticipated that a new calamity was coalescing. This young man before her was evidently beginning to scheme for the calamity, and he had directly aimed his ambitions at her. How audacious! Rebirth through fire is undeniably the supreme technique of her Phoenix clan. In fact, Yuanfeng herself possessed knowledge of the method for nirvana rebirth. Now, this young Chen Changsheng was requesting that she forsake her Phoenix Hunyuan Golden Immortal form, relinquishing all her cultivation to transform anew. Under normal circumstances, Yuanfeng would not have been swayed by Chen Changsheng. To abandon the immense power accumulated by the entire Phoenix clan for a mere calamity was not a decision to be taken lightly. Even if her essence were to suppress the southern immortal volcano, it would be unacceptable. However, the timing coincided perfectly with the rise of the calamity. Having experienced a calamity herself, Yuanfeng knew very well that this era embodied both chaos and opportunity. During the Longhan calamity, their three clans were enmeshed in turmoil. Thus, there were other cultivators who boldly pressed forward, seeking gains amidst the flames, ultimately achieving the Tao of Hunyuan. Yuanfeng glimpsed some of these tendencies within the young man before her. Despite Chen Changsheng's current cultivation being beneath her notice, contemplating her endless life of suppressing the southern immortal volcano made her gaze steady. If you desire to ally with me, so be it. However, you must assist me in growing stronger. After my rebirth, my cultivation will significantly regress. Listening to Yuanfeng's words, Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. With a flourish of his sleeve, he produced several top-grade peaches of immortality. Infused with the divine water of the three lights, his orchard had yielded some exquisite peaches, which he had plucked before departing. The peaches of immortality, one of the 10 most exceptional innate spiritual roots of the primordial land, were indeed a treasure. Clearly, You harbor ulterior motives that Yuanfeng's eyes widened slightly. In that case, I shall wager this time, as the former matriarch of the Phoenix clan, who once battled for supremacy in the primordial realm. Yuanfeng had never shied away from taking risks. Since this young Chen Changsheng had revealed his ambitious side, she too dared to respond in kind. The worst outcome would merely be to turn to ash amidst the calamity. Her life extinguished. The leaders of the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan had perished into dust after the Longhan calamity. Yuanfeng had lived far longer than either of them. The least favorable result would simply be to tread the same path. Yet, should she win the gamble, not only would she regain her freedom, but she might also have another chance to gaze upon the great Tao. Very well, turn around, that I shall now employ my methods. When I call out, you may turn back. Seeing Yuanfeng fully agree to his proposal, Chen Changsheng felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, naturally complying by turning his body away. He had no interest in how Yuanfeng would employ her divine powers. He merely sought the fulfillment of his own objective, for how to be reborn through fire and transform into the vermilion bird. Chen Changsheng knew better than to instruct her. After all, Yuanfeng was a formidable existence at the Hunyuan golden immortal level. Having survived 3 cosmic calamities, if she could not even deduce this much, she might as well abandon her cultivation altogether. Boom! Chen Changsheng perceived a transformation in the nature of the flames. The essence of nirvana dissipated, while the divine intent of the southern Ming, Li Hua, surged forth. Accompanying this were strands of stellar power. Chen Changsheng understood that Yuanfeng was tirelessly deducing the path most compatible with the vermilion bird. Time flowed, the cycles of light and shadow turned. Chen Changsheng remained motionless, akin to a statue, until a melodious voice resonated once more. Junior, it is done this moment. Yuanfeng's voice had lost its initial assertiveness and transformed into a melodious tone akin to that of a lark, reminiscent of a fledgling. Only then did Chen Changsheng turn back. The once tumultuous magma had now calmed, and upon the surface of the lake rested a small vermilion bird, for her cultivation level. It had completely regressed to that of a celestial, the lowest realm of innate beings. Junior, do not mock me that I am in this state because of you. Though Chen Changsheng was aware that Yuanfeng's cultivation would decline after a rebirth, he had not anticipated her transformation into a vermilion bird would reduce her to a mere fledgling. Stifling a laugh, he extended his hand. That I understand now. Come here, I shall offer you a peach of immortality. Naturally, the finest peaches of immortality could not be given to a vermilion bird at the celestial realm, for such potency would overwhelm her. Fortunately, peaches of immortality do have cycles, with some of shorter maturity, perfectly suited for her current state. Very well, since I have been reborn as a vermilion bird, you may no longer refer to me as Yuanfeng. That would expose my true identity upon leaving this southern immortal volcano. As a practitioner, Chen Changsheng understood the implications. Then I shall call you Eizhu. Very well. Eizhu it is. Yuanfeng did not object. There was nothing amiss in a vermilion bird being called a Dashu. By the way. Young one, you should first refine this southern earth flame light banner. Why current cultivation cannot utilize the power of this spiritual treasure. I need you to sacrifice it for me, to cultivate within. Chen Changsheng felt a flicker of emotion in his heart as he held the southern earth flame flag in his hand. Smiling and nodding, he had not schemed to acquire this exquisite innate spiritual treasure. Yet he found it fortuitously falling into his grasp. The fact that this exceptional treasure was entrusted to him indicated that Yuanfeng, no, it was Eizhu, had indeed begun to forge a bridge of mutual trust with him. This was a positive development that moment. Chen Changsheng accepted the Southern Earth Flame flag and slowly imprinted his spiritual essence upon it, beginning the process of refining this supreme innate treasure. From henceforth, the Zhuge would regard the Southern Earth Flame flag as its new abode, for Yuanfeng's true form. It had been confined by her formidable powers within the magma of the Southern Immortal Volcano, serving to suppress the entire volcanic range. Having acquired the Zhuge, Chen Changsheng naturally held no interest in the true form of the phoenix, his mind far removed from such matters. Once he had arranged everything. When he re-emerged from the Southern Immortal Volcano, he found a small bird perched upon his right shoulder, gazing curiously at the vast wilderness. This now the wilderness. The changes are indeed immense. Zhu exclaimed, her naivety evident. She had been cooped up within the Southern Immortal volcano for an exceedingly long time, and though she could deduce the transformations of the wilderness, witnessing the current scene left her in awe. Chen Changsheng understood that Zhu's current sentiments were not directed at the beauty of the wilderness, but rather at the hard-won freedom she now experienced. Indeed, the next moment, the Zhu bird curled up slightly and addressed Chen Changsheng. Now that we are out, what do you intend to do next? What do I intend to do? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Of course, I shall seek out the world's foremost golden-winged great Peng. You must possess some sense of him, as he was created through your yin-yang energies and the secret methods of the Phoenix clan. How do you know this? Zhu exclaimed, a flame escaping her beak in her urgency. Unfortunately, the southern Ming fire at the celestial immortal realm posed no threat to Chen Changsheng, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Chen Changsheng scoffed lightly, but refrained from giving a direct answer. Your methods are merely those of a Huanglong golden immortal, a remnant of the time before the heavenly Tao was complete. Now that the saints loom high above, do you truly believe your methods are so secretive that they will never be detected? The lack of awareness among most is simply due to their indifference, compounded by the current chaotic tribulations that obscure the heavenly secrets, rendering them too lethargic to investigate. This, the Zhuke fell silent, unable to refute any of Chen Changsheng's assertions, even though her original realm surpassed his by 2 significant levels. In that moment, she finally comprehended the true nature of the current wilderness. Unlike the era of the Long Han catastrophe, the wilderness now indeed had saints, and not just one. That their immense power was something the current Zhuke could not hope to rival. Noticing her silence, Chen Changsheng continued, rest assured, my search is not for ill intent, but rather a beneficial endeavor. In the past, you gathered the fortunes of the Phoenix clan through formlessness and the principles of yin and yang. One of those fortunes transformed into a peacock, hatching and entering the wilderness. I presume you can no longer sense it. The other is the first golden-winged great Peng between heaven and earth, yet his fortunes have been lacking, and he is likely engaged in turning innate yin and yang energies into postnatal ones. If you do not inform me, his foundational path may be destroyed, leaving him with no chance to rise again. Chen Changsheng spoke lightly. I seek the golden-winged great Peng merely to have him serve as my Southern Dipper 6-star monarch. He ultimately relayed this information to the Zhuke, expressing his true intentions. His initial aim in seeking Yuanfeng was not only to have her become the Zhuke star, but also to incorporate both the golden-winged great Peng and the peacock, the 2 heirs of the Phoenix clan, into his ranks. Since Kong Xian had transformed early, his whereabouts were unknown. However, Chen Changsheng was aware of where he would first appear and was not in a hurry. The situation with the golden-winged great Peng was different. His emergence traced back to the journey to the west, where he transformed the innate yin and yang energies into postnatal ones. That it should be noted that Kong Xian had integrated the innate 5 elemental energies into himself, transforming them into the 5-element divine light. This ability had garnered much attention during this tribulation, that if the golden-winged great Peng could effectively utilize these yin and yang energies, his achievements, while not equal to Kong Xian's, would certainly not fall short. Now was the perfect time to correct him, ideally positioning him as one of Chen Changsheng's Southern Dipper 6-star monarchs, that a prince of the Phoenix clan, a being born during the Long Han catastrophe, ultimately achieved little during the journey to the west. Chen Changsheng's pursuit of him was genuinely for his benefit. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng sensed that the Zhuke upon his shoulder had ceased to be restless, indicating that the sovereign had come to a clear understanding of the convolutions involved and had chosen to place her trust in him. Very well, I concede that you are right, that I have staked everything on you. Regardless of how outrageous it may seem, I will choose to believe. The Zhuke preened her feathers with her beak. I have indeed lost my ability to sense the peacock. Moreover, even my connection to the golden-winged great Peng is waning. The Zhuke paused momentarily. However, you are fortunate, for I can sense that the golden-winged great Peng should be located within the southern sea. I will guide you. Let us proceed at once. The southern sea. Is it? That is indeed quite close to the smile curved Chen Changsheng's lips. In that case, let us hasten our steps. The 4 seas had fallen into a complete silence following the decline of the Dragon Clan. In the past, there would undoubtedly have been dragons patrolling the surface of the sea. Upon the surface of the southern sea, the Zhuge lamented on Chen Changsheng's shoulder, reminiscing about past glories. Ultimately, they halted upon a certain island. Chen Changsheng immediately activated the ancient flames of all spirits, effortlessly discovering a large egg enveloped in both yin and yang energies within a cave. What you said is indeed correct. The golden-winged Great Peng is truly in the process of transforming the innate yin and yang energies. Unlike Chen Changsheng, who focused on the enormous egg at first glance, the Zhuge was drawn to the innate yin and yang energies she had initially gathered. The premature hatching of the peacock had caused a disturbance in spiritual energy, preventing the golden-winged Great Peng from absorbing sufficient spiritual energy and thus failing to inherit the complete legacy of the Phoenix clan. Flapping her wings, the Zhuge took in all that lay before her. So, it is an underdeveloped innate egg, and it has not yet acquired much of the Phoenix clan's legacy. Listening to the Zhuge's explanation, Chen Changsheng fully understood what had transpired with the golden-winged Great Peng. No wonder he had not revealed his identity as a member of the Phoenix clan, even during the journey to the west. Seeing the golden-winged Great Peng in such a state aligned perfectly with what Chen Changsheng had described, further solidifying the Zhuge's trust in him. Thank you, young one. Had it not been for you, this prince of the Phoenix clan would have truly been rendered useless in the future. You should draw forth a bit of the essence of the Southern Flame from the Southern Earth Flame flag. I will infuse it with the legacy of the Phoenix clan so that he can correctly utilize the yin and yang energies to transform. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly and summoned the essence of the Southern Flame as per the Zhuge's request. The Zhuge then conjured several fire seals in the void, gathering a drop of blood to infuse it into the egg. Almost instantaneously, as the essence of the Southern Flame entered the shell, the egg ceased its foolish attempts to refine spiritual treasures with the yin and yang energies. In Chen Changsheng's vision, the innate yin and yang energies finally began to converge within the egg's shell. All right, now we merely need to wait for him to absorb these innate yin and yang energies completely. The vermilion bird gently exhaled, feeling fortunate about their timely arrival. Had they arrived even a moment later, the innate yin and yang energies would have transformed into postnatal forces, thereby destroying the foundation of the golden-winged Great Peng. At this juncture, their presence proved to be immensely beneficial. Chen Changsheng marveled in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his timing would be so fortuitous. In fact, even without the innate yin and yang energies, he had devised a plan to cultivate the golden-winged Great Peng. Fortunately, that plan was now rendered unnecessary. However, this was indeed advantageous. The principles of yin and yang were decidedly superior to many other advanced forms of cultivation. Time flew by unnoticed, and Chen Changsheng had already spent a considerable period on this island in the Southern Sea. A certain little bird of the Zhu lineage had elevated her cultivation to the pinnacle of Xianxian by consuming the peaches of immortality, mere steps away from rejoining the ranks of the Golden Immortals. The reason for her delay in returning was simply due to the absence of these peaches. The vermilion bird was indifferent to the quantity of peaches available as a being of the Huanglong Jinxian level. She was reborn through the flames, her realm firmly established, thus making such a straightforward accumulation of magical power easily achievable. Upon reaching the Golden Immortal stage, she was poised to condense the primordial material, perfectly utilizing the southern fire of the Earth Flame banner. Consequently, the peaches were no longer necessary. At this moment, the great egg within the cave finally absorbed all the innate yin and yang energies. Encased in a swirling black and white hue, crack, in Chen Changsheng's line of sight, the ornate eggshell revealed its first fissures. Subsequently, an abundance of golden light erupted from within. Astonishing, Chen Changsheng felt as though he had struck a grand jackpot. In reality, this golden radiance was a reflection of the golden-winged Great Peng's own golden feathers. One of the hidden heirs left by the Yuan Phoenix to the Phoenix clan, the golden-winged Great Peng, upon achieving its true form, surpassed the average innate beings in cultivation. Notably, Kong Xian enjoyed exceptional advantages, becoming the foremost combatant beneath the saints during the latter stages of the fate of the gods. Had Chen Changsheng and the vermilion bird not ventured to the southern sea, The transformation of the golden-winged great Peng's yin and yang energies from innate to postnatal would have compromised its foundation, rendering its birth unsuccessful. However, the current situation was indeed far better than anticipated, especially with the golden light soaring upward, a clear indication of the natural condensation of primordial material. This meant that the golden-winged great Peng emerging from the eggshell possessed a higher realm than the vermilion bird. Having reached the early stage of the golden immortal, Chen Changsheng focused his gaze on the golden-winged great Peng as it broke free from its shell, its form remarkably akin to what he had observed in television dramas. Of course, this was merely its appearance. The actual golden-winged great Peng was far more formidable than any he had previously encountered, thanks to the esteemed elder for imparting the Phoenix clan's legacy. The golden Peng nearly committed a grave error. The golden-winged great Peng revealed that its true name was Golden Peng, prompting Chen Changsheng to raise an eyebrow in acknowledgement of its identity. The vermilion bird hopped from Chen Changsheng's left shoulder to his right and spoke gently. "It's nothing. If gratitude is in order, it should be directed towards the Southern Polar Immortal, for he brought me to your side." The vermilion bird refrained from revealing her identity as the clan leader of the Phoenix clan, attributing the success of this endeavor solely to Chen Changsheng. The successful hatching of the golden-winged great Peng was indeed a testament to Chen Changsheng's efforts, and her pride forbade her from claiming that credit. The golden, vertically slit eyes of the golden Peng narrowed, that IT mistakenly believed that the vermilion bird perched upon Chen Changsheng's shoulder was its savior, unaware that the true benefactor was Chen Changsheng himself. "Thank you, esteemed one, for extending your hand and reviving my path," just as the golden Peng was about to bow its head in gratitude. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, immediately using his supreme magical power to halt its actions. "That it's nothing. My rescue of you was motivated by a purpose that I serve as the Star Lord of Longevity in the heavenly court and require subordinates. You seem quite suitable, which is why I intervened to save you. Are you willing to serve under me?" Chen Changsheng was clear and direct, recalling the reason for his descent to the mortal realm without unnecessary embellishments. The golden Peng readily agreed to follow the esteemed one, pledging allegiance and service. Chen Changsheng's continuation of the golden Peng's path was akin to a rebirth for any innate being, making servitude a common occurrence. However, Chen Changsheng viewed it merely as an arrangement of subordination. How could the golden Peng refuse? Observing the golden-winged great Peng's prompt acceptance, Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, thoroughly satisfied with its attitude. "Excellent, golden Peng. You are impressive. Although I am the Star Lord of Longevity in the heavenly court, seemingly insignificant, I am also a disciple of the Chan teaching, a bearer of the saint's lineage. Choosing to become my subordinate is undoubtedly a wise decision." The revelation of his association with the saint's lineage stirred profound waves within the golden Peng's heart. Witnessing Chen Changsheng's intention to boast about his newly hatched junior, the vermilion bird found the situation quite disconcerting. Young, she began to address Chen Changsheng as a junior. But upon noticing the golden-winged great Peng at her side, she felt such a title inappropriate, fearing it might reveal certain cosmic secrets. Thus, she abruptly ceased her utterance. "Esteemed one, Southern Dipper 6-star Lord, do you intend for the golden Peng to serve under which star?" Despite not disclosing her identity, the vermilion bird instinctively adopted a caretaker's role, expressing concern for the golden Peng's future endeavors. Chen Changsheng was well aware of the vermilion bird's sentiments. Hearing the former Hunyuan Jingxian refer to him as esteemed one filled him with a sense of satisfaction and vanity. However, he soon dispelled that feeling. Regarding the golden-winged great Peng's future, Chen Changsheng had already formulated a plan. He had resolved that if he could not locate the golden-winged great Peng, he would seek the Star Lord of heavenly birth early on. But upon finding the golden-winged great Peng, blessed with the luck of the Phoenix clan, he was determined to nurture it diligently. The Star Lord of heavenly birth was the Lord of the Southern Dipper 6-star, primarily tasked with longevity-related matters. However, a being like the golden-winged great Peng, imbued with fortune, was destined to achieve great feats under Chen Changsheng's guidance. Therefore, the role of Star Lord of heavenly birth alone would not suffice. Remarkably, the Southern Dipper's 6-star held additional positions. Chen Changsheng's eyes gleamed as he looked at the vermilion bird and the focused golden Peng. "I shall appoint him as the Star Lord of 7 kills." Indeed, if the Southern Dipper's six-star lord possessed sufficient cultivation and fortune, he could ascend to become a star general. The golden-winged great Peng, having absorbed the yin and yang energies, shared the same potential as Kangxian, making it the perfect candidate for the role of Star Lord of Seven Kills in Chen Changsheng's mind. The Seven Kills are the generals of war, embodying might and ferocity, making it the ideal choice. Chen Changsheng had evidently devised a comprehensive plan. The vermilion bird gazed upon her young disciple, who dared to confront her amidst the Southern Volcano, and sighed softly, forsaking the tranquil Star Lord of Heavenly Birth. He opted for the more violent and bloodthirsty Star Lord of Seven Kills. Chen Changsheng had clearly prepared for every eventuality. Having witnessed the golden-winged great Peng's transformation, he discerned the innate ferocity contained within its primordial beast form. This is the Southern Dipper yin-yang 7 kills scripture that I have deduced. You can cultivate through it to refine your body. Once I return to the Chan teaching, I will request my master to help me further refine it, so you may practice with confidence. Chen Changsheng slightly curled his fingers, and immediately a beam of starlight erupted from his fingertips, descending into the consciousness of the golden-winged Peng. The golden eagle spread its golden wings, joyously accepting the cultivation method transmitted by Chen Changsheng. You have even prepared this. The vermilion bird looked at Chen Changsheng in astonishment, regarding him with renewed respect. The Southern Dipper yin-yang 7 killing star sutra. The name alone indicates that it is a method derived from the Southern Dipper's 6 stars and the principles of yin and yang, specifically tailored for the golden eagle. Once Chen Changsheng returns to the Chan school and consults with the J-Pure Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, this method will undoubtedly withstand scrutiny. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. The method pertaining to the Southern Dipper's 6 stars was something he had long since deduced that as for the methods related to the principles of yin and yang. The Chan school inherently possessed them. Chen Changsheng merely refined them to a practicable level while the vermilion bird indulged in the peaches of immortality. He had come to find a subordinate, and such preparations were naturally his responsibility. The method he imparted to the golden eagle would enable it to draw upon the star power of the Southern Dipper's 6 stars to refine its own body, allowing it to adapt in advance to the future life of the 7 killing Star Lord. Once the golden eagle had completely absorbed the method bestowed by Chen Changsheng, he continued, "Well, we have waited here for quite some time for you to emerge from your shell, and now we must set off once more. If you wish to cultivate, you may come to the space within my central woody apricot yellow banner." The golden eagle, still in its innate beast form and of immense size, was not something Chen Changsheng wished to have perched on his shoulder like the vermilion bird. That would be unbearable. The golden eagle, of course, did not object. It also preferred not to wander outside. That vermilion bird, who had instructed him in the ways of the Phoenix tribe, appeared to possess lesser cultivation than himself. Yet he instinctively sensed a terrifying aura emanating from her. Even if he could use his abilities to transform into a smaller form, he would not dare to contest with her. Now, with Chen Changsheng possessing a supreme, innate spiritual treasure that allowed for cultivation, he chose to enter without hesitation. Observing the golden eagle's astute choice of the central woody apricot yellow banner as its resting place, the vermilion bird nodded slightly. Although this golden-winged Peng was akin to a prince of the Phoenix tribe whom she had personally nurtured, daring to stand alongside her would be an act of folly. Fortunately, such a terrifying event did not occur. Where shall we go next? Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered as he lightly tapped the island beneath his feet. Are you heading to the South Sea? Is there something you seek there? Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. There is nothing I desire in the south. We are merely changing course. Changing course? The vermilion bird expressed her confusion. Chen Changsheng chuckled softly. The Huanglong Golden Immortal has been in power for too long to understand the tribulations faced by the cultivators below. Were you still the Huanglong Golden Immortal of old? We could swiftly traverse various locations, but you have yet to reach the Golden Immortal stage. The vermilion bird shot Chen Changsheng a glance. Understanding his implication, he merely wished to utilize the pathways of the 4 seas to travel expeditiously to other places. She realized this. What if your cultivation is low? It is precisely this low cultivation that was caused by Chen Changsheng. Seeing the vermilion bird wrap her wings around herself and fall silent, Chen Changsheng chuckled, promptly forming a water avoidance gesture as he made his way towards the Dragon Palace of the South. to utilize the pathways of the four seas, he naturally needed to seek out the Dragon King of the South Sea. In the South Sea Dragon Palace, the golden-winged Peng spread its golden wings, physically annihilating any sea beast that dared to intrude. The desire for slaughter surged within it, as the dual energies of yin and yang between its wings extinguished all invading foes from the sea. The vermilion bird stared in awe at the golden-winged Peng unleashing its might and the old Dragon King of the South Sea, the meaning of which could not be clearer. Had the Dragon Clan become so diminished? Chen Changsheng shrugged. The Dragon Clan of the Four Seas is still busy transporting water essence to mitigate the karmic tribulations of the Dragon Han era, were it not for the ancestral dragon forcefully preserving the position of the Dragon King. The other three seas would have long since fallen into decline, aside from the East Sea. Chen Changsheng's gaze shifted to the distant golden-winged Peng. The Peng had already become quite diminished in its trajectory. Yet it was still capable of soaring and laughing at the dragon's plight, which spoke volumes. In short, Chen Changsheng's arrival had resolved the minor crisis for the Dragon King of the South Sea. "Thank you, South Pole Immortal," the Dragon King Haotian expressed, recognizing Chen Changsheng's authentic aura of jade pure immortal qi and hastening to welcome him with enthusiasm. Not to mention that Chen Changsheng was a disciple of a sage. His mere appearance had helped alleviate the crisis, so it would be remiss not to show warmth. Chen Changsheng's display of his aura was precisely for this purpose. He had no habit of bullying the weak, nor did he relish pretending to be a fool to catch a tiger. The identity of a sage's disciple allowed him to avoid trouble to a considerable extent, and he bore no psychological burden in utilizing it. As a disciple of the Chan school, he naturally had no need to conceal his identity. "I wish to utilize the pathways of the four seas," Chen Changsheng stated directly, straightforward and succinct. "That I understand, no problem at all. The South Pole Immortal intends to go to the North Sea to assist our junior brother Huanglong." "Who is there, right?" Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. He had not anticipated hearing about junior brother Huanglong from the Dragon King of the South Sea. Before ascending to the heavenly court, he had guided Huanglong to return to the Dragon Clan to obtain its legacy. It was unexpected that he was not in the East Sea, but rather in the North Sea. Clearly, some changes had occurred. Huanglong should have been at the ancestral grounds of the East Sea Dragon Clan. How could he be lingering in the North Sea? The Dragon King's expression shifted slightly, and he smiled wryly as he explained he had thought Chen Changsheng was a rescue from the Chan school sent by Huanglong. But it turned out to be entirely different. However, the current Chen Changsheng appeared to be quite friendly towards Huanglong, contrary to the rumors that Huanglong was not well received within the Chan school. Now that Chen Changsheng inquired, the Dragon King readily divulged the entire sequence of events to him. Huanglong's return to the Dragon Clan to acquire its legacy was a significant matter. The Dragon King Huanglong of the East Sea had personally summoned the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas to discuss this matter. In the end, the only conclusion was to agree. However, even far across the Four Seas, all dragons were aware of the rumors that Huanglong was not well regarded, coupled with the fact that he had been a disciple of the Chan school in Donkinlun for so long. This was his first return to the Dragon Clan, and he had come seeking the ancestral dragon's legacy. They could grant it on account of Chen Changsheng's status as a disciple of the Chan school. But they could not simply give it to Huanglong without conditions. How would the rest of the Dragon Clan explain such a decision? Thus, a proposal was ultimately reached, since Huanglong was a disciple of the sage and sought to obtain the core legacy of the Dragon Clan. He should make a contribution to the Dragon Clan. This contribution was for Huanglong to venture into the North Sea to search for the lost Dragon Clan's spiritual treasure, the North Sea Xian Yuan water controlling banner. As long as Huanglong could find it, then all obstacles would vanish. Huanglong would be free to pursue whatever he desired within the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the North Sea Xian Yuan water controlling banner simply needed to be located. And there were no restrictions on the means. Whether Huanglong sought out fellow Sect members or sought assistance from the exalted jade, pure primordial heavenly sovereign of the Chan school, all was permissible. However, Huanglong did nothing at all. Ultimately, he ventured alone into the North Sea and had not returned to this day. The vermilion bird preened her feathers with her beak and transmitted to Chen Changsheng. "Is your junior brother foolish? The North Sea is vast. For him to search for a supreme, innate spiritual treasure alone is akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. if he returned to Donkanlun, to the Yushu Palace, and approach your master? Wouldn't that be much simpler? Chen Changsheng's lips curved slightly. The affairs of the world are not merely a matter of simple arithmetic, where 1 + 1 = 2. The return of Brother Huanglong to the Dragon Clan is intended to validate himself. What logic is there in seeking assistance from his master upon his return? It is equally justified that he does not approach his master. The supreme innate spiritual treasure inherently possesses the ability to obscure the heavenly secrets. If it were easily found, would that not negate the existence of the ancient cultivators altogether? Of course, if it were myself, I would certainly attempt to go back to Yushu Palace. It seems we must make a journey to the Northern Sea. Originally, Chen Changsheng had no plans to venture to the Northern Sea. However, since Huanglong is there, a visit to the Northern Sea might indeed be worthwhile. Zhuke tilted her head slightly. You intend to assist your junior brother. Did you not say he does not require help? The absence of need for his master's assistance does not imply he does not require aid from his peers. Brother Huanglong was indeed guided by me to the Dragon Clan. Moreover, I am now in a position to assist him. Zhuchua's eyes sparkled with a crimson light. You plan to utilize the central Wuji apricot yellow banner and the southern Ledi flame light banner to deduce the whereabouts of the northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner? Truly, as expected of a prominent figure among former primordial golden immortals, your comprehension is remarkably swift. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, acknowledging this assertion. Assisting Brother Huanglong is tantamount to aiding myself, and I sense that this journey to the Northern Sea may yield unexpected rewards. Observing Chen Changsheng's enigmatic demeanor, Zhuke chose not to elaborate further. Their relationship now resembled a partnership, with the initiative resting firmly in Chen Changsheng's hands. He was free to pursue his desires without the need to justify his choices to her. Given the present circumstances, Zhuke would certainly not voice any objections. Furthermore, she was not particularly well acquainted with the ancient world, so it was only natural for her to follow Chen Changsheng's lead. All right, Peng. Finish off those minor nuisances and come down. We are heading to the Northern Sea. Upon hearing that Chen Changsheng was bound for the Northern Sea, the South Sea Dragon King Haotian felt a stir in his heart. The initial objective of this celestial being from the South Pole was certainly not the Northern Sea. Yet upon learning that Huanglong was heading there, he decisively opted to change his destination. This implies that Huanglong is not entirely unwelcome within the Chen Sect. At the very least, the foremost disciple of the Chen Sect holds him in high regard. Although the reputation of the South Pole Immortal is far from that of Guangchengzi in the ancient world, a foremost disciple is still a foremost disciple. Regardless of his cultivation level, his status remains significant. Perhaps the arrival of this celestial being will indeed bring a turning point for the real Huanglong, and it is possible that their Dragon Clan may benefit as a result. Thus, without any hesitation, he led Chen Changsheng deep into the Dragon Palace. The Four Seas Passage was constructed by the Ancestor Dragon during the Longhan catastrophe, utilizing immense resources to ensure that the Dragon Clan of the Four Seas could provide support at any time. However, as time has shifted, it has now become a passage exclusively for their Dragon Kings. The glories of the past have faded, leaving only a solitary sigh in the present. After sending Chen Changsheng to the Northern Sea, the South Sea Dragon King immediately changed direction, and he needed to visit the East Sea to inform his elder brother, the East Sea Dragon King Guang, about the matter of the South Pole Immortal heading to the Northern Sea. Upon meeting the South Pole Immortal, Chen Changsheng emerged from the passage to be personally greeted by the Northern Sea Dragon King. Having received a secret message from the South Sea Dragon King, he was already waiting for Chen Changsheng's arrival. Huanglong was heading toward the northern underworld, and the South Pole Immortal intended to search for his junior brother from that direction. The Northern Sea Dragon King bowed his head, adopting a posture of utmost respect. Their Dragon Clan has fallen, and they truly cannot hold their heads high in front of genuine disciples of saints. Thank you, Dragon King. I am already aware. I have my own methods to seek out Brother Huanglong. You may rest assured and await news. Seeing Chen Changsheng's approachable demeanor, devoid of any airs befitting a disciple of the saint, the Northern Sea Dragon King's attitude became even more humble. Chen Changsheng paid no heed to the astonishment of Shen, the Northern Sea Dragon King, as the mystical energy surged. The southern Ledi Flame Light banner and the central Wuji Apricot Yellow banner manifested directly. producing an array of extraordinary phenomena and auspicious signs. The appearance of these two supreme, innate spiritual treasures left Ao Shun utterly dumbfounded. All four sea dragon kings were survivors of the Longhong catastrophe, and their clan once boasted the most treasures. Recognizing the two spiritual treasures before him with a mere glance, it was indeed remarkable for the South Pole Immortal to casually produce such items. Truly, as the foremost disciple of the Chan sect, he has garnered the esteemed attention of Yuching Yuan Shi Tianzuan. Chen Changsheng paid no mind to Ao Shun's exclamations of he did not need to specifically seek out Huanglong. By merely following the direction indicated by the five elements resonance, he would naturally locate his counterpart. If Chen Changsheng had only a single aspect of the innate five elements banner at this moment, the difficulty of finding the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner would be exponentially increased. Even if he offered assistance, it would be futile. The journey to the southern, undying volcano had granted him an additional aspect, allowing for further manipulation. The interplay of the five elements is such that Chen Changsheng's eyes transformed to a golden hue once more, igniting the ancient flame of all spirits, meticulously probing the surrounding space. The northern underworld is, without a doubt, ill-suited for me. Zhuke tilted her head. The temperature disparity between the north and south is immense, creating two extreme climates, especially now that they have arrived in the northern underworld. Where numerous icebergs abound, the natural chill is piercing. Zhu. If you find it cold, you may naturally return to the southern Ledi Flame Light banner to cultivate, just like Jin Peng. Chen Changsheng shrugged. You dare compare me to Jin Peng? You truly infuriate me. Junior, Zhuke huffed. She is not at all akin to the golden-winged Great Peng. She only enters the southern Ledi Flame Light banner during cultivation. At other times, she would not remain inside. Chen Changsheng well understood Zhuchu's sentiments and was merely teasing her. After all, the journey had been rather dull, and occasionally teasing Zhuke proved to be quite entertaining, lifting one's spirits and enhancing the quality of life. According to the principles of the five elements mutual generation and restraint, Chen Changsheng detected fluctuations from two directions, one of which diverged from the northern sea, seemingly pointing towards his own sect. However, Chen Changsheng knew that this direction was not the eastern Kunlun, but rather the adjacent western Kunlun. The western plain cloud realm banner is in the possession of the ancient deity Zhuangmu. One of its manifestations has vanished, naturally because it is currently in the hands of the western sect's Jain Taoist. Chen Changsheng was acutely aware of this. During the Fengshan catastrophe, this banner had been lent to his junior brother, Wanshu Guangfa Tianzuan, who later became Wanshu Bodhisattva. There was no need to elaborate further on this matter. The treasured banner, directly overseen by a saint, could not be simply sought through the connections of the five elements. Thus, in his perception, a blank state prevailed. The final direction pointed directly toward the northern underworld, by harmonizing with the ancient flame of all spirits, which could probe all things. Chen Changsheng could accurately grasp the current movement of the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. While conversing with Zhuke, he did not cease his explorations. His eyes remained golden, serving as evidence of his ongoing search. I have found it. The aura of Brother Huanglong. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to continue jesting with Zhuke, the ancient flame of all spirits conveyed information back to him. It seems Brother Huanglong still possesses a modicum of fortune. At the very least, the direction for locating the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner is indeed precise. Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly. Zhuke, perched upon his shoulder, spoke in astonishment. Have you found it? Chen Changsheng slightly nodded, extending his finger, and immediately, a golden flame materialized before him, forming a fiery mirror. This was a variant of the water mirror technique, conjured by Chen Changsheng using the ancient fire of all spirits, capable of vividly revealing the image of the area under investigation. Zhuke lifted her gaze, and within the mirror, a colossal ice sculpture emerged, encasing a true dragon. The yellow dragon has transformed into an ice dragon. The surrounding ice mountains were arranged according to the orthodox principles of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, establishing a formidable array of northern polar profound ice. Exhibiting a certain orderliness, Chen Changsheng's eyes narrowed as he murmured to himself. Zhuge tilted her head and slowly spoke. "Oh, be able to trap a disciple of a sage in the northern underworld. It seems quite formidable. Perhaps it is the work of a powerful entity here. If you intend to break the array, be wary of meeting the same fate as he." Zhuge was cautioning Chen Changsheng. The cultivation of the imprisoned yellow dragon surpassed that of Chen Changsheng. The so-called 12 immortals of Yushu had all condensed their top 3 flowers and entered the realm of great Luo golden immortals. Currently, Chen Changsheng had just reached the early stage of Tai golden immortal. Zhuge herself had not yet condensed her non-material substance and had not restored her cultivation to that of a golden immortal. The golden-winged great Peng was indeed born a golden immortal, yet in the face of the current battle, it was entirely incapable of providing assistance. It would be a blessing if it did not cause chaos. Zhuge's words were very candid. However, Chen Changsheng shook his head that in the northern underworld, there are indeed not many great powers. If someone truly had the audacity to act against a disciple of the sage, there would only be one. The former celestial court's demon master, Yuanfeng. The calamity between the Wu and the Yao had resulted in many great powers perishing. The heavenly emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai had both been confirmed to have fallen. Only Yuanfeng, the demon master, remained unaccounted for. Yuanfeng, hailing from the northern underworld, returning to his homeland was entirely natural. Being a demon master of the celestial court, dealing with a yellow dragon would be a straightforward task for him. A faint smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. However, I am certain it cannot be him. If it were truly that demon master, how could my junior brother, the yellow dragon, still be alive? Moreover, I am confident that the one who set the array to trap the yellow dragon's disciple possesses absolutely low cultivation, perhaps not even having crossed the great Luo golden immortal realm. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. Thus, to rescue the yellow dragon, there is no need to overthink it. Even a forceful approach would suffice. Listening to Chen Changsheng's judgment, Zhuge found it exceedingly reasonable. It seemed that Chen Changsheng had an innate ability to simplify complex matters, always managing to resonate with her. Upon deciding to take action, he became even more direct as his magical power surged. The southern bright leaf fire flag appeared in his hand. In the next moment, countless southern bright leaf fires recklessly spread across the northern polar profound ice. Boom! The solid ice mountains began to melt rapidly, ultimately transforming into wisps of white vapor, which then evaporated beneath the southern bright leaf fire. Chen Changsheng indeed acted without hesitation, fearlessly using the southern bright leaf fire to dissolve the ice mountains and dismantle the array. From the rising steam, a dragon's roar emerged, and the ice dragon reverted to its true form as the yellow dragon, spiraling down beside Chen Changsheng. "Thank you, senior brother, for your timely rescue." The yellow dragon bowed to Chen Changsheng. "Aren't you serving on the Star of Longevity? How did you end up here?" The yellow dragon's tone was filled with excitement. Upon his liberation, he had already spotted his senior brother's figure. The latter's cultivation had evidently undergone a breakthrough, successfully advancing to the early stage of Tai golden immortal. Not only that, but he had also acquired a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the southern brightly fire flag. In such a short time, it seemed that his senior brother had undergone a tremendous transformation, as if the position of the Star of Longevity had placed no constraints on his path. Of course, for the yellow dragon, the greater his senior brother's strength, the better. "I heard from the Dragon King that you were searching for the northern profound Yuan water-controlling flag and had not returned for quite some time. So I came to seek treasure and happened to rescue you." What treasure seeking? The yellow dragon knew this was merely his senior brother's pretext to spare him embarrassment, observing the other's demeanor. He realized that his senior brother had come seeking him through the resonance of the innate 5 directions flags. Let us set aside idle talk for now. Yellow Dragon Junior brother, do you know who has imprisoned you? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow and inquired. This, seeing the usually extroverted yellow dragon display such difficulty, Chen Changsheng understood that his brother truly had not seen anything that it was indeed not mere talk, that he had no victories in the investiture of the gods. Chen Changsheng immediately recognized this. The cultivator opposing me has not revealed themselves. They merely relied on this ice mountain to trap me Within the it seems that every one of my divine abilities and intentions has been seen through by him. Senior brother, as you know, the unique nature of this northern polar cold ice, you melted it only with the southern brightly fired. I had no means, and was thus trapped. Zhuke rolled her eyes at the yellow dragoness description from the side. She couldn't believe that a dragon of the golden immortal realm could be so ineffectual. Were it not for the fact that the yellow dragon was Chen Changsheng's junior brother, she would have erupted with a few expletives. Chen Changsheng naturally understood his junior brother's predicament. The it was precisely due to this awkward situation that the yellow dragon sought to regain the dragon clan's inheritance. If the yellow dragon were truly invincible, why would he return to the dragon clan? He gently patted the yellow dragon on the shoulder. It's all right. I have a rough idea of who it is. Let us first search for the northern profound Yuan water controlling flag. I believe we will encounter him along the way. The yellow dragon's eyes widened in astonishment. How could his senior brother, who was not adept at deducing the Tao, know who the opponent was? Junior, stop with the mystique and just tell me who it is. I want to know as well. Zhuke, wishing to avoid further dialogue with the yellow dragon, communicated through her divine sense. Chen Changsheng was at a loss for words. Did their thirst for knowledge have to be so fervent? However, it was likely that they would encounter this cultivator shortly, at which point everyone would know, and there was nothing that could not be said that if my assumptions are correct, the one who attacked you should be the Northern CS Xiangui. The Northern Sea Xiangui, seeing that Zhuke and the Yellow Dragon were still confused, Chen Changsheng continued to explain. During the calamity between the Wu and Yao, the unyielding mountain shattered and the heavens collapsed while the earth sank. Niwa crafted stones to mend the heavens, slaying the Northern Sea Xiangui, who propped up the heavens. The Northern Sea Xiangui itself should be of the innate divine demon body, but alas, it cannot take form. After being slain, it obtained merit and could cultivate anew. However, due to its original essence dissipating, it could not restore its cultivation as for its ability to deduce your various actions. It should be because Niwa transmitted some of Fushi's methods to it. Originally, tortoises are inherently linked to deduction. So that is the case. The yellow dragon nodded repeatedly, realizing that as a disciple under the primordial heavenly sovereign, Chen Changsheng's senior brother was indeed remarkably outstanding. Zhuke tidied her feathers. Junior, is this surprising gain what you refer to? Did you foresee the developments back then? Because she had been following Chen Changsheng. She remembered his every word and action, immediately recalling his words during the Northern Sea passage. Well, whether it is or not is another matter. Chen Changsheng shrugged nonchalantly. These are merely my speculations. Whether they hold true remains to be seen. Although Chen Changsheng himself referred to it as a mere conjecture, Zhuke harbored not a shred of belief in his words. The very notion that he could unravel something that eluded even a distinguished mixed-origin golden immortal like herself was utterly preposterous. She had a foreboding sense that what Chen Changsheng was proclaiming would indeed come to fruition. Guided by an unseen connection, as Chen Changsheng continued his journey, the myriad spirits of ancient flames surged forward, collating all information for him. Huanglong gazed intently at his brother's golden eyes for a moment before letting out a heartfelt sigh. Many disciples of Yushu Palace had previously lamented over his choice of the jade-glazed lamp, deeming it a misstep in selecting his magical artifact. Even when their master admonished him, it seemed that deep down they had not taken it seriously. In retrospect, it was evident that his brother was indeed the enlightened one spoken of by their master. Despite having ascended the divine list, it seemed not to have hindered his cultivation in the slightest. As he pondered this, he suddenly noticed his brother had come to a halt. Brother, we have arrived at the maritime domain of the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag. Indeed, the Northern Sea black turtle resides here. Huanglong's dragon eyes quivered slightly. As a member of the dragon race, he should have sensed this much earlier than his brother. It astonished him how extraordinary his brother's intuition was. Now that the one who had plotted against him had been located, Huanglong was determined to settle the score. With a mighty dragon roar, he bellowed toward the horizon. Northern Sea black turtle, come forth to meet your doom. How dare you confine me within an iceberg? You possess quite the audacity. Ah, Huanglong, you have managed to escape. Despite not having seen my true form, you have discerned my background. Someone must have aided you. I've been preoccupied with deciphering the array outside the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, which is why I paid you little heed. Yet here you are, seeking me out. However, your companion's cultivation level is quite lacking. Never mind, I'm busy unraveling the array. Once I secure the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag, I shall engage in a thorough discussion with you. Huanglong, filled with rage, realized that he had only heard the voice of the northern sea black turtle and had yet to see its form. Consequently, he decided to unleash a powerful wave, employing his dragon claws to stir the sea's waters. However, at that moment, a colossal turtle shell suddenly emerged before him, directly blocking his onslaught. Not only that, but the shell was adorned with numerous intricate patterns. In an instant, these patterns and symbols radiated a faint luminescence, rapidly expanding to envelop them entirely. When he lifted his gaze again, the patterns and images vanished without a trace, along with the surrounding sea. Huanglong was left dumbfounded. His earlier attack had infused the wrath of his supreme divine power, yet not only had it failed to shatter the turtle shell, but had also served to establish a new layer of the array. This array, devoid of any real power, was evidently designed to buy time. Judging by the northern sea black turtle's tone, it seemed poised to dismantle the northern Xian Yuan water-controlling flag's array imminently. Should that occur, their expedition would indeed yield naught. Huanglong resolved to continue assaulting the turtle shell, attempting to breach the array. "Do not bother, junior brother Huanglong," Chen Changsheng interjected, his gaze sweeping across the turtle shell. A portion of the merit that once supported the heavens has transformed into his form, while another portion has coalesced within the shell, rendering it a treasure of merit. Your attacks will prove ineffective. A treasure of merit? Huanglong was taken aback. The shell itself was inherently formidable in defense, and combined with merit, it seemed insurmountable. Chen Changsheng had not even contemplated breaking the shell's defenses from the outset, as that would have been utterly unrealistic. The four limbs of this northern sea black turtle could be refined into pillars that support the heavens. Thus, the power of the shell, augmented by merit, was undoubtedly on par with a superior postnatal treasure. To breach the shell would require a challenge far simpler than slaying the northern sea black turtle itself. So, brother, do you propose we break the array? Huanglong queried. Yet the array's core remained that very shell. You cannot simply incinerate it with Southern Minglihua, as you did with the iceberg. Huanglong felt a twinge of concern. Furthermore, brother had mentioned that the northern sea black turtle's array bore traces of the heavenly sovereign Fushi's influence, which likely heightened its difficulty. Indeed, Huanglong was quite the outgoing dragon, among his peers, undeniably the most loquacious. While Chen Changsheng himself had yet to utter much, a torrent of questions had already ensued. However, Chen Changsheng found no aversion to such a disposition. Utilizing Southern Minglihua would be a brute force approach to dismantling the array, yet there were alternative methods for this endeavor. A smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips that I may not be well versed in arrays. Yet I am aware that they possess both life and death gates. Fortuitously, I have recently gained some insights regarding the Longevity Star and the Southern Dipper, and while facing the heavenly sovereign Fushi's array may be challenging, I believe I can contend with the northern sea black turtle's array. Upon hearing his brother speak, Huanglong was once again left in astonishment. Most within the Chan teaching lacked proficiency in arrays. The true masters of the array were the disciples of the. Nonetheless, seeing his brother brimming with confidence, Huanglong felt compelled to trust him. Zhuke fluttered her wings. Initially, she intended to employ the unique divination techniques of the Phoenix clan to assist Chen Changsheng. Yet, upon hearing the exchange between him and Huanglong, she realized she had underestimated her present collaborator. After all, had he lacked confidence in breaking the array, he would have surely retreated at the first sign of the northern sea black turtle's formation. It was worth noting that Chen Changsheng had detected the northern sea black turtle's traces even before Huanglong, affording him ample time to react. His inaction was likely a strategic choice to better observe the northern sea black turtle's capabilities. Xianxianzhini, expounding the scriptures across the nine heavens, soaring through the great Luo realm, ascending the golden platform to greet the sovereign. Chen Changsheng murmured as he recited the scriptures. In an instant, both Zhuke and Huanglong felt an unfamiliar aura emanating from Chen Changsheng. as if celestial stars were being drawn down from the celestial realm. The source of this energy was unmistakably the longevity star in the southern skies. That moment, Chen Changsheng appeared to embody the radiance of the longevity star within this maritime expanse. Not only that, but as he stepped forward, he took 6 strides in various directions, resembling the trajectory of the Southern Dipper's 6 stars. The longevity star shines bright. The Southern Dipper governs life. With the incantation uttered, they beheld vibrant life force materializing around Chen Changsheng, and the final direction of his 6th step revealed a blurred life gate. Astonishingly, Chen Changsheng had forged a portal within the array through the connection between the longevity star and the Southern Dipper's 6 stars. As the portal swung wide open, Huanglong surged forth, channeling his magical power to strike at the life gate. Crack! The sound of shattering reverberated softly. The seemingly intricate array collapsed in an instant, and the once familiar waves returned to their senses. Familiar sights flooded their vision. What? You have breached my array so swiftly. From afar, a sound of astonishment echoed. The yellow dragon immediately transformed into its dragon form and headed toward the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered as he swiftly grasped the turtle shell that had fallen from the void. Once the formation was disrupted, the so-called focal point had now become worthless if it had a master to control it. The situation might have been different. However, with its owner preoccupied, Chen Changsheng easily seized it. Before long, the yellow dragon returned, dragging along a Taoist who emanated the same golden immortal's power. It was none other than the North Sea Xian turtle. Without the protection of the turtle shell and formation, the North Sea Xian turtle immediately revealed its true form. Relying on its superior Deluo power, the yellow dragon effortlessly captured it. The vermilion bird rolled its eyes. Utterly speechless, it seemed that everything Chen Changsheng had said was indeed correct. The North Sea Xian turtle was truly a low-tier cultivator. The yellow dragon felt a flush of embarrassment. He believed he had lost face as a disciple of the Chan school, being overshadowed by a cultivator of a significantly lower realm. Although the opponent had resorted to trickery, it still left him shaken. Chen Changsheng glanced at his junior disciple, in the original course of events. This disciple would have required the assistance of various third-generation Chan disciples for rescue, a commonplace occurrence that warranted no shame. Moreover, times had changed, and the opportunity to alter fate lay before them, rendering the consideration of trivial matters unnecessary. Fortunately, the yellow dragon was not one to fly into a rage out of embarrassment. He did not immediately seek revenge, but instead crushed the North Sea Xian turtle with a single claw. Without the turtle shell, a postnatal supreme defensive treasure, the North Sea Xian turtle was left vulnerable. Humph, you cannot kill me. I possess the merit of supporting the heavens. Killing me would result in a backlash of fortune. Even as the North Sea Xian turtle found itself in their grasp, it dared to spout such arrogance. The yellow dragon was furious. He refrained from attacking the North Sea Xian turtle out of respect for his senior brother. Believing that a cultivator of such a formation should be dealt with by him, to his surprise, the North Sea Xian turtle was so audacious as to speak thus. Chen Changsheng raised a hand, smiling gently at the yellow dragon. Yellow dragon, the North Sea Xian turtle has a point. It would indeed be unwise for you to strike it down now, in the wilderness. It is best not to provoke cultivators protected by merit. And you have your own calamity of killing. Now is not the time for action. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng speak, the North Sea Xian turtle instantly calmed down. You, senior brother, are indeed well informed. However, you are not strong enough. Your cultivation is even lower than that of your junior disciple. Seeing the North Sea Xian turtle still pushing its luck, Chen Changsheng scoffed. Yet in this wilderness, there are treasures that bear no karmic ties to killing. As the foremost disciple of the Chan school, under the tutelage of Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun and my uncle, Ta Ching Dao de Tianzun, if I wished to kill you, I would have countless methods at my disposal. If I chose not to kill you, I also have ways. You, being the North Sea turtle, should be aware of the North Sea, that I could simply seal you within it, which would be far better than killing you. The North Sea Xian turtle was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that Chen Changsheng was not to be trifled with. He was a formidable character. Chen Changsheng looked at the North Sea Xian turtle with a smile. Though you have gained some merit to support the heavens, you should understand the means of a sage. There is only the distinction between wanting to kill and not wanting to kill. With no choice of whether one can or cannot kill, as Chen Changsheng's gaze grew increasingly benevolent, the North Sea Xian turtle felt an instinctive chill, compared to the yellow dragon's empty threats. He found the gentle yet smiling Chen Changsheng far more unnerving. All right, I was wrong. It was my fault to act against you. Please do not kill me, and do not force me to fill the North Sea eye. The yellow dragon stared at the North Sea Xian turtle, who was rapidly admitting defeat. His senior brother had not even uttered many harsh words, yet the North Sea Xian turtle had surrendered so easily. He had just threatened it with death, and yet it remained unfazed. There must be something amiss here. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes. That I will not punish you. On the contrary, I will offer you benefits. You are eager to obtain the northward Xian Yuan water controlling banner. You must have sensed the aura of the tribulation and wish to pass the Fengshen tribulation safely. The smile vanished from the North Sea Xian turtle's face. His eyes regaining clarity, he looked at Chen Changsheng with a serious expression. This disciple had accurately articulated his thoughts, without a single error. As the North Sea Xian turtle, his nature was inherently stable. To make the current cultivators look down on him, he had feigned a light-hearted demeanor. In truth, all of this was to deceive the cultivators before him. Waiting for the moment, they secured the treasure to seize the northward Xian Yuan water controlling banner for himself. Now that Chen Changsheng had unveiled his intentions, it was clear that he could no longer snatch the banner at a crucial moment. Chen Changsheng saw through it all that in the original course of events. The yellow dragon had never returned to the dragon clan, and thus the acquisition of the northward Xian Yuan water controlling banner had never occurred. This supreme innate treasure was ultimately meant to be in the hands of the North Sea Xian turtle. He must have successfully evaded the Fengshen tribulation by leveraging the geographical advantage and the treasure along with his own merits. Now, with their involvement, the situation had drastically changed. If you hand over the northward Xian Yuan water controlling banner, I am willing to help you with anything. The North Sea Xian turtle regained its composure, its eyes reflecting patterns akin to those on its shell. Impossible. The northward Xian Yuan water controlling banner is to be handed over to the yellow dragon disciple in exchange for the dragon clan's legacy. Do not dream. Chen Changsheng firmly rejected, his tone resolute. Besides, you are already our captive, so you have no room to negotiate. Chen Changsheng produced the turtle shell he had just seized, and this item is in my possession. Even if I do not give you the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, you must still obey my commands. The North Sea Xian turtle let out a heavy sigh. Indeed, it was true. Despite employing various calculations, it could not determine how to resolve its current predicament. From every angle, it found itself at a disadvantage. The vermilion bird glanced at Chen Changsheng. At this point, he had donned his familiar trademark smile. It appeared that the North Sea Xian turtle was indeed ensnared in their grasp. Though the northward Xian Yuan water controlling banner could not be given, I possess a way to ensure your safe passage through this calamity. Among the Southern Dipper's 6 Star Lords, there is one, the Benefactor Star Lord, who is particularly suited for you. You have inherited some of the heavenly sovereign Fushi's teachings and are well-versed in calculations. By becoming my subordinate Star Lord, you would naturally evade calamity. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. With your current skills and calculations, you should recognize this is the only and correct choice, leading to a mutually beneficial conclusion. Very well, I agree. The North Sea Xian turtle was indeed proficient in calculations that IT had already deduced that following Chen Changsheng's proposed path was the only way for it to survive. Chen Changsheng had noticed earlier that the northward Xian Yuan water controlling banner was no longer related to him. This disciple of a sage appeared far more formidable than the yellow dragon. Having such a superior leader was not a bad thing. Realizing it had no means of evasion, it was better to obediently follow Chen Changsheng's orders. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Such cultivators, skilled in calculations, were generally quite reasonable. Once the outcome of their calculations was determined, most would accept it. Very well, this is the method to harness the power of the Tiantong star. I will return your turtle shell along with T.O. encounter the North Sea black tortoise, and take it as a subordinate was indeed an unexpected boon for Chen Changsheng. The full title of Yishuan Xingjuan is Yishuan Baosheng Xingjuan. and the North Sea black tortoise perfectly embodies these two aspects. Initially, Chen Changsheng thought of Yishuan Xingjuan as the turtle spirit matron of the. However, the turtle spirit matron is one of the four major disciples within the inner sect of, and although he can now establish a connection with her, he could never persuade her to join him. Then there were those adept in the arts of Chimen Duanjia, Tai divination, and the 6 Rin calculations. The descendants of Fuxi were also considered. Now, it seems fortuitous, the North Sea black tortoise encompasses both attributes, truly representing the quintessential Yishuan Baoshang Xingjuan. Point 1 could say that for Chen Changsheng personally, this journey to the North Sea was immensely profitable. Not to mention that it also aided his junior brother Huanglong. Huanglong, now, go and break the array to seize the treasure, retrieve the northern primordial controlling water banner, and obtain the ancestral dragon's legacy. Listening to his senior brother's words, Huanglong felt a surge of excitement. Without his senior brother's intervention, he would have found it nearly impossible to bring the northern primordial controlling water banner back to the dragon clan. However, with his senior brother's assistance, everything seemed to fall into place effortlessly. Initially, it would have been somewhat challenging for him to break the array and seize the treasure, but the North Sea black tortoise had just dismantled the formation to its final layer. All he needed to do was exert his strength. Huanglong's magical energy surged as he extended his dragon claw, shattering the formation, and immediately grasped a brilliant blue light, which was none other than the exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the northern primordial controlling water banner. Thank you, senior brother, for your assistance. Huanglong expressed his gratitude once more to Chen Changsheng. After spending such a long time he finally felt the genuine care of a fellow disciple. Zhuke lifted her gaze toward Chen Changsheng. She had initially presumed him to be a figure willing to go to any lengths for the sake of orchestrating plans for calamity, yet it now appeared that her understanding had diverged slightly from reality. Regardless, Chen Changsheng seemed to treat his fellow disciples of quite well. This senior brother appeared to be quite commendable. Senior brother, I shall take the northern primordial controlling water banner back to the dragon clan. Would you like to accompany me back to the East Sea? Huanglong, brimming with excitement, continued. Regardless, once I have showcased the northern primordial controlling water banner to those dragon kings and acquired the ancestral dragon's legacy, I will present this banner to you as a token of my gratitude. After all, they merely tasked me with locating the northern primordial controlling water banner. Ultimately, it is I who decides its rightful owner. Correct? Chen Changsheng, taken aback by Huanglong's words, never anticipated that this extroverted individual could conceive such a plan, even intending to bestow the northern primordial controlling water banner, this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, upon him. The spiritual treasure is indeed remarkable and of use to me. However, if it is truly to be gifted to me, you must elevate your cultivation first. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to respond further, the newly appointed North Sea black tortoise, now his subordinate, interjected. Boss, there are still some matters in the North mysterious region that I wish to show you. Can we delay our return to the East Sea? Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered as he nodded to Huanglong. Indeed, as you can see, I still need to linger here in the North Sea for a while. You may return to the East Sea first, and we shall meet again at Yushu Palace. Huanglong nodded heavily, aware that his senior brother would not be returning to the East Sea with him. He could only cherish this bond, knowing that as long as he held the northern primordial controlling water banner, he could present it to his senior brother whenever he pleased. Watching Huanglong depart for the East Sea, Chen Changsheng sighed. Aside from his cultivation being a weakness, Huanglong was truly an admirable junior brother. Now, if he could seize this opportunity to rectify that shortcoming, the future would certainly not be bleak. Once Huanglong's figure completely vanished, Chen Changsheng turned his attention to the North Sea black tortoise. The North Sea black tortoise, now the Yishuan Xingjuan under his command, was destined to accompany him, and thus would not utter any nonsensical words, since he claimed that there were indeed matters worth investigating in the North mysterious region. It must be so that if it were not the case, he would have returned to the East Sea alongside Huanglong. Speak, what further discoveries do you have? Chen Changsheng inquired, raising an eyebrow. This is not even the deepest part of the North mysterious. The North Sea black tortoise replied earnestly. In fact, I have discovered a suspected secret realm passageway in the depths of the North mysterious, which I believe harbors benefits that could enhance our cultivation. Initially, I intended to acquire the northern primordial controlling water banner before conducting further exploration. Now, although I no longer possess the banner, with your presence, I believe we should venture forth. Lead the way, then. What are we waiting for? After Huanglong's departure, Zhuke could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Upon hearing her voice, the North Sea Black Tortoise couldn't help but cast a glance at Chen Changsheng's shoulder. The future Zhuke Xingjuan. The North Sea Black Tortoise mused to himself. This diminutive red bird seemed to possess low cultivation, yet it evoked an indescribable feeling within him, even when he used his tortoise shell to deduce. He could not arrive at any conclusive answers. The North Sea Black Tortoise was undoubtedly born of the North Sea, a primordial divine demon in its own right. Had he not taken a wrong turn, he would not have fallen to such a state. Yet, this Zhuke oddly imparted a similar sensation. Now that matters have been resolved, Chen Changsheng summoned the golden-winged great Peng from his spatial realm. The future Chisha Xingjuan, your colleague, the North Sea Black Tortoise, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the golden-winged great Peng, which was clearly above the golden immortal level. Although he could not discern Zhuchue's true nature, the golden-winged great Peng unmistakably bore traces of the Phoenix clan's fortune. Including himself, it seemed that the South Dipper's 6 Xingjuan, whom Chen Changsheng sought to gather, were not merely random choices, and Zhuke had directly conjured a genuine Zhuke. However, observing this configuration, the North Sea Black Tortoise finally exhaled in relief. If Chen Changsheng had truly been a cultivator with no grand aspirations, it would not have boded well for him. Now, it appeared such a scenario would not come to pass. At that moment, his confidence inexplicably surged. Could the secret realm be left by the Yuanfeng? I have heard that the strongest entity in the North Sea might very well be this primordial divine demon. Zhuke inquired slowly. She had learned from Chen Changsheng that there existed a Yuanfeng in the North Mysterious, and thus was always contemplating the relationship between all things and the Yuanfeng. You are referring to the Yuanfeng Yao? Sure, correct. The North Sea Black Tortoise shook his head vigorously. I am well acquainted with the aura of the Yuanfeng Dedai, too, and one of the 2 primordial divine demons in the North Mysterious. While the Yuanfeng may not be aware of my existence, I have a thorough understanding of him. This secret realm is certainly not the work of the Yuanfeng. Hearing the North Sea Black Tortoise's self-assured claim of understanding the Yuanfeng, Chen Changsheng contemplated interjecting. Did the little black fellow reveal its true form? Ultimately, he restrained himself. Indeed, the area where the northern primordial controlling water banner was located had not yet reached the depths of the North Mysterious. Following the North Sea Black Tortoise's lead, Chen Changsheng and his companions finally came to a halt. Before them lay a colossal crevasse, the depth of which was indeterminate, yet it shimmered with 9 colors of radiance. Merely casting a glance was enough for them to feel as though their primordial spirits had been cleansed. Even Zhuke, at the level of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, squinted her eyes in apparent enjoyment. Silently, golden flames ignited within his pupils as the ancient fire of all beings spread throughout the gorge. Even with the utilization of this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, they were unable to thoroughly probe the depths of this canyon. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Even when his myriad spirit's ancient flame was unleashed to its fullest, he could directly detect the entirety of the Longevity star. However, this canyon, filled with 9 colors of brilliance, remained incompletely surveyed. It was evident that the depth of this canyon surpassed that of the Longevity star. Furthermore, the deeper they descended, the more the flowing energy proved exceptionally beneficial to their primordial spirits. Let us proceed. We must delve into this secret realm and uncover its mysteries, with the southern leaving earth flame light banner and the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, both supreme innate defensive treasures. Chen Changsheng, emboldened by his prowess, led the group downward. Observing Chen Changsheng take the lead, the North Sea Xian turtle and the golden-winged great Peng both let out a cry and followed suit. Boom, as they stepped into the depths. The sensation of refining their primordial spirits became even more pronounced. In fact, it was not just their primordial spirits that benefited, but even their physical bodies were enhanced by the power of the 9 colors. Yin and Yang, 7 kills, kill, 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 kill. The feathers of the golden-winged great Peng transformed into golden swords, and the surrounding yin-yang energies annihilated the encroaching blackwater Xian snakes entirely. Sky uniting Xian turtle. Divine calculation determining the universe. The North Sea Xian turtle's body was adorned with countless divine patterns that ultimately coalesced into towering ice pillars, encasing all living beings within, a sight of exquisite beauty. The vermilion bird glanced back, unable to bear witnessing the display of their divine powers. Initially, the golden Peng sought to engage, both to elevate its cultivation and to hone its combat abilities. Eventually, the North Sea Xian turtle deemed the golden Peng's methods inefficient and joined the fray. Though their cultivation levels differed, the two were soon engrossed in their battle, a spectacle that left her profoundly astonished, instilling within her a sense of alienation, as if the times had indeed changed. Fortunately, Chen Changsheng remained unruffled, offering her some reassurance. Naturally, Chen Changsheng was not perturbed. The golden Peng had only just hatched, while the North Sea Xian turtle was a homebody of the North Underworld. Their camaraderie in battle was commendable. After all, they were his subordinates, and fostering good relations was of utmost importance. He could hardly contain his praise as their superior. As they descended further, an increasing number of blackwater Xian snakes launched their attacks. Undoubtedly, the blackwater Xian snake was merely one of the most formidable species present. There was no doubt that the nine-colored energy within this canyon was highly effective for their cultivation. The vermilion bird, in particular, became a significant consumer of this energy, voraciously converting it into her sustenance. Her cultivation had finally experienced another surge, successfully breaking through to the golden immortal realm, executing a triple leap, and entirely surpassing the golden-winged great Peng, now advancing toward the latter stages of the golden immortal realm. Chen Changsheng similarly reaped considerable benefits. Both his primordial spirit and magical power underwent refinement within this environment. Consequently, they had no intention of retreating, determined to traverse the canyon ahead. However, the deeper they went, the greater the limitations on their divine senses became. Including the vermilion bird, several of them could scarcely probe beyond a limited distance. Only Chen Changsheng, relying on the myriad spirit's ancient flame, could extend his divine sense somewhat further. Yet, even though it was limited, suddenly, as they continued downward, an overwhelming pressure emanated from above. Not good. Quickly, gather near my spiritual treasure. It seems the rift above is closing, and we are about to be swept away. The golden Peng and North Sea Xian turtle, previously reveling in their exploits, immediately retreated into the protective space of the central Wuji apricot yellow banner upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words. Aju, would you like to take refuge within the southern leaving earth flame light banner as well? Chen Changsheng glanced at the vermilion bird perched upon his shoulder, offering a small suggestion. Do you think I am like those two feckless fellows? I intend to harness this pressure to refine my divine body. I do not require shelter. Very well. It is indeed reassuring to have a powerful being of high realm by one's side. Even if that being's prime is in the past, Chen Changsheng mused. He now understood that the rift discovered by the North Sea Xian turtle was a fortuitous occurrence. It was not a secret realm at all. Presently, this aperture sought to mend itself, and they were clearly being forced back toward the source of this energy. One must admit, the North Sea Xian turtle's decision to obtain the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner before embarking on exploration was indeed a sagacious choice. Chen Changsheng, protected by two supreme innate defensive treasures, was fortunate. Otherwise, the downward pressure would have proven overwhelming. Now, with the vermilion bird aiming to refine her divine body using the pressure, he too followed suit. Multitasking as he monitored the surrounding currents, manipulated his spiritual treasures, and tempered his physique. Boom! Chen Changsheng lost track of how many years he had drifted in this manner. At last, he plummeted alongside the nine-colored energy from beneath the rift. This time, what greeted their eyes was an even greater abundance of nine-colored energy. As they fell. However, an alternate scene unfolded within Chen Changsheng's golden eyes. The IT was the towering figure of a woman, exuding a profound and tranquil aura, seemingly akin to that of the North Underworld. She sat cross-legged amidst the nine-colored currents, her eyes closed, undisturbed by their descent. She appeared lifeless, Yet within Chen Changsheng's perception, there lingered a sense of vitality. Be cautious. Her form harbors a terrifying power. The vermilion bird, now still, sensed that the woman before them was no ordinary being, warranting utmost vigilance. Chen Changsheng shook his head. There is no need for concern. I am aware of our current location. I should have realized when I saw this water shimmering with nine-colored brilliance. It was my oversight. The vermilion bird was taken aback. We should have arrived in the underworld. We are situated within the 9 springs water of the netherworld. As for this figure, radiating an aura comparable to that of a mixed-element golden immortal. She must be ancestor Wu Xianming. Who would have thought she would be here? Given her state, it seems she sustained grave injuries during the battle between the witches and the demons, and has yet to recover. The ancestor Wu Xianming inherently bore the character for Nether, and her unintentional aura traversed the passage between the underworld and the North Underworld, causing the 9 springs water to flood into the North Sea, which resulted in the present circumstances. The North Sea Xian turtle and the golden-winged great Peng, having re-emerged, listened in astonishment as Chen Changsheng recounted the tale that if this were indeed the case, it was exceedingly bizarre. Yet, Chen Changsheng's explanation was coherent. The disciple of the Chan teaching sage exhibited remarkable insight, not only recognizing the identity of Chen Changsheng's sister, but also discerning the origins of the North Sea Canyon. Such acumen was indeed commendable. In the 9 springs, a calm voice suddenly resonated. The vermilion bird, perched upon Chen Changsheng's shoulder, immediately became agitated, sensing a danger far greater than that posed by the ancestor Wu Xianming, one that surpassed even the mixed-element golden immortal. Chen Changsheng extended his hand to gently stroke the vermilion bird's head, soothing her. Oh, not worry. The only entity capable of appearing here without a sound, known as ancestor Wu Xianming, is none other than Empress Hoodoo. She is a revered sage. It is only natural that you cannot perceive her. Chen Changsheng slowly turned, bowing toward the source of the voice. That I am the disciple of the Chan teaching, the South Pole Immortal Elder. I was unaware of Empress Hoodoo's presence here. I beg for your pardon, revered Empress. South Pole, is it? You have made a slight error. The one present here is not Empress Hoodoo. I have forsaken that name. I am now Peng. Greetings, Empress Peng. Upon hearing the identity of the speaker, even Zhuge felt compelled to pay their respects. Naturally, Chen Changsheng also bowed to the figure of Peng Yang before him. The notion that Peng was not a shaman was simply ludicrous. If she were not a shaman, why would she still utilize the waters of the 9 springs to sustain the ancestral shaman, Xianming, in such a half-dead state? Why not treat her like the other shamans and allow them to enter the cycle of reincarnation? While Chen Changsheng harbored these thoughts, he dared not express them outwardly. Enough with the formalities. Ultimately, your presence here is due to the influence of Xianming as power. Should you wish to return to the primordial wilderness, I can send you back immediately. Send us back? That would be splendid. The golden-winged great Peng and the black tortoise of the northern sea displayed expressions of joy. The pressure from Peng Yang was overwhelming. Even though her demeanor was gentle, the mere presence of such a formidable being instilled a sense of trepidation. Zhuge, having been reassured by Chen Changsheng, had returned to a state of normalcy. However, the appearance of Peng did indeed frighten her. With Peng Yang before them, she dutifully nestled against Chen Changsheng's shoulder. Choosing not to engage, Tio returned to the primordial wilderness. Upon hearing Peng Yang's statement, Chen Changsheng instinctively wished to refuse. Indeed, in his plans, he had intended to venture into the realm of the 9 netherworlds. Even if he did not arrive via the Northern Sea Fisher, he would eventually seek his master, Yuanfeng Tianzuan, to personally visit the 9 netherworlds. Although this occurrence was coincidental, he could not simply return to the primordial wilderness. That would be an utter waste. Peng Yang, it is unnecessary to send us back to the primordial wilderness. Chen Changsheng's refusal of Peng Yang's proposal left the golden-winged great Peng and the black tortoise of the northern sea momentarily astonished once more. Zhuge blinked in surprise. Indeed, the familiar sensation had returned. Though she was unaware of Chen Changsheng's true intentions, his every choice was always unexpected, and his current stance aligned perfectly with his character. Nanji currently cultivates as a Tai golden immortal. yet requires the aid of the 9 netherworlds for training, that I hope Huanglong can grant this request. Training. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's request, the golden-winged great Peng and the black tortoise were left bewildered. Throughout their journey, Chen Changsheng had appeared to be diligently cultivating. They had not observed any obstacles in his practice. Why, upon arriving in the 9 netherworlds, did he suddenly make such a demanding request? Furthermore, he sought the approval of such a grand being as Peng Huanglong. What exactly was he hoping to achieve? Zhuke tilted her head slightly, unable to decipher Chen Changsheng's thoughts. Oh, Chen Changsheng noticed a hint of interest in Peng Huanglong's tone. Do share. I am quite curious about where you wish to cultivate that requires my permission. Chen Changsheng steeled himself. He needed to navigate this situation carefully, as it pertained to his larger cultivation plan, which he could not afford to jeopardize. Ideally, he had hoped his master would intervene on his behalf, leveraging the goodwill between saints to facilitate his desires with minimal effort. Yet, now facing Peng Huanglong directly, he could not afford to shrink back. Even in the presence of Peng Huanglong, he needed to maintain his composure. Huanglong, the place I wish to utilize for cultivation is none other than Mount Luofu within the 9 netherworlds. Mount Luofu. Peng Huanglong's expression remained unchanged, revealing no hint of approval or discontent. You seem to be quite familiar with the current state of the 9 netherworlds to know of Mount Luofu upon your arrival. Mount Luofu, the golden-winged great Peng, was utterly perplexed. However, the black tortoise of the northern sea, adept at divination, immediately began to employ its shell for calculations, seeking to ascertain the significance of Mount Luofu. Yuanfeng also discreetly engaged in divinatory practices. Ultimately, they arrived at the same conclusion. Mount Luofu was a mountain located in the southern part of the 9 netherworlds, and those who trained there were required to become the southern ghost emperor of the 9 netherworlds. This meant that Chen Changsheng was not merely discussing cultivation. He was petitioning Peng Huanglong for a position within the 9 netherworlds. Zhuke contemplated further. Chen Changsheng was already the Southern Star Lord of Longevity. Upon descending into the primordial wilderness, he had promptly sought dominance over the southern fire mountain. Now, having arrived in the 9 netherworlds, he was directly scheming for the title of Southern Ghost Emperor. This indicated that he had harbored such plans even before entering the 9 netherworlds. Peng Huanglong's gaze shimmered with intrigue. Nanji, you are already the Southern Star Lord of Longevity in the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court and the Underworld are not aligned. Do you truly believe I would grant you the position of Southern Ghost Emperor in the Underworld? Indeed, the Heavenly Court and the Underworld were not of the same ilk. In truth, even Peng herself was subject to suppression. Chen Changsheng was acutely aware of this reality. Hence, he initially hoped his master would address the issue, which would simplify matters considerably. However, he was now face-to-face with Peng Huanglong, and dwelling on such thoughts was futile that he was determined to obtain the position of Southern Ghost Emperor, as it was crucial to his path of cultivation and future direction. Now, he needed to persuade Peng Huanglong. If consensus could not be reached in this moment, it would likely yield no favorable outcome when he sought his master later on. Can my ability to restore the ancestral shaman, Xianming, grant me the position of Southern Ghost Emperor? What? The companions listening to Chen Changsheng were left utterly astounded. Why now? They had discerned the identity of the one in the 9 springs. She was the 11th ancestral shaman from the past Shaman Yao calamity, and the sister of the ancestral shaman Huta. If the ancestral shaman Xianming could truly be so easily restored, Peng Huanglong would have accomplished this long ago. Yet, Xianming remained quietly seated. The impossible task that even saints could not achieve was now being promised by Chen Changsheng. A mere golden immortal, in his pursuit of the title of Southern Ghost Emperor. Was this not a bit extreme? It was not only the companions who were taken aback. Peng Huanglong, who had maintained her composure thus far, now exhibited a complete change in demeanor. You mean to say you can restore Sister Xianming to her former state? Despite Peng Xin's intent to remain calm, the prospect of Chen Changsheng being able to aid Xianming's restoration rendered her nearly unable to maintain her composure. Indeed, Chen Changsheng's tone was resolute. With the death of a Northern Dipper Lord and the birth of the Southern Dipper Lord, as the Southern Star Lord of Longevity in the Heavenly Court, I aim to grasp the profound mysteries of life. Huanglong, who presides over reincarnation, possesses an understanding of the principles of the reincarnation path that far surpasses mine. Yet, even you have been unable to restore the ancestral shaman, Xianming, to her original state. Perhaps you deem my words mere folly. Chen Changsheng paused briefly before turning his gaze toward the seated figure of the ancestral shaman, Xianming, below the 9 springs. After all, if Nyang herself could not achieve it, why not gamble on my potential? For Nyang, it was merely a matter of relinquishing a position that held no significance to her, yet could yield unexpectedly delightful rewards. Surely, it was a risk worth taking. Zhuke tilted her head, a sense of familiarity washing over her as she pondered Chen Changsheng's words. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the manner in which he had once deceived her during their time at the Southern Volcano of the Undying. The distinction lay in Chen Changsheng's audacity. This time, his boldness was markedly greater. Previously, he had at least managed to present some tangible offerings. Now, however, he appeared to be relying solely on empty promises, devoid of any substantial backing. The Xianming ancestor which, it was evident, could not regain the level of Tai, golden immortal, T.O. restorer, Chen Changsheng would need to continue his ascension until the day he could facilitate her revival. Indeed, he was issuing a mere promissory note, confident that whatever he claimed to Beeping Xin was but a fabrication, be it witchcraft or ghostly nonsense. The myriad sages of the current era would never engage with the likes of Peng Yang. They were far too preoccupied with their own ambitions for dominion over the underworld. Crucially, Chen Changsheng was the foremost disciple of the Chan Sect. Although Yuching Yuan Tianzun was not present, his influence was palpably felt. The words of a sage's disciple naturally held more weight than those of a loose immortal. Peng Yang's sharply defined eyes slowly focused on him, and Chen Changsheng sensed an array of indescribable emotions swirling within her gaze. Emotions that certainly lacked any semblance of affection or love. Yet, these feelings came swiftly and departed just as quickly that in an instant, Chen Changsheng witnessed the corners of Peng Yang's mouth curve into a smile as she spoke. Since you dare to make such a promise, I shall, of course, grant you the position of the Southern Ghost Emperor. Astonishingly, she truly bestowed it upon him. The golden-winged Great Peng and the Northern Sea Xian turtle were left utterly astounded by the day's events. Ordinarily, they would refrain from intervening in the affairs of the underworld, but now they found themselves making an exception. Peng Xin extended her delicate hand, and with a gentle press of her fingers, a ghostly seal materialized in her palm. Chen Changsheng squinted slightly. This ghostly seal was not a spiritual treasure, but rather a symbol of authority, akin to the edict that Yuching Yuan Tianzun had once procured for him upon his ascent to the function list. It was evident that Peng Yang was indeed uninvolved in the affairs of the underworld. Chen Changsheng knew that after the calamity between the witches and the demons, she had adopted a demeanor of profound discretion, rarely taking action. Even in the era he traversed, Peng Xin's name had faded into obscurity. While everyone knew of Yuanfeng, few were aware that the highest ruler of the underworld was none other than Peng Yang. To receive a personal decree from her was a unique honor, one that Chen Changsheng alone could claim within the underworld. Without hesitation, he embraced the bestowed authority of the Southern Ghost Emperor. Adamant that he would not relinquish it, a thought crossed his mind, and the seal representing the Southern Ghost Emperor's authority was firmly embedded within his primordial spirit. The duties of the 5 Ghost Emperors should logically be divided into 2. As a disciple of the sage, I cannot permit you to be constrained by a division of authority. Remember my generosity. Zhu Qiue's eyes flickered with doubt. If Peng Yang's assertions were indeed true, then Chen Changsheng's current privileges were rather excessive. After all, he had done nothing to earn the full powers of the Southern Ghost Emperor, and yet Peng Yang placed such unwavering trust in a newly arrived disciple from the Chan Sect. Before she could fully contemplate this, she witnessed Peng Yang proffering another item. Since you are determined to assist me in rescuing Sister Xianming and comprehending the essence of longevity, I shall also grant you a copy of the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death was a unique spiritual treasure of the underworld, held by the judges and Yuanfeng alike, though those treasures were mere reflections of the one in her possession. I now entrust this treasure to you, hoping that you may use it to gain insight into the mysteries of life and death. Zhu Qiue's mouth twitched. In her view, Her choice to follow Chen Changsheng had already been a gamble. Now, in comparison to Peng Yang, she felt like a mere novice standing before a master. The position of the Southern Ghost Emperor was granted without hesitation, and the supreme innate treasure, the Book of Life and Death, was relinquished without contest. Such inexplicable and unreasonable benefits aroused Zhuqiu's suspicion of ulterior motives, entirely contrasting with her own principles of conduct. Yet, in the face of this evidently self-serving gift, Chen Changsheng remained as carefree as ever, even joyously accepting the Book of Life and Death from Peng Yang. The golden-winged Great Peng and the Northern Sea Xian turtle were rendered speechless, especially the Northern Sea Xian turtle, who had recently been embroiled in fierce competition over the supreme innate treasure, the Northern Xian Yuan water-controlling banner. Yet, when it came to their superior, even Peng Yang willingly offered treasures, highlighting the vast disparity in their circumstances. "Thank you, Yang, for bestowing this treasure. I shall undoubtedly rescue the Xianming ancestor witch and will not squander your goodwill," Chen Changsheng stated candidly. While someone like Zhu Ke, a former Hunyuan Golden Immortal, might suspect that Peng Yang had ulterior motives, such concerns were entirely reasonable. However, Chen Changsheng understood that even if there were some hidden agendas, they would not be excessively elaborate. Although Peng Yang had seemingly renounced her title as Ancestor Witch, her true nature still resonated with that of the ancient figure capable of embodying reincarnation. Haotian granting him this spiritual treasure, she genuinely hoped that he would restore the Xianming Ancestor Witch to her former glory. Should he fail, it would be but reasonable for her to use the Book of Life and Death to obliterate him. Peng Yang listened intently to her disciple's words, momentarily lost in thought. She could perceive the overwhelming confidence radiating from Chen Changsheng, a quality reminiscent of her departed brothers. She made a concerted effort to dispel her distractions. "Since you are content, I shall send you on your way to go and cultivate diligently at Mount Luofu." As her words fell, Chen Changsheng felt the world spin, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself atop Mount Luofu. Such was the power of a sage's divine abilities. We were utterly powerless to resist. The golden-winged Great Peng flapped his wings, expressing his astonishment. After emerging from a shell, he encountered beings of unprecedented strength, awakening him from the arrogance he had harbored due to his phoenix bloodline, which had led him to believe he was destined to be invincible. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, pleased to witness the transformation of the Golden Peng. After breaking free from his shell, the Golden Peng had begun to adopt an attitude reminiscent of Kong Xian's former arrogance. Yet repeated setbacks had tempered his disposition. Kong Xian had thought himself invincible at the quasi-saint level, only to find that facing a sage was merely a matter of a single slap. "Boss, what shall we do now?" The Northern Sea Xian turtle had entirely abandoned the notion of propping up the heavens for the Huanglong. Such a feat had been a matter of fortunate coincidence. The current demeanor of the boss truly exuded great wisdom. Chen Changsheng's achievements evoked no envy in the Northern Sea Xian turtle. Its admiration was purely for the remarkable prowess of its leader, which he rightfully deserved. Observing the now enthusiastic Northern Sea Xian turtle, Chen Changsheng nodded in agreement. The collective awareness among them was indeed elevated. "What we shall do is, of course, attend to the duties befitting a ghost emperor. Golden Peng, you possess the innate dual energies of yin and yang. Given the densing energy in this realm, you shall assist in organizing and training the spectral soldiers that as for you, Xian Turtle. Your task is to assess the sins of these souls in life and manage their fates accordingly." The golden-winged roc and the black turtle of Beihai nodded in agreement. Indeed, this task was intricately linked to their cultivation. Working while simultaneously enhancing their spiritual prowess was a perfect match for their expertise. The vermilion bird tilted her head slightly. Chen Changsheng, naturally, understood her unspoken thoughts. "Zhu, you need only focus on your cultivation alongside me. You represent the southern vermilion bird, while I embody the southern ghost emperor. It is only fitting that we cultivate together atop the southern Mount Luofu. Should the golden roc and black turtle encounter any insurmountable challenges, you may assist them as needed." The vermilion bird nodded in acknowledgement, clearly comprehending the situation. She discerned that Chen Changsheng sought the position of the Southern Ghost Emperor solely for the sake of cultivation, willing to delegate as much of the associated duties as possible. While he cultivated, he would indeed assume the role of the acting ghost emperor. Nevertheless, this decision was undeniably wise. Although she had transformed into the vermilion bird, she possessed the enlightenment of a primordial gold immortal and could steadily accumulate her cultivation. Chen Changsheng lacked such experience and needed time to comprehend. Thus, entrusting her with the mundane tasks was the most sensible approach. And without hesitation, the vermilion bird agreed. Once the arrangements were complete, Chen Changsheng spoke little more. He promptly ascended to the pinnacle of Mount Luofu, where the essence of the southern winds was most palpable. He continued to channel his primordial spirit, manifesting the Go Seal to connect with the entirety of Mount Luofu, engaging in activities akin to those he performed atop the Longevity star. In addition, he began to gradually unlock the Book of Life and Death. This tome recorded the fates of myriad beings, its information vast and intricate, with his current cultivation at the golden immortal level. It was impossible for him to fully grasp the profundities of the Book of Life and Death. Therefore, he chose to focus solely on the life and death of the beings that had traversed Mount Luofu in the past. With this specification, the difficulty immediately diminished. In an instant, countless pieces of information regarding the souls that had passed through the southern Mount Luofu began to flow through Chen Changsheng's mind. The vermilion bird raised her gaze to Chen Changsheng, observing a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicative of genuine gain. The surrounding yin energy began to circulate in accordance with Chen Changsheng's transformations, and even the temperature in the vicinity began to drop. The vermilion bird furrowed her brow slightly before summoning the flames of the southern Mingli fire to help dissipate the cold. She too found a quiet position to begin comprehending the changes of the southern Mount Luofu. Chen Changsheng was indeed correct. After her transformation into the southern vermilion bird, cultivating in the south had become a shortcut to enhancing her prowess, if she wished to reclaim her former dominance or even break through once more. Her identity as the southern vermilion bird was crucial. By the 9 springs. The goddess Peng slowly withdrew her gaze from the south and redirected it toward the ancient which Xianming within the 9 springs. In this realm of the 9 hells, the only place where she felt truly at ease was beside the 9 springs. Even the so-called Peng Hall was not a place she desired to linger. Sister Xianming, if you refuse to enter this cycle of reincarnation, I will not force you to in that case. I can only place my hopes on that young man, the southern polar immortal, that I hope he can truly grant you longevity. I will keep a close watch on him. He managed to fall into this realm of the 9 hells through the fissures of your aura. I believe he is fated to be connected with you. If one day he truly fulfills his promise, I hope you can return to this primordial world. I'm so lonely here, just by myself. This murmured voice drifted above the 9 springs. However, in the next moment, Peng utilized her formidable magical power to erase it entirely. This was a private conversation between her and her sister, and she would not allow even a whisper of it to escape. Southern Polar Immortal, harnessing the authority of the Ghost Emperor to condense the Earth Flower within the 3 flowers, directly linked to longevity, that I believe he possesses ambition. Yet, this alone is insufficient, which is why I entrusted him with the Book of Life and Death, hoping he can take an additional step forward after reaching the great Luo Golden Immortal level. With my Book of Life and Death to protect him, the mysteries of life and death within him will not be easily pried into, even by that individual. There is little more I can do. This is all I can offer. As if weary from speaking, the goddess Peng finally fell silent once more, allowing the realm of the 9 hells to return to its tranquil state. On Mount Luofu, Chen Changsheng's condition was surprisingly favorable. During his descent, he had absorbed a considerable amount of the power of the 9 springs. His magical power had long since accumulated sufficiently. Now, with the mantle of the Southern Ghost Emperor upon him, he began to merge his insights and magical power, ultimately transforming them into the 3 flowers he desired. As time progressed, at a certain moment, he suddenly felt the blossoming of a flower bud. Countless streams of magical power began to break through. Chen Changsheng immediately realized that he had undergone a breakthrough. One of the 3 flowers, the Earth Flower, had fully condensed after he became the Southern Ghost Emperor. He had ascended to the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. It may seem a modest improvement, yet considering the length of time the Southern Polar Immortal had remained at this level since taking on an apprentice, Chen Changsheng's advancement was rapid. Within the Chan sect, it would leave many disciples astounded that on Mount Luofu, Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance flashing within them. The refinement of the earth flower had consumed a significant amount of his time. Yet the final outcome was exceedingly gratifying. With the aid of his position as the Southern Ghost Emperor, he had ultimately succeeded. Feeling the warmth radiating from his shoulders, Chen Changsheng gradually smiled, while he transformed the yin energy into the earth flower. Countless frigid energies arose, but with the vermilion bird by his side, the intense cold was effortlessly dispelled. Now, with her momentarily absent, she must be acting in his stead as the Southern Ghost Emperor. It must be said, he was not particularly diligent in this role. Despite being the sole entity personally conferred by the goddess Peng, he had become somewhat of a hands-off manager, delegating tasks to his subordinates. As he descended from the mountaintop, he noticed that the ambience of Mount Luofu had undergone numerous transformations. First and foremost was the resplendent Luofu Palace. This was clearly the handiwork of the Vermilion Bird. Only she, as the leader of the Phoenix clan, could conceive of establishing such a palace and manage to construct it with such meticulous order. The surrounding formations and the ranks of spectral soldiers indicated that the Black Turtle of Beihai and the Golden-Winged Roc had diligently completed the tasks he had assigned. Upon entering the palace gates, Chen Changsheng immediately spotted a woman bent over a desk within the Grand Hall. Her appearance was akin to that which he had encountered atop the immortal volcano in the south. Yet her attire had transformed into flowing garments infused with the flames of the Southern Ming leaf fire, at that moment. Her cultivation had also ascended from the early Golden Immortal stage to the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, marking a significant leap in her realm. Upon reaching the Tai Golden Immortal stage, the Vermilion Bird was able to revert to her true form. The instant she saw Chen Changsheng enter the Grand Hall, she immediately shed her human guise, transforming back into her avian form, and alighted upon Chen Changsheng's shoulder. "At long last, you have broken through. I was about to reach my limit if you hadn't. Your timing for awakening is quite fortuitous. I have taken care of all matters in your absence." As the Vermilion Bird voiced her grievances, Chen Changsheng could only smile. It was indeed beneath her dignity to handle such affairs, considering her former status as the leader of the Phoenix clan. However, her complaints were not entirely earnest. If one were to rephrase it, it would be labeled as a form of tsundere, despite the fact that such attitudes had largely faded from the broader environment. Chen Changsheng found no fault in the Vermilion Bird's demeanor. With great power came great responsibility. After all, who could blame her for possessing such capability? It was only natural that she would take on additional tasks. Although the matter had been resolved, Chen Changsheng still took his seat. During this time, he had devoted all his efforts to solidifying his foundation. However, throughout this cultivation process, he had not been idle. With a subtle shift in thought, he retrieved a spiritual treasure from his possession, the Book of Life and Death, which he had obtained from the goddess Peng. This tome, chronicling the life and death of all beings, recently recorded the impending demise of a soul that would pass through his southern Luofu mountain. The name inscribed was one Chen Changsheng was quite familiar with. Peng. That if one were to say this name was unfamiliar, it is worth noting that he bore another moniker, Pengzu. Throughout Chen Changsheng's era, Pengzu epitomized longevity, and it was later said he ascended to become an immortal that he never expected to encounter him here, and even more so, that today he would arrive at his Luofu mountain due to death. Chen Changsheng mused that there was indeed some connection between himself and Pengzu in the legends of his time. Pengzu was even considered a reincarnation of the Southern Polar Immortal. Although Chen Changsheng himself now embodied the Southern Polar Immortal, Pengzu's presence in Luofu Mountain indicated a significant connection, compelling him to discern whether Pengzu was truly as he envisioned. The Vermilion Bird perched comfortably on Chen Changsheng's shoulder. Whenever he was engaged in serious matters, she would never disturb him. But on the summit of Luofu Mountain, a figure gradually materialized among a multitude of spirits, appearing quite ordinary. Under the escort of the Yin soldiers, they were likely on the verge of entering the cycle of reincarnation. The golden-winged Great Peng was tasked with this duty. Yet, while he was observing as usual, he suddenly sensed a fluctuation in the surrounding spiritual energy, and upon regaining his focus, he spotted a familiar silhouette. To his astonishment, the Vermilion Bird, which impeded his magical prowess, was perched upon this figure's shoulder. Despite having seen her in his line of duty, the sight still evoked an inexplicable fear deep within him. Coupled with Chen Changsheng's presence, her mere emergence instilled a palpable pressure. The golden Peng immediately scrutinized himself, pondering whether he had done something worthy of the attention of both these formidable beings. However, before he could thoroughly reflect on his actions, he witnessed his superior suddenly seize one of the ordinary spirits. Realizing the target was not himself, the golden-winged great Peng exhaled slowly. He was unaware of which spirit had provoked his superior's ire. Yet he understood the adage of a dead friend is better than a living foe. Shifting his gaze to the spirit, he noted that this individual seemed remarkably unremarkable, resembling an ordinary elder. With his cultivation, he could discern no extraordinary traits within him. Observing the golden-winged great Peng's distracted gaze, Chen Changsheng knew he was curious about the identity of the individual before them, that a faint smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Enough with the peering. Summon the Xian turtle, and let us proceed to the Luofu palace together." Upon hearing his superior permit his presence, the golden-winged great Peng let out a cry and immediately spread his wings toward the northern sea Xian turtle. They had grown weary of their activities atop Southern Luofu Mountain, and now that their superior had emerged from seclusion, it promised to inject a much-needed diversion into their monotonous existence. Observing the swift departure of the golden Peng, Chen Changsheng shook his head. As he turned, his eyes transformed into a golden hue, a manifestation of the ancient flame of all beings, fully activated. Before long, the golden-winged great Peng returned with the northern sea Xian turtle to the Luofu palace. Upon hearing the golden Peng speak of Chen Changsheng bringing forth an ordinary spirit, the Xian turtle was initially skeptical. However, upon entering the palace, he indeed confirmed the golden Peng's words. His superior had truly brought a human spirit into their midst. In the Luofu palace, Chen Changsheng acknowledged the arrival of the golden-winged great Peng and the northern sea Xian turtle with a slight nod, then directed his gaze toward the Xian turtle. "Xian turtle, you are to become the future Southern Dipper Star Lord of Beneficence. It is quite normal for the golden Peng, the Lord of 7 kills, to be unable to discern anything. However, if you too are left in the dark, you shall be no better than he." The northern sea Xian turtle's expression shifted slightly. How could he be compared to the golden-winged great Peng, who was solely adept in slaughter? He understood this was Chen Changsheng's test following his period of seclusion and immediately began to operate his primordial spirit and deduction methods to scrutinize the spirit before him. This elder, though a spirit, retained a flicker of vitality within. It must be protected by a spiritual treasure. If my calculations are correct, this treasure is likely related to longevity. Even if he were to enter reincarnation now, the power of this treasure might allow him to die and be reborn. Seeing the northern sea Xian turtle arrive at such a conclusion, Chen Changsheng nodded in approval. "Your deduction is accurate. Yet you have overlooked one detail. His soul contains a longevity stone. When it shatters, it will enable him to resurrect." Longevity stone. The northern sea Xian turtle and the golden-winged great Peng were momentarily taken aback. In truth, even Chen Changsheng was learning of this Peng Zhu longevity secret for the first time, that he was merely known for longevity, without particularly high cultivation. "Are you suggesting we kill him to extract the longevity stone to assist the primordial ancestor Xianming in his revival?" The golden-winged great Peng's face lit up with excitement as he instantly conceived a plan. The vermilion bird on Chen Changsheng's shoulder tucked its head beneath its wing. Presently, the golden Peng was fervently devoted to slaughter, growing increasingly formidable in combat. Yet his thoughts had also become increasingly fantastical, as if he had entered a realm of daydreams. How could a mere longevity stone from a postnatal human possibly revive the ancestor Xianming? Golden Peng, think critically. The northern sea Xian turtle scoffed. "Our master has summoned us. He must intend to cultivate him into a Southern Dipper Star Lord like ourselves? How could a mere mortal possibly attain such stature?" The golden-winged great Peng replied in astonishment. He is no ordinary mortal. That he is, in fact, the grandson of the 5 Emperor Wanshu and possesses considerable cultural merit. The longevity stone is linked to the Star of Longevity. Thus, it would be a waste to simply consume it. especially as I require someone for future endeavors that I shall impart to him the most orthodox Southern Dipper longevity scripture, aiding him in fully absorbing the longevity stone. I called upon you to introduce yourselves, as you may encounter him in the primordial era. I see. The northern sea Xian turtle and the golden-winged great Peng nodded in unison. I am the primordial era. The means of revival were indeed rare, and they were keen to witness Chen Changsheng's capabilities. With a slight gesture of his fingers, Chen Changsheng summoned starry rays to descend from the longevity star. Then, with a gentle grasp, he mixed the Yin energy of the nine nether realm with the starlight. Unperturbed, he lightly flicked his hand, causing the starry rays to directly enter the spirit, which seemed to be in a state of confusion. As the starry rays entered the soul, the spirit, who had been in a daze, suddenly regained clarity. It appeared as though he beheld a script formed from the convergence of starlight and Yin energy, a supreme cultivation technique. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively began to operate according to the instructions of the technique. The soul, which had already begun to dissipate, started to draw upon the Yin energy of southern Luofu Mountain to refine itself anew. The remaining starlight coalesced upon the longevity stone, forming the semblance of the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper. Thus, as the cycles turned, the Yin gave rise to the Yang, and death transformed into life. This is the sight of the golden-winged Peng and the black sea Xian turtle, resurrected before my very eyes, stirred within me a profound sense of enlightenment. Under their watchful gaze, the elder gradually rose and bowed towards the location of Chen Changsheng. I have met the Southern Ghost Emperor and the Lord of Longevity Stars, the celestial immortal of the Southern Pole. As he invoked the methods of the Tao, he recognized the identity of the one who had come to his aid. To be reborn from death was a matter for which he felt deep gratitude. Moreover, his resurrection was not merely a simple return from the dead, upon the return of his soul to the primordial realm. He, who had previously possessed no cultivation abilities, would, with the aid of the Southern Dipper's star power, officially embark on the path of immortality, pursuing the true great Tao. I have imparted to you the methods of extending life. From this moment forth, you may truly step onto the path of immortality and become the Lord of Longevity Stars, Chen Changsheng declared. Peng Kong was overwhelmed with joy. Although he was the grandson of Zhuanxu, one of the 5 emperors, he possessed little cultivation aptitude, not even reaching the realm of celestial immortal. He had not anticipated that, on the brink of death, he would be granted such a miraculous rebirth by Chen Changsheng. In the era of the human emperor, the 12 ancients of the Chan teaching had once assisted the human emperor in attaining enlightenment, that he was aware that the Chan teaching was a supreme teaching of the sages. Before him, Chen Changsheng, as a disciple of a sage, was bestowing upon him a transcendent method of the human race. Such gratitude was indeed immense. Countless beings coveted the position of the Lord of Longevity Stars within the Southern Dipper's celestial hierarchy. Yet he had unexpectedly encountered it should be noted that even Zhuanxu, one of the 5 emperors, could not have aided his grandson in achieving such a feat, let alone Chen Changsheng, who simultaneously held the title of Southern Ghost Emperor. In his eyes, Chen Changsheng's status was truly exalted to the highest degree. Chen Changsheng nodded subtly. Although I have intervened to aid your resurrection, the realm of Juyo is not a place for you to linger. His gaze shifted slightly. Your physical body remains in the primordial realm. That is where you truly belong. Remember the methods I have imparted to you. When you return to the human race, you shall propagate the practices of the Lord of Longevity for the extension of life. When the time is ripe, I will naturally return to find you among the human race. Having concluded his instructions, Chen Changsheng gestured towards the black sea Xian turtle and the golden-winged Peng. One of them is the Lord of Beneficial Calculations, and the other is the Lord of 7 Killings. Remember their auras, so that when you meet again in the future, they will not seem foreign to you. Peng Kong promptly directed his gaze towards the 2 figures, imprinting their auras in his memory. Very well. Now you may return whence you came. Chen Changsheng waved his hand gently. The authority of the Ghost Emperor was swiftly activated. The passage between the Juyo realm and the realm of cultivators was distinct. Peng Kong truly could not remain in the Juyo realm for long. Watching Peng Kong depart, Chen Changsheng's gaze shifted. Lost in thought, the vermilion bird looked up at Chen Changsheng. her expression one of perplexity that it was merely a matter of returning a soul to the primordial realm. So why did it seem as though Chen Changsheng had suddenly plunged into contemplation? Sensing the gaze of the vermilion bird upon him, Chen Changsheng smiled. Seeing Peng Kong's soul reminded me that I have not diligently practiced my physical form, though. You wish to cultivate your body? The vermilion bird inquired. Are there any methods for body refinement within the Chan teaching? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Indeed, there are. The Chan teaching possesses the modified 8-9 mysterious art, which can be utilized for body cultivation. The 8-9 mysterious art was specifically crafted by the primordial lord of the Jade Pure for those outside the Wu clan. Any disciple of the Chan teaching wishing to embark on the path of body refinement may seek guidance from the Lord. As the foremost disciple of the primordial lord, Chen Changsheng naturally had access to this knowledge that is it possible that you do not possess the 8-9 mysterious art. The vermilion bird had thought of Chen Changsheng as an omnipotent figure, only to discover that he too could overlook such an obvious detail. Then shall we return to the eastern Kunlun. The bodies of the golden-winged Peng and the black sea Xian turtle slightly trembled. It was not that they wished to leave Mount Luofu, but rather they desired to witness the scenery of eastern Kunlun. How could that be? Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly. That would be a tremendous waste of time. The 8-9 mysterious art itself evolved from the 9 turns mysterious art of the Wu clan. Now, within the Juyo realm, I have the opportunity for a better choice. Why would I return to trouble my master? The vermilion bird, the black sea Xian turtle, and the golden-winged Peng shared glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment. Chen Changsheng's actions were difficult to assess. Are you planning to seek out the Lady Pingxin? Observing the bewildered expressions of his 3 subordinates, Chen Changsheng felt at a loss for words. Point 1 matter should not trouble 2 masters, since the lady has entrusted me with the ledger of life and death. I'm certain she would not refuse my request for the 9 turns mysterious art. You are merely overreacting. Is that so? It was indeed possible. Well then, since you seem disinclined to meet the lady, I shall leave the matters of Mount Luofu in your hands. Before the vermilion bird could fully comprehend the situation, Chen Changsheng's figure had already vanished from sight. The black sea Xian turtle and the golden-winged Peng exchanged glances. Realizing that their leader had just completed his cultivation of the primordial spirit and had already departed, leaving all matters on Mount Luofu to them ditto, and the vermilion bird, the golden-winged Peng slowly turned his head, suddenly sensing the eruption of the southern brightly fire. Without hesitation, he took flight, for this wrath could not be redirected towards them. It would be an undeserved calamity. The black sea Xian turtle swiftly followed suit, wishing to avoid being scorched by the flames. Unburdened by the feelings of a man who had just become a heartless entrepreneur, Chen Changsheng felt quite elated as he channeled his power towards the realm of the 9 springs. As anticipated, he soon encountered the ancestral shaman Xianming and the ever-watchful Lady Pingxin. Lady, I have come to seek the body refinement method of the Wu clan, the 9 turns mysterious art that, if possible, I hope you might provide me with some guidance at this moment. Lady Pingxin found herself somewhat speechless. Although she had known Chen Changsheng's intentions the moment he set foot here, it was indeed a rare occurrence to witness him request the 9 turns mysterious art from her. The 9 turns mysterious art, due to its extreme difficulty, was not easily cultivated. Even among the Wu clan, few members possessed the capability to cultivate to the highest levels in order to address this arduous challenge of cultivation. The primordial being of the Chen sect, who is also the master of the cultivator before her, devoted significant time to devising a more adaptable technique, the 8-9 arcane arts, to serve as a protective skill. Unexpectedly, Chen Changsheng, as the foremost disciple of the Chen sect, genuinely approached her to seek this most difficult 9 transformations arcane arts. He presented himself with an air of assertiveness, as if to say that he was justified in his request. After a moment of contemplation, the goddess Pingxin decided to bestow the 9 transformations arcane arts upon him. Even if Chen Changsheng did not come to her, he would still have access to the 9 transformations arcane arts. If not that, he would at least obtain a slightly inferior version, the 8-9 arcane arts. Yet, why was he still soliciting her? This was clearly a means to establish greater karmic ties, should he fail to bring back sister Xianming in the future. The consequences would be dire, indeed. Naturally, there were other implications in granting Chen Changsheng the 9 transformations arcane arts. Ever since the Wu clan withdrew from the stage of the Primordial era, the 9 transformations arcane arts seem to have vanished from the world. It would indeed be a pity if this technique, passed down from the Father God, were to be lost entirely. Chen Changsheng's proactive desire to practice it gave her a sense that the Wu clan had not been forgotten. It was this sentiment that ultimately led to her decision. The gaze of the goddess Peng turned to Chen Changsheng before her, and she finally spoke slowly. Your request to learn the 9 transformations arcane arts is indeed a wise approach. The realm of the 9 nether is currently well suited for you to cultivate this supreme technique. Your physical form is exceedingly frail at present. Therefore, I shall assist you in reshaping your body here within the 9 nether. The tone of the goddess momentarily paused. However, you must not cry out in pain, nor can you withdraw midway. Otherwise, I shall not be able to impart the 9 transformations arcane arts to you. Upon hearing the goddess's consent, Chen Changsheng nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking a grain. With the goddess's agreement, what more could he desire? As for the pain of reshaping his divine body, such concerns were trivial. He was, after all, a robust man. How could he possibly abandon this endeavor over such minor discomforts? Witnessing Chen Changsheng's unwavering commitment, the goddess Peng waved her sleeve in the blink of an eye. Chen Changsheng found himself alongside the goddess in an 18-layered space. Here lies the 18 layers of hell, the South Pole. Now descend layer by layer. Chen Changsheng recalled a game he had played in class, where one had to descend 100 layers upon claiming to be a man. Not to boast, but he had excelled in that game. However, though this only comprised 18 layers, the sense of oppression was far greater than any purported 100 or 1,000 layers. Glancing back at the goddess Peng, he perceived a disdainful glimmer in her eyes, as if to mock him. Come on, are you truly a man? To escape that scornful gaze, Chen Changsheng did not hesitate and leaped forward. Do not channel your powers to resist. To reshape your divine body, it must first be utterly shattered. I will intervene at the most opportune moment to assist you in this process. Fully comprehending, Chen Changsheng ceased his magical flow. Was this not simply akin to descending into hell with his corporeal form? He understood. For the sake of eternal life, after countless tribulations, this was merely a moment of suffering in the underworld. Nothing more. The goddess silently observed Chen Changsheng as he stepped into the 18 layers of hell, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. She had anticipated that this disciple of the primordial being, who had spoken of refining his body, would inevitably emit cries of agony upon entering hell. After all, apart from the Wu clan, most cultivators pursued the path of the primordial spirit and looked down upon the so-called flesh and form. Especially when one ceased to channel their powers, the agony experienced would be exponentially amplified. Yet, to her surprise, since entering hell, Chen Changsheng had not uttered a single sound of suffering. Regardless of the torments he endured, such resilience was indeed attainable by many powerful beings, yet to witness it in a disciple of the Chen sect left the goddess Peng astounded. This indicated that the seemingly frail existence possessed an unwavering heart towards the Tao, which was of utmost importance. Originally, she had intended to use the soil of the 9 nether realm to aid in reshaping his divine body. However, now it appeared that merely using the soil would not suffice. Observing his tremendous effort, she took it upon herself to borrow a drop of ancestral witch's blood from Sister Xianming. With a flicker, the goddess Peng returned to the depths of the 9 springs. With a slight scratch of her nail, she extracted a drop of shimmering divine blood from the center of Xuanming's brow. Sister, Peng can no longer harness the ancestral witch's form and cannot condense the blood of the earth. He has boldly declared that he can resurrect you, so I shall grant him a drop of your essence. The blood of my sister has undergone refinement in the 9 springs and has become even more powerful and profound than during the time of the ancestral, which, combined with my supreme, innate spiritual root, the other shore flower, it is certain to allow him to reshape a perfect divine body. After articulating her explanation to Xianming, Peng returned to the 18 layers of hell. At this moment, a blossom of the other shore flower materialized beside her. The other shore flower was an exquisite innate spiritual root that she had blossomed during her reincarnation, inherently symbolizing the blooming of life on the other shore and the cycle of reincarnation. Coupled with her sister's ancestral witch's blood, It was undoubtedly the finest offering she could present from the Nine Nether Realm. It was unexpected that this ultimate result would be utilized for a disciple of the Chan sect. The goddess Pingxin found this occurrence rather peculiar. However, since it had transpired, she would naturally ensure its continuation. Ultimately, Chen Changsheng did not descend to the 18th layer. His corporeal form dissolved into blood within the 13th layer of the blood pool hell. Nevertheless, his primordial spirit and soul remained unharmed, as he was inherently the ghost emperor of the Nine Nether Realm, under natural protection. Well done. Now, silently reciting the incantations I have imparted to you, begin to coalesce your new divine body. Gazing at the pool of blood before him, Chen Changsheng began to wonder if the goddess Pingxin intended to replicate the birth of the Wu clan, allowing him to emerge from the blood pool. Nevertheless, he focused his mind and commenced to circulate the techniques as instructed by the goddess Pingxin. The 9 transformations are the keys. The true unity is pure and untainted, hence termed true. The great calamity endures. Hence termed one. Chen Changsheng concentrated intently. The words spoken by the goddess Pingxin were the foundational principles of the 9 transformations arcane arts. Upon reaching the point of 1, he would initiate the first transformation of the arcane arts. Closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit, he suddenly sensed flowers blooming gently beneath his soul and around his primordial spirit, as if formidable forces were manifesting various profound mysteries. Yet he had no time to discern what these were. Focusing his mind, he absorbed the powers of the spiritual root and divine blood with all his might. They would become the foundation of his divine body, hidden within him. The higher his cultivation of the 9 transformations arcane arts, the more he could completely absorb and transform them into his own strength. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng completely relinquished his thoughts. His current spiritual cultivation had reached the realm of Tai, golden immortal. Thus it was only natural for him to refine his physical body to the level of the 5th transformation of Huanglong. As his body underwent reconstruction, he immediately sensed the gradual alleviation of his burdens. Upon reaching the 3rd transformation, a distinct sensation of descending weighed upon him, evidently due to the assistance of Pingxin Yang, who was enabling him to descend once more into the 14th layer of hell. Yet this time, he was compelled to continuously channel his magical power. Boom! At a certain moment, he felt as if a colossal guillotine was descending upon him, seemingly poised to execute him with lingering torment. In response, he circulated his vital energy, and profound mystical rhythms emerged around him. The divine is serene, while the vital force is dynamic. The interplay of movement and stillness is ever present in that instant. Chen Changsheng's eyes abruptly opened, and he intoned the 5 transformation incantation imparted by Pingxin Yang, rising with newfound vigor. At this moment, his physical body had been thoroughly tempered, now comparable to the 5th transformation of Huanglong in tandem with his current cultivation level. This technique was a rapid method of body refinement, one that even the Witch clan would not resort to in such extremity. If one could endure it, that was commendable. During the Witch clan's dominance over the primordial chaos, the 18 layers of hell had yet to exist. Had they been present, this place might very well have been a favored domain of the Witch clan. Chen Changsheng mused. In truth, the 18 layers of hell primarily targeted souls that entered the realm of the 9 Nether, with only incidental effects on the physical body. After reconstructing his divine body, he immediately employed the ancient flame of all spirits to inspect his corporeal form, detecting the presence of the other shore flower and the essence blood of Xianming. However, since Pingxin Yang chose not to speak of it, he naturally refrained from inquiring further. This bond of sentiment he duly noted. Pingxin cast a glance at Chen Changsheng and instantly discerned that he had acquired the desired information through her means. She sighed softly. Nanjing, I see you're already aware that I used a supreme innate spiritual root and a drop of Xianming ancestor witch's essence blood to reconstruct your divine body. Chen Changsheng realized he had underestimated Pingxin Yang. Since she ceased to assert her identity as an ancestor witch, her ability to unravel heavenly secrets had dramatically enhanced, completely shedding the reckless mindset typical of an ancestor witch. He pondered internally, and though his external demeanor only displayed slight changes, he never anticipated that Pingxin would see through him. Since you are aware of the effort I have expended, it is only natural that there should be some form of recompense. Ever since the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, there has yet to be a master for the Azura path. If you feel indebted, assist me in locating the remaining path masters. Of course, they must not be like Mingi, who seeks to engulf my 6 paths at you consent. How could he refuse? Chen Changsheng certainly could not utter a denial, having already accepted such a significant favor from Peng Yang. Assisting her in finding the path masters of the 6 paths was hardly a daunting task. As for the matter of Mingi, Chen Changsheng could only feign ignorance. Regardless of his circumstances, Mingi was a quasi-saint from the Primordial era, a formidable figure of his master-s generation, undeniably stronger than the other deputy master of the Chan school, Randang. Although searching for suitable master for the 6 paths seemed to conflict with Mingi's schemes. As long as it did not compel him to confront Mingi immediately, it was still manageable. Observing Chen Changsheng's deliberate ignorance regarding the Mingi issue, Ping Xin's lips curled into a slight smile, finally revealing a hint of amusement. You have already condensed 2 flowers within your 3 flowers, and I presume you do not wish to linger in this 9 nether realm any longer. Though you have ascended to the position of Southern Ghost Emperor, I shall not allow you to remain here idly. I shall even personally escort you back to the primordial chaos. Chen Changsheng nodded subtly, recognizing the true meaning of understanding. Ping Yang truly embodied the essence of empathy. However, there was a condition. He must slay a Tai Chi golden immortal level member of the Azura sect within the Azura path before he would be permitted to leave. Chen Changsheng felt a surge of regret. Why had he allowed his gratitude towards Ping Yang to surface, compelling him to embark on this venture into the Azura path? Compared to his nominal superior, the Heavenly Emperor Haotian, he found Ping Yang's proposal impossible to decline. Whether in light of his status as the Southern Ghost Emperor or the favor owed to Ping Yang, he was bound to undertake this task. Most significantly, there was the matter of Ping Yang's formidable strength. She, the sovereign of the 9 nether, clearly intended to utilize his hand to send a warning to Mingi, despite being perplexed as to why the seemingly indifferent Ping Yang would choose this moment to act. Her overwhelming power left him with no bargaining chips. He need not worry about Mingi's intervention. Currently, Mingi was entangled in minor disputes with the Western teachings and would be too preoccupied to concern himself with Chen Changsheng during his time in the 9 nether realm. How considerate! Chen Changsheng could only marvel at her thoughtfulness. Clearly, Ping Yang had no intention of allowing him to refuse that, of course. If he preferred not to take action against the Azura sect, targeting the Western teachings would suffice. Ping Yang chose to take a step back. Chen Changsheng composed himself. No need. The Azura sect will suffice. That he had not anticipated that the conflict between Mingi and the Western teachings would already be unfolding during the calamity of the function. Provoking the Western teachings was not out of the question, yet there were still 2 saints looming in the background. Though he was a disciple of a saint and had no fear of the Western teachings, it was undeniable that he was destined to have ties with them in the future. For him, the absence of a saint's backing made the ancestor Mingi appear as an easy target. A soft fruit to be plucked, very well. Since you have made your decision, go forth and seek out the Azura sect members you can contend with a subtle wave of her sleeve. Ping Xin caused Chen Changsheng's surroundings to shift dramatically, transporting him away from the 18 layers of hell in the 9 nether realm. Ping Yang possessed such supreme abilities, and Chen Changsheng was no longer astonished, naturally refraining from displaying any curiosity in this regard. Surveying his new environment, Chen Changsheng quickly realized he had entered the Azura path within the 6 paths of reincarnation in the past during the witch demon conflict. Ancestor Mingi had exploited the peculiarities of the blood sea of the underworld to seize a portion of the 6 paths world, while the Earth Mother transformed into reincarnation and birthed her primordial spirit, thus establishing the Azura path. By the time Ping Yang came into existence, Mingi had already become the master of the Azura path. Due to various circumstances, Ping Yang had ultimately refrained from confronting Mingi, a fact known to Chen Changsheng. However, now that he had stepped into the 9 nether realm, it seemed that certain celestial dynamics had subtly shifted. These thoughts flickered through Chen Changsheng's mind, only to be swiftly discarded. Simultaneously, the golden flames reignited within his eyes. The ancient flame of all spirits held greater significance for him than any other spiritual treasure. At this very moment, it is only natural that he be summoned once again for a purpose. Countless flames emanated from his being, only to vanish into the ether, probing into the vast distances surrounding him. An influx of information flooded into Chen Changsheng's mind anew. Time passed slowly within the realm of Shura. Chen Changsheng encountered several Shura beings exuding the aura of the Luo Jinxian. Naturally, he concealed his presence, observing their passage with keen eyes. These Shura, radiating the essence of the Luo Jinxian, were not of the same ilk as his inept junior brother, Huanglong Zhenren. Moreover, he currently found himself in the Shura realm, the domain of the venerable Ming He Lao Zi, at any moment. Shura were renowned for their formidable combat prowess and bloodthirsty nature. To recklessly transcend realms to slay foes would be nothing short of folly. Such feats could be accomplished by Kongxian, but were beyond Chen Changsheng's capabilities, primarily due to the lack of necessity to. It is worth noting that the revered Peng Exingyang had explicitly designated him to eliminate a Tai Yijin Exine level Shura disciple. Thus he had no need to complicate matters further. As he pondered this, a flicker of emotion crossed Chen Changsheng's face. The ancient spirit of all beings had finally delivered good news. A Tai Yijin Xian level Shura disciple had indeed manifested. His gaze was ablaze with golden flames. In his perception, a Shura at the perfected Tai Yijin Xian level was playfully pursuing what appeared to be a newly born Rakshasi maiden. The venerable Ming He Lao Zhu had emulated the creation of the Shura race akin to Nuwa, yet had failed to achieve complete success. Thus, this so-called Shura race was inherently flawed, in reality. This manifested as male ugliness and female beauty. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Those of higher cultivation could indeed alter this deficiency. For instance, a Tai Yijin Xian level Shura disciple could transform their appearance into that of an ordinary innate Dao body. Yet, the Shura before Chen Changsheng did not belong to this category. It was not that he could not change form, but rather that he sought to instill fear in the Rakshasi maiden before him, relishing in her torment. The Rakshasi maiden seemed newly born, possessing merely the cultivation of a Tian Xian. Against the perfected Tai Yijin Xian Shura, should the latter desire it, the maiden would surely perish with but a single thought. However, he refrained from such an act, opting instead to engage in this menacing charade, as if he had acquired a particularly amusing toy. When his interest waned entirely, it would coincide with the moment of the Rakshasi maiden's demise. Unexpectedly, a visit to the Shura realm allowed him to encounter the future Iron Fan princess. Chen Changsheng's eyes glimmered as he discerned the shadowy, inattributed banana fan in the Rakshasi maiden's grasp, along with the twin green blades sheathed at her waist. According to legend, the Rakshasi maiden had escaped the Shura realm and the Shura cult due to being pursued. The fan appeared to be newly discovered and not yet refined. The motive behind the Shura's actions was self-evident. Within the primordial chaos, the acquisition of treasures was a commonplace affair, and nothing to be surprised about. Chen Changsheng, naturally, would not deem the Shura before him deserving of death simply because of this. If one sought to seize treasures, so be it. With such a significant disparity in cultivation, it was a matter that could be resolved with but a glance. Why complicate it further? Moreover, the Shura had deliberately contorted his visage into something grotesque. Chen Changsheng felt it imperative to intervene without a moment's hesitation. Clenching his right fist, he acted decisively, launching an assault on the perfected Tai Yijin Xian Shura before him. He refrained from employing his primordial spirit or his supreme, innate spiritual treasures. In his view, the reason Peng Exingyang had instructed him to confront the perfected Tai Yijin Xian Shura was to gauge the results of his cultivation in the 9 turns mysterious art. Should he resort to using his supreme, innate spiritual treasures, defeating any cultivator would be a trivial matter, except against those of similar standing as him. Now, the aim was to observe how effectively he could wield the divine body attained after 5 transformations of his mysterious art. If he adeptly employed his current divine form, vanquishing a Tai Yijin Xian level Shura would be a simple task. While Shura were indeed powerful, they could not rival the formidable forces of the Wu clan. One of the principal actors in the calamity of the witch and the demon, Boom! The sound of a violent collision reverberated instantly. The once fleeing Rakshasi maiden turned in a daze. The mighty, imperious Shura had suddenly been sent flying by a punch from a non-Shura cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere. She was a discerning individual, quickly realizing that it was this male cultivator who had saved her. Hastily, she took refuge behind Chen Changsheng. The male cultivator before her donned a black imperial robe, seemingly a practitioner from the realm of the Nine Hells. This emperor, hailing from the Shura race, possessed remarkable resilience and combat prowess. A single punch would likely not suffice to vanquish him. The Rakshasi maiden, having narrowly escaped death, cautiously urged Chen Changsheng to remain vigilant. As her words fell, from the black mist, the Shura, with his battered visage, rose once more. Southern Ghost Emperor, this is the Shura realm, a domain where the cultivators from your world should not meddle. How dare you lay a hand on me? It is nothing short of courting death. The Shura seethed with rage. When did the Ghost Emperor from the realm of Nine Hells dare to intervene in the affairs of their Shura world? Did he not know that the master of the Shura realm was none other than Ming He Lao Zu? The Shura realm was the domain of the Shura race, and this Southern Ghost Emperor's strike was excessively brutal. Had it not been for the fact that his mind was akin to a writhing mass of serpentine heads, he might have suffered a devastating blow that be why mere chance. He encountered the Rakshasi woman wielding a fan imbued with an aura of darkness, which he intended to toy with before claiming the divine treasure for himself. Little did he anticipate that Chen Changsheng would intervene. Naturally, he felt compelled to voice his inquiries. Chen Changsheng cast a glance at his own fist, surprised that a single strike had not vanquished the Azura before him. Ate tea that moment. He felt no need to explain his actions to this insignificant foe, for a being destined for demise. There was no requirement for discourse, that he held no intention of elucidating his motives to the Azura. Chen Changsheng continued to channel the Nine Turns' mysterious art, his strength surging once more as torrents of vital energy coursed through his body. This time, he unleashed a multitude of shadowy fists. If a single punch could not obliterate the Azura, then he would strike twice. If two were insufficient, he would resort to three should the area of impact prove inadequate. He would expand it, effectively cutting off any escape routes for the Azura. This marked Chen Changsheng's inaugural confrontation with an Azura of the perfected Tai Golden Immortal level, and thus his combat experience was somewhat lacking. Yet, he possessed the wisdom of a seasoned fighter. The ancient probing ability of the myriad spirit's ancient flame allowed him to identify his own vulnerabilities amid the relentless barrage of punches. Chen Changsheng was acutely aware that he was not devoid of a primordial spirit like the witch clans. He could confront the Azura without relying on divine treasures, but he would never forsake the notion of using his primordial spirit to aid the evolution of his physical form. His goal was to refine his body, yet his path was not solely defined by brute strength. The process of body refinement was merely a means to attain enlightenment. This distinction must not be overlooked. Fully immersed in his relentless pursuit of the Azura, Chen Changsheng's close combat skills and physical prowess became increasingly fluid in a remarkably short span of time. The Azura before him, a seasoned warrior of great strength and experience, found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of Chen Changsheng's perfected physique. The more the Azura fought, the more anxious he became, while Chen Changsheng grew ever more adept and composed. By the time the Azura regained his senses, he realized he was no match for the Southern Ghost Emperor, who appeared to possess only mid-level Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. You cannot kill me. I am a disciple of the Azura. The Azura roared in despair, hoping that Chen Changsheng, as a fellow servant of the Lady of Equanimity, might spare his life. Alas, he would never know that the very Chen Changsheng who had taken action against him did so at the behest of the Lady of Equanimity. Consequently, the Azura's fate was sealed. Death awaited him. You truly intend to kill me. If that is the case, I shall drag you down with me. Just as Chen Changsheng was about to deliver the final blow to the Azura, the latter suddenly contorted into a grotesque visage, his tone turning savage. It seemed that this punch would herald dire consequences. Under ordinary circumstances, the opponent would retaliate with a fierce strike, determined to obliterate him entirely. However, Chen Changsheng, having already detected the surge of chaotic energy within the Azura's body through the probing of the myriad spirit's ancient flame, wisely chose not to confront it head-on. Instead, he decisively retreated and summoned forth a supreme, innate divine treasure. The Southern Earth Flame Light banner shielded him from harm, while another side protected the Rakshasi woman. What? The Azura gazed at Chen Changsheng's actions in disbelief, his voice laced with resentment. He had activated a self-detonation secret technique, intending to take Chen Changsheng down with him in death. Yet this fellow had retreated. Not only that, but he had also summoned a defensive treasure of which he had previously been unaware. Had he known Chen Changsheng possessed such capabilities, he would never have acted so recklessly. Boom! Now, having prepared for self-detonation, the Azura found himself thwarted as the explosion, surpassing even that of a Tai golden immortal, erupted before Chen Changsheng. Amidst the billowing dust, a black lotus leaf disintegrated into ash, as if it had never existed. The extinguishing world Black Lotus. Was the Azura cult now tainted with the aura of the demonic sect? The extinguishing world Black Lotus was, in fact, a divine treasure of the demon ancestor Rahu. Chen Changsheng had believed he would only encounter it after the Fengshen cataclysm, yet he was surprised to discover it now, as the myriad spirit's ancient flame had sensed its presence. Whether the demonic clan's involvement was proactive or reactive remained uncertain. Thank you, Ghost Emperor, for your assistance. After the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, the Rakshasi woman expressed her gratitude to Chen Changsheng. With her cultivation still low, she was unaware of Chen Changsheng's true identity. It was only through the Azura's attempt to seize her divine treasure that she learned of his significance, and thus she was grateful for his timely intervention. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Though the circumstances leading to this moment were not the same, he had indeed saved the Rakshasi woman's life, and receiving her thanks was not unwelcome. However, the Azura's self-detonation unleashed a force equivalent to that of a great Luo golden immortal, and the myriad spirit's ancient flame had already sensed the approaching figures of the Azura disciples from all directions. As he pondered whether to escape alone or take the Rakshasi woman with him, the scene before him shifted once more. Chen Changsheng immediately realized that the Lady of Equanimity had intervened, and he felt a sense of calm wash over him. Indeed, she had kept her promise. As for the Rakshasi woman, Chen Changsheng knew the lady would ensure her safety. Lady, the river of the underworld and the demonic clan have some connections. I have sensed the aura of the extinguishing world Black Lotus. Please exercise caution. Acknowledging that it was the Lady of Equanimity who had returned him to the primordial world, he called out, lest she had failed to notice. Next to the 9 springs, the Rakshasi woman bowed in respect. The Lady of Equanimity furrowed her brow. I will not take you as my disciple, but I can impart some knowledge. If you wish for vengeance, you still have much to learn. Her words faded. A distant call resonated. Hearing Chen Changsheng's voice, the Lady of Equanimity's expression softened, and she chuckled softly, shaking her head. She had instructed Chen Changsheng to confront the Tai golden immortal Azura precisely because she had discerned the underlying issues. It was indeed a rare feeling to be reminded of her responsibilities by him upon his exit from the 9 Nether Realm. I will leave the golden-winged Great Peng and the black turtle of the Northern Sea at Mount Ruofushan. When you truly need them, you can summon them using the Southern Ghost Emperor's Imperial Seal, the AS for the Vermilion Bird. Seeing her reluctance to part from you, I shall allow her to accompany you back. After thoughtful consideration, the Lady of Equanimity conveyed her intentions to Chen Changsheng through a mental message. Upon receiving the lady's communication, Chen Changsheng immediately felt the return of the Vermilion Bird upon his shoulder. Having just escaped from the Southern Immortal Mountain, the Vermilion Bird was naturally disinclined to linger at Mount Ruofushan. Had the Lady of Equanimity intended to keep her there, Chen Changsheng would have insisted on reclaiming her. As for the remaining 2 companions, they were of little use to him at present. It would serve them well to train at Mount Ruofushan. He harbored no objections, for when the time came to require their assistance, they would be ready to respond. The Vermilion Bird tilted her head slightly, and upon realizing that Chen Changsheng was beside her, she finally relaxed. She then directed her consciousness towards Chen Changsheng's divine form, her crimson eyes gleaming with incredulity. Having frequently perched upon his shoulder, the Vermilion Bird had grown quite familiar with Chen Changsheng's physique. Yet now, the sensation transmitted through his shoulder felt entirely different, imbued with a more refined power. Moreover, Chen Changsheng's features had become even more strikingly handsome. Were it not for his unmistakable silver hair, Zhuge would feel that the title of the Antarctic Immortal was entirely unbefitting of him. The immense transformation he witnessed serves as a compelling testament to one undeniable fact. During the time that Chen Changsheng has been absent, he has indeed sought the counsel of the Empress Peng regarding the 9 turns of profound arts, and has now achieved a considerable mastery of it. The unfolding events felt almost dreamlike to Zhuge. Add to the marvel, the Empress Peng even took the initiative to escort them out of the 9 nether realm. It is astonishing that Chen Changsheng has successfully turned every one of these anticipated occurrences into reality at this moment, even with her innate disposition akin to that of a primordial golden immortal. She cannot help but admire Chen Changsheng. Thus, she inquired, to which part of the primordial world might we be heading now? Zhuge steadied her thoughts and asked, surely, it cannot be the northern sea from when we departed? Chen Changsheng fell into a brief silence. Caught in the haste of his transportation, he had completely forgotten about this matter. It was too late to ponder now. Never mind, we shall see how the Empress feels. If she sends us back to the northern sea, we shall accept it. At worst, we can visit the eastern sea to see Brother Huanglong. Zhuge tilted her head slightly, expressing her exasperation. It was evident that when faced with beings of such exalted status, even Chen Changsheng could not flawlessly navigate every circumstance. The current misstep or unforeseen variable was simply unavoidable. Seeing that Chen Changsheng was untroubled, she too felt at ease as long as Chen Changsheng was present. It mattered not where they were, in the realm of the Azura Path. Numerous Azura disciples of the great Luo Golden Immortal gathered at the spot where Chen Changsheng had vanished. However, apart from a massive crater left by an explosion, they discovered nothing else. Just then, a commotion erupted from behind, and a man clad in a dark Taoist robe, with a shadowy visage, appeared. All the Azura disciples bowed their heads in reverence to this figure. The formidable presence that had manifested was none other than the Lord of the Azura Path, the venerable Ming A.S. For whether this was his true form or an incarnation, the disciples could not discern. Mingyi possessed an unfathomable number of avatars, over 100 million, making it nearly impossible for anyone, save for a saint, to differentiate between his true self and his manifestations. That he cast a casual glance at the crater. His expression one of indifference that it matters little. Merely a single Azura has perished. Let us disperse. There is no need to linger here. Upon hearing the dismissive tone in their leader's voice, the disciples breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had feared that the Azura had been slain by a disciple from the Western Hell, but the expression of their Lord suggested otherwise. Since it was not the case, they would naturally continue their conflict in the realm of Hell. Once the numerous disciples departed, Mingyi's countenance abruptly contorted, as if sensing a shift in his master's condition. 2 divine swords, radiating a fierce bloodlight, erupted from his waist. Indeed, these were the supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Yuanfeng and Abi. The one wielding these formidable weapons was none other than Mingyi's true self. The departing Azura disciples would never have imagined that their leader had come in person solely to investigate the disappearance of an Azura. The trail of the world destruction Black Lotus had vanished, indicating that the connection with the demonic faction would soon be severed once more. Mingyi extended his hand, gradually calming the agitated swords, returning them to the folds of his robe. Peng, was it you who struck, warning me against contacting the demon ancestor? Did you even erase the traces of the assailant? Mingyi chuckled lightly. What does it matter if you erase the traces? Do you truly believe you can comprehend the supreme mysteries I have heard in the Purple Cloud Palace? With a flicker of his mind, droplets of blood merged into the ground. Vanishing in an instant, he had dispatched his blood divine child to trace the path of the blood, seeking out the cultivator who had disrupted his plans. For now, he could not contend with the Empress Peng, but he held no regard for other cultivators. As the bloodlight surged, Mingyi's figure once again dissipated from sight. Unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, the venerable Mingyi had sent forth his blood divine child to hunt for his whereabouts. I never expected to be sent by the Empress Peng to the vicinity of Wui Mountain. It seems we are quite fated, Chen Changsheng remarked slowly to Zhuge, who perched upon his shoulder. Zhuge glanced around, puzzled. This Wui mountain does not appear to be any divine mountain. What fate do you speak of? Chen Changsheng smiled faintly. Currently, 3 of the 6 Star Lords of the Southern Dipper have emerged. The remaining ones are the Star Lord of Destiny, the Star Lord of Wealth, and the Star Lord of Deliverance. Wui Mountain happens to possess a spiritual treasure that resonates remarkably well with my Star Lord of Wealth. His gaze glimmered. Speaking of Wui Mountain, one cannot help but recall the names of Chao Bao and Xiao Sheng, both of whom are inscribed upon the Investiture of the gods. However, the fame of the 2 pales in comparison to that of the spiritual treasure they possess. The supreme innate spiritual treasure, the falling treasure money, carries the connotation of wealth. If Chen Changsheng truly sought a suitable candidate for his Star Lord of Wealth, he should indeed seek out Zhao Gongming, who was originally designated as the god of wealth in the original trajectory. Of course, at present, Zhao Gongming, the outer disciple of the, was not someone Chen Changsheng could easily contend with, nor did he have any intention of seeking trouble with him. If the falling treasure money had not been taken by Xiao Sheng, he could entirely rely on this supreme, innate spiritual treasure to cultivate his desired Star Lord of Wealth. Chao Bao and Xiao Sheng were not without merit, but their connections to the vice teacher of the Chan sect, Ran Deng, made them less appealing. Even though Ran Deng later betrayed them, that was a matter for another time. As a disciple of the Chan sect, Chen Changsheng naturally looked down upon those associated with Ran Deng. Regardless of their past connections, that was the case. They were not his fellow disciples, and Chen Changsheng did not concern himself with their future transformations. If the falling treasure money was indeed still within the confines of Wui Mountain and had not yet fallen into Xiao Sheng's possession, that would be fortuitous. If not, he could always take action later. Contemplating the advantageous possibilities, Chen Changsheng slowly stepped into Wui Mountain, and at that very moment, his eyes shimmered with gold once more. Zhuge flapped her wings, shifting to his other shoulder. If you ask me, the spiritual treasure most closely linked to the Star Lord of Wealth is the Su Lioli lantern you are currently wielding. Each time the ancient flame of all spirits emerges, it either finds me or locates treasures. Compared to any other spiritual treasure, this one seems to have a greater connection to wealth. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Dadazhu, you are making jokes now. Calling yourself a treasure, if you truly are a treasure, you should not be the Southern Zhuge Star Lord. You could just as well be my Star Lord of Wealth. Zhuge rolled her eyes. As Chen Changsheng teased the self-proclaimed treasure Zhuge, he diligently searched for the whereabouts of the falling treasure money. Zhuge made a valid point. His Yusu Lioli lantern was indeed the finest tool for treasure hunting. He need not engage in divining the heavenly secrets. Even if the supreme innate spiritual treasure was ensnared within a bewildering array, as long as he confirmed that there was a treasure present, he would ultimately reap rewards, assuming the falling treasure money still resided within Wui Mountain. Even if this spiritual treasure was fated to elude him, he could forcibly extract it in advance to Ha. It seems fortune continues to favor us. Azhu, let us proceed. I have detected the trace of the spiritual treasure. With a slight smile, Chen Changsheng activated his escape light and hastened toward the anomalous location discovered by the ancient flame of all spirits. At that very moment, atop Wui Mountain, Xiao Sheng, who was engaged in a game of chess with Chao Bao, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. My friend, I have been struck by inspiration and sensed the emergence of a treasure within Wui Mountain that resonates with me. It seems we cannot continue this game any longer. Chao Bao revealed a serene smile. Since fate has brought us together, let us venture forth to claim the treasure. I shall accompany you as a witness, to observe what kind of spiritual treasure would make a fellow cultivator reluctant to engage in a game of chess. Then let us go together. Xiao Sheng responded with a smile, deciding to join Chao Bao in the treasure hunt. The innate money chi formation was before them. Chen Changsheng flicked his fingers slightly, channeling his power into the formation before him, and soon witnessed the reversal of the heavens and earth within. As countless coins cascaded down, this formation was naturally a method for attracting wealth. However, for those seeking to break the formation, these falling coins would transform into the most formidable means of attack. Breaking this formation posed little difficulty, Zhuge remarked with disdain. Indeed, The formation appeared impressive, yet for Chen Changsheng, who had mastered the fifth turn of the mysterious arts and possessed numerous exceptional innate defensive treasures, it was hardly a challenge. Nevertheless, it seemed that before attempting to breach the formation, they must first deal with the approaching three immortals. A slight smile curled at the corner of Chen Changsheng's mouth. Zhuge initially did not comprehend, but upon seeing the rapidly approaching escaping light, she understood Chen Changsheng's implication. It appeared that he was not the only one to have discovered the existence of the innate money chi formation. Chen Changsheng had not anticipated that while he had arrived early to uncover the treasure, Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng would also appear here in a timely manner. At that moment, they radiated the aura of late-stage, tight, golden immortals, seemingly on the verge of advancing further to reach the pinnacle of tight, golden immortal status. For most loose immortals, achieving such a realm was indeed quite formidable. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, riding the escaping light, gazed in astonishment at the man before them, never expecting someone would arrive ahead of them. The figure sported silver hair, clad in black Taoist robes, and the Zhu bird upon his shoulder exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly not of mundane origin. However, his cultivation level appeared slightly lower, seemingly only at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. He was not a loose cultivator from the vicinity of Wui Mountain, but rather a practitioner with legitimate lineage. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao exchanged glances, both harboring the same thought. This could spell trouble. This was Xiao Sheng's immediate reaction, although he had felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of the spiritual treasure within the formation. The ownership of such treasures in the primordial world was not simply dictated by a notion of fate. Chen Changsheng had arrived here before them and was already preparing to breach the innate money chi formation, which indicated that if they wished to seize the treasure, a contest of skills would be necessary. Fortunately, both he and his companion Qiao Bao possessed cultivation levels superior to the man before them and his Zhu bird, allowing them to remain relatively unconcerned. As these thoughts swirled in their minds, they observed Chen Changsheng, who had been focused on the formation, suddenly turned to them with a gentle smile. I am Xuanjiao's Nanji Xianwen. Greetings to both fellow Taoists. Are you here to contest this treasure with me? Xuanjiao. Nanji Xianwen? They naturally recognized that Xuanjiao was a lineage of saints. Nanji Xianwen was the foremost disciple of Xuanjiao. Yet he had seldom made appearances in the primordial world, his fame rather limited. They had some connections with Xuanjiao and knew that this eminent disciple had ascended to become the Star Lord of Longevity in the heavenly court. Yet they had not anticipated encountering him in Wui Mountain. Had it been someone of the stature of the 12 immortals of Yushu, they would have had little thought of contesting the formation. However, Nanji Xianwen was different. Despite being a prominent disciple of Xuanjiao, his reputation was overshadowed by that of the 12 immortals of Yushu, and his cultivation was not even as high as theirs. Should they choose to yield to Chen Changsheng in such circumstances, their path of cultivation would be rendered futile, particularly for Xiao Sheng. As he drew closer to the formation, he felt an overwhelming allure from the spiritual treasure within, compelling him to take it. Qiao Bao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Sheng, gauging his companion's attitude. Xiao Sheng's expression was grave, not daring to show the slightest negligence, yet he harbored no thoughts of retreat. Nanji Xianwen. Though you are a disciple of a saint, we cannot simply relinquish this treasure to you. A contest of skills is indeed necessary. Qiao Bao remained silent. Since his companion had declared the intent to engage in battle, he too would follow suit. Moreover, the Zhu bird perched on Chen Changsheng's shoulder was clearly an ally that if he refrained from intervening, it was likely that his fellow cultivator, who had accompanied him to this point, would not be a match for the combined force of the other side. Chen Changsheng said little, smiling instead at the Zhuge on his shoulder. Zhu, it has been a while since you stretched your wings. Take on the one who has not spoken, and I shall deal with this one before me. Wui Mountain's loose cultivator Xiao Sheng. Qiao Bao, I humbly seek your guidance. Zhuge gazed at the two loose cultivators before her in exasperation. Chen Changsheng could easily handle both, yet he insisted she take action. However, she was indifferent, willing to engage in a bit of exercise, thus she flapped her wings, soaring towards Qiao Bao's position. Qiao Bao summoned his power, invoking the spiritual treasure he commonly wielded. Then he beheld the Zhu bird before him open its mouth, unleashing a torrent of southern Ming leaf fire, the fierce flames instantly engulfing their surroundings. Southern Ming leaf fire. The tiny Zhu bird possessed formidable fire-based powers, and, oh wonder, Chen Changsheng was so confident in addressing them. Xiao Sheng's eyes narrowed. He realized that this was the source of Chen Changsheng's confidence. After alerting Chao Bao, he promptly took the initiative to strike at Chen Changsheng. Should Chen Changsheng falter, it would naturally cause his mount to cease its assault. Xiao Sheng was the most powerful loose cultivator in the vicinity of Wui Mountain, well-versed in the art of combat. Even when facing a disciple of Saint, he remained unperturbed. He had been fortunate enough to witness many of Xuanjiao's divine powers and had little fear of Chen Changsheng. When engaging with disciples of saintly lineages, the first principle was to act swiftly. Point 1 must strike first, leveraging extensive combat experience to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, one could be countered by their superior abilities. As the depth of a loose immortal could not compare with that of a Saint's disciple, it was all about striking unpredictably. Chen Changsheng's eyes shimmered with golden flames. The IT must be said. Xiao Sheng was the type of cultivator rich in combat experience. His timing for strikes, the release of his powers, and the summoning of his treasures were all executed with remarkable skill. Witnessing Xiao Sheng's attack, Chen Changsheng understood why Zhao Gongming, the outer disciple of截教, had lost many treasures, including the sea-calming pearl, to Xiao Sheng. Zhao Gongming was a renowned Luo golden immortal, while Xiao Sheng's cultivation at the time was merely at the pinnacle of Tai golden immortal. There was certainly an element of Zhao Gongming's carelessness involved, yet Xiao Sheng had some merit as well. Of course, it was only a slight merit. Chen Changsheng possessed the ancient power of Huanglong, allowing him to discern all information, making it exceedingly easy to deal with the approaching Xiao Sheng. Even without resorting to his treasures, he was confident that his mastery of the fifth turn of the mysterious arts would enable him to utterly overwhelm Xiao Sheng. However, Chen Changsheng did not intend to proceed in such a manner. With a thought, a soil-colored flag materialized in his hand. As his power surged, golden lotuses began to bloom in the void in the blink of an eye. The surrounding area, spanning thousands of miles, was enveloped by these soil-colored golden lotuses. Xiao Sheng stood dumbfounded before Chen Changsheng, an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. The central Wujihuang flag radiated its presence atop Wui Mountain. Reluctantly, Xiao Sheng raised his gaze. The appearance of this flag heralded terrifying defensive capabilities. Even an ordinary great Luo golden immortal would likely expend considerable effort to breach the defenses of this flag. This esteemed disciple of the Chan teaching exhibits a complete disregard for martial ethics. Faced with such loose immortals, he resorted to deploying a formidable spiritual treasure without granting them the slightest opportunity. Xiao Sheng discreetly observed Chao Bao from the corner of his eye. The South Ming leaf fire of the vermilion bird was exceedingly powerful, although Chao Bao had a spiritual treasure to defend himself. His divine abilities were insufficient, causing him to retreat repeatedly. With a sigh, he conceded, "The Southern Polar Immortal. It seems that both I and my friend Chao Bao have lost." Upon hearing Xiao Sheng's admission of defeat, Chen Changsheng ceased his assault. "This works well. Ah Zhu, return now." The vermilion bird, reveling in mischief and unfurling the South Ming leaf fire with abandon, could only return reluctantly upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words. He had clearly stated that he would allow her to stretch her wings. Having only released a few fireballs, she was now required to stop. As she watched the two loose immortals depart, the vermilion bird flapped her wings and spoke. "To let them go so easily, even employing a supreme innate spiritual treasure, is entirely uncharacteristic of you. What scheme are you truly concocting?" The vermilion bird perceived clearly that Chen Changsheng had intentionally allowed her to act while he wielded the supreme innate spiritual treasure, seemingly to highlight the prowess of both her, the vermilion bird, and the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, while concealing his own strength as if creating a diversion. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. "My intention in acquiring the treasure was, in fact, to save that loose immortal's life, provided they are merely loose immortals, that if they were not just simple loose immortals, unforeseen developments might ensue." The changes Chen Changsheng alluded to naturally referred to the Chan teaching's deputy leader. Randang. In the original trajectory, Xiaosheng and Qiao Bao were indeed loose immortals of Wui Mountain. However, when aiding Randang, they referred to him as their master, if he were to feign weakness. It might prompt those loose immortals of Wui Mountain to summon Randang directly. Should their relationship not extend as he anticipated, Chen Changsheng would consider it a good deed to rescue the loose immortals of Wui Mountain. Conversely, if the latter were the case, he would not remain passive. To verify this, he had engaged in the recent skirmish, everything merely a ruse. Alright, let us now enter this innate Qiankan golden money formation. Chen Changsheng elucidated briefly before dismantling the encasement of the central Wuji apricot yellow flag, stepping into the formation with his physical body. The falling treasure money was already destined to be his. However, there was no need to rush the dismantling of the formation. Atop Wui Mountain, as Qiao Bao returned to the Taoist temple alongside Xiaosheng, he suddenly sensed a shift in his companion's aura. Turning in confusion, he beheld Xiaosheng's despondent expression. No, I cannot allow the Southern Polar Immortal to take my spiritual treasure so easily. That treasure is of supreme, innate caliber and will undoubtedly benefit our cultivation. I must convey this to Master Randang, the deputy leader of the Chan teaching. If he intervenes, he will surely help me reclaim my treasure. Xiaosheng's eyes brimmed with palpable reluctance. The Southern Polar Immortal hailed from the Holy Sage lineage, possessing spiritual treasures and spirit beasts for protection, yet now sought to seize his opportunity using treasures unavailable to those loose cultivators. Were the Southern Polar Immortal truly as powerful as he claimed? He might accept the situation. However, in the current scenario, he felt deeply unsatisfied. Qiao Bao's expression shifted, but didn't Master say not to contact him unless it was urgent? This is indeed urgent, Xiaosheng insisted. A supreme innate spiritual treasure is of utmost importance. With unwavering resolve, Xiaosheng declared, Master Randang happens to be nearby, not in the eastern Kunlun. Coming to Wui Mountain is entirely on the way. Sensing Xiaosheng's determination, Qiao Bao realized he could not dissuade him. Though they were referred to as loose cultivators of Wui Mountain, they had once taken the Chan teaching's deputy leader, Randang, as their master. After becoming disciples, they had expected to become Chan disciples as well, only to find their master had instructed them to remain at Wui Mountain for other arrangements, aside from imparting some teachings clandestinely. They had no formal ties. Now, with Xiaosheng intent on contacting their master, Qiao Bao was uncertain whether this course of action was wise. Nevertheless, if Randang were to intervene, given his position as the deputy leader of the Chan teaching, this matter should be resolvable. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he saw Xiaosheng entering the cave abode and lighting a candle. This was the method of communication left by Master Randang. Once ignited, it would surely connect them. As the candlelight flickered, the master's voice rang out. What is it? Chen Changsheng felt an overwhelming heaviness. His corporeal form was now burdened by countless coins, coalescing into a massive mountain of gold. Yet this weight did not impede his forward march. Step by step, he finally beheld the falling treasure money, adorned with wings and inscribed with the laws of heaven. He chuckled, swiftly extending his right hand to grasp the round coin tightly. As the spiritual treasure came into his possession, the immense mountain of gold that had weighed upon him collapsed in an instant, dissipating into the ether. You haven't forgotten to hone your physical form. No matter where you are, the vermilion bird remarked, glancing sideways. It seems your prophecy has come to fruition. Outside the money formation, there appears to be a great Luo golden immortal, one who is merely a step away from breaking through to a quasi-saint. My current cultivation cannot assist you. Since you believe someone will come, do you know their identity? She inquired, puzzled. Chen Changsheng tossed the falling treasure money into the air before catching it again. Of course I know. And we are quite familiar. The one who has appeared outside is likely our deputy leader. The vermilion bird was taken aback. Deputy leader. What does that mean? Chen Changsheng had no intention of explaining to the vermilion bird. He merely held the falling treasure money in his hand, directly shattering the formation, and, as if nothing had happened, ascended into the sky, breaking through the formation and preparing to fly away. The vermilion bird perched on Chen Changsheng's shoulder. Somewhat speechless, is this feasible? Of course not. Soon, a voice echoed in her ears. Southern Polar, Why did you see the deputy leader and not come to pay your respects? It truly was the deputy leader of the Chan teaching. The vermilion bird's lips twitched in confusion, yet she understood that this must pertain to Chen Changsheng's secretive matters, requiring no further inquiry. She simply needed to observe quietly. Following the voice, the vermilion bird beheld a Taoist with an unusual appearance, who was gazing at Chen Changsheng, seemingly inquiring, yet his aura had already locked onto them. Even if they wished to flee, escape was impossible. Undoubtedly, the presence before them was a genuine powerhouse, even within her mixed primordial golden immortal senses. This deputy leader of the Chan teaching was undeniably formidable, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. Upon hearing the transmitted voice, Chen Changsheng slowly turned, regarding Ran Dang on the ground, and offered him a slight bow. I pay my respects to the deputy leader. The Southern Polar Immortal had just acquired a supreme, innate spiritual treasure and was eager to refine it, yet had not noticed the deputy leader's arrival. Chen Changsheng smiled gently and spoke slowly. Ran Dang narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Changsheng. Southern Polar, you have become the longevity star and ascended to the heavenly court. I happen to have matters preventing my return to the Jade Void Palace. This time, instead of being present in the heavenly court, we meet here at Wui Mountain. I was unaware that you had descended from the starry sky back to this primeval wilderness. Chen Changsheng gradually descended beside Ran Dang. This was indeed the first time he had met the Ran Dang Taoist. When he chose to become the longevity star, the deputy leader had not been among those present. Ran Dang's gaze swept over Chen Changsheng. Since you are now serving in the heavenly court, you should diligently fulfill your duties. Your unauthorized venture into this realm of loose cultivators to seize the treasure of my young friend Xiaosheng is truly a disgrace to the Chan teaching. You should promptly return this treasure to your friend Xiaosheng and return to the heavenly court. That I shall not take you back to the Jade Void Palace to meet the master of the teachings. His tone was unremarkable, yet the gravity of his words unmistakably conveyed the authority of the vice master of the Chan sect. It seemed that Chen Changsheng was indeed compelled to return the fallen treasure, as if it were not merely a request, but a command to be executed without question. Zhu Ke felt a sense of astonishment. It appeared that the vice master of the Chan sect truly harbored ill feelings towards Chen Changsheng. However, the Lantern Master held no enmity towards Chen Changsheng. Although the Southern Polar Immortal was the eldest disciple within the Chan sect, his temperament leaned towards the softer side. His cultivation had been surpassed one by the 12 immortals of the Jade Void. He had not attended the last gathering at the Jade Void Palace, and upon returning to the Eastern Kunlun, he learned that the Southern Polar Immortal had personally ascended the ranks to become the Lord of Longevity. The fact that a disciple of the Chan sect ascended the ranks implied that the Southern Polar Immortal had completely abandoned the pursuit of the Great Tao, essentially severing his future path. Even though the current Southern Polar Immortal had slightly improved his cultivation, he remained merely a Tai Golden Immortal. Such negligence and lack of ambition compelled him to instruct Chen Changsheng to regain his footing. Given the Southern Polar Immortal's disposition, the Lantern Master believed he could effortlessly reclaim the treasure. Although he felt somewhat displeased that Xiaosheng had summoned him, the sight of the fallen treasure in Chen Changsheng's possession dispelled his irritation. Judging by the radiant light emanating from the treasure, it was indeed a remarkable item. Upon hearing the Lantern Master's words, Chen Changsheng exhibited no anger. In truth, the outcome he sought was precisely this. As for complying with the Vice Master's demands, Chen Changsheng was no longer the Southern Polar Immortal of yore. How could he possibly acquiesce? The affairs of the heavenly court were not the concern of the Vice Master. Should the Vice Master find it inappropriate, he was free to report it to the Emperor of Heaven. If the Emperor commanded him to return to the Lord of Longevity, he would certainly not descend into this primordial chaos. The Lantern Master scoffed coldly. What good would it do to inform the Emperor of Heaven? Did he believe Chen Changsheng would willingly admit fault at the first sign of his interrogation? To his surprise, Chen Changsheng suggested that he go directly to seek out the Emperor. The Southern Polar Immortal was the eldest disciple of the Saint Yuching Yuan Shi Tianzun, and being listed on the divine ranking was already a tremendous favor to the Emperor. What good would it do to report to the Emperor? Although everyone was aware of the reality, the Lantern Master had not anticipated that Chen Changsheng would utter such words to undermine him. The Vice Master asked for the fallen treasure. It was an exquisite, innate spiritual treasure that he had painstakingly acquired. How could it be so easily surrendered to Changsheng? Even when presented to their master, it would still be deemed unreasonable. What? The Lantern Master was utterly taken aback. That it was one thing for Chen Changsheng to challenge him, but now he was suggesting that a matter concerning a spiritual treasure warranted a report to the Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun. This was utterly absurd. He knew that the Southern Polar Immortal was not a disciple who would casually lodge complaints. If Chen Changsheng truly informed the Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun about today's events, although he would be adhering to a semblance of teaching principle, demanding that Chen Changsheng relinquish his spiritual treasure was rather excessive. However, the Vice Master's teachings were for his own good. He was aware of that. This fallen treasure was not something that could not be yielded. Chen Changsheng shifted the tone of the conversation, causing the Lantern Master to feel slightly startled. This attitude resembled the Southern Polar Immortal he knew. The earlier defiance was indeed a mere abode. If he could surrender the treasure, then he could also forgive Chen Changsheng's earlier rudeness. Nonetheless, this fallen treasure was still a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, which he had acquired through great effort. The Vice Master was also aware of how rare supreme, innate spiritual treasures were in the primordial chaos. To expect him to give it away without condition was rather unreasonable. If Changsheng was willing to compete with him, should he emerge victorious, he would indeed consider handing over the treasure to a competition. The nearby Changsheng and Chao Bao, both loose immortals, were stirred by this suggestion. Changsheng immediately stepped forward. Lantern Master, I, Changsheng, am willing to compete with the Southern Polar Immortal. However, the Southern Polar Immortal is a disciple of a saint and possesses a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, which provides him with a significant advantage. As long as the Immortal does not utilize his treasure in our contest, I am willing to agree to the terms of the competition. Before the Lantern Master could respond, Chen Changsheng confidently raised his head. Of course, that is perfectly acceptable. However, if I were to lose, I would forfeit a supreme, innate spiritual treasure and my prestige, whereas you, my friend Changsheng, would have nothing to lose. This seems rather unjust. Unjust. Zhuke tilted her head slightly. Chen Changsheng's assertion indeed held a semblance of reason. As a disciple of saint, he possessed both status and reputation. If he were to lose, it would not merely be the fallen treasure he would forfeit, but also the dignity of being a disciple of a saint and the foremost disciple of the Chan sect. Changsheng, at best, was merely a loose immortal. Should he lose, he would simply remain without the treasure he had sought, with no cost incurred. To confront Chen Changsheng in such a manner was truly a significant imbalance. As long as Changsheng could present something of equal value to the fallen treasure, then Chen Changsheng would agree to the competition. His expression remained calm as he spoke slowly, as if he had formulated a clever strategy. Chao Bao, listening to Chen Changsheng, revealed a look of realization. It appeared that Chen Changsheng was exploiting their lack of spiritual treasures, knowing full well that they could offer nothing of equivalent value to the fallen treasure. If they were unable to produce such an item, Chen Changsheng would naturally win without contest. Not utilizing spiritual treasures was not a significant issue. Changsheng, of course, understood this as well, that if he could not win, Changsheng, was willing to sever his Tao foundation and cease pursuing the great Tao. If that were the case, could it be considered equal to the Southern Polar Immortal's supreme, innate spiritual treasure? Chen Changsheng chuckled and shook his head. Not worth it. Not worth it. Your decision to pursue or not pursue the great Tao has no bearing on me. I have no interest in worthless items. If you cannot present an equivalent supreme, innate spiritual treasure to my fallen treasure, I will not partake in this competition. Chen Changsheng smiled gently, his confidence evident, and turned towards the Lantern Master. Vice Master, under these circumstances, I should be able to take this fallen treasure, correct? The Lantern Master furrowed his brow slightly. Chen Changsheng's sudden turn of events indeed caught him off guard. However, since he had come, he could not leave empty-handed. No, since I have intervened, this competition must proceed. Thus, the Lantern Master waved his sleeve. The Qinquan ruler in my possession is a high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. I shall lend it to Changsheng as a stake. If that is acceptable, Chen Changsheng continued to shake his head. Vice Master, a high-grade innate spiritual treasure cannot possibly be compared to the value of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, if you truly wish to advocate for Shaosheng. Your accompanying spiritual treasure, the spirit coffin lamp, is a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and I might consider it. Chen Changsheng paused. It was important to note that if he were to win, he would also claim that treasure. And such a disparity in value was utterly unacceptable. Zhuke slightly tilted her head. Last. She comprehended. Chen Changsheng's true objective had never been anything else but the spirit coffin lamp held by the Lantern Master. She was aware that Chen Changsheng already possessed a jade void Liuli lamp. Now, seeking the spirit coffin lamp must be due to some intrinsic connection between them. Human greed is insatiable. The Lantern Master withdrew his hand. Reclaiming the Qianquan ruler, a disciple of the Chan sect, Chen Changsheng was undoubtedly aware of the significance of the treasures in the Lantern Master's possession. Producing the Qianquan ruler did not effectively demonstrate his stance. What caused the Lantern Master to hesitate was that the spirit coffin lamp remained his accompanying spiritual treasure and should not be casually offered as a stake. However, considering that Shaosheng and Qiaobao were key pieces in his plan, should he fail to assist them today, although it would not lead to outright enmity, it could sow seeds of discord. This would not bode well for the larger scheme. Furthermore, based on Shaosheng's prior encounter with Chen Changsheng, he possessed absolute confidence. Otherwise, one would not dare to stake their grand path of cultivation. Today, he has already arrived before Chen Changsheng. Act. One must do so with utmost thoroughness. With this thought, Randeng has resolutely cast aside all hesitation. The spirit coffin lantern will suffice. I can use it as a stake. However, regarding the southern pole, you may engage, but the vermilion bird must not intervene. The might of the celestial divine beasts is far too formidable. You can only battle one-on-one. Randeng cast a glance at the vermilion bird, and with his discernment, he immediately recognized the significance of the bird's presence, promptly speaking to prevent it from joining the fray as Chen Changsheng's combat power. Chen Changsheng wore a look of deep regret. The vermilion bird could only flap its wings in indignation and take flight from Chen Changsheng's shoulder. I could see this moment. The vermilion bird finally comprehended why Chen Changsheng had allowed it to stretch its wings before entering the fray. The unfolding of events before him resembled a script meticulously crafted by Chen Changsheng, with the other cultivators acting entirely according to his design, including the Vice Master Randeng, whom she had personally acknowledged as a powerful figure. Within her line of sight, she observed Randeng slowly retrieving the spirit coffin lantern from his sleeve. The instant she beheld the lantern, the vermilion bird's heart was shaken. Her current cultivation was merely that of a Tai golden immortal, rendering her unable to perform the same kind of deductions she could when she was a primordial phoenix at the level of a mixed Yuan golden immortal. However, during this period, she had been standing in for Chen Changsheng in dealings with the Southern Ghost Emperor and had become quite sensitive to the aura of the Nine Nether Realm. Upon the lantern's emergence, she immediately sensed the cold, eerie flames it emitted, which resonated closely with the essence of the Nine Nether Realm. With this realization, as she continued her deductions, she discovered that the flame was indeed the ghostly flame of the underworld. And she instantly understood why Chen Changsheng desired this spirit coffin lantern. Moreover, the intricacies of the spirit coffin lantern seemed to elude even the Vice Master Randeng himself. Chen Changsheng's objective was undoubtedly the spirit coffin lantern. He was quite certain that Randeng had yet to grasp its true nature. Otherwise, the Taoist Randeng would not have resorted to utilizing the Qianquan ruler to invoke the powers of the 24 sea calming pearls for his path to enlightenment. He should have sought out the Jade Pure, Primordial Heavenly Lord to request the Jade Void Glazed Lantern at the earliest opportunity. The Jade Void Glazed Lantern contains the essence of all spirits, capable of probing into the myriad souls, and serves as a heavenly lantern. The spirit coffin lantern, on the other hand, harbors the ghostly flame of the underworld, connecting to the nether realms, and acts as a human lantern. It is also one of the spiritual treasures Chen Changsheng requires for his own path to enlightenment. With this opportunity before him, he must seize it and claim it for himself as the Vice Master. It would be exceedingly difficult for Chen Changsheng to request or exchange spiritual treasures with Randeng. Upon encountering Xiaosheng, he intended to test whether the falling treasure would provoke the Vice Master to take action. If he himself were to engage in such matters within the Chan teaching, facing the Vice Master would be a blatant disrespect. Now, with the spirit coffin lantern revealed, Chen Changsheng's gaze steadied, and he immediately addressed Xiaosheng. Let us act now. The vermilion bird, having taken to the branch's side, Chen Changsheng has achieved his aim, revealing his true colors, and one can see his impatient demeanor. Xiaosheng had long been eager. He had expended considerable effort to invite the Vice Master Randang here precisely for this moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt into the center of the battlefield. If everyone were without protective treasures, Chen Changsheng, being at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, faced Xiaosheng, who had reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and was on the verge of a breakthrough to the perfected Tai Golden Immortal level. Even with the might of the Saint's Tao, he remained unafraid. Furthermore, they possessed the Taoist arts imparted by Randang, which, when invoked at a critical moment, would undoubtedly have the power to turn the tide. Southern Pole Celestial, your cultivation is beneath mine. You may strike first, and I shall not take advantage of you. Xiaosheng stood firmly in midair, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of soon acquiring the falling treasure. Randang frowned slightly, but remained silent. As the Vice Master of the Chan teaching, he should, in principle, side with Chen Changsheng. Thus, when Xiaosheng suggested that the lower-ranked Chen Changsheng act first, to oppose would seem overly biased. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. In truth, he had already cursed inwardly, resolving to have a word with this rogue cultivator after the battle. How could one dawdle at such a critical juncture? Chen Changsheng immediately smiled and bowed to Xiaosheng. In that case, I am most grateful, Taoist friend Xiao. With a slight bow, Chen Changsheng began to recite an incantation by the command of Jade Pure. Dare you, myriad gods, with the thunder of the upper sage, deceive the divine and the celestial. Randang's expression shifted dramatically. Chen Changsheng had commenced with the Jade Pure divine thunder, the mightiest of thunderous arts. Previously, at the Eastern Kunlun, Randang had not witnessed Chen Changsheng employing such a technique. Now, upon his first strike, it was this thunderous divine art that, of course, Chen Changsheng had long since mastered the Jade Pure divine thunder. Once he had been the Southern Pole Celestial. Now he is Chen Changsheng. The past is past, and the present is present. One cannot simply learn without practice. More practice leads to mastery. The thunder arts of the three teachings are well known for their strength, yet few cultivators are truly adept at them. Chen Changsheng had already established the divine Xiaofu. If his thunder arts had not improved, it would be utterly embarrassing. With Xiaosheng willing to serve as a living target, he was naturally eager to test his thunder arts. As he recited the incantation, bolts of lightning began to dance in mid-air, slowly revealing themselves, filling the atmosphere with a solemn and annihilating aura that caused the spiritual energy of the void to boil over in an instant. Crack! In an instant, thunder roared, transforming into a sea of purple lightning, surging toward Xiaosheng in the blink of an eye. Xiaosheng's expression momentarily froze. He could hardly believe that the Chen Changsheng, who had just brandished the central Wuji apricot yellow banner, possessed such formidable techniques. Among the various divine arts, thunder arts have always been regarded as the most powerful. The divine thunder of the three teachings stands at the pinnacle of their respective thunder arts. Employing it against foes of lower cultivation is hardly a challenge. Chen Changsheng, now wielding the thunder arts, struck with both speed and ferocity. In an instant, the Jade Pure divine thunder surged toward Xiaosheng from all directions. Xiaosheng inwardly cursed his miscalculations. He had underestimated this disciple of the Chan teaching. He felt as if every inch of his being, every aspect of his primordial spirit, was swept away by the thunder. Wherever the Jade Pure divine thunder passed, he found himself utterly immobilized. With such a protective divine art, he had brazenly insisted on giving Chen Changsheng a chance. It was simply laughable. Randang watched in speechless disbelief as Xiaosheng plummeted. Struck by the Jade Pure divine thunder, cursing inwardly, how could a rogue cultivator compel a disciple of a saintly lineage? Had he lost his mind? Xiaosheng pursed his lips, reflecting on his own arrogance. However, it mattered not. His current injuries were solely due to Chen Changsheng's good fortune. From this moment onward, luck would no longer be on his side. Shang's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. In an instant, golden light began to circulate within his body, dissipating the thunderous aura around him. Once these energies subsided, Shang suddenly felt his spiritual consciousness sharpen, as if his primordial spirit had been refined. At that moment, Shang sensed his thoughts surging, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation soared. He had unexpectedly broken through to the perfected Tai golden immortal realm, fully realizing his potential. As for the power of the jade, pure divine thunder, he regarded it as the nourishment for his advancement. That fierce thunder arts no longer posed any threat to Shang. Fortune indeed smiled upon him. The radiant lamp Taoist gazed at the cross-border figure of Shang, musing internally. Had Shang not achieved a breakthrough at this critical juncture, he would have had to summon his spirit lantern. Even luck, in this instance, would qualify as true fortune. Beside him stood Xiao Bao, equally elated by Shang's advancement. The sudden manifestation of Chen Changsheng's jade, clear divine thunder, was indeed formidable. Now, with Shang's realm elevated yet again, the gap between him and the Antarctic Immortal had widened by 2 minor realms. Consequently, the jade clear divine thunder would be rendered ineffective. Stripped of this most potent offensive divine ability, Chen Changsheng would inevitably face defeat. I concede, Antarctic Immortal, fortune smiles upon me, Shang declared, brimming with confidence as a perfected Tai golden immortal. As long as Chen Changsheng recognized the situation, the outcome had already been predetermined. However, before a smile could fully grace his visage, he suddenly perceived Chen Changsheng's body tense, his right hand forming a fist, and with no hesitation, he launched a vigorous punch in his direction. The fist sliced through the air, as fierce as the previous thunderclap. An instant later, it was upon him. 89 Profound art. The expression on Randang's face shifted dramatically. Chen Changsheng's utilization of the jade, clear divine thunder, had already astonished him. Yet now he was employing the 89 Profound art, a protective divine technique. Within the Chan teaching, only the jade Ding Zhenren among the 12 immortals of Yushu had delved into the 89 Profound art. Randang had not anticipated that the very Chen Changsheng, now serving as the Star Lord of Longevity, had also cultivated this body-refining technique. Moreover, his mastery seemed to have reached the 5th transformation. Without the use of spiritual treasures, body-refining cultivators naturally held an advantage over soul cultivators of the same realm. Given Chen Changsheng's dual cultivation of law and body, his figure had become utterly elusive. Shang found himself unable to mount even a feeble defense. Chen Changsheng exhaled softly, not fully revealing the aura of his 9 transformation profound art. His strike, devoid of any embellishments or techniques, simply landed squarely on Shang's face. Good fortune? What a jest! The phoenix, perched upon the branch, glanced at the deputy leader of the Chan teaching, suddenly overcome with the urge to laugh out loud. Thankfully, she managed to stifle it. Countless images flickered within the essence of Randang, that he realized he had underestimated the Chan teaching's foremost disciple before him. Although his cultivation had yet to reach the level of a great Luo golden immortal. At the Tai golden immortal tier, he was undoubtedly a formidable presence. Shang had barely broken through and was already employing the divine arts he had secretly imparted. Now, there was no room left for a comeback. Chen Changsheng, of course, did not intend to slay the current Shang as he would a demon. They were merely engaging in a contest, determining the victor would suffice. Deputy Leader Randang, I shall take this spirit lantern. I trust you won't mind. Chen Changsheng's teasing voice resonated. Randang felt as though a fly had buzzed into his serene surroundings, disrupting the once harmonious music with jarring noise. The most vexing part was that this cacophony was beyond his ability to dispel. In that moment, reflecting on his earlier admonitions, they seemed almost laughable. Humph. It seems that since you ascended to become the Star Lord of Longevity, you have indeed made some progress. Had I known this day would come, I would not have acted so rashly. I had merely scolded you out of concern for the Chan teaching's reputation. Since you possess the capability, this treasure rightfully belongs to you. I shall refrain from informing Master about your unauthorized descent to the heavenly court. Do take care of yourself. With that, Randang flicked his sleeve and vanished without a trace. As for Shang and Xiao Bao, they too disappeared without a remnant. The phoenix flapped her wings. alighting on Chen Changsheng's shoulder. Each word spoken by the deputy leader of the Chan teaching nearly elicited her laughter, especially the fact that he could deliver such lines with a straight face. This alone made her regard him as a figure of considerable power. Most intriguingly, he departed without any grandiose threats or bravado, which was somewhat anticlimactic. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Randang's hasty retreat was precisely what he had anticipated. After all, he was the foremost disciple of the Chan teaching, personally instructed by the Primordial One, not a disciple of the Jie teaching, the Rin teaching, or some rogue immortal from overseas. The methods Randang employed against other cultivators could not affect him. Xiao Sheng, a perfected Tai Golden Immortal, could not suppress a cultivator of the mid-Tai Golden Immortal tier, leaving Randang utterly humiliated. Thus, he had no choice but to flee in disgrace. Despite this, Chen Changsheng held great respect for Randang. After all, he was a man destined to become a Buddha, truly indifferent to personal pride. Regardless of the deputy leader's demeanor, during this venture to Wui Mountain, he had acquired two exceptional innate spiritual treasures. The realm of scattered cultivators proved to be quite accommodating, that if only other places could offer even half of such opportunities. Chen Changsheng smiled broadly. He first said about refining the spirit lantern he had taken from deputy leader Randang. After an initial ritual, the lantern promptly appeared within his essence, positioned in alignment with the Yushu Liuli lantern. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. The three lights of heaven, earth, and man would be one of his choices for the future transition from Great Luo Golden Immortal to Quasi-Saint. Now, with only the earth lantern remaining, he was preparing for his eventual self. However, the earth lantern was held by the master of the 8 Scenery Palace, making it rather difficult to acquire. Chen Changsheng was not particularly anxious about this. He was merely a Tai Golden Immortal, and the distance to become a quasi-saint was still considerable. The 8 Scenery Palace lantern was a goal he intended to achieve, but there was no need for haste. With careful planning, opportunities would surely arise. Even if he could not obtain it, alternative strategies could be employed. Like the innate 5 directions banner he currently possessed, it was indeed versatile. In any case, he could collect spiritual treasures of the same origin. Undeterred by the eventual merging of the 3 corpses at present, the priority was the falling treasure money. Chen Changsheng pondered. Falling treasure money was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, capable of summoning any spiritual treasure beneath the level of innate supreme treasures, excluding weapons. Now, entrusting it to the Star Lord of Lu would be less effective than wielding it himself. In the vast wilderness, there were other options for treasures related to Lu, and it was not imperative to provide this one to him. Moreover, the selection of the Star Lord of Lu had yet to be finalized. Neither Chao Bao nor Xiao Sheng was suitable, so a new candidate would need to be chosen. After some deliberation, Chen Changsheng decided to refine the falling treasure money first. In his hands, it would prove far more beneficial as for the future Star Lord of Lu. He intended to seek out other treasures for them. Of course, it was not solely the Star Lord of Lu. The treasures for the golden-winged Great Peng and the Black Sea Xian Turtle were also scarce. If Chen Changsheng wished to cultivate them, he needed to consider their needs as well. And my spiritual treasures? The phoenix tilted her head. I want one too. But don't you already have some? Those belong to the Yuanfeng, not to you. The phoenix. When I encounter good spiritual treasures in the future, I want them too. Fine. Ultimately, Chen Changsheng acquiesced to the phoenix's request. If the phoenix expressed a desire for spiritual treasures, how could he deny her? Atop Wui Mountain, Randang employed his divine powers to gradually mend Xiao Sheng's injuries. In truth, Xiao Sheng had merely sustained superficial wounds, easily remedied with some spiritual elixirs or fruits. However, while superficial injuries were simple to heal, restoring Xiao Sheng's Dao heart would pose a greater challenge. Master Randang, I have wronged you, causing you to lose your accompanying spiritual treasure, the spirit lantern. Randang silently cursed inwardly, yet a smile graced his features. After all, it was merely a spiritual treasure. If lost, so be it as the deputy leader of the Chan teaching. Acquiring exceptional innate spiritual treasures was not a daunting task. Xiao Sheng, should your Dao heart sustain damage, rendering your cultivation stagnant, then my spiritual treasures would truly be in vain. Upon hearing that the lamp of enlightenment had been extinguished, Randang still showed profound concern for his well-being. Xiao Sheng, Overwhelmed with gratitude, bowed deeply toward Ran Deng and uttered, "Master." At that moment, in Xiaosheng's eyes, Master Ran Deng embodied the finest teacher, guiding him forward. Beside them, Chao Bao was equally moved by the scene unfolding before him. The immortal from the South Pole, possessing such formidable power, had deceived the teacher into relinquishing his treasured artifact. This audacious act of insubordination and disregard for one's elders. Could it truly go unpunished? Ran Deng smiled warmly. Of course not. He replied, why intervention this time may not hold merit in the eyes of the Chen sect. However, I intend to visit the heavenly court soon to pay my respects to the heavenly emperor. Haotian. Given the South Pole's leisurely existence amidst the chaos, it is high time he took on some responsibilities. Indeed, Haotian would not issue commands to Chen Changsheng, who had the Chen sect as his backing. Yet if I, as the vice master of the Chen sect, were to express my intentions, it is likely that Haotian would not oppose. Although I cannot directly strike down Chen Changsheng, I can certainly make life difficult for him. Where shall we go now? During their journey, Zhuke, perched upon Chen Changsheng's shoulder, could not contain her curiosity. She and Chen Changsheng had been cast into this realm by the goddess Peng in Zhuke as perspective. Despite Chen Changsheng's serendipitous acquisition of two exceptional innate treasures on Wui Mountain, this was far from his original plan to at this moment. Chen Changsheng had already commenced the preliminary refining of the Luo Bao Jin Xian. Hearing Zhu Qiue's inquiry, a subtle smile graced his lips. I have already declared that the sanctuary for loose cultivators is my home. Now that we are here in Wui Mountain, we might as well take a detour to visit Maishan. Maishan, Zhuke tilted her head, intrigued. Is there anything particularly special about that place? Chen Changsheng gently shook his head. There we should find the Star Lord of Dui. The Star Lord of Dui? Zhuke flapped her wings in surprise. She had assumed that Chen Changsheng had no specific destination in mind and was merely wandering by instinct. Yet it appeared he indeed had a goal. Chen Changsheng's intention to seek out Maishan naturally pointed towards the monkey, Yuanfeng. There were numerous candidates for the role of the Star Lord of Dui, one of whom was the renowned Dui Zhenren, whose name seemed to resonate with that of the Star Lord. However, persuading him would necessitate Chen Changsheng's return to the sect, which may not occur in the near future, and even upon his return, finding this loose immortal was not guaranteed. Chen Changsheng's thoughts quickly shifted to the nearby Maishan. The 7 oddities of Maishan, led by Yuanfeng, were supposed to have been subdued by Yang Jian of the Chen sect. Following his death, he ascended the Fengshen list and became one of the 4-way Star Lords. In Chen Changsheng's view, this was indeed a great pity. Yuanfeng's lineage was connected to the chaotic magic ape, a being birthed from this primordial deity. His potential was boundless. Moreover, Yuanfeng himself was known for his loyalty. After being subdued by Yang Jian, he had remained steadfastly by his side, a quality Chen Changsheng greatly valued. The sooner Chen Changsheng could locate Yuanfeng, the sooner he could begin his training, ultimately enabling him to contribute even more significantly to the Chen sect. As for the future subordinates of his disciple, he would make arrangements for them in due time, ensuring they would not suffer any losses. Everything was for the sake of the Chen sect. With this thought in mind, Chen Changsheng quickened his pace. Here lay Maishan. The plum blossoms atop the mountain were of mediocre quality. While they were beneficial for cultivation, they were hardly remarkable. Zhuke glanced over Maishan and offered her assessment. Having once only settled upon phoenix trees, her living standards had plummeted since aligning with Chen Changsheng. Yet her discerning eye found little appeal in the plum blossoms adorning the mountain. On Maishan, the 7 oddities, led by Yuanfeng, were presently enjoying each other's company amidst the flourishing plum blossoms. The blooming of the plum flowers marked the time when the spiritual energy on Maishan was most abundant. They had spent countless years cultivating in this mountain, earning a stellar reputation. Ordinary cultivators would hardly dare to intrude upon their revelry. As the plum blossoms bloomed anew, the 6 brothers raised a toast to their elder brother. Yuanfeng, seated regally at the head of the table, awaited his brothers to pour him a drink. The youngest, Yang Xian, leisurely produced the spirit wine they had stored, preparing to serve Yuanfeng. You all have such refined tastes. May I join in this revelry and share a cup with you? As the voice fell, Yang Xian suddenly found an additional cup materializing before him. Instinctively, He poured the plum wine into this newly appeared vessel. The entire atmosphere seemed to hush, as if the world had fallen into silence. The 7 oddities of Mycian could only hear the sound of plum blossoms gently falling, accompanied by the unexpected voice of a stranger consuming their wine. "Ah, not bad. Your brewing technique is commendable, quite delicious." Zhuke rolled her eyes at Chen Changsheng perched upon her shoulder. When Chen Changsheng had discerned the situation on Mycian through the ancient spirit fire, he had mentioned making a striking entrance. Little did she expect it to be such a startling approach. The expressions of the 7 oddities of Mycian, including Yuanfeng, flickered with a mixture of surprise and indignation. This uninvited guest possessed audacity beyond measure, daring to steal their wine right before their eyes. Whether it was Yuanfeng, the elder brother, or the remaining younger siblings, they exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by this intruder's origin. After finishing his drink, Chen Changsheng introduced himself. "I am the foremost disciple of the Chen Sect, the South Pole Immortal. I have come to Mycian, having long heard of your esteemed names, to recruit you to join me in serving in the heavenly court." As Zhuke listened to this familiar proclamation, the sense of déjà vu washed over her. The opening line declared him the foremost disciple of the Chen Sect, while the closing line alluded to the Star Lord of Longevity. The routine remained unchanged through the ages. "That I understand you may perceive me as lacking in cultivation and thus doubt my words. How about this? You 7 may take on me, and should I emerge victorious, you will follow me. If I lose, I shall offer you 7 exquisite peaches. What say you?" Chen Changsheng had no intention of lingering with the 7 oddities of Mycian, while Yuanfeng boasted a commendable lineage. His fortunes were less than favorable. Lacking the luck of the Phoenix clan and the merits of the Northern Sea's black turtle, his chaotic magic bloodline was incomplete, fragmented into 4 parts to contend with such a cultivator. A straightforward approach was warranted. That a confrontation was inevitable, and it must be one that would compel their respect and submission. Understanding that monkeys had an inherent desire to pilfer peaches, Chen Changsheng promptly dangled the promise of peaches before Yuanfeng. The leader of the 7 oddities. Peaches? Exquisite peaches. Yuanfeng's gaze flickered with intrigue. As the most accomplished among them, and possessing the broadest experience, he recognized that the peaches born from one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the Primordial era would reach unparalleled quality. To partake in such divine fruit was a privilege reserved for the most esteemed celestial beings in the wilderness, even at the peach banquet hosted by the heavenly Emperor Haotian and the Queen Mother of the West. Only a select few could savor such delicacies. Not to mention, even a single peach would far surpass the worth of the plum blossoms that adorned the mountain. Yuanfeng certainly did not suspect Chen Changsheng was deceiving him. As a disciple of a sage and the foremost disciple of the Chen Sect, why would Chen Changsheng need to deceive the band of supernatural beings on Mycian? There was no necessity. As for the prospect of being recruited, that posed no issue whatsoever. Chen Changsheng was a disciple of the sage, his status far exceeding that of the 7 oddities of Mycian. If he could defeat all 7 of them in a single battle, what would it matter if they submitted? Yuanfeng's gaze ignited with determination as he slowly turned to his 6 brothers. "Brothers, let us unite and bring down this disciple of the sage. Should we succeed, we shall feast upon the exquisite peaches." "Absolutely." The other 6 oddities of Mycian, hearing their elder brother's agreement, immediately chimed in unison. Yuanfeng was their leader. Whatever he decided, they would follow without hesitation. Without a moment's doubt, Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. Indeed, the camaraderie among the 7 oddities of Mycian was commendable. He leapt forward with the grace of a leisurely stroll, entering the plum blossom grove. "You may strike at your leisure." Yuanfeng let out a sharp whistle. "Then let us proceed. Yang Xian, you go first." Yang Xian nodded in agreement. The 7 oddities of Mycian had long honed their teamwork, and upon Yuanfeng's instruction, they immediately understood each other as intent. In an instant, horns sprouted from his head, and a beam of white light shot forth from his mouth. This white light was his innate divine ability. Capable of immobilizing foes in place, it emerged. It enveloped Chen Changsheng, who had a crimson bird perched upon his shoulder. The withered bone spear in his hand crackled with energy. Chang Hao twirled his serpent-tongued red spear, unleashing a cloud of toxic smoke towards the area where Yang Xian's white light trapped its target. The cultivators of the wilderness were generally unprepared for toxins, making it sometimes unexpectedly effective. He was joined by Huanglong, whose own toxic mist merged into the azure smoke, intensifying its potency. The twin-pronged poisoned scorpion dagger in his grip gleamed ominously. The three of them served as support. The others were the main offensive force. Zhu Zizhen wielded a pig-tooth ring knife. Dai Li held a dog-toothed double-edged knife, while Jin Dashang brandished a three-pronged spear. Aside from their weapons, they also possessed their respective innate treasures, the pig treasure, dog treasure, and bull yellow, enhancing their might further. Yet Yuanfeng refrained from engaging. He harbored his own pride. If his six brothers could not subdue Chen Changsheng, only then would he intervene. The six brothers of Myriad executed their encirclement technique with remarkable finesse. Their divine abilities harmonizing seamlessly, he wished to ascertain whether Chen Changsheng had the capability to compel him into action. The six brothers of Myriad flowed with energy, their years of collaboration requiring no words, merely a glance. And their six weapons struck forward in unison. Due to their varying strengths, the movements of their weapons differed naturally, defending against the toxic mist while remaining immobile in the face of their constantly shifting. Illusory attacks was a formidable challenge. They assaulted Chen Changsheng from six distinct directions, leaving him no opportunity to break through from any one angle. Yuanfeng nodded in satisfaction. Under his guidance, his brothers had formed a battle array. Displaying no impatience as they advanced slowly, Chen Changsheng, with no space to maneuver, could only face them 6-1. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly invoked the divine ability of Law of Heaven. Phenomenon of Earth. Most of the seven oddities of Myriad feared Yang Jian's transformative arts, yet Chen Changsheng eschewed such illusions, opting instead to elevate his stature, employing the most authentic nine-transformation profound skill against them. As for the toxic mist and smoke, he summoned the genuine jade, clear divine thunder. The lightning sliced through the air, dispersing the toxic fumes and vapors. Huanglong and Chang Hao, the ones conjuring the toxins, seemed to be struck with immense fright. When the jade clear divine thunder erupted, its overwhelming power manifested, instinctively sending shivers through them. Seizing the moment, Chen Changsheng thrust his arms forward and, with a swirling motion, gathered their weapons into a circle. They were all loose cultivators, and these weapons were manifestations of their own essences. Thus their power was limited and could not harm Chen Changsheng's five-turn divine body. Shock flickered in the eyes of Zhu Zizhen, Dai Li, and Jin Dashang. The demon race's physical forms, forged from the essence of sun and moon, were notably robust, yet they were astonished that even Chen Changsheng's mere gesture was enough to withstand them. The three exchanged glances, immediately realizing that ordinary weapons were ineffective against him. Seizing the opportunity to retreat, it was now the moment to employ their innate spiritual treasures. Zhu Zizhen's arms swelled, while Jin Dashang and Dai Li's bull yellow and dog treasure emanated a formidable aura. Their energies intertwining briefly, even stirring the laws of heaven and earth. Indeed, indeed, Chen Changsheng exclaimed in admiration. The six brothers of Myriad, when engaged in earnest combat, exhibited considerable strength, although he did not regard the strength of the cultivators beyond Yuanfeng with much concern. He recognized their potential for cultivation, which was certainly favorable. The six brothers of Myriad had not yet reached the formidable heights of the divine ranking, yet upon closer inspection, there were indeed redeemable qualities. He remained steadfast, his palm shifting continuously as countless streams of energy surged forth with a heavy explosive sound, rebounding against their spiritual treasures. Yuanfeng, make your move. They're no match for me. I cultivate the supreme body refining technique of the Witch Clan. The nine transformation profound skill. They cannot breach my defenses. Only you still have a chance. Chen Changsheng had long discerned this. Currently, Yuanfeng had yet to master the 8-9 profound skill, much like Sun Wukong, whose 72 transformations were derived from the 9 transformation profound skill. Its essence was rooted in the great supreme celestial method. The 8-9 profound skill served as a protective method of the Chan sect. And Chen Changsheng had always found it puzzling how Yuanfeng had acquired IT. IT seemed likely that he had been taught by the Jade Ding true person, paving the way for Yang Jian, a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect. However, despite having learned the 8-9 profound skill, Yuanfeng had not formally joined the Chen sect, and thus was not a disciple of theirs. It was not an issue to have a great arm ape serve as a stepping stone for oneself. Yet in Chen Changsheng's eyes, it felt somewhat squandered. Yuanfeng let out a roar, swiftly revealing his simian form. Having observed closely, he had determined that Chen Changsheng was indeed formidable, and thus he would exert his utmost effort. Yuanfeng shook his body, and the water and fire staff manifested in his palm. In an instant, he raised this spiritual treasure high, as if wielding the cosmos, crashing down towards Chen Changsheng. The great arm ape, seizing the sun and moon, compressing mountains, discerning fortune and misfortune, manipulating the universe. Truly so, you have not disappointed me. Chen Changsheng sensed the commotion emanating from the heavens. The nearby space shattered continuously, the staff enveloped in swirling water and fire, rendering all it touched into nothingness. Even without having mastered the 8-9 profound skill, Yuanfeng still displayed the demeanor befitting the four mischievous monkeys. Demonic energy suffused the entirety of Mycian, filling Chen Changsheng's vision. Had you been a perfect chaotic demon ape, you would undoubtedly be able to contend with me at this stage. As it stands, you still fall somewhat short as a faint golden glow emerged on Chen Changsheng's palm as he slowly stretched forth his hand. With a resounding clap, the water and fire staff was effortlessly sent flying. Yuanfeng was momentarily taken aback. Thus far, he had never encountered anyone capable of dislodging the water and fire staff with bare hands within the wilderness. You, the Southern Immortal, must have cultivated the 9 transformation profound skill to a level comparable to that of the Witch Clan during the last calamity. Yuanfeng was aware of the Witch Clan's reputation, yet he had not faced them during the Witch and Demon calamity. The calamity concluded, and both the Witch and Demon clans had waned, that he never expected that the foremost disciple of the Chen sect before him could refine this body cultivation technique to such an extent. In that case, let me, Yuanfeng, experience your unparalleled magical powers in person and gauge the extent of our disparity. Yuanfeng spoke with a wry smile. Observing the unfolding battle, he realized that his side had been thoroughly defeated. Even with 7 against 1, they had not compelled Chen Changsheng to utilize his spiritual treasures. Proud as he was, Yuanfeng could not deem his side victorious. However, in this final moment, he must give his all to avoid any regrets. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Had the 2 loose immortals on Wui Mountain possessed Yuanfeng's spirit, even as mere pawns of the deputy master of the burning lamp, he would have been able to elevate them to the rank of the Star Lord of Grain. Regrettably, they did not doubt he often spoke of the white ape attaining enlightenment, referring to himself as a monkey demon. Yet at this moment, the disciple of a saint highlighted his own background. He naturally intended to engage in battle without reservation. Yuanfeng, the 6 peculiar beings of Mycian, who had already succumbed to their fate, simultaneously sensed the presence of the man who had propelled them to the renown of the 7 oddities of Mycian. Just moments ago, they were still lost in the spectacle of Yuanfeng's staff being sent flying, but upon regaining their composure, they were greeted by the resonant echoes of Yuanfeng's prolonged monkey howl. It appeared that Yuanfeng was indeed relishing the battle. In unison, they felt a profound realization. There was no other wandering cultivator on Mycian who could provoke them, and even the formidable Yuanfeng had few rivals. Now, this immortal from the southern pole who had ventured onto Mycian seemed to herald a significant transformation. Their vision faltered, unaware that Yuanfeng was engaged in a final struggle, yet they could discern that he would soon expend every ounce of his strength. Chen Changsheng, with arms crossed behind his back, awaited Yuanfeng's complete metamorphosis. Refraining from interrupting the process, it was not arrogance, but rather an overwhelming confidence. Boom! Yuanfeng's true form, with white fur swirling about, danced in the air as countless energies converged into his arms, manifesting as the light of the sun and moon. The essence of the Tombi monkey lay within those arms. This moment, suffused with the radiance of the celestial bodies, his arms became resplendent, gathering myriad primordial Tao texts. Once these primordial texts had etched their designs upon his arms, he extended his palms outward, grasping at the void. The 6 brothers of Mycian immediately heard a sound resonating from the emptiness. Not far from Mycian, a divine mountain was cleaved asunder. Lifted by Yuanfeng's supernatural prowess, the air surged upwards, and in the blink of an eye, this divine mountain appeared suspended above Mysian. Upon its summit, the air shimmered, and as Yuanfeng summoned it with such divine skill, the mountain became imbued with the laws of battle, transforming into a divine weapon, distinct from an ordinary mountain. What a remarkable technique! Chen Changsheng observed solemnly. Your approach mirrors the artistry of my master in forging the Fantian seal. However, the quality of your mountain still falls short. My master utilized the Unzao mountain to forge the Fantian seal. If my junior brother Guangchengzi were here, he would surely enlighten you on the true essence of Fantian. Chen Changsheng's tone paused momentarily. In that case, allow me to demonstrate the so-called Jade Void creation. His gaze reflected the divine mountain conjured by Yuanfeng, his expression unchanged, yet his hands shifted to a different stance, slashing upwards against the descending mountain. Each of the three pure ones possessed memories of creation, some of which were naturally imparted to their disciples. This particular strike from Chen Changsheng imitated the legendary Pengu's creation from the memories of the Jade Pure. The ethereal aura of the Jade Pure enveloped him as the massive divine mountain was completely severed, its radiant treasures dimming entirely. With a slight push of his legs, Yuanfeng propelled himself towards Chen Changsheng using the shattered boulders, hoping to exploit any openings in Chen Changsheng's defenses. Yet he soon felt his fist abruptly seized by a hand, the force he intended to unleash dissipating as if snuffed out. Chen Changsheng's divine form seemed forged from the finest divine materials, arriving ahead of Yuanfeng. Yuanfeng recognized the disparity between himself and Chen Changsheng. He had not anticipated that his true form would falter so swiftly before Chen Changsheng. To summarize, it felt as fragile as paper. Immortal of the Southern Pole, we, the 7 oddities of Mysian, are not your match and are willing to submit. As he spoke, the white fur swirling around Yuanfeng returned to his arms, his once lofty aura gradually diminishing as he reverted to his original form and bowed to Chen Changsheng. Witnessing their elder brother's defeat, Dai Li, Jin Dasheng, and the other brothers promptly bowed to Chen Changsheng, expressing their intent to surrender. They had previously agreed upon this and showed no signs of retracting their commitment. Chen Changsheng had not employed any magical treasures. He had purely triumphed over them through Dao techniques and his physical prowess, leading the brothers to feel their own inadequacies in the Dao. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered momentarily. Very well. From this day forth, you shall all be my subordinates, though of course, you may continue to follow your elder brother Yuanfeng. He shall henceforth serve as my Southern Dipper Dui Starlord. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's unintentional separation of them, the 7 oddities of Mysian felt a surge of joy. After all, some rulers, upon seeing their closeness, could harbor mistrust, as though their elder brother's lord was not their true master. Now, however, Chen Changsheng seemed devoid of such concerns. Yuanfeng, I shall now impart to you the Southern Dipper D canon and the 9 transformations of the mysterious art. You are one of the 4 monkeys of chaos, making you particularly suited for cultivating such techniques that I hope you can assist me in resolving all calamities in the world henceforth. Yuanfeng, still reeling from the moment, sensed 2 points of starlight radiating from Chen Changsheng before he bowed once more. We shall certainly alleviate the burdens of our esteemed lord and serve you faithfully. Azu, please impart some usable techniques to the other brothers of Mysian. Zhuke tilted her head. Chen Changsheng intends for me to work for free. Fear not. Azu is a primordial divine beast of the south, and even a fraction of her abilities will suffice for you beings of the demon race, initially lacking the gifts from Chen Changsheng. The eyes of the brothers of Mysian instantly lit up. They had never anticipated that the little bird perched upon Chen Changsheng's shoulder was a figure of great significance, that a primordial divine beast was far more formidable than their own demon race. Above Mysian, Zhuke shared some of the inherited knowledge from the primordial 3 races with the brothers. Having once been the leader of the Phoenix clan, she possessed some understanding of the arts of the Qilin and Dragon clans. Among others, naturally, in the realm of demons, one could not escape the categories of flying beasts and terrestrial creatures, even if she was not part of the core of the primordial 3 races. Her knowledge was invaluable to them. Seeing his brothers gain from this interaction, Yuanfeng felt a surge of elation. The esteemed lord currently traversing the Huanglong, seeking candidates for the Southern Dipper 6-star lords. I wonder how many vacancies remain. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly, observing Yuanhong's eagerness to alleviate his burdens. Beyond his own seat as a Star Lord, he also needed to assist in selecting the 6 Dao Lords of Hoodoo. And there were many positions to fill. In the future, Lawful Mountain would also require personnel in truth, the gaps were quite numerous. Yuanhong's proactive recommendations surpassed those of the numerous Star Lords he had previously accepted. Zhuke tilted her head slightly, sensing that Chen Changsheng had perhaps alluded to something that related to her. Yet, it was merely a fleeting intuition with no substantial evidence. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze away from Zhuke. What is it, Yuanhong? Do you have any recommendations? Yuanhong nodded slightly. Indeed, esteemed Lord, as you are aware of my origins, I recommend one who is akin to me, a member of the 4 chaotic monkeys. The red-butt monkey. The red-butt monkey understands the dualities of yin and yang, adept in human affairs, skilled in evasion and prolonging life. He embodies the mysteries of the Southern Dipper even more than I do. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. Are you referring to Waziki? Yuanhong was momentarily speechless, then bowed to Chen Changsheng. I did not expect the esteemed lord to already know of the red-butt monkey. It seems I have spoken too freely. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. He had thought of Yuanhong when considering the 4 chaotic monkeys, but he had not truly contemplated the others until Yuanhong brought them up. Now, he recalled that there was indeed such a monkey in this era. Waziki has been confined by you near the Huai River. Do you wish for me to intervene and rescue him? Yuanhong nodded slightly. Esteemed Lord, you see clearly. The 5 emperors of humanity have reached completion, and calamities are required. The red-butt monkey wishes to leverage humanity's merits to elevate his cultivation, transforming into calamities to assist you in achieving his goals. Yet now, with the 5 emperors complete, he has been unable to fulfill his desires. He once sent word to me, hoping I could rescue him. However, the lingering might of the 5 emperors renders me incapable of breaching that barrier. Thus I have been unable to do so. Chen Changsheng gently tapped the table, finally grasping the underlying reason. The red-bottomed monkey, due to its knowledge of human affairs, instinctively sensed that the 5 emperors required merit for their completion, and thus voluntarily plunged into the fray, seeking to reap some benefit. Little did it realize that the outcome would be quite contrary to its expectations, ultimately resulting in its confinement by the Huai River, leading to the loss of its freedom as a monkey. Yuanhong was acutely aware of his own limitations and dared not provoke the current human race. Now that his master had emerged, perhaps he could mediate a resolution as a disciple of a sage. His status was significant. Should Waziki be freed, he would naturally owe his gratitude to this esteemed master. Conversely, if the master deemed it inappropriate, he could certainly refrain from rescuing Waziki. The predicament at hand was, after all, one of his own making. He could not blame others. Chen Changsheng raised his hand slightly, halting Yuanhong's words, "It matters not. Your suggestion is quite commendable. Let us proceed to meet this mischievous 4-monkey." Previously, Chen Changsheng had not considered Waziki, simply because it had not crossed his mind. However, now that Yuanhong had brought it to his attention, Chen Changsheng indeed found that this mischievous 4-monkey was a worthy option. As Yuanhong had indicated, Waziki, the red-bottomed monkey, was rather fitting for the characteristics of his Southern Dipper Star Lord, while the Star Lord of Fate seemed less suitable, and that of Wealth posed no issues at all. Even if the Star Lord of Wealth were inadequate, he could be dispatched to Mount Luofu for tasks that, in summary, the Waziki presented by Yuanhong was a commendable choice. Daili, Jin Dashong, the 6 of you shall take my edict to the Heavenly Court's Divine Xiaofu for cultivation. There, I have a grove of peach trees that requires care, which will also facilitate your training. Chen Changsheng activated the ability of the Star Lord of Longevity, manifesting his edict. There were no cultivators in his divine Xiaofu at present, and with new arrivals, it was an opportune moment for them to return and tend as for the peaches. You may partake as you see fit, but do ensure the cave is well guarded. The brothers of Meishan's eyes sparkled with excitement as they promptly accepted Chen Changsheng's edict. After all, on the Star of Longevity, there were indeed peaches growing, and their master even permitted them to pluck a few. Was this not preferable to remaining on Meishan? They immediately set off towards the celestial realms, eager not to delay. Yuanhong gaped in astonishment as he watched his brothers depart, when Chen Changsheng had promised them peaches. Yuanfeng had suspected the existence of such fruits, but he had not anticipated an entire peach grove on the Star of Longevity. Were it not for the obligation to accompany his master to the Huai River, he would have desired to return to the celestial realms at once. After all, these were exquisite peaches. Pathetic, Zhuke remarked disdainfully as she observed Yuanfeng's yearning for the exquisite peaches. She had already reserved many from the Star of Longevity and would not be swayed by mere spiritual fruits. Master, this is Junshan, the very place that suppresses the red-bottomed monkey Waziki. There's naught on Myshan. Chen Changsheng and his companions traveled light, traversing mountains and rivers until they arrived beside the great mountain by the Huai River. It appears that all of you mischievous four monkeys are destined for suppression, either by this mountain or that. Yuanfeng was puzzled, as he only knew that Waziki was imprisoned beneath Junshan, and he himself had never been suppressed. Why then did his master say all? Could it be that the other mischievous four monkeys shared a similar fate to Waziki? Chen Changsheng's eyes ignited with golden flames as the ancient flame of all spirits surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire Junshan. Indeed, he beheld the monkey bound beneath the mountain, ensnared by illusory chains. Waziki, can you hear me? It is I, Yuanfeng from Myshan. Yuanfeng's voice boomed like thunder as he called out to Junshan. Upon hearing Yuanfeng's call, the previously listless Waziki suddenly regained color. Yuanfeng, have you finally come to rescue me? This is truly wonderful. Waziki's words were filled with excitement, and the chains binding him seemed to rattle violently in response to his fervor. It is not I, but my master, the foremost disciple of the Chen Sect, the Southern Polar Immortal, has come to rescue you. The title of foremost disciple and Southern Polar Immortal made Waziki's eyes widen with astonishment, his countenance radiant with hope. Could Yuanfeng truly have enlisted such a significant figure to come to the Huai River for his sake? Were it not for the explicit declaration, Waziki would have thought it a grand deception. Master, Yuanfeng inquired softly, an undertone of questioning evident in his voice. Chen Changsheng inclined his head slightly, uttering a single word, strike, having utilized the ancient flame of all spirits to survey the area. He confirmed Yuanfeng's account. The Huai River and Junshan indeed bore remnants of the five emperors' powers. His command to Yuanfeng to strike was not a direct order to free Waziki, but rather to summon forth the guardian of this place, in essence. It was merely a matter of making a greeting. Obeying Chen Changsheng's command, Yuanfeng brandished his Qi water-fire staff, causing numerous shadows of the staff to dance in the air. Boom! Outside Junshan, a kaleidoscope of colors flickered as the ethereal forms of the five emperors manifested, coalescing into a grand formation. The ethereal figures slowly extended their hands, ultimately taking shape, revealing a palace surrounded by fiery clouds. Though Chen Changsheng had never seen it, he recognized the palace as the final abode of the three sovereigns and five emperors, the Fire Cloud Cave. The five emperors are currently engaged in cultivation. It is only I, the Earth Sovereign, who remains to converse with the young friend that I trust you do not mind, Southern Polar Friend. The Heavenly Emperor Fuxi had mentioned that there was a disciple of a sage here to save Waziki, and I was skeptical, yet it appears to be true. Within the ethereal visage, the Earth Sovereign Shinnong displayed an intrigued expression. Chen Changsheng had not anticipated that this formation would directly connect to the Fire Cloud Cave and ultimately attract the Earth Sovereign's attention. If all went as expected, Fuxi, his sage brother, was likely present as well. I pay my respects to the Earth Sovereign. Having traversed here, Chen Changsheng instinctively held the three sovereigns and five emperors in high regard. Since you, Earth Sovereign, are aware of my intentions, I wish to take Waziki away. May I inquire what is required of me? Had one of the five emperors appeared at this moment, Chen Changsheng would have felt it relatively easy to take Waziki away. Yet, the figure emerging from the mirror was Shinnong, with Fuxi, who was adept at divining the heavenly mysteries, present beside him. Chen Changsheng sensed that the difficulty of securing Waziki's release would likely increase. Shinnong scratched his head. In my original intention, Waziki's punishment was nearly sufficient. Since you, Southern Polar, have taken the lead, you may take him away. However, my elder brother Fuxi insists that as a disciple of a sage, you ought to face additional trials. He mentioned that upon meeting me, you should inherently know what to do. You are aware of Fuxi's enigmatic nature. I cannot discern his intentions, so I can only relay his words to you. Shinnong paused, unsure how to articulate his elder brother's meaning, and could only relay the information as it was. Zhuke lifted her gaze. Even with her substantial foundation as a golden immortal, she found herself utterly perplexed by the riddle-like speech before her. However, just as she thought that Chen Changsheng too was at a loss, she witnessed him perform a slight bow. The Southern Polar understands. Upon the completion of this matter, I shall return here to convey your message. Upon hearing that Chen Changsheng comprehended, both Yuanfeng and Zhuke, along with the messenger Shinnong, were left bewildered. How could Chen Changsheng grasp what they could not? Shinnong, too, was curious to know what exactly Chen Changsheng understood. But given his position, he could not muster the courage to ask, so he let it go. Very well. You may proceed with your matters. Should you succeed, we shall inevitably meet again. With that, Shinnong immediately dispelled the spell. Within the fire cloud cave, Shinnong turned to see the three sovereigns' leader, the heavenly Emperor Fuxi, in meditation. Brother, what exactly are you instructing this foremost disciple of the Chan sect to do? I am utterly lost. Fuxi's aura flowed with the mysteries of heaven. It is nothing of great significance. I merely require his assistance with a small task. Seeing Fuxi unwilling to elaborate, Shinnong could only pivot to other inquiries. Brother, although the Southern Polar is the foremost disciple of the Chan sect, his cultivation is merely at the level of the Tai Golden Immortal. What prompted you to take notice of him so suddenly? Fuxi opened his eyes that it was nothing significant. However, recently, the Antarctic had accepted the North Sea Xiangui as his subordinate, which piqued my interest. His level of cultivation does not affect the tasks I wish for him to undertake. Upon seeing the heavenly sovereign, Fuxi remained silent, not revealing his thoughts. The Earth's sovereign, Shinnong, appeared helpless, merely sitting in meditation. Those who cultivate the laws of the great Tao often behave in such a manner, speaking in riddles and shrouded in mystery. Watching Shinnong return to his seat to meditate, a subtle smile curled at Fuxi's lips. He refrained from disclosing the meaning behind the secret exchange with the Antarctic Immortal. Intending to surprise Shinnong, not purposely attempting to play the enigmatic one, nevertheless, it was somewhat astonishing to Fuxi that Chen Changsheng could grasp his intentions so swiftly, even without the North Sea Xiangui by Chen Changsheng's side. His insight was remarkable in Fuxi's eyes. Chen Changsheng was already quite impressive. Indeed, if he could successfully accomplish what Fuxi desired, that would be even better by the banks of the Huai River, beside June Mountain. Chen Changsheng sensed two intense gazes fixated upon him, despite the lack of spoken words. Clearly, both the vermilion bird, which resided upon his shoulder, and the newly joined Dui Star Lord were exceedingly curious about what the heavenly sovereign Fuxi intended for him to do. Due to Chen Changsheng's identity, they could not inquire recklessly that a slight smile played on Chen Changsheng's lips that it was nothing much. The heavenly sovereign Fuxi had not explicitly stated it, merely hoping to surprise the Earth's sovereign. He paused momentarily. The Earth's sovereign Shinnong's youngest daughter had drowned, yet her soul did not return to the underworld. Instead, she transformed into a bird amidst heaven and earth, and my current task is to rescue this Waziki. And Fuxi's intent is for this Waziki to exert effort, allowing me to intervene and revive Shinnong's daughter to S.O. That is the case. Both the vermilion bird and Yuanfeng displayed expressions of sudden understanding. No wonder Fuxi mentioned that upon seeing Shinnong, Chen Changsheng should comprehend. It pertained to the Earth's sovereign himself. Did you hear that, Waziki? Although I also know where to find that girl, since you wish to break free. Let it be your responsibility to accomplish the preliminary tasks. Chen Changsheng easily deduced what the heavenly sovereign Fuxi intended to do. He was well-versed in the tale of Jingwei, filling the sea. In truth, he could find traces of that girl on his own, but given that Waziki was present, Chen Changsheng naturally wished to witness his abilities. Although Waziki was locked in a well within June Mountain, he was keenly aware of all external happenings. The conversation between the Earth's sovereign Shinnong and Chen Changsheng had already confirmed Chen Changsheng's identity. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng speak, he did not dare to be negligent. His actions were evidently tied to whether he could escape and free himself from suffering. I understand now about the Earth's sovereign Shinnong's youngest daughter. Waziki shook his chains, slowly settling into a meditative position within the deep well. Waziki possessed water control abilities comparable to Gonggong and had the innate characteristics of the red-bottomed monkey, understanding human affairs. The Earth's sovereign Shenong's daughter perfectly aligned with the traits of his divine abilities. Around the chains, streams of water light coalesced, forming a water mirror according to the principles of yin and yang, which revealed a divine bird with a floral head, white beak, and red claws. This divine bird was currently holding a stone, seemingly resting atop a mountain peak. That mountain peak was one he was very familiar with, having once served as the deity of the Huai River. It was indeed the source of the Huai River in the western region. Mount Tongbai, Antarctic Immortal, the daughter of Shenong, is currently resting on a branch of Mount Tongbai. Following the Huai River, you should encounter her. Chen Changsheng slightly raised an eyebrow. This was quite fortuitous. Waziki's ability to locate the bird transformed from Jingwei so swiftly was indeed impressive. No wonder he dared to immerse himself in the grand endeavors of the five emperors. All right, I understand. Wait for the day Jingwei returns, for that will be your moment of liberation. Waziki, in the deep well, was taken aback. He exerted all his strength to merge various divine abilities, even drawing upon the water essence of the Huai River, to discover the image of the target. To his astonishment, Chen Changsheng had casually called out the name of the divine bird. This alone instilled a sense of fear within Waziki. Disciples of the saintly lineage were indeed extraordinary. He attempted to use his divine abilities to peer into Chen Changsheng, only to receive vague spiritual reflections in return. Rendering him unable to perceive clearly, he quickly abandoned the thought of probing into the identity of the Antarctic Immortal, whom Yuanfeng referred to as the Esteemed One, and waited anxiously for their safe return. Waziki was fortunate. The Jingwei divine bird happened to be on Mount Tongbai. Yuanfeng felt delighted for Waziki. Had the deduced location been too distant, it might have consumed an inordinate amount of time. If the Esteemed One found it troublesome, he might have chosen not to proceed. You underestimate the heavenly sovereign Fuxi. If it were not nearby, he might not have even brought it up, the vermilion bird remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly. Having spent considerable time with Chen Changsheng, she knew that the North Sea Xiangui had inherited Fuxi's numerical arts and could thus serve as Chen Changsheng's benefactor star. It would indeed be unreasonable for Fuxi's elder brother to lack any capabilities. However, why did Shenong's daughter ultimately transform into a bird? The vermilion bird remained somewhat concerned about this matter, as the queen of all flying creatures. In response to the vermilion bird's question, Chen Changsheng could only shrug his shoulders. This was something for the vermilion bird to ponder. He had no interest in it. Chen Changsheng was not in a hurry to proceed. Jingwei filling the sea was an endeavor requiring considerable time for rest. Waziki referred to the Jingwei divine bird merely as a term of respect. In reality, it possessed no extraordinary divine abilities. Were it not for the auspicious aura of the three sovereigns enveloping it, Jingwei would have long since turned to mere gravel in the wilderness. With their current divine abilities, reaching Mount Tongbai would surely find Jingwei still resting in the same spot. Fuxi's calculations were indeed precise. The place where Jingwei currently rested was the only superior spiritual root, the Tongbai Jade Leaf. On Mount Tongbai. It seemed we would soon have tea to enjoy. The golden light danced in Chen Changsheng's eyes, as he had already discovered the location of this superior, innate spiritual root. Yuanfeng listened, astonished, while he had only tasted plum wine atop Mount Mei. Following Chen Changsheng now brought the peaches of immortality and this spiritual tea, rapidly elevating his life experience. Zhu, quickly display your turtle-like aura to summon Jingwei. We shall have Yuanfeng take this Tongbai jade leaf away. The vermilion bird shot a glance at Chen Changsheng. She was not oblivious to the difference between turtle and tyrant. However, even upon recognizing the distinction, she did not refuse Chen Changsheng's suggestion. With a flap of her wings, a sacred aura naturally emanated, and the noble essence originating from her soul was instantly released, even without adopting the form of the Yuanfeng. The southern vermilion bird was still a noble, innate, divine beast, if sensing the innate pressure exuded by the vermilion bird, Jingwei finally flew down from the Tongbai jade leaf, fluttering to the side of the vermilion bird, nuzzling against her wing. However, the stone in her beak remained firmly clutched, showcasing her unwavering determination even in the presence of the queen of all flying creatures. The vermilion bird sighed. Were it not for the fact that Jingwei was the daughter of Shenong, She might have entertained the thought of taking her as a disciple. Observing Jingwei take flight, Yuanfeng dutifully set about his task of excavating the tree. The aura displayed by the vermilion bird had allowed Yuanfeng to gain a thorough understanding of what kind of being could stand upon the shoulders of the esteemed one. The momentary display of nobility even instilled a sense of bloodline pressure within him. The monkey of chaos, he estimated that in order to surpass her, the 4 monkeys of chaos would need to unite into the chaos demon ape to achieve that. Yuanfeng now fully comprehended why his 6 brothers treated the southern vermilion bird with utmost reverence. It turned out she was indeed a master of concealment. Now that Jingwei would no longer fly away. How do you intend to restore her to the status of the Earth's sovereign, Shenong's youngest daughter? Zhuge harbored a subtle sense of unease. In her perspective, the transformation of this young girl into Jingwei bore a striking resemblance to the situation of the ancestral witch Xianming, who now resided in the underworld. The Empress Peng had to rely on Chen Changsheng's future emergence, although the cultivation of the 3 sovereigns could not be compared to that of Sage. They were indeed the most formidable among the human race. Fuxi, Shenong, and Xianyuan, the 3 sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity, shared intricate ties with the sages. If it were indeed possible to rescue her, why had it not been done sooner? Why wait for Chen Changsheng's arrival? Yuanfeng was unaware of the particulars. Yet Zhuge, with her foundation as a Hunyuan golden immortal, felt that the heavenly sovereign Fuxi was intentionally complicating matters for Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head. Zhu, I appreciate your concern for me. However, the task of restoring Jingwei back to her original form is not as daunting as you imagine, Chen Changsheng added. Although humanity was birthed from the Empress's creation, they are undeniably a postnatal race, the Lord of Longevity and the Southern Ghost Emperor, wielding the Book of Life and Death. If I cannot manage such a trivial matter, then I should not expect to assist the ancestral, which Xianming in her restoration in the future. Chen Changsheng's golden gaze shifted to Jingwei, who nestled beside Zhuge. The heavenly sovereign Fuxi is uncertain of my success, which is why he has not explicitly communicated this to the Earth's sovereign Shenong that I, in truth, regardless of my success or failure, Wiziki will inevitably emerge. However, my willingness to take on this task stems from my confidence in achieving it. What do you plan to do? Zhuge inquired, tilting her head, curious about Chen Changsheng's thoughts. In her eyes, his confidence indicated he had devised a plan. Chen Changsheng smiled broadly. Naturally, I shall learn from you. Learn from me? Zhuge was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood. When Chen Changsheng spoke of you, he referred not to Zhuge herself, but to the phoenix, the leader of all birds. You intend to have her undergo rebirth through nirvana? Zhuge exclaimed, astonished. But she does not possess the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. The rebirth through nirvana is an innate divine ability exclusive to true phoenixes. Even beings like the golden-winged great Peng cannot invoke it. Yet now, Chen Changsheng wishes to apply it to Jingwei. Such a notion left Zhuge utterly stunned. You overthink it, Chen Changsheng remarked as he playfully tapped Zhuchue's forehead. It's merely an effect akin to nirvana. After all, Jingwei is but a divine bird at present. Zhuge felt somewhat wronged. Then you may commence. I am eager to witness how you shall facilitate her rebirth through nirvana. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. With Zhuchue's imposing presence, Jingwei could not wander aimlessly. Allowing him to focus on untangling her soul, a human possesses 3 souls and 7 spirits. The girl transformed into Jingwei due to a change in one of her spirits. The sparrow Yin, under the Tao of heaven. Just moments ago, Chen Changsheng had claimed ignorance regarding the girl's transformation into Zhuge, yet now he articulated the reason with fluency, leaving her almost tempted to incinerate him with Southern Ming fire. Her spirit remains intact. The remaining 3 souls and 6 spirits, owing to immense fortune, have not ventured to the mortal realm. Moreover, as a postnatal human, once I meticulously reorganize them and realign the 3 souls and 7 spirits, the cycle of life and death will naturally allow for her rebirth through nirvana. Zhuge attentively absorbed Chen Changsheng's explanation. While his words seemed straightforward, if it were truly that simple, the 3 sovereigns would have resurrected the girl long ago. How could it possibly fall to Chen Changsheng? Their inability stemmed from their lack of expertise, whereas he was currently on the path to becoming a true master. Chen Changsheng's tone remained gentle as his gaze fell upon Jingwei. The original form of the divine bird slowly began to regress before his eyes, reverting to its primordial state. This was the sparrow Yin. If this spirit was resilient, it could transform into a cuckoo or other avian species. The path to longevity required the manipulation of souls and spirits. Contemplating his insights, Chen Changsheng's positions as the Lord of Longevity and the Southern Ghost Emperor immediately radiated countless Tao rhythms. An array of life and death threads unfurled before him, emanating from the sparrow Yin's spirit. The other ends of these threads naturally connected to the scattered souls in various locations. Originally, these life and death threads were formless, but now they manifested vividly within Chen Changsheng's vision, a result of the interplay between his cultivated path and position. Then, Chen Changsheng began to channel his primordial spirit, cautiously reaching out towards those threads, intent on pulling them back and gathering them around Jingwei. This was a task that required utmost delicacy to ensure safety. Chen Changsheng should ideally retrieve the 3 souls and 6 spirits from the very ends of the threads himself. However, Jingwei, being covered by the fortune of the 3 sovereigns, was not akin to an ordinary mortal. The southern polar star of longevity responds ceaselessly. The 3 souls endure eternally, while the spirits shall not be lost. Chen Changsheng took 6 steps forward, and in an instant, a massive star, representing his longevity star, seemed to heed his call, descending beside Jingwei. Boom! Countless star rays spiraled along the life and death threads, exuding radiant divine light. As they spiraled, a mysterious force seemed to awaken within the depths of the cosmos, invigorating the life and death threads, which gradually began to shift towards Jingwei. Chen Changsheng's expression remained unchanged as he exerted full effort in channeling his primordial spirit. This starlight was a manifestation of his power, symbolizing the current density of his primordial spirit. Finally, at a certain moment, the starlight began to flicker, emanating a hint of auroral hue. This was the manifestation of the longevity star reaching its peak, indeed capable of transforming into the southern pole. Chen Changsheng's heart surged with joy. Immersed in the control of these forces, he pushed them to their limits, resulting in a wondrous transformation. Simultaneously, as this radiance emerged, the scattered life and death threads from all directions swiftly converged around the falling star as their center. In the blink of an eye, the other 3 souls and 6 spirits, previously dispersed, returned to Chen Changsheng's side. However, this alone was insufficient to restore the girl's 3 souls and 7 spirits entirely. Chen Changsheng had not undertaken his journey to the primordial wilderness in vain. By consuming the yang to dispel the yin, I shall refine the soul and spirit. Exhaling, Chen Changsheng vocalized, and those 3 souls and 6 spirits, drawn by the starlight, promptly began to converge towards Jingwei under his magical influence. Once he had meticulously organized all 3 souls and 7 spirits, Jingwei's primordial spirit would be cleansed of impurities, returning to its complete form. Ultimately, the final aspect would be her physical body, when Peng had initially fallen upon Mount Luofu. Chen Changsheng had urged him to return early, lest he lose his human form. Yet in Jingwei's case, the circumstances were markedly different. The girl had perished long ago, her physical form long since dissipated. Even if her primordial spirit returned, it would lack its original body. Now, having undergone the Empress Pengxin's reconstruction of his divine body, Chen Changsheng possessed a renewed understanding and a deeper comprehension of corporeal form. He too could, like the Empress, fashion a new divine body for the girl. However, infused within his own body were the powers of the ancestral which Xianming and the flower of the other shore, entwined with profound karma, making them unsuitable for the girl who could be revived. Shennong himself would likely prefer that his youngest daughter not have any connection to the previous calamity of the witch race. At this juncture, Chen Changsheng intended to harness the essence of the phoenix's rebirth through nirvana. Of course, he sought to draw upon the true meaning of rebirth through nirvana as Shennong's daughter. The girl had consumed a plethora of celestial herbs in childhood. Much of that power still resided within her primordial spirit. The intent of rebirth through nirvana would envelop her being. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng speak once more, the divine gaze of Zhuge shimmered with brilliance. In the next moment, she was astonished to discover that the Jingwei, who had been leaning beside her, suddenly emanated an ethereal flame. Remarkably, this flame bore a striking resemblance to the essence of nirvana inherent in her Yuanfeng divine powers. The intangible fire enveloped Jingwei's form, and when it had entirely consumed her, a human girl emerged in her stead. Chen Changsheng had truly succeeded. By the banks of the Huai River, at Jun Mountain, the image of Huanglong reappeared. As he jested about how long Chen Changsheng had taken, he suddenly caught sight of the little girl beside him. The girl! At that moment, Huanglong was overcome with emotion. The memory of his beloved daughter's tragic fate, when he had yet to attain enlightenment, remained an everlasting sorrow in his heart. Merely witnessing the image of the divine bird Jingwei caused him profound anguish, compelling him to only dare sneak a glance when Jingwei returned to the western mountain. Without hesitation, he summoned his powers and traversed the fiery cloud cave to stand beside Jun Mountain. Logically, after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors returned to the fiery cloud cave, none should easily step outside this sacred ground. Yet now, with the revival of his daughter, Huanglong could hardly concern himself with such restrictions. Upon seeing her father before her, the girl rushed into his embrace. The grievances she harbored against the Eastern Sea had long dissipated, having been soothed during Chen Changsheng's refinement of her 3 souls and 7 spirits, allowing her to revert to a state of innocence. Chen Changsheng chose not to intrude upon their heartfelt reunion. Although accustomed to such scenes, each occurrence stirred a complex array of emotions within him. He quietly distanced himself with Zhuge and Yuanfeng, making their way towards Jun Mountain. With Huanglong present, the 5 emperor formation had long been shattered, and they were now poised to meet Wiziki and liberate him from the depths of the well. Within the fiery cloud cave, the human emperor Xianyuan observed the unfolding scene with a tinge of nostalgia. Indeed, disciples of the Chan teaching were remarkable individuals. The 12 immortals of Yushu had once aided him in attaining his path, and he had thought them to be the core strength among the Chan disciples. Yet he was astonished to discover that even the reclusive Nanji Xianweng possessed such extraordinary abilities, dressed in a resplendent yellow royal robe. The human emperor Xianyuan expressed his sentiments towards Fuxi during the last long-distance communication between his 2 royal brothers and the Nanji Xianweng of the Chan teaching. He had been in seclusion. Upon emerging, he was met with the sight of his 2nd royal brother's youngest daughter transforming from a bird back into a girl. Having interacted with the 12 immortals for an extended period, he believed he had grasped the essence of the Chan teaching's sacred lineage. Yet he was unprepared for the revelation of Nanji Xianweng's capabilities he mused, I did not foresee this. Fuxi, the heavenly emperor, shook his head in agreement. Such words astonished the human emperor Xianyuan. Was it not Fuxi who had foreseen Nanji Xianweng's potential to accomplish such a feat? Fuxi slowly shook his head. The disciples of the Chan teaching were inherently protected by their master, Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzuan, who shielded their fortunes. Now, as the aura of calamity began to accumulate, the heavenly secrets became obscure and challenging to decipher. Nanji also possessed a supreme, innate spiritual treasure that concealed his fortunes. How could I claim to predict such an outcome? Fuxi paused briefly before continuing. I merely wish for him to attempt this endeavor. If successful, he could fulfill a wish for my royal brother. If not, I would seek to alleviate his suffering. The human emperor Xianyuan was momentarily taken aback. The heavenly emperor Fuxi was among the foremost experts in divination in the primordial realm, second only to the esteemed Dao de Tianun, the Grand Master of the Taiji diagram. His words underscored the extraordinary nature of the situation. Nanji Xianweng's current realm should still be at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Correct? Xianyuan questioned hesitantly. Indeed, he is not only at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. He has ascended to the divine list and become the Star Lord of Longevity, holding a position in the heavenly court. What? The human emperor Xianyuan was utterly astonished to him. It seemed implausible that Nanji Xianweng could achieve what even quasi-saints could not, yet he had ascended the divine list so early that it defied logic. The heavenly emperor Fuxi's gaze swirled with the 8 trigrams, countless calculations unfolding like a curtain before him. he shook his head, saying, "You are mistaken. His success stems from his identity as the Star Lord of Longevity." As Jingwei transforms back into a girl, the radiance of the Longevity Star calls forth her rebirth. Only with the presence of the Longevity Star could Nanji Xianweng accomplish this feat without the blessings of the Longevity Star. He would likely have failed. The human Emperor Xianyuan fell silent, unable to fathom such an outcome. Ati left him unable to determine whether Nanji Xianweng was fortunate or otherwise. The heavenly Emperor Fuxi shared similar thoughts. Resolved to observe the actions of this foremost disciple of the Chan teaching in the future. Unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, two of the three sovereigns were engaged in a discussion about him within the fiery cloud cave. At this moment, he had arrived at the mouth of the deep well within June Mountain. Wiziki, you can now break free from your chains and emerge from the well. Emerging? Is it truly possible? Since Chen Changsheng and his companions had departed, Wiziki felt that time within the well had slowed to an almost unbearable crawl. Initially, when he had little hope, time in the well seemed merely a matter of closing and opening his eyes. Centuries, millennia, tens of thousands of years were insignificant to beings of his ilk. However, once Yuanfeng brought Chen Changsheng to this place, hope flickered anew, and the situation shifted dramatically. His once steadfast resolve began to waver. Though Chen Changsheng had not been gone long, he found himself restless, caught in a tumult of anxiety, unable even to hear Chen Changsheng's return. When that voice finally resounded once more, it heralded his liberation from the chains binding him in the depths of the well. Channeling his powers, he heard the shattering sound of the illusory chains breaking, a sound that resonated in his ears like heavenly music. He sprang to his feet, and all the chains fell away. No remnants of magical restraints left to hinder his freedom. Zhuke regarded Wiziki in the well with disdain, turning her head away. The red-bottomed monkey, transformed from the chaos demon ape, was still so youthful. She, who had suppressed the indomitable volcano of the south through 2 calamities, had never displayed such fervor. How long had Wiziki truly languished in that deep well? Chen Changsheng glanced at Zhuke, instantly understanding her thoughts. If she were to judge her subordinates by her own standards, few would measure up. Wiziki was indeed commendable. In fact, many other cultivators might not even compare favorably to him. Wiziki, I am grateful to the Immortal of the South Pole for assisting me in my liberation. I vow to honor you as I do Yuanfeng. Upon leaping from the depths of the well, Wu Zhiqi immediately prostrated himself before Chen Changsheng. During his time in the well, his resolve had indeed wavered. However, in the interval spent breaking free from his chains and returning to the surface, he had composed himself and contemplated his intentions upon emerging. Yuanfeng, the long-armed monkey, had already acknowledged Chen Changsheng as his superior. Thus, Wu Zhiqi's choice was unequivocally made. Moreover, given that Chen Changsheng was a disciple of the sage and had successfully completed the task entrusted to him by the Emperor Fuxi, recognizing Chen Changsheng as his master was undoubtedly the most astute decision. Chen Changsheng felt a flicker of joy within. The perceptive nature of the red-bottomed horse monkey was indeed commendable. He had previously been overly arrogant, believing he could intercede in the evolution of the 5 emperors through the prowess of the 4 mischievous monkeys, only to learn a hard lesson. Now, having emerged, it felt as though he had shed the burdens of the world and returned to a state of purity. He and Yuanfeng did not speak of past matters, as Wu Zhiqi voluntarily acknowledged him as his superior. Recognizing such perceptiveness, Chen Changsheng promptly decided to accept Wu Zhiqi. Your intentions are commendable. Henceforth, you shall serve as my South Dipper Star Lord. This was the South Dipper Sutra of the Mountain Suppression, a method I devised to harness the energies of the South Dipper stars. Cultivating this technique will ensure that no divine mountain will ever suppress you again. You may cultivate freely. Chen Changsheng similarly imparted a comparable technique to Wu Zhiqi. They were both destined to be his star lords and subordinates, and aside from their own paths, they were also to serve Chen Changsheng's grand design. The Sutra of the Mountain Suppression of the South Dipper? Wu Zhiqi's consciousness scanned the method Chen Changsheng conveyed to his primordial spirit. Indeed, he perceived a star among the 6 of the South Dipper illuminating within his mind. The life and death mechanisms contained therein appeared to resonate with his own desire to evade death and prolong life. Seeing Wu Zhiqi excitedly tugging at his ears, Yuanfeng promptly leaped to his side. Wu Zhiqi, you ought to thank me. It was I, Yuanfeng, who discerned your potential to become a South Dipper Star Lord. Just like me. Then I am grateful to brother Yuanfeng. Observing the playful banter between Yuanfeng and Wu Zhiqi, Chen Changsheng's thoughts began to churn. Various tales spoke of inevitable conflicts arising upon the meeting of the four mischievous monkeys, leading to fierce battles to reclaim their primal chaotic states. Yet, it appeared that such narratives held no truth in this instance. Yuanfeng and Wu Zhiqi, both members of the four mischievous monkeys, did not engage in immediate hostilities. This outcome was quite favorable for Chen Changsheng, who need not separate them out of fear that they would vie against one another. As for the treasure of fallen gold, Chen Changsheng decided against bestowing it upon Wu Zhiqi. The red-bottomed horse monkey's innate abilities allowed him to accurately assess human fortunes. Even in the absence of fallen gold, he could fulfill his duties. If need be, should an appropriate spiritual treasure present itself, Chen Changsheng could later bestow a few upon them without haste. Now that matters here have concluded, would the esteemed one care to join us for a brief respite at my Huai Riverwater mansion? Wu Zhiqi proposed. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Changsheng acquiesced. During this period, he had been in a state of heightened tension. Thus, a brief sojourn at Wu Zhiqi's water mansion seemed quite appealing. Very well, let us depart. At that moment, Chen Changsheng intended to leave the military mountain alongside his newly appointed Star Lord. However, just as he ascended into the air, he was unexpectedly interrupted. Young friend of the South Pole, please wait a moment. The Earth's sovereign Shenong, cradling his youngest daughter, halted Chen Changsheng's departure. Previously, in his excitement upon seeing his daughter, he had overlooked speaking with the young friend that I now intend to return my daughter to the Fire Cloud Cave for cultivation. Chen Changsheng slightly bowed in greeting. Your Majesty, the Earth Sovereign, your family reunion is indeed understood. We were planning to head to the Huai River Water Mansion. May I inquire if there is anything you wish to convey? Convey? Convey what? Shenong waved his sleeve dismissively. Young friend, you rescued my daughter, and I have yet to properly thank you. I cannot ask you to convey anything, realizing that the Earth's sovereign wished to express gratitude. Chen Changsheng shook his head lightly. Wu Zhiqi's liberation was in accordance with the guidance of your Majesty. I have already. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Shenong. My daughter was rescued. There is no need for such rewards from my royal brother. You think too little of me. Shenong. As he spoke, Shenong placed his daughter upon his shoulder. Isn't that right, little girl? The girl, with her wide, innocent eyes, nodded in agreement. With the conversation reaching this point, Chen Changsheng could not simply turn and leave. Since Shenong wished to offer him a token of gratitude, he felt compelled to accept. After all, should it prove useful, it might serve a purpose in the future. This is the Shenong Benchao Jing, which I cultivated during my path to enlightenment. As you are the Star Lord of Longevity, it would be fitting for you to delve into the path of pathology. I gift this scripture to you. Of course, should you wish to pass it on, feel free to do so without my consent. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Shenong was indeed presenting him with a significant gift. The Shenong Benchao Jing was the foundational text of the Earth Sovereign's path to enlightenment, and it was evidently a compilation of his insights. For Chen Changsheng, it held considerable value. While he could deduce the names of certain spiritual roots within the wilderness, he was often ignorant of their specific effects. However, with the Shenong Benchao Jing, he would gain a comprehensive understanding of the properties of various spiritual roots and herbs. Additionally, this is the Shenong Ding, a postnatal supreme merit spiritual treasure formed from the merit bestowed upon me when I attained the title of Earth Sovereign. Now that you possess the Shenong Benchao Jing, I shall also entrust this ding to you. I hope you will use it wisely. The Shenong Ding. He had even produced this postnatal supreme merit spiritual treasure. Chen Changsheng was taken aback. The teachings of the Chan school excelled in refining tools, and postnatal supreme innate treasures could be acquired with relative ease by disciples who had received the inheritance of tool refinement. In strict terms, such treasures were not particularly rare. However, merit was a different matter. The Shenong Ding, imbued with the merit of the Earth Sovereign, was on par with the Emperor's Xianyuan sword. Despite its sole utility in alchemy, its intrinsic value was undeniable. Without allowing Chen Changsheng the opportunity to decline, Shinnong turned and vanished from sight. Chen Changsheng accepted the Shinnong Ding, realizing that this journey to the Huai River had been fruitful. As Shinnong's gifts were immensely practical and valuable to the Huai River water mansion, Chen Changsheng savored the Tongbai, jade leaf tea brewed by Yuanfeng, feeling the fatigue of his soul dissipate entirely. Meanwhile, Zhuke had also regained her human form, and as the tea flowed down her throat, her aura surged, swiftly advancing her cultivation to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. She fluttered her brows, radiating a hint of pride. "Are you frightened? Junior, observe my cultivation speed. It won't be long before I surpass you." Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, undeterred by Zhu Qiue's taunt. Noticing his lack of reaction, Zhuke found the exchange rather dull and transformed back into a crimson bird. Perching on Chen Changsheng's shoulder, she had come to realize that Chen Changsheng was not one to be easily swayed, possessing his own plans that could not be easily disrupted. "I've recently seen you investing considerable time in the Shinnong Benchao, Jing, and the Shinnong Ding. What? Are you planning to switch to pharmacology?" Just as Chen Changsheng was about to respond to Zhu Qiue's inquiry, Wu Zhiqi and Yuanhong returned, having also undertaken significant preparations during their time at the Huai River. "Now, I have reached my optimal state, ready to embark from this place at any moment. I have just entered to consult Chen Changsheng about his next course of action." Chen Changsheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a rhythmic sound. "You have arrived at the perfect time. I happen to have a prescription that requires both of you to assist me in gathering the spiritual herbs listed within." With a surge of mana, Chen Changsheng revealed an ethereal script before Yuanhong and Wu Zhiqi. The two monkeys immediately committed the prescription conjured by Chen Changsheng to memory. At this point, Zhuke also grasped the situation. It turned out that Chen Changsheng had been studying the prescriptions found within the Divine Farmer's Materia Medica during this time, that it's rare for you to be afflicted with an ailment that requires treatment. "I hadn't noticed," Zhuke remarked. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. "I am not ill. If I were, would a bit of Sanguang divine water suffice for a cure?" Chen Changsheng possessed a reservoir of Sanguang divine water atop the longevity star. And naturally, he did not expend it all on nurturing the peach orchard, but retained some for emergencies. The Sanguang divine water is a miraculous healing elixir. "Then what is this for?" Zhuke inquired, puzzled, since Chen Changsheng was not unwell and yet possessed a healing elixir. What was he up to? "This prescription is not intended for me, but rather for the future Star Lord of Fate." "The future Star Lord of Fate? Is he unwell? And is it a malady that cannot simply be cured by Sanguang divine water?" Almost simultaneously, the two monkeys and Zhuke shared similar thoughts. Chen Changsheng anticipated their astonishment. "Who is this Star Lord of Fate you intend to seek?" Zhuke now felt genuine curiosity about whom Chen Changsheng was preparing to designate as the final Star Lord of Fate. Currently, only one of the Southern Dipper's 6 Star Lords remained unchosen. Zhuke had assumed Chen Changsheng would be more cautious in his selection, yet it seemed he had made a decision following his seclusion. The crux of the matter was that, based on Chen Changsheng's description, this future Star Lord of Fate seemed rather unreliable. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "It is permissible to disclose this. To speak frankly, I only conceived the idea of seeking the Star Lord of Fate after Wu Zhiqi was liberated." Chen Changsheng paused before continuing. "Indeed, it is one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, the 6-eared macaque, whom I intend to find." The 6-eared macaque? Chen Changsheng was going to seek the 6-eared macaque to become the Star Lord of Fate. Yuanhong and Wu Zhiqi exchanged glances that, if that is the case, then this prescription is prepared for the 6-eared macaque? Is he injured? In the past, during the Tao Ancestor sermon at the Zixiao Palace, the 6-eared macaque had utilized his innate abilities to eavesdrop, prompting the Tao Ancestor to declare, "The law shall not be transmitted to the 6 ears," indicating that the 6-eared macaque must have sustained an injury to his ears at that time. "I possess Sanguang divine water. Yet to achieve the best healing effect, it should naturally be paired with a prescription for ear ailments from the Divine Farmer's Materia Medica. I see." Yuanhong and Wu Zhiqi nodded in unison, fully comprehending Chen Changsheng's intent. In that case, won't there be any complications?" Zhuke spoke slowly, her tone laced with a hint of concern. "The 4 mischievous monkeys are well and good, but once entangled with that lofty Tao ancestor, could it not lead to obstacles? Zhuge, having experienced the calamities of the Dragon Han era, worried that Chen Changsheng might suffer repercussions. Yuanfeng and Wu Zhiqi were unaware of Zhuchu's apprehension, yet Chen Changsheng understood it well. Rest assured, there is no issue. Although the Tao ancestor stated that the law shall not be transmitted to the 6 ears, it was merely a caution regarding the importance of transmission. It was a minor punishment meant to convey a significant lesson. This matter is known by my master, the Jade Pure Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, as well. The 6 ears were merely collateral damage. Chen Changsheng exhibited great confidence, which was undoubtedly based on the subsequent experiences of the 6-eared macaque. After sustaining an injury to his ears, the 6-eared macaque failed to join any sect, as many believed his 6 ears brought ill fortune, despite there being no significant issue with him. The sole reason for his selection was destiny. Among the Star Lords of Fate, the concept of destiny is paramount. The injury inflicted upon the 6-eared macaque by the Tao ancestor forms part of his destined trajectory. The Tao ancestor Hongjuan's teachings trace back to a time before his own master attained sainthood. Had I not intervened, the 6-eared macaque would have traversed a long course of trials, from the war of witches and demons to the Function era, before a chance to alter his fate would arise during the journey to the west. In confronting his fateful choices, regardless of whether they were good or bad, he ultimately grasped his opportunity. Although he has yet to reach the journey to the west, the current 6-eared macaque has similarly struggled for survival through countless epochs in the primordial chaos. Unlike the Yuanfeng, who suppresses the immortal volcano in the south, the 6-eared macaque struggle is a quest for methods of longevity and fate alteration. Chen Changsheng believed that seeking the Star Lord of Fate now made the 6-eared macaque an excellent choice. The 6-eared macaque, adept at discerning sounds, capable of understanding principles, aware of the past and future, and comprehending all things, indeed stands as a fitting candidate for the Star Lord of Fate. Yuanfeng and Wu Zhiqi spoke up. Having become Chen Changsheng's subordinates, they naturally hoped the 6-eared macaque would join their ranks. Moreover, hearing from their master that this 4 mischievous monkey fared worse than they did only deepened their sympathy. Let us seek those spiritual herbs at once. Yuanfeng and Wu Zhiqi exchanged glances and promptly departed from the water mansion, eager to act swiftly so as not to delay Chen Changsheng's grand scheme. Seeing Chen Changsheng so resolute, Zhuge naturally offered no objections. After all, with her presence already upon Chen Changsheng's shoulders, it seemed reasonable to add a 6-eared macaque who had suffered an ear injury at the hands of the Tao ancestor. Next, we must seek out the 6-eared macaque. Oh, you have any leads? Zhuge inquired, tilting her head. Of course not. Chen Changsheng replied with conviction. Then how shall we find him? We shall seek the 6-eared macaque as we did the Northern Xian Yuan water controlling banner. We will simply replicate the method, as it poses no difficulty. As he spoke, Chen Changsheng extended his palm, revealing 2 strands of monkey FURDIT. Was needless to say, Zhuge knew precisely where they originated. In that case, can you not sense the whereabouts of these 2 mischievous monkeys? If we were to locate the Lingming stone monkey, should we capture him? Listening to Zhuchu's inquiry, Chen Changsheng fell silent. He indeed wished to capture the Lingming stone monkey, but his current strength did not permit it. Much like the primordial 5 directions flags, theoretically, he could find the Lingming stone monkey. Yet in reality, the guidance would lead only to the 6-eared macaque. Without explaining this complex matter to Zhuge, Chen Changsheng declared, regardless of whom we find, he shall become our Star Lord of Fate. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Zhuge felt he was being rather hasty. Were this not the case, Chen Changsheng would surely affirm that he would definitely locate the 6-eared macaque, leaving no room for alternatives. Zhuge resolved to observe further. For now, they would remain inactive. Should the Lingming stone monkey appear, she would certainly find a way to ridicule the young one before her. Chen Changsheng smiled as the 2 strands of fur ignited in flames, and the aura of the 4 mischievous monkeys merged into the ancient essence of all spirits. Within his perception, a faint signal emerged. However, this signal did not emanate from a single location, but was in constant motion. This was entirely normal. If it were stationary, it would imply that the 6-eared macaque had perished, which would be no trivial matter. Now, it remained to be seen where the six-eared macaque was headed. Chen Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he activated his escape light, heading toward the direction of his sensed presence, but on a divine mountain within the expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains. A monkey was strenuously climbing upwards. For an ordinary monkey, climbing would be a simple task, let alone for one endowed with magical powers. However, the mountain he was ascending was not an ordinary one. It was the tallest peak among the 10,000 Great Mountains. Though lacking the majestic lineage of Kunlun, for the present-day monkey, ascending such a towering peak is no trivial endeavor. This sacred mountain is one that should ideally be conquered through divine means. Yet, he has but his own simian form to rely upon. Fortunately, he is one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, possessing the bloodline of the chaotic demon ape, enabling him to endure the fierce winds and thunderstorms. He has already spent 50,000 years scaling this divine mountain. Just as he was about to continue his ascent, a piercing pain suddenly assailed his ears, reminiscent of a heart being rent asunder. Ever since that day he was punished by the Taoist patriarch of Zishao Palace, he has suffered this earache at a fixed time each day. However, he has grown accustomed to such torment over the course of his long existence. After a brief pause, he extended his arms once more and resumed his climb. After 5 long millennia, he was finally on the verge of reaching the summit of this divine mountain, and naturally, he would not halt his upward progression. Will you not make your move now? By the time he reaches the mountain's peak, he may very well move the beings residing there to take him as a disciple. Amidst the swirling mists, Zhuke slowly began to communicate. They had witnessed the agonized countenance of the 6-eared macaque, and she had expected Chen Changsheng to descend and rescue him in that moment of suffering. To her surprise, Chen Changsheng merely concealed himself, taking no action whatsoever. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. Rest assured, no one will take him in, even if he were to seek out the top 10 demon lords who have secluded themselves within the 10,000 Great Mountains. The outcome would remain unchanged. Zhuke looked up, somewhat astonished. You already know who resides atop this mountain. Chen Changsheng nodded faintly. The 10,000 Great Mountains are indeed the refuge of the demon race that ultimately fell during the war of witches and demons. The only one who could be found atop this highest peak and sought out by the 6-eared macaque must be none other than Bai Zhe, one of the former top 10 demon lords. So, it is Bai Zhe. Zhu Chue's eyes sparkled. Bai Zhe, in his essence, is a primordial divine beast, not purely a member of the demon race. He rose to prominence in the heavenly court due to the favor bestowed upon him by Emperor Jun and became one of the 10 demon lords. His divine powers are formidable, capable of comprehending the emotions of all beings and understanding the affairs of the immortals. This was the conclusion she had just deduced. Such a being bears many similarities to the 6-eared macaque, and it is understandable that the latter would expend time seeking out Bai Zhe. He has ascended. The 6-eared macaque has reached the mountain's summit. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, continuing to conceal his presence as he moved upward. Finally, he has made it. The 6-eared macaque exhaled softly. Though it took him 50,000 years, to him, this time was inconsequential. What truly mattered was whether the being atop this divine mountain would impart the Taoist teachings to him. All physical pain had become meaningless at this moment. Yet, the 6-eared macaque felt his primordial spirit becoming clearer, and his thoughts more vibrant than ever. In truth, he had experienced many such scenes before, enduring hardships only to be rebuffed. A cycle that perpetually repeated itself. However, this time he felt a glimmer of hope. The highest point of the 10,000 Great Mountains resides Bai Zhe, one of the surviving top 10 demon lords from the calamity of the witches and demons. Due to his divine powers, he believed Bai Zhe might understand him, and perhaps he could acquire the path to enlightenment from this demon lord. The law does not pass to the 6-eared. Since hearing the voice of heaven, he has remained mindful of the difficulty of seeking the Tao, maintaining a sincere heart in his quest, without the slightest relaxation. Now, beneath the radiance of the rosy clouds, he has finally perceived Bai Zhe's figure. Auspicious omens abound, his magical essence radiating, clouds swirling, the sun hanging high, as if heralding a breakthrough. Thus he bowed down. The 6-eared macaque beseeched Bai Zhe, the immortal elder, to impart the Taoist teachings. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, he finally beheld the countenance of Bai Zhe, who appeared cold, and unyielding, utterly unmoved by his plea, he simply uttered a few chilling words that I do not take disciples. I do not impart teachings that six-eared macaque, depart from this mountain. In that moment, the six-eared macaque felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had failed once more. Baizé truly refused to accept the six-eared macaque. Zhuge observed the unfolding scene, feeling as though trapped in a dream. The fact that Chen Changsheng could locate the six-eared macaque so swiftly astonished her. Articulate Baizé's refusal with such precision left her utterly stunned. Zhuge considered the matter from Baizé's perspective. Were she in his position, seeing the six-eared macaque's earnest desire for the Tao, she would likely feel a twinge of compassion. Furthermore, unlike ordinary great practitioners who might fear the so-called fate entanglements associated with the Tao Patriarch, Baizé should have little concern in that regard. The calamity of witches and demons has already led to the downfall of the demon race. As one of the defeated, how could Baizé possibly be worried about matters of fate? Yet, the reality diverged from her expectations. Baizé still refused to accept the six-eared macaque. Zhuge shared this sentiment. The actively seeking six-eared macaque undoubtedly felt the same way. Baizé, immortal elder, I am willing to become a member of the demon race. Merely in exchange for the method of cultivation, Baizé shook his head with a sigh that it is not a matter of your worth. The demon race has fallen, and I have no need for you to become one of us. I will not impart teachings to you. This is simply my own affair, unrelated to you. The six-eared macaque's fists clenched tightly and then relaxed. Though he felt unwilling to leave empty-handed, the outcome was settled. His heartfelt desire for the Tao had not swayed Baizé before him. With a long exhale, the six-eared macaque bowed once more to Baizé. There was no hatred in his gaze. Nor did he harbor any ill thoughts due to Baizé's refusal to impart teachings. He did not press Baizé for reasons. Such matters were inconsequential. He also refrained from frenzied inquiry. Questioning why, after voluntarily choosing to become a demon, he could not even obtain a single teaching, he simply turned silently away. If this path with the great demon, Baizé, proved fruitless, then he must seek out the next target. As for the negative emotions, they were of no concern to him. Upon witnessing this, Chen Changsheng finally obtained a result he desired. He merely wished to see the six-eared macaque's reaction after being rejected. Now that he had witnessed the scene he sought, he no longer concealed his presence. That six-eared macaque, there is no need for you to descend this mountain in such a manner. The path to enlightenment you seek, I can impart to you. Chen Changsheng retracted the treasure that concealed his aura and, accompanied by Zhuge, gradually appeared atop the mountain. Baizé cast a glance at Chen Changsheng, surprised by the unexpected visitor. Having been completely unaware of their presence, and noting that the other's cultivation was merely at the level of Tai Golden Immortal, in that moment, he nearly harbored murderous intent. However, upon discerning who had arrived, his murderous intent was swiftly reined in. With his divine powers, he instantly recognized the identity of the presence before him, even after having secluded himself for quite some time. The foremost disciple of the Chan school, Nanji Xianwang, the primordial divine beast of the south, Zhuge. From their appearance, it was clear they had come to seek out the six-eared macaque, rather than to find him. Baizé, the six-eared macaque, lifted his head slightly. For the first time in his life, he began to doubt whether there was something wrong with his ears. After so many epochs of time, the words he had heard most often were those of rejection, similar to Baizé's, yet he never anticipated that one day, someone would proactively come to impart teachings to him. Not doubt. I have already sent Chi Chiu Maho, Wuji Chi, and Tong by Yuanfeng from the four mischievous monkeys to find the spiritual herbs to heal your ears. Once they arrive, I can use the San Guang divine water as a medicinal guide to treat your injured ears, and then you shall understand that I have not deceived you. Chen Changsheng's gaze settled momentarily, exuding an air of calm composure. However, to the ears of the six-eared macaque, his words resonated like celestial music. The being before him not only intended to impart his teachings, but also offered to heal the macaque's ears, even going so far as to invoke the legendary San Guang divine water, of which he had only heard tales. This development was indeed astonishing. Baizé's expression remained unchanged as he lightly applauded. Well then, six-eared macaque, the individual before you is none other than the foremost disciple of the primordial lord of the Chan sect, a sage's apprentice. since he has expressed his desire to impart the Tao to you. You may spare yourself the trouble of seeking elsewhere. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Unlike his previous cold demeanor towards the six-eared macaque, Baizé now appeared genuinely pleased for him. As the Southern Polar Immortal had come to escort the six-eared macaque away, Baizé declared, "I shall not see you off, that I still have my own cultivation to attend on this mountain." After extending his congratulations to the six-eared macaque, Baizé's attitude shifted abruptly, and he issued an eviction order, eager to expel them at once. Chen Changsheng, however, remained unmoved, turning to Baizé with a smile. "Your urgency to hasten our departure, Baizé, hardly reflects the courtesy expected of a host. Furthermore, my presence here is not solely to seek out the six-eared macaque. I have matters to discuss with you as well." The eyes of the vermilion bird perched upon Chen Changsheng's shoulder flickered. She was certain that his arrival was indeed for the sake of the six-eared macaque, but she had not anticipated the additional complication of Baizé. The vermilion bird had recently pondered why they had concealed their auras for so long. It would have sufficed to wait until the six-eared macaque descended the mountain to engage in conversation. Now, the truth was laid bare. Following his encounter with Baizé, Chen Changsheng had evidently developed other intentions. This Baizé possesses quasi-saintly prowess. "I cannot guarantee your safety," the vermilion bird transmitted helplessly, ever since their descent into the 9 nether realms. Upon returning to the primordial world, the cultivator's Chen Changsheng encountered possessed strength rivaling that of the original phoenix. She felt utterly powerless. "Rest assured, I am not mad. I have no intention of confronting Baizé." Chen Changsheng replied with a smile, "I could see this moment." The six-eared macaque was rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events in the depths of his being. He sensed that Chen Changsheng's current actions were likely related to Baizé's rejection of him. Baizé's expression shifted slightly. "I am a reclusive member of the demon clan. Worldly affairs have no bearing on me. You may descend the mountain. Do not disturb my serene cultivation, or I shall not be so accommodating." Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. "Baizé, do not be so unapproachable that I come bearing benefits." He paused briefly. "The Lady of Tranquility from the 9 nether realms has entrusted me with the task of finding a suitable master of the 6 paths within the primordial world, and I believe you are well suited to become a master there." So that was the case. The vermilion bird realized that Chen Changsheng had a mission from the Lady of Tranquility to select a master for the 6 paths. But was he truly considering selecting a former demon to take on such a role? Had he lost his senses? Not only the vermilion bird, but even the six-eared macaque and Baizé bore expressions of astonishment. This was an unimaginable choice. Baizé's surprise was fleeting. He soon lowered his gaze, returning to his former impassive demeanor. The Southern Polar Immortal has quite the sense of humor. Chen Changsheng extended a hand to halt Baizé, who was about to speak further. In the past, when the heavenly emperor, Dong Huang, resided in the heavenly court, if he had witnessed the six-eared macaque's earnest quest for the Tao, even amidst rumors, he would surely have permitted him to exist as a demon. Chen Changsheng paused. "It is true that the demon clan has fallen, and you no longer concern yourself with them. However, to so ruthlessly reject the six-eared macaque, even denying him the opportunity to thrive as a demon, is merely out of your own apprehensions. You fear that the remnants of the former demon emperor's power, which you have preserved, might draw attention. You do not wish to be noticed again, having faded from the primordial world's view." As he spoke, Chen Changsheng cast another glance at Baizé, who remained expressionless, unmoved. Yet the six-eared macaque felt a stirring within, sensing that the silver-haired man who claimed he would impart the Tao and treat his ears was indeed speaking the truth. Baizé's rejection bore no resemblance to the disdain shown by powerful beings in the past when they had turned him away. There was one point: he had not been allowed to become a demon. That was the second point. Now, with Chen Changsheng's words brought to light, it was undeniable that a sense of discord lingered. The words Chen Changsheng spoke seemed to corroborate Baizé's actions that it is futile to deny. "I sensed the power atop this mountain from the moment I ascended, that I even discovered the very thing you wish to conceal." Chen Changsheng pointed towards the eastern-facing peak of the mountain. "It must be a remnant of the power left by Dong Huang Tai. Why, it continues to dissipate, and you are powerless to stop it." The vermilion bird and the six-eared macaque followed Chen Changsheng's gaze, yet found nothing. However, They were now utterly convinced that Chen Changsheng spoke the truth. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Bai Zhe deliberated for a long while before finally breaking into a wry smile. I believed I had concealed the aura of the Eastern Emperor with my quasi-saintly cultivation without leaving any flaws. I never anticipated that you would discover it. Indeed, there exists a wisp of Tai Yi's essence. Imbued with the ultimate power of the Eastern Emperor, I had intended to bestow it upon a fated individual among the demon clan. However, the calamity between the Wu and the demons has lingered for so long that not a single being capable of matching the Eastern Emperor has emerged among the demons. Even this fragment of Tai Yi's essence requires my considerable power to prevent it from dissipating into the void. At this moment, the essence was on the brink of vanishing, and even with his quasi-saintly magic, Bai Zhe could not sustain it indefinitely. For this reason, he wished to distance himself from the six-eared macaque, should the saints become aware that he still harbored a fragment of Tai Yi's essence. They would undoubtedly come seeking it. After the calamity between the Wu and the demons, the supreme innate spiritual treasures, the river map and the Luo book, had fallen into the hands of the heavenly Emperor Fuxi. Yet the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi's innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, remained missing. That if this fragment of Tai Yi's essence were perceived as a clue to the whereabouts of the Chaos Bell, it would spell disaster. Bai Zhe had taken such precautions, yet he had still been discovered by Chen Changsheng. It seems that I can no longer safeguard this fragment of Tai Yi's essence. If the Southern Polar Immortal wishes to inform the Heavenly Sovereign, feel free. Before the saints descend, I will take action to ensure it dissipates into the cosmos. Bai Zhe's resolve was unwavering. He would not allow the saints to lay claim to the Eastern Emperor's essence. Should the Southern Polar Immortal harbor such intentions, he would rather destroy it himself. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. Bai Zhe, you are overthinking this. I have no intention of informing my master. Let us negotiate. I see that your Tai Yi's essence is on the verge of dissipating. How about I refine it for you? Finally, Chen Changsheng spoke, but the content of his words caused Bai Zhe's pupils to constrict. You? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. For so long, you have sought a demon to refine this Tai Yi essence, yet you have met with no success. Have you not considered allowing another to attempt it? Bai Zhe shook his head slightly. I too have tried to refine this Tai Yi essence without success. Do so requires a conviction akin to that of the Eastern Emperor. Even the six-eared macaque, I believe, lacks that opportunity. Though you're the foremost disciple of the Chen Sect, you are not of the demon clan. How could you possibly refine it? Given the six-eared macaque's plight, I do not think he has any chance either. As for you, Chen Changsheng, I certainly do not believe you possess such an opportunity. Then let us do this. Should I fail to refine the Tai Yi essence, we will descend the mountain and no longer disturb you. Bai Zhe, should I succeed in refining this primordial essence of Tai, you shall heed my commands and become the sovereign of the six paths of reincarnation, serving under the auspices of Lady Pingxin. What say you? Bai Zhe did not oppose this proposal. Even if Chen Changsheng refrained from attempting it, the primordial essence of Tai would inevitably dissipate, should Chen Changsheng manage to refine this essence. It would indicate that the Eastern Emperor himself acknowledges the presence of the South Pole's immortal, and thus he would have no objections. The current demon clan no longer holds onto the tenacity born from the calamity of the witch and demon era. His time spent in the primordial realm had become rather mundane. If Chen Changsheng truly could achieve this feat, he would willingly accept the outcome. Yet Bai Zhe pondered, the likelihood of Chen Changsheng successfully refining the primordial essence seemed rather slim. If any disciple of a sage could effortlessly refine the supreme essence of the Eastern Emperor, it would indeed be laughable. Chen Changsheng approached with a light chuckle. The vermilion bird raised her gaze towards the enigmatic primordial essence of Tai and began to speak slowly. This essence appeared on the verge of dissipating, yet the difficulty of refining it was correspondingly heightened. Without a will comparable to that of the Eastern Emperor Tai, the chances of success were exceedingly slim. The calamity of witches and demons had ensnared Yuanfeng in the southern, unquenchable volcano. Nevertheless, she could envision the formidable nature of the Eastern Emperor who left behind this primordial essence. The East represents supremacy, the Emperor unparalleled nobility. The Eastern Emperor Tai is the very embodiment of supreme nobility, signifying an ultimate standard. Chen Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Precisely for this reason, I believe I can refine it. Utilizing the ancient flames of all spirits, he uncovered secrets concealed within the mountains. The moment he made this discovery, he resolved to persuade Bai Zhe to allow him to refine the primordial essence left by the Eastern Emperor. To validate the South Pole's Emperor of Longevity in this divine establishment, he naturally required this power. The primordial essence of Tai was remarkably suited to him. Wait, you cannot refine it first. Bai Zhe suddenly recalled something and spoke slowly. Let the six-eared macaque and the vermilion bird upon your shoulder attempt to refine it first. If they are unsuccessful, then you may proceed. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's sudden proposition, Chen Changsheng turned to regard him once more. Truly, as a being renowned for his wisdom among the demon clan, there was no objection. Very well, six-eared. Azhu, you shall attempt it first with utmost effort. Do not be negligent. Rather than entrust the primordial essence of Tai to Chen Changsheng, who was not a disciple of the demon clan, Bai Zhe ultimately hoped that it would be refined by either the six-eared macaque or the vermilion bird. The former had previously stated his capacity to become a demon, while the latter, being a primordial divine beast, aligned more closely with Bai Zhe's inclinations. You both must exert yourselves to the fullest in this endeavor, Bai Zhe declared, for he was famed for his wisdom. Should they show any leniency, he would easily discern it. Otherwise, he might not be permitted to attempt it at all. Bai Zhe nodded slightly. Indeed, the South Pole Immortal before him indeed evoked a sense of the extraordinary. Yet this individual was currently the Star Lord of Longevity in the heavenly court, merely a bystander during the calamity of witches and demons. Even if the other party was a disciple of a sage, he maintained a degree of skepticism. Thus, he intended for the six-eared macaque and the vermilion bird to attempt refinement before Chen Changsheng. Should they succeed, there would be no need for Chen Changsheng to intervene. Six-eared, you go first. Acknowledging Bai Zhe's skepticism, Chen Changsheng signaled for the six-eared macaque to step forward for the refinement. The six-eared macaque offered a slight bow to both Chen Changsheng and Bai Zhe before settling beneath the profound primordial essence of Tai. Slowly closing his eyes, once he had entered a state of focus, Chen Changsheng spoke softly. Bai Zhe, you are aware of the six-eared macaque's characteristics and have witnessed his resolve, yet you still doubt his ability to succeed. At this moment, the attempt seemed merely futile. Bai Zhe remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on the six-eared macaque. The macaque sat there, his breath fluctuating several times. Yet ultimately, no transformation occurred, and he rose to depart. Go ahead, Azhu. Chen Changsheng shook his shoulders that I shall refine this primordial essence. Do not blame me. The vermilion bird flapped her wings, determined not to hold back. If she could refine it herself, she would do so without hesitation. Rest assured, if you truly succeed in refining it, it would be akin to my own success. There's no need for strict delineation between us. The vermilion bird rolled her eyes, flapping her wings towards the primordial essence. She possessed her own pride. Chen Changsheng urged her to exert herself, and she had no intention of deliberately easing off. Should she succeed, she would not cede the effort to Chen Changsheng. The vermilion bird calmed her thoughts and immediately unleashed the South Ming fire, igniting towards the primordial essence. With the foundation of a Huanglong golden immortal, she was now poised to witness the might of the strongest during the calamity of witches and demons. Suddenly, a phantom emerged in the air, and the true fire of the sun brewed within it. Through the purple essence of Tai, she perceived that phantom, and her aura instinctively surged, eager to engage in a contest with it. Bai Zhe's eyes flickered. The vermilion bird before him was indeed extraordinary, having evoked even greater phenomena. Chen Changsheng, however, was not surprised in the slightest. It was entirely natural for the vermilion bird to invoke such anomalies. She was the dominant force of the dragon and Han calamity, rivaling even the Eastern Emperor Tai, making such changes quite normal. In contrast, the six-eared macaque, despite his resolve, lacked the heart of an emperor, so it was unsurprising he could not resonate with the essence. Bai Zhe shared a similar sentiment. Though he was the demon clan's commander, he was more inclined to assist, thus failing to gain recognition. The vermilion bird's mind was tranquil. Now, facing the illusory figure of the Eastern Emperor, she had ignited her dominion, transforming back into the leader of the Phoenix clan. surveying the universe with disdain. The illusory figure of the Eastern Emperor slowly shook his head. The Phoenix clan is merely a congregation of all avian beings. I am the Eastern Emperor of the Demon clan. Any entity that absorbs the essence of the sun, moon, and stars can be deemed a demon. You are simply no match for me. The vermilion bird felt the gaze of the illusory figure deepen. Akin to a vast chaos, and a colossal bell materialized above her head, ultimately freezing in place. Her momentum waned, and reluctantly, she rose, were it not for her current cultivation being merely that of a Tai golden immortal. Even employing her utmost powers would have enabled her to refine this primordial essence. How dare he underestimate her? As the leader of the Phoenix clan, your turn, the vermilion bird returned, disgruntled, observing her expression. Baize let out a sigh of relief. If even the esteemed divine beast of the south, the vermilion bird, had encountered such a setback, then it seemed unlikely that Chen Changsheng would face any significant difficulties. The vermilion bird harbored a tinge of concern for Chen Changsheng. Having witnessed the illusory figure of the Eastern Emperor, she knew that the confidence of demons and the phantom of the Eastern Emperor's bell were formidable adversaries. Though she was unwilling to concede defeat, she had to genuinely acknowledge that the opponent was indeed among the most exceptional beings within the calamity of the divine establishment. Now, as Chen Changsheng stepped forward, it seemed he too would not achieve the desired outcome. However, when she lifted her gaze, she saw Chen Changsheng, still smiling, slowly approaching the primordial essence of Tai, then closing his eyes to commence refinement. Just as they anticipated the anomalies Chen Changsheng might provoke, they witnessed the primordial essence of Tai slowly descend, only to be seamlessly absorbed by him. In less than a breath, the primordial essence of Tai was wholly integrated into Chen Changsheng. Baize, the vermilion bird, and the six-eared macaque watched intently, certain that Chen Changsheng had not invoked any phenomena, but had directly absorbed the primordial essence. This signified that not long after encountering the illusory figure of the Eastern Emperor, Chen Changsheng had indeed gained the Eastern Emperor Tai's recognition. Zhuge found herself utterly astonished. She had indeed placed her faith in Chen Changsheng, believing that if he took action, he must possess a certain degree of confidence. However, the ease with which he refined the chi of Tai was simply preposterous at that moment. Baize wore an expression of complete bewilderment. He finally understood why he ultimately chose to let Chen Changsheng proceed with the refinement. Perhaps in some inexplicable way, he sensed that Chen Changsheng exuded an undeniable aura of inevitability. As their complex thoughts swirled, they suddenly perceived a subtle transformation in Chen Changsheng's aura, as a regal and exalted presence emanated from him, only to dissipate into the ethereal air in an instant. Baize, Zhuge, and the six-eared macaque exchanged solemn glances. Even though that aura lasted but a fleeting moment, they comprehended why Chen Changsheng was capable of refining the chi of Tai. This Southern Pole immortal had not exaggerated. He truly seemed to possess potential akin to that of the ancient Dongwang. With his eyes gently closed, Chen Changsheng found the act of drawing the chi of Tai for refinement to be no arduous task. Dongwang represented the pinnacle of power, just as the Southern Pole embodied supreme strength. While assisting Jingwei in her transformation into a maiden, he had grasped that fleeting essence of ultimate power, reminiscent of the Southern Star, which was akin to the celestial changes of the Longevity Star. Now atop this mountain peak, he executed it with remarkable ease. As the properties of the forces aligned, it was only natural that he could draw them towards himself effortlessly. Of course, this was merely the first step. The second step involved confronting the lingering will of Dongwang Tai within the chi of Tai, much like Zhuge had done. Chen Changsheng was well-prepared in that moment of closure. He envisioned Dongwang Tai holding the chaotic bell, surrounded by the sun, moon, stars, and the elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire. As his thoughts materialized, he enveloped the southern starlight, merging it into the envisioned image of the Southern Emperor of Longevity. A manifestation of his intent to achieve immortality after the boundless calamities, by intertwining his aspirations with the principles of the Tao, he instantaneously suppressed Dongwang. The essence of Dongwang Tai had already fallen, and he had not attained the status of a saint. Therefore, the intensity of his will was limited. Zhuge, constrained by her identity as the Phoenix clan's matriarch, was utterly incapable of suppressing Dongwang Tai. In contrast, Chen Changsheng elevated himself boundlessly, unrestrained, and thereby naturally overwhelmed Dongwang Tai. Ultimately, Chen Changsheng exerted a slight pressure, effortlessly refining the chi of Tai, while the shadow of the chaotic bell did not dissipate like that of Dongwang Tai. Instead, it hovered within Chen Changsheng's primordial spirit, seemingly aiding him in suppressing some of the dissipated laws and principles. Unsurprisingly, Chen Changsheng had indeed struck the jackpot. The imprint of the chaotic bell might enable him to acquire this innate treasure at some juncture. He tentatively reached out to the imprint of the chaotic bell, only to find it unyielding. He sensed an intuitive pull, urging him to seek out the chaotic bell. However, to do so, his cultivation would need to rise to a level commensurate with Dongwang Tai during the calamity of the Wuliao. Otherwise, even if he found it, the chaotic bell would likely not acknowledge him. Chen Changsheng felt quite content. The chaotic bell had existed alongside Dongwang Tai for countless ages, ultimately being referred to as the Dongwang bell rather than the chaotic bell. If he could easily obtain it, it would lose its value, that he decided to let it remain in the boundless cosmic expanse, awaiting the day when his strength would allow him to pursue this innate treasure. Ignoring the elusive chaotic bell, Chen Changsheng gradually emerged from his meditative state. Beis instinctively gazed into Chen Changsheng's eyes, noticing that behind the golden flames, there seemed to be a profound chaos, evoking an indescribable sensation within him. Chen Changsheng, in turn, looked toward Beis. Having reaped numerous benefits from Beis, it was now essential for this Lord of the Six Paths to fulfill his role. Beis regarded Chen Changsheng with a wry smile. "You can accomplish what I cannot. I am willing to heed your wishes and venture into the Nine Nether Realm, but I still wish to know one thing. Why me?" Beis was not surprised that Chen Changsheng could sense the chi of Tai. He was merely curious as to why he had been chosen as Chen Changsheng's candidate for the Lord of the Six Paths, nothing more than a feeling that you were suitable. Chen Changsheng replied, "With Huanglong embodying reincarnation and the Nine Nether Realm being established, your divine powers must have transformed as well. You could once sense the affairs of immortals. Now you should also be able to perceive the spirits of the departed." Beis's gaze shifted. This divine ability was his innate gift, the effects of which only he understood. He had not anticipated that Chen Changsheng could so easily unveil it. "I hope you can become the Lord of the Divine Path within the six paths of reincarnation. You are, after all, an innate divine beast, the wisest among the heavenly court. Entering the Nine Nether Realm should enable you to assist Nyang Ping more effectively." The Lord of the Divine Path, Beis finally comprehended Chen Changsheng's intentions. As the most intelligent, innate divine beast, he could glean insights about the circumstances within the Nine Nether Realm, even without deliberate attention. This included the competition between the Mingi and the Western teachings within the Six Paths. If he aligned himself with Hutu, he could indeed alter the dynamics of the Nine Nether Realm and facilitate the creation of more favorable conditions. Such opportunities to serve as the Lord of the Divine Path during reincarnation were rare. Hutu Nyang's embodiment of reincarnation benefited the entire primordial realm, and he was willing to assist her. Were it any other entity, Beis might have hesitated. Yet for Hutu Nyang, who embodied reincarnation, he had no reservations about embarking on this journey. Upon witnessing Beis' agreement, Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Refraining from further words, he placed a hand upon Beis' shoulder and immediately activated the seal, representing the Southern Ghost Emperor's position within his primordial spirit. In the Nine Nether Realm, Nyang Ping sensed the shift. Just as Beis was about to react to Chen Changsheng's actions, he suddenly felt the surge of earthly energy that, in an instant, a passageway of reincarnation opened beneath his feet. Beis realized belatedly that this was the means to reach the Nine Nether Realm. Zhu Ke and the six-eared macaque stared in astonishment as Beis plummeted unexpectedly, caught completely off guard. Through the passageway of reincarnation, Chen Changsheng sensed the presence, standing beside the Nine Springs. Nyang had not exchanged many words with him, indicating her satisfaction with the choice of this divine path master. The Nine Springs. Nyang Ping eyes shimmered. She had not anticipated that Chen Changsheng would go to such lengths to find the Lord of the Six Paths for her. having been one of the 10 great demon commanders. Bei's abilities had been known to her since the last calamity. Now, as Peng, she was even more aware of the changes in his powers. She had never expected a being of quasi-saint level like Bei's to enter the Nine Nether Realm to assist her. Yet Chen Changsheng had accomplished it. Bei's was indeed a perfect fit for the role of the Lord of the Divine Path. Innate divine beast Bei's pays respects to Nyang Peng. Bei's bowed slightly. Having entrusted the Qi of Tai to Chen Changsheng, he had fulfilled his final duty to the demon clan. Now, as he was to assist Nyang Peng in overseeing the grand scheme, he would reclaim his identity as an innate divine beast. Nyang nodded slightly. Bei's, from this moment forth, you shall be the Lord of the Divine Path, responsible for suppressing the Divine Path and commanding its illusions. With her words, Bei's immediately felt a unique mark manifest upon him. Resonating with the order of the heavenly court, he was well acquainted with it. Just as Chen Changsheng had promised atop the mountain, he had indeed become the Lord of the Divine Path. Now, I shall impart to you the Southern Dipper's star scripture. You may use this method to reconstruct your foundation. Chen Changsheng gestured slightly, transmitting the profound method to the six-eared macaque before him. The macaque's eyes glistened with tears, for this was the first time he had received a cultivation technique since the incident of the law not being passed to the 6 ears. He focused his primordial spirit, observing intently. Suddenly, from the southern constellation of the 6 dippers, starlight was drawn down, gradually forming the enigmatic scripture of the Mother of Flame, which connects the heavenly realm above and governs the 5 elements below. Reaching the divine and contemplating the dual energies, merely this overarching principle ignited within him a profound sensation. He promptly sat cross-legged, adopting the posture of 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, officially entering a state of meditation. As the 6-eared macaque swiftly achieved a deep state of concentration, demonstrating an extraordinary appreciation for this opportunity, the Zhuke perched on Chen Changsheng's shoulder could only sigh in response. Very well, let us begin our preparations. This will be my first attempt at alchemy, so I shall practice before Yuanfeng and Wu Zhiqi arrive. Zhuke, you may ignite the flames. Ignoring the Zhuchue's scornful glance, Chen Changsheng slowly produced the Shinnon cauldron. Although this spiritual treasure had been gifted to him, he had never utilized it before, making this the perfect opportunity to familiarize himself with it. The surrounding area of the 10,000 Great Mountains was abundant with spiritual herbs, ideal for his initial experimentation. All set, I shall commence the alchemy now. Time flew by. Yuanfeng and Wu Zhiqi swiftly located the herbs required for Chen Changsheng's concoction. He poured the 3 light, divine water, the most crucial component of the elixir, into the Shinnon cauldron and systematically added the herbs according to the methods recorded in the Shinnon Benchao Jing. After a few practice attempts, Chen Changsheng had discerned the unique properties of this postnatal treasure infused with merit. Due to the infusion of merit, the success rate of alchemy using the Shinnon cauldron was remarkably high. As long as Zhuchue's southern brightly fire was not excessively erratic, the process was generally smooth. Chen Changsheng and Zhuke had developed a remarkable synergy. With his mastery over the myriad spirits, he could precisely control the medicinal potency, as long as he adhered to the prescribed formula without deviation. The success rate soared to 100%. Radiant beams of merit shimmered within the cauldron as Chen Changsheng gently poured the dark elixir into a bowl formed by his magical essence. Presenting it to the 6-eared macaque, who had been waiting eagerly by the side. Drink! Without hesitation, the macaque gulped down the potion, which emanated a seemingly ominous aura, as the liquid flowed into his abdomen. He felt the medicinal properties gradually permeate his kidneys, dispelling the anxiety and palpitations that had plagued him through countless days and nights. The calming and centering effects were merely an added benefit of the concoction. Chen Changsheng spoke slowly. Soon, you shall discover that your ears will undergo a remarkable transformation. The moment his words fell, the 6-eared macaque sensed a profound sensation of absorption from within, as the pain in his ears vanished almost instantaneously. The previous ringing, deafness, and myriad of noises that had tormented him were eradicated as if they had never existed. It was not merely a state of tranquility, but a restoration to the time when his ears had not been damaged. With the slightest movement, he could hear the sounds of the cosmos, the laws inherent within those sounds resonating clearly to him. Chen Changsheng's promise had not been in vain. The six-eared macaque's divine hearing had finally been restored. He had believed that his fate would plummet into the abyss due to the Tao ancestor's punishment. Yet unexpectedly, he found himself uplifted by the hands of the Venerable One before him. Venerable One, the six-eared macaque bowed deeply in reverence. The 6 ears would eternally remain the Star Lord of Destiny for the Venerable One that Yuanfeng and Wu Zhiqi, witnessing the macaque's transformation, were equally moved and bowed in unison. Yuanfeng would forever be the Star Lord of Deliverance for the Venerable One, while Wu Zhiqi would always be the Star Lord of Abundance for him. Among the 4 mischievous monkeys, 3 had gathered around Chen Changsheng, each resonating with the other's emotions, once again pledging their loyalty to him. Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Uniting the 4 mischievous monkeys had not been his original intention. However, reaching this point had yielded fortuitous results. Now that the Southern Dipper's 6-star officials had been assembled, Chen Changsheng intended to embark on consolidating the final flower among his 3 flowers. Currently, he had gathered the heavenly flower and the earthly flower, with only the human flower remaining. The consolidation of this human flower had long been in Chen Changsheng's plans, but it required the complete assembly of the Southern Dipper's 6-star officials. With the final key naturally resting upon a human being, this individual was none other than Peng, who had been sent back from Mount Luofu, the Southern Dipper's Star of Longevity. However, just as he prepared to set forth, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens, landing directly on the mountaintop where Chen Changsheng stood. What is this? Zhuke tilted her head slightly. The ability to locate them amidst the 10,000 great mountains from the heavens undoubtedly indicated the use of supreme divine powers. And it was evident that this golden light was unrelated to Zhuke or the monkeys. It likely targeted Chen Changsheng specifically, that a smirk graced Chen Changsheng's lips. He recognized the aura of the golden light all too well, distinctly reminiscent of that which emanated from Haotian in the Lingxiao Palace on that fateful day. In other words, this golden light originated from Haotian. The fact that Haotian could locate him suggested the use of the Haotian mirror, which oversees the myriad realms. Generally speaking, Haotian would never seek him out at this moment. Even if he were to meander through the vast wilderness, such actions undoubtedly indicate that he is being incited. At this moment, the most probable instigator behind Haotian is none other than the vice leader of their Chan sect, the Taoist Randang. If all goes as expected, their vice leader must have stirred up some minor troubles through the heavenly Emperor Haotian. In an instant, Chen Changsheng comprehended the sequence of events. However, he was quite curious about what Randang intended to compel him to do through Haotian. Thus, he took a step into the air, gently retrieving the golden light from the ground. Upon contact, the golden light slowly unfurled, transforming into the form of a celestial edict. This golden light was unmistakably an edict from the heavenly emperor. Chen Changsheng cast a glance at the contents of the edict. That moment, he couldn't help but smile. The celestial maid Yunhua, under the command of the heavenly emperor and the Yaoji of the Queen Mother, had secretly descended to the mortal realm, evading the celestial soldiers sent to apprehend them. The heavenly emperor tasked Chen Changsheng with teaching these 2 a lesson to serve as a warning to others, and even suggested that it would be permissible to kill one of them. If this edict were to be handed to other cultivators, they might be oblivious to the underlying connections. However, Chen Changsheng was acutely aware. Taoist Randang had long been colluding with the Western sect. The so-called celestial maid descending to the mortal realm was merely a ploy orchestrated by the Western sect in conjunction with Haotian, with the key figure being Yunhua. Although she appeared to be an ordinary celestial maid, she was in fact Haotian's sister, destined to fall in love and marry someone arranged by the Western sect, ultimately giving rise to a 3rd-generation disciple like Yang Jian, becoming one of the protagonists in the divine calamity. Yaoji, whose name bore the character for Jade, seemed to share a sisterly bond with the Jade Pool, yet her relationship with Haotian and Yunhua was far less profound. The edict from the heavenly emperor permitted the killing of one as a warning, but the only viable target was Yaoji. Should Chen Changsheng choose to kill Yunhua, he would face the wrath of greater powers than in reality. Even if he opted to eliminate Yaoji, it would still incite the displeasure of the Queen Mother. In summary, in the hands of Taoist Randang, This edict was a considerable scheme against Chen Changsheng that, of course, while Ran Deng, who understood the entire situation, would think this way, the other cultivators, who knew only fragments, were completely unaware. Chen Changsheng could indeed choose to eliminate Yinhua. However, this would undoubtedly provoke Haotian's ire. The Western Sect plot could still proceed, with the only change being that Yang Jian's mother would become Yaoji. Chen Changsheng had no intention of intervening with Yinhua. Her involvement was part of a scheme devised by her own brother in the Western Sect. Yang Jian, as his nephew, was quite beneficial to the Chan sect, and he felt no need to meddle. Thus, his goal was simply to fulfill the Queen Mother's wishes by eliminating Yaoji. After seeing the Heavenly Emperor's edict, Chen Changsheng had already formulated a plan. The scheme laid by the vice leader posed no challenge for him, in fact, he had another option: to disregard this edict entirely. With his identity as a disciple of the sage and the chief disciple of the Chan sect, Haotian could do little against him. This was also Ran Deng's intention. If he chose to do nothing, it would naturally fall within the parameters of the scheme. Ran Deng would prefer that he did nothing at all. "I shall not comply with your wishes." Chen Changsheng smirked slightly. "Lu'er, you have now regained the divine hearing of the listening heaven. Find the locations of Yunhua and Yaoji for me, and let us see how well your powers have returned." Lu'er, the macaque, nodded slightly. He would no longer dare to use his powers for eavesdropping at will, but since Chen Changsheng was now assigning a serious task, he would comply. With the assistance of his master, he had finally regained his former divine ear, that he too wished to utilize it after such a long time. Buzz, the power cultivated from the Southern Dipper's commanding scripture, flowed into his ears, and the sounds of all things converged into his listening heaven. "Master, the two celestial maidens are currently hiding at the west peak of Huashan." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Lu'er's listening heaven was indeed capable of hearing from the chaos outside the primordial realm. Proving to be extremely useful as long as there was an object to listen to. It was far superior to the so-called thousand-mile eye and swift-wind ear. "Very well, then, let us set forth. Lu'er, you shall lead the way. We shall pay a visit to Huashan and meet the two celestial maidens." With Lu'er's listening heaven, locating individuals became a simple task, requiring no effort from Chen Changsheng. The two celestial maidens, having evaded countless celestial soldiers, were utterly exposed under the scrutiny of the listening heaven Huashan. Beneath the Longkong plank road, Yunhua and Yaoji concealed themselves, appearing quite leisurely. Having eluded the celestial soldiers, they had been enjoying their time here for quite a while, completely unaware that their whereabouts had been discovered. Observing this behavior, Yunhua's expression was one of triumph. "Yinhua, should we not return? If we delay any longer, the Queen Mother will surely punish me." In contrast to Yunhua's nonchalance, Yaoji displayed a hint of pleading. She had descended to the mortal realm only because Yunhua had dragged her along. Seeing that Yunhua had no intention of returning, she felt rather troubled. When the Queen Mother first arrived in the heavenly court, she had enlightened her and bestowed upon her the surname Yao, treating her as a sister and residing together in the Jade Pool. Yaoji was genuinely concerned that her actions might lead to dire consequences. "Oh, you seem quite aware, realizing you've brought trouble upon yourself." Before Yinhua could respond, a voice suddenly echoed from above the Longkong plank road. Both Yinhua and Yaoji were taken aback and immediately looked up, only to see a figure standing on the plank road, a crimson bird perched upon his shoulder, followed by 3 monkeys. Their whereabouts had indeed been discovered. Yinhua was particularly astonished. She had believed her movements were well concealed, only to find herself exposed. It was only when the figure was right above them that they became aware of the situation. Chen Changsheng had no intention of engaging in lengthy dialogue with the two before him. With a wave of his sleeve, he produced the Heavenly Emperor's edict. "The Heavenly Emperor intends to punish you for descending to the mortal realm and evading the celestial soldiers. He has decreed that I may choose one of you to execute as a warning. Yaoji, since you have already confessed, it is time for you to meet your end." Without further ado, Chen Changsheng unleashed a treasure from within his sleeve. Hurling it towards Yaoji, Yunhua's face turned pale with shock. She had never expected Chen Changsheng to strike without hesitation, launching an attack without any preamble. Instantly, she summoned her supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Lotus Lantern. Chen Changsheng's gaze narrowed slightly. It turned out that the Lotus Lantern was already in Yunhua's possession, which explained how they had managed to evade the so-called celestial soldiers. The thought crossed his mind, and the falling treasure money appeared. Yunhua soon realized that her connection to the Lotus Lantern had been entirely severed. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng's treasure hurtled directly towards Yao Ji in the wake of the treasure's passage. Death energy enveloped the area, and Yao Ji perished on the spot, leaving no trace behind. Only the residual death energy indicated that she had met her demise. Yao Ji is dead, and your spiritual treasure has been seized. This should serve as a lesson for you, Yinhua. Chen Changsheng's gaze was icy as he waved his sleeve, casting the Heavenly Emperor's edict into the air. The edict has been fulfilled. Please report back to the Great Emperor accordingly. After speaking, Chen Changsheng did not spare Yinhua a single glance and vanished directly from Huazhan in the Lingxiao treasure hall. The image within Haotian's mirror froze on Yunhua's bewildered expression as she stared at the Heavenly Emperor's edict. A disciple of a sage, decisive in slaughter. Even the celestial elder of the Southern Pole would resort to such measures to fulfill your Majesty's decree. The Lotus Lantern was taken back just as easily. Yaoqi furrowed her brows slightly. She had anticipated that Chen Changsheng would spare Yaoji due to their bond forged over the gifting of peaches, but the sight before her was far from what she had hoped. Yaoji had been ensnared in the web of this predicament, a crime not deserving of death. Haotian raised his hand with a dismissive wave, banishing the image from the Haotian mirror. This was the decree of the Heavenly Emperor, with no room for debate. After all, when he seized the Lotus Lantern, I had remained silent, had I not? The expression on Yaoqi's face shifted. It was evident that Haotian had conspired with Yunhua and Yaoji in ways unbeknownst to her. Otherwise, his demeanor would not have been so resolute. After a moment of contemplation, she found herself unable to contain her indignation. Had Chen Changsheng only acted with a hint of hesitation, allowing for some leniency, Yaoqi could have tolerated it. But now it was beyond her forbearance. No, I must confront him and demand an explanation, or my fury shall not be quelled. As Yaoqi departed from the 33 heavens, Haotian merely shook his head, offering no obstruction. Chen Changsheng acted in accordance with the Heavenly Emperor's edicts. Even if he took the Lotus Lantern, it was part of fulfilling a divine mandate, and thus warranted commendation. Yaoqi's grievances were her own concern, unrelated to him. Once Yaoqi had left, he reopened the Haotian mirror. Without the protection of the Lotus Lantern, Yunhua was at risk. You must locate her and ensure her safety to avert any mishap. You should now be able to trace her whereabouts. Upon finishing his words, the celestial soldiers vanished from the Lingxiao treasure hall. Their duty was to protect Yunhua, not to pursue. Chen Changsheng and his companions began their slow descent from Mount Hua. At that moment, an ethereal sound of flowing water reached his ears, and before his eyes, starlight converged, forming a magnificent galaxy in the blink of an eye. Chen Changsheng scanned his surroundings. The figures of Zhuke, Luer, Yuanfeng, and Waziki had completely vanished. Suddenly, his eyes ignited with golden flames, and even the myriad spirits of the ancient universe failed to detect any trace. The means employed by the lady were unparalleled. This golden hairpin tracing the galaxy was indeed profound. Upon hearing the illusory sound of water and witnessing the celestial stream, if Chen Changsheng were still unaware of the identity of the newcomer, it would be an egregious oversight. You indeed recognize me. Familiar eyes appear before Chen Changsheng. Yaoji and I share a bond akin to that of sisters, although not a person of great consequence. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for you to strike her down so mercilessly? I have heard that my single peach blossom has transformed into an entire orchard atop the birthday star. Surely, you must remember this connection. Yaoqi's beautiful eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of anger. This scenario was something Chen Changsheng had anticipated well in advance. He inclined his hands in a gesture of respect toward Yaoqi. The bond of a single peach blossom is not forgotten in the southern polar region, he replied with a smile. Yaoji is of course alive. Alive? Yaoqi gasped, having seen the aura of death left by Yaoji within the Haotian mirror. It could not be a falsehood. How could she possibly be alive? Chen Changsheng produced the Book of Life and Death. Indeed, he discovered Yaoji's presence within its pages. This is the true form of the Book of Life and Death. How could the esteemed Peng Nyang entrust such a spiritual treasure to you? Yaoqi's pupils slightly contracted as she finally recognized the true nature of the spiritual treasure Chen Changsheng had cast aside. They were already aware of Chen Changsheng's ascension to the position of Southern Ghost Emperor. In the current weakened state of the underworld, becoming a regional Ghost Emperor was of little note. But possessing the Book of Life and Death astonished Yaoqi greatly. The spiritual treasure Chen Changsheng had cast away when dealing with Yaoji was none other than this Book of Life and Death, which, being a record of the life and death of all spirits, was indeed capable of instantly simulating the illusion of Yaoji's demise. Forget it. This matter is between you and Peng Nyang. I shall not pry further. At least you possess some conscience, for you did not slay Yaoji. Yaoqi refrained from inquiring further about the Book of Life and Death, for Peng Nyang was a sage within the underworld, presiding over the balance of life and death in the cosmos. She dared not question matters concerning her. The Fengshen calamity was not related to Peng Nyang, and Yaoqi wished to avoid attracting her attention. Though Yaoji was alive, she had ultimately transgressed against the heavenly court's taboos, and I would not allow her to return to the primordial chaos. There lies Wushan near Mount Luofu. I intend to send her there to become a Wushan goddess, preventing her from returning to your side. Wushan goddess? Yaoqi's gaze flickered as she regarded Chen Changsheng. Once more, it seems you have indeed considered everything thoroughly. My inquiry into your accountability is misplaced. By this point, Yaoqi was well aware that Chen Changsheng had meticulously planned everything. Very well, I shall not disclose your affairs to Haotian. He and Randang conspired to ensnare the fairies near me. But your protection of Yaoji shall be remembered as a gesture of friendship. Yaoqi paused before continuing. You are the Lord of Longevity, and I have just procured some essence from the galaxy amidst the starlit heavens, which seems to possess the ability to prolong life. I bestow these upon you as compensation. Chen Changsheng reached out his hand to accept the essence of the galaxy. Initially, he intended to repay the past bond of a single peach blossom with the arrangement of the Wushan goddess. Thus, he had not planned to accept this essence. However, upon learning of its potential to extend life, he decided to retain it. He needed it to create longevity dumplings during the process of solidifying his humanity. This essence was precisely what he required, and concerning his own path, he would not refuse. As Chen Changsheng received the silvery essence of the galaxy, Yaoqi resumed her original demeanor. By the way, have you inadvertently provoked your vice master? It appears that Randang intends to use my hand to teach you a lesson that take care. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, acknowledging Yaoqi's warning, due to some conflicts arising from the falling treasures and the spiritual coffin lantern. The matter was not severe. Yaoqi had seen the falling treasures, yet she was taken aback to discover that Chen Changsheng had also seized Randang's spiritual coffin lantern. This revelation struck Yaoqi once more. In the past, during their time in the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, she had judged Chen Changsheng to be the discarded pawn of Yuan Tianzun. However, how could a discarded pawn accomplish so much in such a short span of time? Shaking her head, Yaoqi resolved to abandon her contemplations regarding Chen Changsheng. Observing that he could spare Yaoji due to the bond of a single peach blossom, she deemed it prudent to cultivate a friendship with him. Thoughts of discarded pawns were no longer worth her consideration. After all, Chen Changsheng had already ascended the Fengshen list and was now largely detached from his calamity. Thus, fostering a bond with him posed no issues. Yaoji's fate had already been sealed. Yaoqi could not linger any longer. She promptly prepared to reinsert her hairpin, allowing the isolated cultivators to regain their senses, just as she was about to depart. Chen Changsheng suddenly spoke. By the way, my lady, I have finished all the celestial peaches I had. Do you happen to have any spare peaches? I shall repay you with my orchard's peaches later. Yaoqi gazed at Chen Changsheng in disbelief, letting out a resigned sigh. How many do you desire? Chen Changsheng's expression brightened. How many do you have? As the ethereal sound of water faded, everything returned to its original state. Zhuke looked on in confusion. She was well aware that Yaoqi had come seeking retribution, yet judging by her departing demeanor, it seemed she was genuinely infuriated. However, Chen Changsheng had not killed Yaoji, so logically, Yaoqi should not have reacted in such a manner. What have you done to her? Chen Changsheng said little, simply waving his hand to reveal 4 exquisite peaches. Zhuge remained indifferent, while the 3 monkeys immediately displayed eager expressions. Chen Changsheng distributed the peaches. Zhuge was at a loss for words. It seemed Chen Changsheng had once again taken advantage of Yao Qi to procure a bounty of peaches, leaving her uncertain of who truly owned the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos. Contemplating this, she tossed a peach into her mouth. Truly sweet. Peng had met the esteemed one, along with several Star Lords. When Peng was at Mount Luofu, he encountered Zhuge, but it was said that the 7 killing Star Lord and the beneficial calculation Star Lord were to seek him out. Unexpectedly, 3 monkeys arrived instead. However, the aura emanating from these 3 monkeys was unmistakably akin to his own, clearly indicating they were newly appointed Star Lords under the Master. Wu Zhiqi scratched his head and promptly engaged Peng and a few brothers in conversation. Possessing the ability to discern matters among people, now that they had entered the realm of humanity, they felt as if they were fish returned to water. The introductions among subordinates were naturally to be resolved by themselves, without the need for Chen Changsheng's intervention. Observing their perceptiveness, Chen Changsheng was naturally pleased. Since they had already arrived among the human race, it was time to call back the other 2 from the surface. Before that, Chen Changsheng extended his palm, and the book of life and death stirred without wind, revealing the figure of Yao Ji. Initially, when she was absorbed into the spiritual treasure, Yao Ji was quite bewildered, filled with worry and uncertainty. However, after encountering the Lady of Yao Qi that day, she realized she was likely safe and had survived. Her life was still in the hands of the man before her. She certainly recognized who he was, having once gone to the peach garden to gather peach branches when the lady had sent them. Yao Ji, once you arrive in the realm of the 9 Nether, you shall become the goddess of Wushan. Currently, there are few capable individuals on Mount Luofu. Since you are by the side of Yao Qi, you should know how to manage affairs, so please keep a watchful eye on Mount Luofu. Do you understand? Hearing Chen Changsheng's familiar tone, Zhuge couldn't help but roll her eyes. That wasn't this just working for free, who didn't know the intricacies of the matter. Knowing that Yao Ji had grasped the situation, Chen Changsheng was very satisfied and finally sent a message to the Lady Pingxin. Yao Ji's figure flickered and vanished, replaced by Jin Peng and Bei Haixingui. Seeing that Jin Peng and Bei Haixingui were still a bit dazed and unaware of what had transpired, Chen Changsheng pushed them into the discussion group of the Southern Dipper's 6 Star Lords, allowing them to get acquainted. The effect was immediate. As they were all under Chen Changsheng, they quickly became familiar after entering the discussion group. Now that the Southern Dipper's 6 Star Lords are gathered among humanity, what are your intentions? Zhuge inquired. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. They do not yet qualify as the Southern Dipper's 6 Star Lords. I am preparing to transform them into true 6 Star Lords. What Chen Changsheng needed to accomplish could only be executed by the 6 Star Lords. Merely skimming the surface would not suffice. I plan to pray to my master here, so that you may all be recognized. Originally, Chen Changsheng intended to return to East Kunlun to meet his master in person, but after arriving among humanity, he felt there was no need for an early return to East Kunlun. Now, gathering the human flowers was of greater importance, and returning to his sect was indeed unnecessary. He intended to pray personally and see his master. Upon hearing that Chen Changsheng would meet with the Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun here, Zhuge wisely took flight to another side. Chen Changsheng prayed to Yuanshi, naturally because he had reached a critical juncture. The essence of condensing the human flower lay in the character run. Although he had already deduced some methods on the way, he still wished for his master's guidance to refine a few things. Once Zhuge departed, Chen Changsheng settled into the elegant chamber that Peng had long arranged for him. Peng, a descendant of the Emperor Zhuangsu and a noble of Peng, held a respectable status among humanity. After thoroughly distancing himself from the clamor and noise, Chen Changsheng calmed his mind, and the essence of Yuqing began to rise around him, transforming into radiance. When the disciples of the sage traversed the primordial wilderness, apart from their master reaching out to them, disciples also had methods to contact their master. However, most disciples, once they left the mountain gate, would refrain from using such methods due to concerns about face. Of course, even if some disciples did attempt to reach out, it was not guaranteed they would successfully contact their master. At tea times when the tribulations of the Fengshen were most intense, such communication became even more tenuous. Currently, the calamity was still in its accumulation phase and had not yet reached a level that would impede communication. Facing East Kunlun, Chen Changsheng silently invoked the name of his master. The radiance immediately traced a mysterious trajectory, coalescing into a talisman of Yuqing.in East Kunlun. Within the Jade Void Palace, the Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzun was deeply engaged in analyzing the trajectory of the Fengshen calamity when he heard the voice of prayer beside his ear. Disciple Nanji Xianweng is currently traveling among humanity, filled with doubts, seeking guidance from the master. Yuan Shi Tianzun felt a stir in his heart. Although he had imparted the method of prayer to his disciples, none had employed it for quite some time. Typically, disciples would come to the Jade Void Palace to seek his counsel, demonstrating their sincerity. Now, hearing Chen Changsheng's voice of prayer resonating in his ears was quite intriguing. After a moment's pause, he ceased the progression of his analysis and employed his magical power, indeed catching a glimpse of his eldest disciple among humanity. With just a glance, he discovered that his eldest disciple had already condensed the second flower and was beginning to strive towards the third flower. After ascending the Fengshen list, Chen Changsheng's cultivation speed had accelerated even further. The position of Shota Star Lord had truly revitalized his eldest disciple, and a glimmer of admiration appeared in the eyes of Yuqing Yuanshi. "Nanji, what brings you to me?" he inquired. "Master, this disciple's journey has led to the gathering of many followers. They are eager to accompany me and wish to inscribe their names on the Fengshen list. I have come to have them recognized." Yuqing Yuanshi Tianzun was momentarily speechless, while other disciples were reluctant to have their names listed, seeking transcendence, and even wished to avoid mention of the calamity. This disciple, on the other hand, not only desired recognition for himself, but also sought to have his followers acknowledged. However, Yuqing Yuanshi did not refuse this disciple. Having names filled on the Fengshen list was indeed a good thing. "Speak freely. I shall assist you in having them inscribed." Seeing his master's acquiescence, Chen Changsheng immediately began. First, the Southern Dipper's 6 Star Lords: Lu'er, Wu Zhiqi, Peng Kong, Xiangge, Yuanfeng, Jin Peng, and Zhu Ke Star Lord. Yuqing Yuanshi's eyes flickered. "Goodness, I thought my disciple had merely gathered some ordinary followers, but it turns out they are remarkably exceptional individuals. Among the 3 of the mischievous 4 monkeys, these were indeed beings of the bloodline of the chaos demon gods. Beihai Xiangui possessed the merit of upholding the heavens, marking him as a primordial deity of the North Sea. Jinshe de Peng had the fortune of the Phoenix clan. Zhu Ke herself was an innate divine beast. The least impressive of these, Peng Kong, still held ties to the 5 emperors. Such connections would be highly esteemed even within the Chan teaching, and to think they had all become followers of his eldest disciple, willing to heed his counsel and ascend the Fengshen list. "Nanji, well done. It seems your aspiration toward the Tao has not diminished due to the recognition. This brings me great comfort." The sage, with a discerning eye, could see a glimpse of the greater picture. The willingness of so many cultivators to become followers of his disciple indicated that he possessed considerable means. Chen Changsheng did not mention the other members of the May Mountain 6 monsters. As they had gone to their own divine abode, they could not ascend the list unless they entered the primordial wilderness. Furthermore, the May Mountain 6 monsters were not favored by his master, and there was no need to incite any displeasure. Chen Changsheng's desire for recognition on the Fengshen list was solely for those with whom he shared a profound bond, while the others were of little consequence. Yuan Shirtan Zun gradually unfurled the Fengshen list, feeling elated as he inscribed these names. "You, as the eldest disciple of the Chan teaching, preside over the Southern Star of Longevity. These Star Lords are under your jurisdiction and need not heed the edicts of Haotian." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly to indicate his understanding. "Besides these, you must have other inquiries for me." Observing his disciple's progress, Yuan Shi Tianzun smiled, his tone calm. "This disciple, while on the Star of Longevity, has comprehended 6 methods of cultivation. However, due to limitations in perspective, I have been unable to extrapolate them to greater heights that I request the Master's assistance in furthering this." The Jade Purity Primordial is slightly raising his eyebrows. "Ah, is this not the method of the Southern Dipper's 6 Star Lords? I did not expect you to actively deduce this technique. Quite impressive indeed." Observing his master's good mood, Chen Changsheng continued. Disciple seeks to condense the human flower, preparing to establish a path among the human race and impart methods for longevity and life extension, which also requires your esteemed guidance, Master. With a flicker of thought, 7 jade tablets instantly appeared before him, each inscribed with his insights. The method of the Southern Dipper's 6-star lords poses no issues. It is exceedingly simple, and I can assist you in deducing it to the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. As for the quasi-saint level, you shall have to deduce that on your own, that I will certainly examine the longevity and life extension methods you wish to impart to humanity, ensuring that no oversight occurs. However, relying solely on these methods will not suffice for condensing the human flower. I see that you borrow the heavenly flower from the Star of Longevity and the earthly flower from the Southern Ghost Emperor. These two positions are of considerable stature, and relying on them alone will not suffice. Your master possesses a discerning eye. Chen Changsheng immediately showered his master with flattery. His master was indeed considering his interests. Swiftly discerning his objectives from his words, I have already resolved to transform the Pan Tao into longevity peaches, using the essence of the Milky Way to create longevity noodles, establishing a shrine to the Star of Longevity to partake in the earthly delights. The Jade Purity Primordial nodded, then shook his head. Your direction is correct, but these efforts alone are insufficient. Although the Pan Tao is an exceptional innate spiritual root, the majority of its fortune still lies with the Yao Pool. It would be best for you to find one of the top 10 exceptional innate spiritual roots of the primordial era, the 5-needle pine, and then participate in a transformation of the human race's fortune. Only then can you elevate your human flower to be on par with the heavenly and earthly flowers. The gaze of the jade purity primordial shimmered, threads of wisdom intertwining within. Moreover, to bear such a position, your internal energies must also reach a higher level. The pine cones of the 5-needle pine are rich in the 5 elemental energies and can provide you with considerable assistance. Thank you for your guidance. Master, I understand. Chen Changsheng looked at the jade purity primordial before him and bowed once more. His teacher, after discerning his path, had indeed filled in the gaps of his understanding. He had not considered the matter of the 5-needle pine and the transformation of the human race's fortunes. As soon as the primordial spoke, he felt as though a cloud had been lifted, revealing the light. All right, since there are no further matters, I shall proceed to examine your methods. The 5-needle pine is also one of the top 10 exceptional innate spiritual roots, and I will do my utmost to deduce a few leads for you as for whether or not you can find it. That will depend on your fortune. The light and shadow dissipated, and the voice of the primordial vanished along with I in that moment. Chen Changsheng was filled with boundless emotion. His master, being an indestructible sage, upon seeing him tread a unique path, still offered him such support. In any case, he must help his master avoid the fate of consuming the fallen saint pill. When Chen Changsheng emerged from his elegant abode, the gathered crowd, including the vermilion bird, reported to him that they had sensed the existence of the divine list and had been officially appointed as Star Lords. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. I have entrusted the methods you cultivate to master for further deduction. Now, you shall take Peng as your leader and begin to promote your names. The production and promotion of longevity peaches and longevity noodles, as well as the establishment of the Star of Longevity Shrine, can all be steadily implemented. Immediately, Chen Changsheng assigned these tasks to several of the Southern Dipper's 6-star lords. Their names being recorded on the list meant they were formally his subordinates and could undertake these responsibilities. As for the Southern Vermilion Bird, there were other arrangements, and for now, it was not needed. The jade tablet sent to the Eastern Kunlun was quickly returned by the Primordial, with the methods of the Southern Dipper's 6-star lords having undergone deduction at the sage level. Becoming even more exquisite as for the methods that Chen Changsheng had deduced, they had also been refined by his master, now named the Sutra of Deliverance. The content of this scripture remained at the level of Chen Changsheng's Tai Golden Immortal realm, with the remaining content needing to be gradually filled in by him. Chen Changsheng had long since established a direction for his path among humanity. Peng, being a member of the human race and the greatest noble of Peng City, was responsible for promoting the methods of longevity and life extension from top to bottom, and, upon returning from Mount Luofu, had already accumulated a group of cultivators nearby, gaining some renown. The other Southern Dipper Star Lords were assigned different roles by Chen Changsheng to promote the teachings from the grassroots level. Coincidentally, the Sutra of Deliverance was also being imparted. In the end, Chen Changsheng added the words longevity before the Sutra of Deliverance. His master, being a sage, had naturally summarized the methods as the Sutra of Deliverance. However, he overlooked the fact that the human race's primary pursuit was the attainment of longevity. By adding longevity, the dissemination of the teachings would be somewhat easier. The most crucial aspect of humanity is to gather the masses. They simply need to unite those who cultivate this path. The production of longevity peaches and longevity noodles had also been placed on the agenda. Currently, Chen Changsheng possessed only innate materials. They needed to transform these into postnatal items that could be easily afforded by the human race. The matter of longevity peaches had already been taken up by the three monkeys, who were very enthusiastic about it and had devised numerous plans. Longevity noodles were being collaboratively created by the remaining three, who also had flashes of inspiration and had begun manufacturing. The only thing lacking was Chen Changsheng himself. As his own image had yet to be established, it was only natural that he needed to wait a while longer. The shrine to the Star of Longevity was already under construction. The key was the five-needle pine, one of the top 10 exceptional spiritual roots, serving as a representation of himself, yet still at the Tai golden immortal level. This was indeed a grand undertaking. The vermilion bird spoke from Chen Changsheng's shoulder. After arranging matters in Peng City, Chen Changsheng naturally set off to seek the five-needle pine. The Primordial had provided him with certain leads when he returned the jade tablet that day. However, these leads were not guaranteed. It required Chen Changsheng to possess great fortune to discover it. Fortune as vast as the eastern sea, life as enduring as the southern mountains' pines. The pine-related spiritual roots naturally evoke thoughts of longevity. With the five-needle pine being the finest among them. In reality, Chen Changsheng could obtain superior pine spiritual roots. However, since his longevity peaches and longevity noodles were already of exceptional quality, if the quality of the pine were to decline, it would fall short. Chen Changsheng would certainly not engage in such folly. Thus, finding the five-needle pine became an urgent matter. My master believes I am a true immortal of fortune, capable of accomplishing what others deem impossible, which is why he has urged me to seek the five-needle pine. Otherwise, he would never have allowed his disciple to search for exceptional innate spiritual roots. It is. The vermilion bird nodded in agreement, feeling that it was indeed the case. Having followed Chen Changsheng for such an extended period, it was evident that this individual possessed the ability to transform seemingly impossible events into reality. The Primordial's belief in such a notion seemed quite reasonable. However, it was unexpected that the lead on the five-needle pine would lie within the Thunder Marsh. I think you should have brought Lu Er along, as his innate abilities and divine powers might enable you to locate the five-needle pine more swiftly. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. Lu Er is now the Star Lord of Destiny. It is most important for the six of them to each fulfill their respective duties. Furthermore, searching for treasures is not the same as finding people. The Thunder Marsh is rife with thunder, which would greatly impact him. The vermilion bird nodded slightly. But how do we search for the five-needle pine? The Thunder Marsh is so vast, it would take an eternity to find it. The two of us certainly do not know. To quickly learn about the extraordinary aspects of the Thunder Marsh, we naturally need to consult someone who is familiar with the area. Chen Changsheng had no intention of searching for it alone. That would be rather foolish. His eyes suddenly ignited with golden flames, and the ancient fire of all spirits began to expand rapidly. If anyone is most familiar with the Thunder Marsh, it would naturally be the thunder itself. We should go seek it out. The vermilion bird finally grasped the idea. The Thunder Marsh Chen Changsheng referred to as not this place, but rather the innate divine demon, indicating that this vast marsh was not a natural formation at all. Chen Changsheng was naturally aware that the innate deity Lei Zhe still lived. The legends of Huashu's footprints and Lei Zhe's birth of Fuxi were vividly etched in his mind. This red dust guest from the Purple Cloud's palace had cunningly positioned himself as Fuxi's father. Unfortunately, the goddess Enhua regarded this matter with indifference, and even Fuxi himself showed no concern. It seemed that Enhua, employing the means of sage, had forcibly severed their causal connection, leaving only vague records behind. The goddess, with her divine providence, could not possibly have killed him. This innate deity must still be alive. To truly understand Lei Zhe, one must seek him out directly, reflecting on a location marked by immense footprints. Chen Changsheng began to explore the vast marshland nearby. Indeed, he soon discovered a colossal crocodile amidst a swamp resonating with thunderous sounds that it was said that Lei Zhe's true form was the first innate crocodile. And now he found it to be true. Chen Changsheng gazed at the crocodile, which lay with its eyes closed, satisfying his thirst for knowledge. Upon its massive belly, a terrifying scar was evident, undoubtedly inflicted by the goddess Enwa herself. Lei Zhe must be gravely wounded. Otherwise, he would have sensed Chen Changsheng's presence long ago. Yet, here he remained, showing no reaction whatsoever. Lei Zhe, a guest of the red dust from the same era as his master. The primordial supreme being received a slight bow from Chen Changsheng as a gesture of respect for the powerful. Then, with a voice like thunder, he proclaimed, "Great Master Lei Zhe, this humble one, Nanji Xianweng, seeks an audience." After 3 resounding calls, the colossal crocodile slowly opened its eyes and turned to Chen Changsheng. That moment, Lei Zhe expressed surprise. "A disciple of the Chan teaching, Nanji Xianweng, has the celestial sovereign sent you to assist me in restoring my thunder path cultivation?" From Lei Zhe's words, Chen Changsheng discerned the old deity's current predicament. It appeared that Enwa had directly severed the very source of Lei Zhe's thunder. In no wonder he had not sensed any thunderous aura from this innate deity. Alas, how could the celestial sovereign possibly assist me? I was foolish to hope. Lei Zhe's previously elevated mood quickly plummeted upon seeing only Chen Changsheng and Zhu Ke, disciple of the Chan teaching. "What is it you wish to discuss?" "Let me be clear. My mood is not favorable, and I may not be able to assist you in every matter." With a flip, Lei Zhe shed his crocodilian form and transformed into a purple-haired man. The prominent scar on his chest was quite conspicuous, yet he appeared weak, akin to a mere shell of his former self. "Great Master Lei Zhe, I wish to search for something within Lei Zhe. Do you know of any areas within this vast marsh where the essence of the 5 elements is rich, or where the 5 thunders manifest? Just tell me, and I would be grateful." 5 thunders manifest. At the mention of thunder, Lei Zhe's anger flared, and his countenance darkened. "The thunder and all associated elements within Lei Zhe belong to me. How dare you covet my possessions?" Since the severing of his thunder source, Lei Zhe could not bear to hear anything related to thunder. Upon hearing the words 5 elements and 5 thunders, he exploded with rage, akin to igniting explosives. What now? It seems he is not one to be easily appeased. Zhu Ke whispered, given his current demeanor, "It might be quicker for us to search ourselves at not fret." Chen Changsheng reassured her, "Take from one must first give. He will soon be inclined to converse with us." His reaction indicates he clearly knows where the 5 elements converge within Lei Zhe. Zhu Qiue's eyes widened slightly. She had no idea what Chen Changsheng could offer Lei Zhe to pique his interest. Observing Lei Zhe's condition, unless his thunderpath source could be restored, it seemed unlikely for him to engage in conversation. After all, Enwa's intervention had already spared Lei Zhe's life, which was a considerable grace. "Do not be so irritable. Great Master Lei Zhe, I have a proposal that I believe will interest you. If you listen, you will surely divulge the location of the 5 thunders." Lei Zhe's eyes widened with fury, forcing himself to suppress his anger. "True, you are the foremost disciple of the Chan teaching, and the celestial sovereign must hold you in high regard. If you can persuade the celestial sovereign to help me restore my source, I would willingly grant you the entirety of Lei Zhe." Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Lei Zhe instantly ceased his anger and looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Chen Changsheng shrugged his shoulders. "Impossible. The goddess has already rendered your thunder source inoperative. Do not harbor such dreams." Lei Zhe's anger rose slightly. "If my source cannot be restored, what is there to discuss? Were it not for the fact that you are a disciple of the celestial sovereign, I would have shown you the meaning of a blood-draining maw. While your thunder source may be irretrievable, I possess a pathway for you to redirect your cultivation." "Redirect my cultivation?" Lei Zhe was momentarily taken aback. "What great path is worthy of my redirection? one that could enable me to regain the realm of quasi-saint. Chen Changsheng had no intention of keeping him in suspense and continued, the 9 netherworlds. At the side of the Lady of Tranquility, the realm of beasts within the 6 paths of reincarnation lacks a master. I believe you would be quite suited for that role. No. Indeed, upon encountering Lei Zhe, Chen Changsheng had felt he was exceptionally fit for the beast realm, which granted him confidence in suggesting such a path to Zhuke. The path of thunder is no longer yours if you were to become the master of the beast realm. Would that not be preferable to languishing in this vast marsh? You once aspired to be Fushi's father, seeking to forge a connection with the saints. Now, by redirecting to the beast realm and becoming its master, you would have established a link with the saints without requiring further efforts. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's suggestion, Lei Zhe's interest was piqued. Just as Chen Changsheng had articulated, he lacked the opportunity to attain sainthood, and his previous attempts to associate with the saints had backfired. Fortunately, the goddess Hua had spared his life. Now, he clung to the hope of restoring his former thunder deity glory, but had not anticipated this alternative path. Do you truly have the authority to decide? Lei Zhe inquired, casting a final question at Chen Changsheng. That moment, he noticed a radiant divine tome materializing in Chen Changsheng's hands. Agreed that I shall forsake the path of thunder and redirect to the beast realm. Zhuke observed the exchange of benefits unfold before her. Lei Zhe's acquiescence was far more straightforward than Bai Zhe's. Yet, she felt a swell of mixed emotions. She was aware of Chen Changsheng's hidden capabilities as a primordial golden immortal, but had not anticipated the beast realm's proposition. If one were to scrutinize closely, Lei Zhe's true form as a crocodile could indeed be considered a beast. Once a red dust guest of the purple clouds, he could adapt to this new path with relative ease. Lei Zhe's spirits lifted. I previously stated that if you could help restore my thunder source, I would grant you Lei Zhe. Now that I redirect to the beast realm, the outcome is quite similar. Thus, Lei Zhe is yours. Moreover, regarding my insights into the thunder path, since I have chosen to redirect, the thunder laws have become useless to me, and I shall bestow them upon you as well. With a thought, Lei Zhe summoned a token radiating purple light, which appeared before Chen Changsheng's eyes. This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Thunder Emperor's Edict, inscribed with my Thunder Path insights. With this token, you will be able to locate the place where the 5 thunders manifest. Zhuke remarked. Lei Zhe's demeanor unmistakably conveyed his eagerness to report to the 9 netherrealm, showing no desire to linger even a moment longer in this vast marsh. Chen Changsheng fully understood him. He promptly rotated the ghost emperor seal within his primordial spirit. In the next instant, a reincarnation passage materialized beneath his feet. Lei Zhe immediately transformed into an alligator and leaped into it. In the 9 netherrealm, the Empress Peng gazed at Lei Zhe, who had manifested in his alligator form, feeling utterly speechless. This fellow's reversion to his alligator form was a clear declaration of his base nature as a beast. Lei Zhe had encountered the Empress Peng. Upon seeing her truly appear, he felt a surge of excitement. He had once sought the guidance of a sage and even aspired to become a holy father. Now, without the need for perilous ventures, he could receive enlightenment. This was akin to a dream come true. The realm of sentient beings is vast and diverse, encompassing all manner of creatures, from birds and beasts to those with feathers and scales. Whether they possess 4 limbs or many, whether they walk on land, swim in water, or soar through the skies, all fall under this domain. From henceforth, you shall become the master of the beast path, subduing the 5 inversions and 10 evils. As Lei Zhe absorbed the teachings of the beast path imparted by the Empress Peng, he was astonished to find them remarkably aligned with his own essence. It seemed that cultivating the beast path might indeed offer greater prospects than his previous pursuit of the path of thunder. Observing the newly reformed Lei Zhe, the Empress Peng couldn't help but smile faintly. With the addition of 2 such formidable beings among the masters of the 6 paths, Chen Changsheng's efficiency was truly impressive. Not only had he found a master for himself, but he also reaped benefits, a splendid 2-fold achievement. A method she greatly admired. Command of the Thunder Emperor. Chen Changsheng's eyes gleamed as he beheld the exquisite innate spiritual treasure that had materialized before him. This was a treasure derived from Lei Zhe. His mastery of thunder techniques was finally set to surge. Since his arrival in this realm, he had diligently practiced his jade, clear divine thunder. Although he sensed its power escalating moment by moment, the rate of its enhancement seemed woefully inadequate in his eyes. Now, with the command of the Thunder Emperor, the might of his thunder techniques was poised to enter a state of rapid escalation. Moreover, refining the command would grant him dominion over the entire Lei. Chen Changsheng felt that the gift from the Master of the Beast Path was exceedingly valuable. He immediately seated himself in meditation, commencing the refinement of this exquisite, innate spiritual treasure. Even with just the preliminary ritual, he felt the primordial, indestructible thunder light within it beginning to resonate with his own understanding of the thunder path, allowing him to contemplate its principles while simultaneously observing Lei, aiming to gain preliminary control over it. The innate divine prohibitions of the command of the Thunder Emperor required refinement to at least 12 layers. With unwavering focus, Chen Changsheng devoted himself entirely to the ritualistic refinement of this spiritual treasure. Zhuge circled around him, setting up a southern bright leaf fire array, entering a meditative state akin to Chen Changsheng's, albeit with a portion of her consciousness attuned to the surroundings to preempt any unforeseen disturbances. As time gradually flowed by, at a certain moment, Zhuge, who had been peacefully perched on Chen Changsheng's shoulder, flapped her wings, conjuring southern bright leaf fire to counter the divine thunder that had suddenly emerged. This is my additional comprehension of the heavenly strike of 5 thunders. How does it fare? Not too shabby, right? Zhuge puffed up slightly, feeling somewhat irritated that Chen Changsheng had sought her out to test his newly acquired powers without treating her as a true phoenix. The heavenly strike of 5 thunders was merely a half-finished product, derived from the insights Lei had gained from observing the heavens and earth, encompassing the heavenly thunder, earth thunder, dragon thunder, divine thunder, and demon thunder, all aimed at striking down all beings of the wasteland. Chen Changsheng's own mastery of thunder was the jade, clear divine thunder, a technique derived from the purple cloud divine thunder as envisioned by the primordial beginning heavenly sovereign. Similarly, the upper clear divine thunder of the and the divine thunder of the followed suit. If this heavenly strike of 5 thunders were combined with the 5 elements divine thunder, it would constitute a complete thunder law. Now it made sense why Lei had reacted so angrily when questioned about the emergence of the 5 thunders. It turned out that the 5 elements divine thunder there was prepared for his own restoration. Zhuge finally grasped the entirety of the situation, in this case, was Chen Changsheng not on the verge of mastering the complete thunder law? Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, acknowledging this possibility. Let us venture to the place within Lei where the 5 thunders emerge. The ability to nurture the 5 elements divine thunder within Lei likely pointed to the manifestation of the 5-pine tree. Lei himself was solely interested in thunder. In reality, the true significance lay with the 5-pine tree, with the 5 elements divine thunder being merely an adjunct. As Chen Changsheng elucidated, he channeled his magical power entirely into the command of the Thunder Emperor. In the next moment, both he and Zhuge completely vanished from sight. While mastering the command of the Thunder Emperor, he had effectively gained control over the entire Lei. Chen Changsheng could directly utilize this token for significant translocation within Lei, eliminating the need for flight. When their figures reappeared, they found themselves not in the original vast marsh, but rather surrounded by a mountain peak. It was no wonder that Lei believed this location harbored the 5 elements divine thunder. Beneath the 5 elements divine thunder lay a primordial magnetic mountain, utterly devoid of any sign of the 5-pine tree. The power of the primordial magnetism obscured the 5 elements' sensing capabilities in this area. Zhuge, being of the Huanglong golden immortal lineage, had keen insight. If one could not discern the essence upon reaching the mountain's front, it would truly be a wasted existence. Why not demonstrate your current strength for me? Chen Changsheng proposed to Zhuge. He understood that Zhuge had not exerted herself much earlier when struck by the heavenly strike of 5 thunders, and was now perfectly positioned to allow this elder to vent her frustrations. Are you merely eager to observe the divine powers I've attained since becoming the Star Lord Zhuge? Zhuge shot Chen Changsheng a sidelong glance before soaring into the sky with a flap of her wings. As she ascended, A grand aura radiated from her, and her form expanded into the majestic figure of a divine Zhi. That moment, from the southern skies, 7 stars from the 28 constellations descended, enveloping Zhuke in a celestial brilliance, as if she donned the most exquisite robes of dawn. Subsequently, feathers rained down like blades, entwined with starlight, cascading toward the primordial magnetic mountain, a breathtaking display of fiery star feathers. Endless flying feathers. Observing Zhuchue's display of divine prowess, Chen Changsheng could only marvel inwardly. With the feathers passed, the surface of the primordial magnetic mountain disintegrated into fine ash, ultimately revealing the 5-pine tree that exuded spiritual energy. They harbored no intentions of preserving this mountain, for from the outset, they had anticipated it to be a hollow facade, merely concealing the essence of the 5 elements. Chen Changsheng swooped past, gazing in admiration at the 5-pine tree, which shimmered with multicolored brilliance. The roots of the wasteland's spiritual essence were typically capable of yielding divine fruits repeatedly. However, some, like the 5-pine tree, were exceptions. Out of so many primordial gatherings, it had only borne a single pine cone, now fortuitously available for his use. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Changsheng plucked the pine cone from the tree and swallowed it in an instant. The 5-color radiance within the pine cone surged toward his 5 organs. The kidneys pertained to water, the liver to wood, the heart to fire, the spleen to earth, and the lungs to metal. Originally, Chen Changsheng felt his 5 energies, which were already harmonious, being further refined by this warm flow. Leading to a breakthrough, 0.5 distinct phenomena surged within his organs, enhancing his resilience and perfection. Just as his master, the primordial beginning heavenly sovereign, had foretold, the pine cone of the 5-pine tree could facilitate his metamorphosis. During this interval, he did not solely circulate the 5 energies within his chest. His hands also deftly manipulated the thunder techniques. Chen Changsheng aimed to seize this opportune moment to thoroughly consolidate the 5 elements' divine thunder. Achieving the most complete thunder law, thunder rumbled in the sky, and 5 colors of lightning were summoned to envelop him. The 5 elements and thunder swirled around him. Zhuke, observing Chen Changsheng's actions, felt an immense sense of contemplation. Were it not for his cultivation of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, Chen Changsheng's current behavior would be akin to courting death. Alas, he had indeed cultivated it, and thus, this power could only be wielded by him. The 5 thunders were divided into 2 categories, those of heaven and earth, and those of dragons, gods, and demons, that a manifestation of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Currently, my 5 thunder technique stands as the most complete form of its kind. Chen Changsheng sensed the fluctuations of his internal energies as he thoroughly perfected the 5 thunder technique. The 5 energies within him subtly transformed into shapes resembling thunder, merging seamlessly with his 5 internal organs. Meanwhile, the edict of the Thunder Emperor settled in the center of these energies, seemingly reconstructing the very essence of thunder itself. Naturally, this effect could not compare to that of the Thunder Marsh. It was merely a nascent form. However, as he refined more innate divine restrictions and deepened his understanding of the thunder path, the potency of his technique would undoubtedly amplify. It is said that the Emperor of Longevity in the Antarctic is the source of laws for the myriad deities, and the divine powers of the thunder deities emanate from him. Now, at last, I possess the confidence to pursue this path. The gifts from the Thunder Marsh have propelled my comprehension of the thunder path significantly. If I were to consolidate the divine thunder techniques of the 3 teachings, I could also summon the purple cloud divine thunder. For Chen Changsheng, the gates of the thunder path were poised to swing wide open. When the 5 thunders took shape within his chest, he finally roused from his meditation and beheld the vermilion bird perched upon the pine branches. Though this spiritual fruit of the 5 elements bore only a single seed, the 5-pin pine itself harbored countless mysteries. The vermilion bird had not encountered a top-tier spiritual root of the primordial era for quite some time. Now, it was perfectly positioned to absorb the laws of heaven and earth contained within, transforming them into its own magical power. He closed his eyes to reorganize his 5 energies, The vermilion bird had already elevated its cultivation to the perfection of the Tai golden immortal stage, surpassing Chen Changsheng by 2 minor realms. The foundation of the Yuan Phoenix effortlessly enabled her to complete her cultivation of the Tai stage. The grievances from recently being struck by the 5 thunders had been brushed aside. Now was the time for vengeance. Without hesitation, the vermilion bird unleashed the annihilating fire. Chen Changsheng immediately activated the 5 thunder technique, connecting his 5 energies within and through the edict of the Thunder Emperor. He required no incantations that in an instant. Lightning streaked across the sky, forcefully dispelling her flames. The vermilion bird widened her eyes. "You're cheating, employing a top-tier innate spiritual treasure." Chen Changsheng shrugged slightly. "To accuse a primordial golden immortal, reborn through fire, of cheating is truly shameless. Come down quickly. I intend to take this 5-pin pine with me." Chen Changsheng understood that the vermilion bird was merely jesting. She was aware that he had perfected the complete 5 thunder technique and wished to test the might of this new thunderous divine ability. The outcome was indeed impressive. The complete 5 thunder technique could now contend with the southern bright, annihilating fire, and this divine ability had swiftly become his ultimate weapon in the course of his longevity. He required protective divine abilities. The 9 transformations profound art was one, and the thunder-based divine abilities were another. Both could serve as his trump cards, and now he was ready to continue on his path. His gaze flickered as he stored away the 5-pin pine. The 5-pin pine, now bereft of its cone, would become his emblem, marking the completion of his personal image. "Viju, your cultivation now surpasses mine. When we return, will you take me along? I'll ride on you, and we can return to Peng City even faster." "Huh." The vermilion bird tilted her head. She had never anticipated that, after her cultivation had risen, Chen Changsheng would make such a request of her. The key was that the request seemed quite reasonable. "Humph. If you wish for me to be your mount, you must first exceed me in realm. Don't even dream of it for now." The vermilion bird unfurled her wings, transforming into a colossal divine bird, and extended her claws to lift Chen Changsheng aloft. "However, if you wish to return swiftly, that is indeed a valid request, so I shall take you along." Thus, Chen Changsheng clung to the vermilion bird's legs as they made their way back to Peng City. To speak truthfully, this speed was far superior to his own escape light. Upon witnessing their master return with one of the 10 finest innate spiritual roots of the primordial era, the 7 stars of the Southern Dipper were naturally astonished, yet unsurprised. As soon as the pine tree arrived, everyone immediately rallied to shape his image of longevity, working overtime to create it. Unlike the amiable old man Chen Changsheng had encountered, the current image of the longevity star depicted flowing silver hair, surrounded by a treasure tree, with luminous longevity peaches and the Milky Way accompanying him, all while holding a scroll inscribed with the words longevity and salvation. Chen Changsheng was exceedingly pleased with this new representation. He promptly instructed the 7 stars of the Southern Dipper to propagate this version. Just as these efforts began to take effect, Chen Changsheng vanished from Peng City once more with the vermilion bird. The preparations for refining the human flower had now entered a definitive phase, leaving only the final step. This final step required him to participate in a transformation within the human race. For other cultivators, this might be the most challenging phase. However, for Chen Changsheng, it was the simplest. The human race was still in the Xia dynasty, having yet to enter the Shang dynasty, where the calamity of deification and conflict would formally commence. To instigate transformation, he would naturally align with the heavenly mandate, allowing the Shang dynasty to rise. As for this Shang dynasty, Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. The mystical bird of destiny descends to establish the Shang. This enigmatic bird was perched right upon his shoulder. Originally observing the customs and culture within human cities, the vermilion bird suddenly sensed a presence watching her. Turning her head, she found it was Chen Changsheng gazing at her, leaving her momentarily speechless. "Why are you looking at me?" Chen Changsheng shook his head, marveling at her acute perception, and gently replied, "It's nothing. I just find you quite beautiful." The vermilion bird knew Chen Changsheng's intent was far from that. Yet she realized that inquiring further would yield no answers. Thus, she turned her head away to continue observing the novel sights around her. Naturally, Chen Changsheng would not confine the transformation of the human race solely to the Shang dynasty and the vermilion bird. He intended to execute all the plans he had conceived to ensure the flawless crystallization of the human flower. Meanwhile, as Chen Changsheng's image reached completion, the preparations for the Longevity Star Shrine began to spread rapidly from Peng City to the surrounding areas. Many humans suddenly discovered that the peaches in the treasure tree within the shrine functioned just like those in the legends. Consuming them would prolong their lives, if eaten on their birthday. The effects of longevity were even more pronounced. Although sometimes it only added a year or two, the accumulation over time was quite considerable. This was the perception of the lower-class humans. Meanwhile, those of higher status, such as nobles or cultivators, were aware that the 7 stars of the Southern Dipper held great significance among the human race. If fortunate enough to encounter them, they would also have their own opportunities. As a result, the fame of the Longevity Star spread like wildfire. The region had suffered from drought for quite some time. However, the surrounding celestial phenomena seemed to be shifting, as if a cultivator was preparing to employ divine powers to bring rain to this parched land. In Shuedi, the vermilion bird murmured, sensing the changes in the area, "I wonder which cultivator it could be. Perhaps they share a purpose similar to yours." Chen Changsheng's eyes ignited with golden flames, his expression revealing interest that it appeared that this cultivator intended to perform their spell during the night. They could bide their time and see who it would be. Within Chen Changsheng's perception, Shuedi seemed to retain the aura of the upper clear divine thunder, indicating that a disciple of the might indeed be present in Shuedi. It seemed they were preparing to cast spells to alleviate the drought afflicting the human populace. The drought in Shuedi was not a naturally occurring phenomenon, and this disciple had not rashly conjured rain. They appeared to be waiting for the optimal moment. This moment would coincide with the night. Could it be that a disciple of the had already discerned the dynastic transitions and sought to intervene? It is not entirely impossible to this moment. Some disciples of the may have indeed joined the ranks of the. However, most of these disciples are 3rd or 4th generation, and thus are not fully aware of the shifts in the heavenly mechanisms. The likelihood of encountering him is rather slim. Chen Changsheng is increasingly convinced that the other party is merely coincidentally present here for some matter. The individuals he seeks have yet to be born, so there is no need for undue haste. It is an opportune moment to observe which disciple of thee is employing the. Since his arrival in the, he has yet to encounter a single disciple of the. While countless immortals from the gather, those who can wield thee are indeed few, that if he could summon it and engage in a discussion regarding, it would be a commendable choice. Thus, he reclined against a nearby tree, patiently awaiting the onset of nightfall, that a mere night is nothing for cultivators of their caliber to endure. When night fell, the air above Shui was indeed thick with the gathering of corpse chi, outlining the form of a drought demon. And oh wonder this place suffered from such unusual aridity. It turns out there is such a creature lurking here. The vermilion bird raised its gaze and slowly spoke. Chen Changsheng was not surprised. The fact that the disciple did not act immediately to summon thunder and rain was, in itself, peculiar. Only a drought demon could cause such extensive desiccation, as the saying goes. The drought demon wreaks havoc, like a fire consuming all. It is entirely reasonable for this area to be parched, just as the drought demon made its appearance. Chen Changsheng immediately sensed a surge of golden light rushing swiftly from afar towards the demon's location. In the next moment, the entire sky was filled with golden serpents that a delicate voice resounded across the heavens. "Drought demon, you have finally appeared. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Now, let me slay you." It was she. No wonder she could wield the. Upon witnessing the golden electric serpents fill the sky, Chen Changsheng felt a sense of familiarity. Now that he beheld her form, he was certain of her identity, the Golden Light Saintess, one of the 10 celestial beings of Golden Ao Island. She was one of those characters who had been struck down by her own junior, the Saintess Slayer, Guang Chengzi. Now she appeared before Chen Changsheng in such a form. Her purpose was evidently to eliminate the drought threat in this region, given that we are not yet in the latter stages of the. The Golden Light Saintess has not yet fully refined her Golden Light Array, and her cultivation has not reached the level of A. It seems that resolving this drought demon may prove somewhat challenging. Observing the scene before him, Chen Changsheng mused. Under the night sky, the golden light saintess gazed at the drought demon formed from corpse chi, her brow slightly furrowed. Ever since the conflict between the human emperor and Chi Yu, such drought demons have appeared from time to time. She had originally intended to go to comprehend thunder and lightning, but unexpectedly encountered this drought demon along the way. Not long ago, she had already clashed with this drought demon, yet it had not inflicted any damage upon it, allowing it to escape. Simply seeing that Xue remained parched, she knew the drought demon was still present. Thus, she remained here, burying her precious mirror deep within the surrounding earth, awaiting its emergence. Now, the drought demon had indeed reappeared, just as she had anticipated. She promptly utilized her treasured mirror, channeling through it to unleash golden light to confront the drought demon before her. She had thought she would achieve immediate success. However, as numerous bolts of lightning surged into the drought demon, she realized it did not simply disintegrate as she had planned. To Ayin Xue, many humans emerged from their abodes. Gazing up at the sky, the brilliance of the lightning in the void was truly dazzling, alerting them to the fact that cultivators were battling in the heavens. Humans they were accustomed to such conflicts and remained remarkably calm. During its absence, the drought demon had indeed grown even more powerful. The golden light saintess employed her evasion technique to retreat swiftly. She possessed a beautiful visage, surrounded by numerous golden lights that enhanced her divine aura. As an outstanding disciple of this outer sect, aside from the 4 leading disciples of the inner sect, Golden Spirit Saintess, Wudong Saintess, and Turtle Spirit Saintess, she and the Fire Spirit Saintess were the only 2 to be honored with the title of Saintess. Showcasing the esteem held by her peers, the Fire Spirit Saintess was the direct disciple of the inner sect's chief disciple, Duo Bao Taoist. Such a comparison highlighted her exceptional standing. Yet now, her meticulously devised, most potent strategy had been thwarted by this drought demon. Just when she sought to distance herself, she suddenly felt a wave of trepidation. Through her spiritual senses, she perceived that the drought demon, which had blocked her golden light, suddenly transformed into a grotesque visage, emanating a crimson glow that enveloped her space. This is bad. The land is scorched for miles, and this drought demon possesses a trace of celestial power. The term celestial maiden refers to the daughter of the human emperor, and it is also the original drought demon, wielding immense magical prowess. Astonishingly, the drought demon before her had somehow augmented its power during this time, even capable of employing such supreme divine abilities. As she was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, a figure in a Taoist robe suddenly appeared in her spiritual senses. He possessed striking features, with silver hair flowing gracefully, and a vermilion bird perched upon his shoulder. He then spread his fingers slightly, and multicolored lightning manifested within his grasp, coalescing into arcs of radiance that shattered the darkness, directly striking the pursuing drought demon. That a sensation of utmost yang and strength surged within her heart. The drought demon that had originally pursued her now came to a complete halt. As the thunder enveloped the area and the light illuminated the moment, it was utterly reduced to ashes. Thank you, Brother Nanji, for your timely intervention. The Golden Light Saintess expressed her gratitude with a bow towards the man before her. After vanquishing the drought demon, she finally discerned the true identity of the man standing before her. He was the foremost disciple of the Nanji Xianwen. Unlike the 12 immortals of Yushu who roamed, the Nanji Xianwen's reputation had always been relatively low profile, rumored to be sequestered in the Yushu Palace of East Kunlun. Only when he chose to ascend did the Golden Light Saintess become aware of him. According to her master, Tong Tianjiju, her second master, Yuan Shi Tianzun, had actively taken control of the due to this development. She had presumed that this brother would be in quiet meditation within the heavenly court. Yet unexpectedly, he appeared here and fortuitously rescued her. Furthermore, the exquisite he had just demonstrated left her awestruck. Thank you, esteemed immortals, for assisting me in resolving the drought demon crisis in Xue. The people of Xue cheered upon witnessing the celestial beings in the sky. Golden Light Saintess, although we have dealt with this drought demon, the land remains parched. Why not join forces to summon rain and restore normalcy to this region? The Golden Light Saintess perceived the brother who spoke had a smile gracing his lips and an extraordinary demeanor, and immediately nodded in agreement. Chen Changsheng's thoughts stirred, and soon divine thunder erupted in the sky. The golden light saintess was momentarily taken aback, likewise transforming the divine thunder into golden serpents that spread through the air. In an instant, the skies were alight with flashes of lightning. The heavens shifted, and a torrential rain began to fall. Consequently, the cheers of the people below grew even more fervent. Esteemed immortals, I am the monarch of Shui. I thank you both for bringing rain to my land. Please descend for a discussion, allowing me to extend my hospitality as a token of gratitude as a disciple of the Golden Light Saintess. Had she dealt with the drought demon herself, would undoubtedly have disregarded the monarch's invitation and turned to leave. However, with Brother Nanji present, she could not make the decision unilaterally. Thus, she turned her gaze towards him, awaiting his decision in silence. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Noticing the Golden Light Saintess's inclination to depart, he understood that she had fortuitously arrived in Shui. He smiled nonchalantly. Sister, since the monarch has invited us, let us descend together. The Golden Light Saintess was momentarily taken aback. She had presumed this brother would not linger here, yet she had not anticipated his agreement. However, as he was her senior, she naturally acquiesced to his words. The Golden Light Saintess nodded slightly. I shall follow your arrangements, brother. Chen Changsheng's gaze shifted as he reflected on the current state of the Chan and GSX, which had yet to evolve into a situation where they must engage in life and death struggles. His elder brother, esteemed within the Jie sect, enjoyed a certain respect due to his status as the foremost disciple of the Chan sect. This was one of the privileges of being the leading disciple. Naturally, this also related to the character of the Holy Mother of Golden Light, for he had just rescued her, which was undoubtedly a contributing factor. He was reluctant to let the Holy Mother depart without further ado. So he resolved to accompany her as they descended together. The two celestial beings landed. The ruler of the Shui kingdom promptly dismissed the onlookers and invited them into his residence. At that moment, a servant hurriedly reported to the monarch, Your Majesty, the queen has given birth to a son. The king's face lit up with joy, and he turned to the two celestial beings. Having just received aid from the two immortals to alleviate our drought, my son is born. I humbly request that the immortals bestow a name upon him for good fortune. The Holy Mother of Golden Light remained silent. With her elder brother present, she felt there was no need for her to speak. Chen Changsheng smiled and said, I merely happened to pass through this place. It is the Holy Sister who has exerted the most effort. When she acted earlier, the thunder rumbled and the lightning flashed like serpents. Perhaps we should name him Hui. The Holy Mother blushed, taken aback that her elder brother attributed all the merit to her and even named the newborn Hui. Zhu Ke cast a sidelong glance at Chen Changsheng. Reflecting on his intentions, that it was evident that Chen Changsheng's aim was this newly born child. Merely naming him Hui had already endeared him to the Holy Mother. Such navet struck Zhu Ke as amusing. Unbeknownst to Chen Changsheng, his actions were perceived by Zhu Ke as a manipulation of the Holy Mother's affections. His choice of name stemmed purely from the fact that the child was originally named Runzhonghui. Now that he was asked to name him, he sought a justification for the name's natural emergence. Hui signifies serpent, and it cleverly connected to the lightning's serpentine nature. Of course, if this endeared the Holy Mother to him, that would be a fortuitous outcome. Within the Jie sect, where myriad immortals congregated, individuals varied in character. Nonetheless, the Holy Mother of Golden Light appeared to embody the virtuous kind. Even after death, she would belong to the Thunder Department, thus becoming one of his subordinates. If he could win her over in advance, it would not only avert the future emergence of the 10 absolute array but also provide him with an additional supporter. The Holy Mother's strength and potential far exceeded that of Wenzhong. Should he manage to alter the Holy Mother's sentiments, facilitating her ascendance to the rank of Jiutian Ingyuan, Leishengpa Tianzuan would also be a splendid achievement. In mythology, this title was originally intended for his own avatar, but now that he himself had ascended, he could not possess two divine positions. The Holy Mother of Golden Light appeared to be a worthy candidate for cultivation. It was for these reasons that he had deliberately summoned her to witness the birth of the child. Ren Zhonghui, though seemingly a hasty name, held significance for Chen Changsheng. who foresaw this individual's future role as the monarch of the Shui kingdom and a facilitator in overthrowing the Xia dynasty. He might even become Shang Tang's left minister. Recognizing the need to engage in the transformation of humanity, Chen Changsheng had sought him out early on. Conversely, the Holy Mother was an unexpected boon. Thank you, esteemed immortals, for bestowing a name that it seems my child shares a bond with both of you. Would you care to stay in the city for a while? Chen Changsheng replied with a warm smile. That would be a favor, Your Majesty. My sister, and I would like to engage in some discourse on the Tao. Please find us a secluded place. The Holy Mother of Golden Light cast a surprised glance at her elder brother. Such a formidable figure as her elder brother wished to engage in dialogue with her. It was indeed a remarkable opportunity. Though she was regarded as the Holy Mother, she remained an outer disciple of the Sect. And the distinction between outer and inner disciples was considerable, with their statuses entirely different. The elder brother before her was the foremost disciple, equivalent in rank to Shizun Duobao, and his mastery of teachings was profound. Thus, it was impossible for the Holy Mother to refuse his invitation, especially considering that he had just employed a thunderous technique that resonated with her heart. The prospect of receiving guidance from him thrilled her. The three teachings Divine Thunder all stem from the Zixiao Divine Thunder of the Tao ancestor, sharing the same origin. Our Shanqing Divine Thunder is arranged according to the 9 palaces, with the upper reaches permeating the void. The Holy Mother unabashedly expressed her understanding of the Shanqing Divine Thunder. She then produced her 21 golden light mirrors. By infusing this treasure with my thunder techniques, I could transform it into a formidable force of lightning. If I could refine it into a formation, its power would undoubtedly be amplified, ensuring it would not be easily obstructed by the drought demon. When discussing her thunder techniques, the Holy Mother exuded confidence and poise, imparting a sense of comfort to Chen Changsheng. She openly shared her insights on the Shanqing Divine Thunder and her golden light mirrors. Her comprehension of thunder techniques within the Sect was likely among the foremost, and her explanations resonated deeply with Chen Changsheng. The 3 pure Divine Thunder were originally created by the 3 sages observing the Zixiao Divine Thunder. Tracing their roots, they all pointed back to the Zixiao Divine Thunder. Comparing the similarities and differences between the Yuqing Divine Thunder and the Shanqing Divine Thunder proved highly beneficial for Chen Changsheng's understanding of the Zixiao Divine Thunder. Observing the poised Holy Mother, he felt a surge of admiration. Had it been anyone else from the Sect, they would not have been able to engage in such a fruitful exchange as the Holy Mother did. South Pole brother, do you believe my insights into thunder techniques are so meager? She inquired. Quite the contrary. Quite the contrary. Chen Changsheng replied sincerely, genuinely impressed by the Holy Mother. From her demeanor, it was clear that she was a practitioner of commendable character. Now, as she assisted him in grasping the nuances of the Shanqing Divine Thunder, he felt elated. Since we are discussing the Tao, it is only fitting that I share my own understanding of thunder techniques as well. Chen Changsheng, reciprocating her kindness, knew he could not solely benefit from her insights. The Holy Mother was evidently pursuing mastery over thunder techniques, and he was eager to offer her guidance. First, let me introduce you to the Yuqing Divine Thunder. Chen Changsheng began to articulate his understanding of the Yuqing Divine Thunder, having gained numerous insights from the decree of the Thunder Emperor. His perspective had shifted significantly, enabling him to provide guidance to the Holy Mother from a lofty vantage point. As he spoke, the Holy Mother's nodding grew incessant. Upon concluding his explanation of the Yuqing Divine Thunder, he shifted topics. Next, I shall share my thunder technique, known as the Shenxiao Thunder Method. The Shenxiao Thunder Method? The Holy Mother gazed at Chen Changsheng with surprise. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. I established the Shenxiao Manor on the Star of Longevity, and this thunder technique is named after it. The foundation of the Shenxiao Thunder Method is derived from my application of the 5 thunder techniques. Would you be interested? So, this is a thunder technique created by my elder brother himself. Surely it surpasses the lightning produced through my golden light mirrors. The radiant and ethereal guanyin of the golden light was irresistibly drawn to Chen Changsheng's construction of the divine celestial thunder method. Particularly intrigued by the profound intricacies of the Lei Fa. Observing her reaction, Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. After receiving the decree from the Thunder Emperor and mastering the 5 thunders technique, he had already formulated a plan. He intended to create the divine celestial thunder method based on these 5 thunders and his insights into the path of thunder. Although Lei Zhe, as an innate divine demon, had made some contributions, he had never contemplated imparting his teachings until the moment when Yuhua severed the very source of his thunder, to channel the power of the deities of the thunder department through his own methods. Chen Changsheng realized he must first ensure that his divine, celestial thunder method could be widely propagated, akin to how he disseminated the Longevity Sutra to guide others. The Golden Light Guanyin stood before him as an excellent potential disseminator of the divine celestial thunder method. Even if her fate remained unchanged in the end, she was still a deity of the thunder department. Thus, facilitating her early cultivation of the divine celestial thunder method would undoubtedly prove to be a wise choice. Most deities of the thunder department originated from the. So if Chen Changsheng could enable the Guanyin of the Golden Light, bearing the title of Saint Mother, to ascend the ranks ahead of others through his method, it would inevitably influence a cohort of cultivators to follow suit. For Chen Changsheng, this was a strategy with guaranteed returns. Consequently, he meticulously explained the fundamentals of the 5 thunders technique and the developmental framework of the thunder methods to his junior sister. Such teachings, of course, could not be accomplished in just a year or two. Chen Changsheng gradually elucidated the marvels of the divine celestial thunder method to the Guanyin of the Golden Light. The newborn Ren was also growing steadily. His name had been conferred by 2 celestial beings who resided in Shuedi. The monarch of the Shui kingdom frequently encouraged his son to visit and engage in discourse with these 2 celestial beings. With the ultimate aim of seeking apprenticeship, Chen Changsheng harbored no thoughts of accepting disciples. Had he wished to take on apprentices, the previously mentioned golden-winged Peng, the black tortoise of the North Sea, and the 4 mischievous monkeys would undoubtedly have been his disciples rather than mere subordinates. He was aware that these cultivators he had sought out possessed great fortunes and would not negatively impact him. Nonetheless, he could not abandon his guidance of Ren Zhonghui. Otherwise, his efforts in Shuedi would have been in vain. Chen Changsheng had devised a plan. Guanyin of the Golden Light, you shall take this child as your disciple. Now that the Golden Light Guanyin had gained Chen Changsheng's esteem, it was imperative to strengthen the bond between them. He wished to impart the divine celestial thunder method to the child. Yet he had matters to attend to and could not linger. His junior sister might as well act as his proxy and become the child's master. Once he had achieved mastery, she could return to Lei Zhe for further cultivation, which was now under his control. With the Golden Light Guanyin as the child's teacher, she would also share in the fortunes during the future transitions of dynasties. However, this fortune would ultimately intertwine with her own. In Chen Changsheng's mind, this was the optimal solution. When she later sought to refine the Golden Light Array, she could do so within Lei Zhe, thereby avoiding any calamities associated with returning to Jineo Island. During this period, the Golden Light Guanyin had come to understand that her senior brother was present for this child. To her surprise, he had entrusted her with the role of the child's master. Grateful for her senior brother's care, the Golden Light Guanyin readily accepted the request. I shall diligently nurture this disciple. Upon hearing the 2 celestial beings agree to accept him as a disciple, Ren Zhonghui immediately paid his respects to the Guanyin of the Golden Light. Due to her heightened reverence for Chen Changsheng, he conducted himself with utmost propriety in his etiquette towards him. Witnessing Ren Zhonghui's demeanor, Chen Changsheng felt an even greater sense of satisfaction. As time passed, Ren Zhonghui transitioned into youth, and Chen Changsheng finally conveyed the profundities of the 5 thunders technique to the Golden Light Guanyin. Senior brother Nanji, are you truly leaving? The Golden Light Guanyin felt a pang of reluctance. Although their time together had been brief, it had been the most joyous period of her life. Never had an inner disciple provided her with such meticulous instruction in the thunder method. The grandeur of the divine celestial thunder method stirred her aspirations, and she genuinely hoped her senior brother would hasten the completion of its framework. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. He had imparted the framework of both the 5 thunders technique and the divine celestial thunder method to the Golden Light Guanyin. Now was the perfect moment for him to depart. With the Golden Light Guanyin taking the reins to guide Ren Zhonghui, he felt entirely at ease. Indeed, he found his discussions with the Golden Light Guanyin to be quite leisurely. Yet leisure aside, he had even more pressing matters to attend to. Leisure could serve merely as a respite in his life, Attaining longevity and enlightenment was of paramount importance. It was time to pursue other endeavors. With the left chancellor of the future already settled, it was time to address the right chancellor. Both figures were pivotal to the establishment of the Shang dynasty, and he needed to master their roles entirely. In other words, he was currently engaged in actions that aligned with the will of heaven. After bidding farewell to the golden light Guanyin, Chen Changsheng once again grasped the thigh of the vermilion bird and set off toward the kingdom of Yuanfeng. You seem entirely disinterested in taking on disciples. It appears you have no one to assist you now. The vermilion bird flapped her wings, having witnessed the transformation of the golden light Guanyin from a celestial being yearning to return into a mortal master. With no other aids available, it seemed Chen Changsheng would have to personally take on disciples This time, you are mistaken. Chen Changsheng had long since devised a strategy upon entering the kingdom of Yuanfeng. He swiftly located the individual who had been named Yi by the banks of the Yi River. Here, he had not encountered any cultivators from the Chan and Jie sections under the cover of night. Chen Changsheng approached Yin's domain, revealing his presence. I am the Southern Immortal of the Chan Sect. I sense your affinity with the Earth Sovereign, Shenong, that I shall now impart to you the Shenong's herbal classic, hoping you may achieve some accomplishments through this method. The vermilion bird, perched upon Chen Changsheng's shoulder, was utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom that the ancient Shenong's herbal classic would be transmitted to Yin in such a manner. The Earth Sovereign, Shenong, was once again making contributions. The vermilion bird recalled what Shenong had once said, "You may freely impart this method without seeking my permission," yet she found herself at a loss for words. Chen Changsheng truly utilized all that he had acquired to its fullest potential. With the title of the Earth Sovereign, Chen Changsheng need not personally accept Yin as a disciple. However, the merits of imparting this method would not accrue to the Earth Sovereign, but would ultimately converge upon Chen Changsheng himself. Under the cover of night, Yin sensed the emergence of the Shenong's herbal classic within his consciousness and bowed deeply towards where Chen Changsheng stood, etching the name of the Southern Immortal deeply into his heart. Chen Changsheng gave a slight nod. Originally, in the natural course of events, Yin was destined to emerge as a sage capable of producing medicinal concoctions. Now, with the Shenong's herbal classic personally imparted by the Earth Sovereign, he would surely be able to elevate this text to new heights. Cultivating through this method would be a matter of course. Remarkably, resolving the situation with Yin proved swifter than with Ren Zhonghuai. They had lingered in Shui for an extended period, yet here at Yi River, the matter was settled in mere moments. Such efficiency evoked a sense of urgency in the vermilion bird. It appeared that Chen Changsheng was indeed eager to swiftly consolidate his plans and transcend his current cultivation. It's my turn to make an entrance now. The vermilion bird flapped her wings and began to depart from Yi River. Until now, it seemed she had yet to play her part in the unfolding events that, in some ineffable way, she sensed she might soon become an integral component of Chen Changsheng's scheme. Chen Changsheng nodded, yet also shook his head. You shall indeed take the stage, but that will come after a little more time, that we still need to seek out another individual. We still need to find someone. She had thought that these two young men were already sufficient for Chen Changsheng's plans, only to discover it was not enough. Of course it is not enough. The transitions between Shang and Xia are significant transformations for humanity. However, at present, Chen Changsheng has merely intervened with two pivotal figures. Possessing Zhuke indeed signifies a transformation, yet it still falls slightly short of the mark. Zhu Qiue's divine eyes flickered momentarily, as if a sudden thought had crossed her mind. Are you planning to seek out the human Tao master? After pondering carefully, Zhuke contemplated what cards Chen Changsheng still held that could contribute to the transformation of humanity, and ultimately arrived at the notion of a human Tao master. Within the cycle of the six paths, the human Tao undoubtedly constitutes a crucial link in the evolution of humankind. If it could locate this entity before the dynasty's iteration, it would undoubtedly stand as a significant achievement for Chen Changsheng. Could it be that you already have a candidate in mind for the human Tao master? Zhuke gazed at Chen Changsheng with astonishment. Whether it be bays from the heavenly Tao or luais from the beast Tao, Zhuke was certain that these two were merely fortuitous outcomes of Chen Changsheng's search for his southern Dipper Star lords and the critical five-pin pine, to speak in more esoteric terms. They were the byproducts of the true immortal of fortune and virtue, as mentioned by the primordial heavenly sovereign. However, Chen Changsheng must have spontaneously sought out the human Tao master, indicating that he already knew whom to locate among humanity to suppress the human Tao. Yet, with the southern polar immortal engaged in profound cultivation atop the eastern Kunlun mountain, and even the human emperor's enlightenment absent, could he possibly possess sufficient understanding of humanity to find the human Tao master? Indeed, a subtle smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. While he may still be uncertain about the development of the heavenly Tao and require further observation, he possessed a clear understanding of a human Tao. If he were to seek out the one capable of suppressing the human Tao prior to the Shang dynasty, the pool of candidates would be exceedingly limited. That it would not be the 3 sovereigns or the 5 emperors, but one individual who played a pivotal role in the birth of humanity and the civilization of the human Tao. Chen Changsheng believed this individual to be deceased. However, upon reviewing the Book of Life and Death, which records the fates of all beings, he found no mention of this person's name. Since he was not dead, it was only natural for Chen Changsheng to persuade him to assume the role of the human Tao master within the cycle of the 6 paths. Should the human Tao master be chosen, as Zhuge indicated, 2/3 of the monumental transformation of humanity would be accomplished. Then, he would bring Zhuge along to complete the final third, and when the dynasty underwent its iteration, humanity would undoubtedly flourish. By the Luo River, Zhuge gradually diminished in size, alighting upon Chen Changsheng's shoulder. The scenery here, with its mountains and waters, was imbued with profundity. They had recently traversed many places, yet this vicinity of the Luo River imparted an entirely novel sensation. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Upon hearing his inquiry, Zhuge did not withhold her thoughts. During the Dragon calamity, I engaged in discourse with the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin. Discussing the legacies of various races, Zhuge spoke of the Dragon calamity. Her expression transformed, evoking the image of a once mighty sovereign, brimming with confidence and authority. The innate 3 races, aggregating their destinies in pursuit of enlightenment, were perpetually entangled in a struggle for survival. However, those positioned at the pinnacle naturally regarded one another as fellow Taoists, practicing the great Tao to enhance their cultivation. Occasionally, engaging in disputes over the Tao was entirely normal. Chen Changsheng maintained a smile. What transpired to evoke such sentiments in you here? Zhuge, perplexed by Chen Changsheng's sudden interest in the insights of the Huanglong golden immortal realm, continued. On that day, the ancestral dragon expounded upon the dragon chapter, articulating its supremacy, while I countered with the phoenix talisman, achieving a stalemate. Chen Changsheng's expression revealed a sense of realization, and he nodded slightly. Could you recreate the scene of that discourse for me to witness? Zhuge, slightly taken aback by this unexpected request, nonetheless did not decline. Practitioners of the Tao often experience moments of enlightenment. Since her emergence from the southern immortal fire mountain, she had effectively become a partner of shared interests with Chen Changsheng, voluntarily assuming the role of the southern Zhuge, Star Lord under his guidance, thus striving to assist him in his ascent. Whatever Chen Changsheng wished to observe, she would certainly oblige. Her divine eyes shimmered, tracing back the shadows of the past. In an instant, a surge of magical power erupted, coalescing into the golden form of the ancestral dragon, soaring upward with claws bared. Another stream of magical energy manifested as a phoenix, radiating a spectrum of colors, its wings fluttering, exuding an ethereal brilliance, wondrous and extraordinary. Just as Zhuge was about to inquire if Chen Changsheng had gleaned any insights, an excited voice suddenly resonated in her vicinity. The Dragon Chapter and the Phoenix Talisman. Is this truly the legendary Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman? I never expected to witness such a scene by the Luo River. Following the direction of the voice, Zhuge turned her gaze, and an elderly figure materialized before her, enveloped in a protective aura of merit, with peculiar symbols adorning his sleeves that seemed to closely resemble the Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman she was currently demonstrating. Yet, upon closer inspection, these symbols appeared to encompass the very essence of the Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman she had conjured, evoking a distinctly strange sensation within her. Realizing the sudden appearance of this human figure, Zhuge now understood that this elder was likely the human Tao master Chen Changsheng sought. However, she had not anticipated that he would arrive due to her demonstration of the Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman. Zhuge silently shifted her focus to Chen Changsheng, only to find that his expression remained undisturbed. Thus, she continued, fully engaging in the complete unfolding of the scenes from the Dragon Han calamity. As for the elder, he appeared entirely absorbed in contemplation, as if oblivious to their presence. Observing that the elder remained entranced, Zhuge refrained from interrupting, instead communicating telepathically with Chen Changsheng, inquiring, "Who is this?" "This is Sangye, the creator of writing for humanity." The realization struck Zhuge. In a wonder, she felt an inexplicable profundity upon entering this landscape and recalled scenes from the Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman during the past calamity. The Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman, within their respective Dragon and Phoenix clans, were equivalent to written language. Yet the fact that something that could only be manifested at the Huanglong Golden Immortal stage could be created by the postnatal human race was indeed astonishing. Chen Changsheng gazed intently at the elder before him. The human Tao master he had in mind was undoubtedly this individual. In the evolution of humanity, aside from Yuhua, the remaining enlightened beings were the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Sangye, who had created writing during the reign of the human emperor Yuan, had not attained enlightenment himself. For literature carries the Dao as the progenitor of writing. Sangye should have radiated an even more resplendent brilliance during the long years that followed. Yet, after the invention of characters, he had seemingly vanished without a trace over time. He remained unaware of what transpired in the interim. However, encountering this elder by the Luo River, Chen Changsheng felt it was not too late. Upon hearing Zhuge express her sensitivity to the landscape, he seized the opportunity to have her manifest the Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman, which indeed attracted the elder's attention. He had no intention of hastening Sangye, but awaited him to fully absorb the essence of the Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman. Time passed slowly, and Sangye eventually emerged from Zhuchue's demonstration. Turning to face them with a sincere expression, "I thank both immortal beings for unveiling the mysteries of the Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman. I, Sangye of the human race, am most grateful. After the calamity of the Dragon and Phoenix, true dragons and true phoenixes became exceedingly rare. Even alongside the human Emperor Yuan, Sangye had never encountered a being capable of fully manifesting the true Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman. The appearance of the Dragon Chapter and Phoenix Talisman allowed him to transcend the temporal bounds of the calamity, witnessing the ancestral dragon and phoenix creating the written language of their clans, providing him with unparalleled inspiration. All of this was undoubtedly attributed to the man who had suddenly appeared before him and the crimson bird perched upon his shoulder. Chen Changsheng chuckled softly and spoke gradually. "I am a disciple of the Chan teaching. The Southern Polar Immortal and the 12 immortals of Yushu who assisted the human emperor in attaining enlightenment are my fellow apprentices. So, you are a disciple of a sage." Sangye immediately clasped his hands in greeting. The 12 immortals of Yushu had encountered him during the ascension of the human emperor, each possessing formidable magical prowess. As the historian for the human emperor Yuan, he had some degree of interaction with them. However, the attention of the 12 immortals was primarily focused on the significant event of the human emperor's enlightenment, leaving little room for communication with Sangye. Following the emperor's journey to Huayun Cave, Sangye retreated to the waters of Luo Shui, intending to document the emperor's momentous achievement. He certainly did not expect that a disciple as sage would come seeking him. To his astonishment, the visitor presented him with a grand gift, a dragon seal and phoenix edict, leaving Sangye bewildered regarding the intentions of the celestial being from the South Pole. This celestial being had come to request Sangye's assistance in subduing the human path within the 6 paths of reincarnation. When Chen Changsheng met Sangye, he wasted no time in getting to the point, candidly revealing his purpose to me. The Lord of the Human Path. Sangye was taken aback. He contemplated numerous possibilities, yet never anticipated that the South Pole Immortal would solicit him for such a role. Without waiting for Chen Changsheng to elaborate, Sangye resolutely shook his head in refusal. South Pole Immortal. I cannot assume the mantle of the Lord of the human path. Please seek someone else. Observing Tsang's outright rejection, Zhuge was equally astonished. It was well known that when the innate deity Leze learned he could become the master of the beast path, he immediately transformed into a beast. Gleefully joining the ranks, in stark contrast, Tsangje, upon learning he could become the lord of the human path, outright declined. The disparity in their attitudes was striking. Did Tsangje lack knowledge of the 6 paths of reincarnation? I am aware of the 6 paths. The human path is of utmost importance within that cycle. Understanding this significance, he felt unworthy of the role of Lord of the human path. The importance of this position was akin to that of the 3 sovereigns, perhaps even surpassing that of the 5 emperors. As a mere historian under Emperor Xianyuan, how could he bear the weighty responsibility of the Lord of the human path? Moreover, he needed to compose the Book of Tsangje, rendering him unsuitable for such a position. If the South Pole Immortal sought a human to fill this role, it would be better to consult Emperor Fuxi or the goddess Enhua. Tsangje truly could not bear this burden. Chen Changsheng had no intention of approaching Enhua or Fu 11 to seek them out would be to clarify the reasons, and both, one a sage and the other a practitioner of the heavenly mechanism, would undoubtedly recognize the benefits of Tsangje becoming the lord of the human path, thereby compelling him into that role. Chen Changsheng could predict the outcome with ease. However, doing so would mean that the majority of the credit would be seized by the sage and Emperor Fuxi. Their interest in the fortunes of humanity would prove futile, ultimately squandering Chen Changsheng's own opportunity, which he could not afford. Nonetheless, aside from this, another matter caught his attention, hinting at a potential breakthrough in the current predicament. You say you are currently writing the Book of Tsangje. Sensing Chen Changsheng's inquiry regarding his work rather than insisting he become the lord of the human path, Tsangje breathed a sigh of relief and replied slowly. As the historian for the human emperor, I returned home intending to document the events of this period in writing. Yet despite my daily struggles, I have been unable to find the most suitable words to capture them. If I cannot even accomplish this simple task, how can I possibly assume the role of lord of the human path? Tsangje felt somewhat disheartened. Was it possible that the original trajectory of Tsangje had become ensnared in this obsession with the Book of Tsangje? Chen Changsheng pondered this possibility. He carefully engaged his primordial spirit, recalling everything he knew about Tsangje, which formed the foundation of his ability to navigate this primordial era. Subsequently, the content of the 28 characters of the Book of Tsangje emerged from his thoughts. Although the authenticity of these characters as Tsangje's own work had not been fully substantiated in his current era, Chen Changsheng believed that if he intended to write the Book of Tsangje, its contents might very well hold truth. With a light chuckle, he spoke with an air of ease. You express a desire to write the Book of Tsangje. How about I assist you in accomplishing it? Tsangje looked at Chen Changsheng with skepticism. The South Pole Immortal jested, My Book of Tsangje, I must employ the words of the human path to capture my thoughts. How much understanding can you have of the words I created using the innate celestial script? Tsangje regarded Chen Changsheng's words as mere jest. The disciples of sages were exalted, and while the South Pole Immortal appeared amiable and accommodating, showing him the dragon seal and phoenix edict, Tsangje remained doubtful about the efficacy of utilizing the words of humanity. This skepticism stemmed not from arrogance, but from confidence in his own creation of the characters. However, as he pondered this, he heard the immortal casually propose, why not write Wuxi Jiai, Ju Shou Gongyu, Suozhi Lai Shi, Shi Qi Guangming, Zhuo Hu Yao Jia, Shou Qi Shui Zun, Gomao Fu. These 28 characters, what do you think? What Chen Changsheng uttered were indeed the contents recorded in the later generation's Book of Tsangje, transformed into its most primordial form as he recounted them. Zhuge, listening beside him, was momentarily struck dumb by Chen Changsheng's eloquence, which imbued her with a sense of the profound. Could these 28 characters truly encapsulate the essence of Tsangje's thoughts? Yet, Chen Changsheng's tone was neither too high nor too low, neither humble nor arrogant, suffused with an aura of balance. Even Zhuge, who possessed keen sensitivity to phonetics, felt that Chen Changsheng's voice bore a solemn and dignified quality. As she regained her composure and turned to observe Tsangje's reaction. She found the elder in a state of rapture, his body swayed, not in anger or rage, but in excitement. Chen gazed up at the disciple of the sage, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Since he had made the decision to write the book of Sangya, he had struggled to find a starting point, as if no word could adequately convey the enlightenment of the human emperor or the grandeur of the human race. Yet now, among the 28 characters resonating in his ears, Sangya seemed to envision the sun, moon, and stars, the winds and clouds in turmoil, the transformation of heaven and earth, grand ambitions, and splendid magnificence. Sangya's eyes gently closed, feeling as if these 28 characters encapsulated the very essence of his thoughts and aspirations. The South Pole Immortal had indeed manifested astonishing changes through the very words he had created. Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that these 28 characters could indeed resonate with Sangya's heart. After all, if the words he had penned could not even move him, it would be a profound failure. Chen Changsheng had faith in Sangya's capabilities. After all, these 28 characters might represent the culmination of Sangya's lifelong insights. Sangya looked toward Chen Changsheng, feeling an overwhelming sense of reverence for the celestial being's displayed abilities, which surpassed even the 12 immortals of Yushu who had assisted the human emperor Xinyuan. The South Pole Immortal was indeed extraordinary, revealing remarkable prowess in the application of the words of humanity, even surpassing that of Sangya, the creator of those very characters. Sangya now genuinely admired Chen Changsheng. South Pole Immortal, you should be the lord of the human path. Sangya marveled at the profundity encapsulated within the 28 characters. Believing that should this immortal ascend to the role of lord of the human path, he would undoubtedly be exceptional. Zhuge was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment, almost leaping off Chen Changsheng's shoulder. The immortal's ability to articulate these 28 characters implied a profound understanding of humanity. Should he become the lord of the human path, it would indeed be a boon for the human race. Sangya could not help but express his admiration. The astonishment brought forth by the man before him was simply overwhelming. Zhuge gazed at Chen Changsheng with amusement. It seemed he had taken his masquerade too far, being recommended to become the sovereign of humanity by the very person he wished to elevate to that position. Witnessing this scene, Zhuge could not suppress a laugh. Noticing that Sangya had failed to grasp his intention, Chen Changsheng let out a faint sigh. Sangya, my understanding of the characters created after the heavens is merely superficial. Even you, with the passage of time, could eventually inscribe them. Do you not yet comprehend the significance of the dragon's script and the phoenix's talisman I have shown you? Culture is the essence of humanity. You have forged the written language of humankind, thus paving the way for our kind. Yet in the vastness of the primordial world, there exists more than just the language of humanity. Dragon scripts, phoenix talismans. There's an abundance of primal writings and texts of the great Tao that you should explore, document them with the words of humanity, and ignite the flame of our civilization. Within the 6 realms lies an inexhaustible array of beings. There, you shall encounter even more diverse scripts from various races. Those Tao texts embody unfathomable power, and through the lens of human culture, you could validate the essence of humanity. Do you not yearn to undertake such a quest? Or do you merely wish to chronicle the glory of the human emperor, disregarding the continuity of human civilization? With each word Chen Changsheng spoke, Sangya's expression grew paler. Every statement resonated within his soul like the ringing of a morning bell or evening drum. Relentlessly questioning his own convictions, was his understanding of culture truly so superficial? Sangya's gradually focused, redirecting his gaze to the immortal before him, who had elucidated the essence of Sangya's writings. Sensing the shift in Sangya's aura, Chen Changsheng observed the rekindling of brilliance in his. Realizing that his words had finally moved this primordial creator of humanity's script. You are right, immortal of the South Pole. It is indeed my shallowness. How could I, as the creator of the written language of humanity, entrust the task of validating humanity through words and passing down our civilization to others? As he spoke, the laws of the universe intertwined around Sangya, and suddenly, numerous characters began to orbit him. Chen Changsheng, observing the floating symbols, felt their inherent beauty, his demeanor growing notably solemn. Each character shimmered with the radiance of merit. Before Chen Changsheng could speak again, Sangye slowly produced a character that exuded an ethereal aura. Had it not been for your reminder, I might have nearly forgotten the true purpose of the characters I initially created. I am willing to become the sovereign of humanity. I shall entrust this character to you for safekeeping. Amidst the swirling mist, Chen Changsheng beheld the true form of the character presented by Sangye. With just a glance, he recognized it as the original character of humanity, that it dazzled the eyes, seemingly infused with the virtues of heaven and earth. The interplay of yin and yang, the gathering of spirits, and the essence of the five elements. This was Sangye's expression of gratitude towards Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng could sense the profound ideals of humanity encapsulated within. He extended his hand, and in the next moment, the character seamlessly merged into his being. In the depths of his soul, Chen Changsheng felt as though the mechanisms of humanity had acknowledged him. Observing the swift absorption of the character he had created, Sangye was taken aback. The characters he had crafted were clearly imbued with the principles of heaven and earth and the essence of humanity. That could be absorbed so rapidly by Chen Changsheng indicated a natural resonance with the essence of humanity. It seemed that the 28 characters were not merely a transmission from the Primordial Supreme One, but were indeed spoken by Chen Changsheng himself. He collected the remaining merit-laden characters, his expression turning equally solemn and grave. Thus, I express my gratitude to the Immortal of the South Pole, as the creator of characters. I shall diligently oversee the entirety of the cycle of humanity. Witnessing Sangye's determination, Chen Changsheng nodded in affirmation. As he willed it, the passage of reincarnation appeared. Chen Changsheng bowed deeply to the elder who had given rise to the written language of humanity, which had allowed human civilization to endure through the ages. Please, sir, govern the path of humanity. Sangye adjusted his garments and turned toward the passage of reincarnation. In the next instant, he stepped into the passage, only to find a flying serpent creature emerging from it, halting before him. Chen Changsheng's pupils constricted. The flying serpent before Sangye was none other than the divine beast, Tengshe, who accompanied the Mother of Earth. Sangye bowed respectfully and then sat cross-legged atop Tengshe, heading towards the six realms. This was Sangye, the creator of characters, whose legendary stature had moved both heaven and earth, now entrusted with the governance of humanity. Surely, this would benefit both the human race and the cycle of reincarnation. Zhuke, observing the departing Sangye, felt a surge of emotions within. Sangye of humanity, I have met the Lady of Equanimity. I am grateful for her divine presence. The Lady of Equanimity regarded Sangye with her discerning gaze. Sangye's cultivation was not particularly high. It had merely been elevated through the merits of creating written language. However, upon entering the realm of humanity, he could gather the scripts of myriad races and engage in the matters of humanity, causing his previously ephemeral cultivation to soar. The willingness of such a figure to embrace humanity elevated the Lady of Equanimity's impression of Chen Changsheng immensely. Setting aside the matter concerning her sister, Xin Yuan, at the level of the sovereign of the six realms, Chen Changsheng had indeed devoted himself wholeheartedly to fulfilling her entrusted mission. I implore you, sir, to enter the realm of humanity and govern it, becoming the sovereign of humanity, observing and transforming the world. The Lady of Equanimity spoke gently. Realizing he had received such favor from her, Sangye understood that it must be connected to the Immortal of the South Pole. He took a deep breath. Sangye shall not fail in his duty. As his words fell, the characters circled around him. The character had already been returned as a gesture of gratitude to the Immortal of the South Pole. Yet now he would embody humanity itself. This time, he aimed to absorb the scripts of myriad races and delineate the path of the great D. As Sangye gradually entered the realm of humanity within the six paths, numerous mechanisms of humanity transformed into characters that surrounded him, assisting in the elevation of his cultivation. Beyond the 33 heavens, in the midst of chaos, within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess Nuwa felt a sudden inspiration. She sensed a surge in the fortunes of humanity, yet the source of this fortune did not stem from the teachings governed by the Taiji Laozi, nor did it arise from the present human race. Rather, It emanated from the realm of the nine nether. So, Sangjia has become the sovereign of humanity in the cycle of reincarnation under the guidance of the Lady of Equanimity. The relationship between Yua and Hutu was quite amicable. Even during the calamity of the wraiths and the human race, they had intermarried. Yet, Yua was taken aback that Sangjia would ascend to the position of sovereign of humanity within the cycle of reincarnation. The development of humanity required the establishment of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors first. Sangjia's creation of characters was a significant merit for humanity, and Yua planned to allow him to fulfill his obsession with the canon of Sangjia before making any arrangements for him. However, according to Yua's calculations, the completion of the canon of Sangjia would take a considerable amount of time. Yet this lengthy period had barely begun when Sangjia had already joined the realm of the Nine Nether, becoming the master of the earthly path within the cycle of reincarnation. This was indeed beyond her expectations. Nevertheless, for Yua, Sangjia's ascension to the role of sovereign of humanity was undoubtedly beneficial for the human race. The Lady of Equanimity presided over the Nine Nether realm and the cycle of reincarnation. Yua held her in high regard and had never entertained thoughts of interfering. Once the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were established, arranging Sangjia's affairs would indeed be a source of concern for her. In Yua's calculations, Sangjia would require much more time to complete the canon of Sangjia and resolve his obsession. Although the Lady of Equanimity wished for Sangjia to become the sovereign of humanity, it was impossible to assist him in resolving this obsession. With such changes occurring now, it was evident that someone had stepped forward to create a shift in circumstances. She immediately employed her divine powers and soon discovered Chen Changsheng and Zhuke standing by the Luo River. It was none other than the disciple of the Chan school, the immortal of the South Pole. Yua's mind stirred with contemplation. She instructed her disciples to act in accordance with the will of heaven, while the South Pole immortal, revered as the true immortal of fortune, was able to persuade Sangjia to alter his decision. Due to his status as a disciple of a sage, various heavenly secrets were obscured, leaving Yua unable to discern precisely what Chen Changsheng had done to win Sangjia's change of heart. Regardless, it was a fact that Sangjia had become the sovereign of humanity, and the fortunes of mankind had risen as a result. Sensing this, Yua would naturally not remain indifferent. She promptly wielded her divine powers and cast a glance toward the banks of the Luo River. Chen Changsheng, by the riverside, was about to immerse himself in thought, contemplating the profound implications of the character run that Sangjia had introduced. Suddenly, he felt the scenery before him shift, as if he had been transported into a grand palace. When Yaoqi had sought him out, it required a personal visit. Yet now, before he could even react, he found himself ensnared within this illusion, indicating that the one who intervened must possess a cultivation far superior to that of Yaoqi. The palace surrounding him was unlike any he had ever encountered. Only Yua could wield such extraordinary means. Upon recognizing Yua, Chen Changsheng bowed deeply as he ventured further into the palace. Before a sage, especially one as esteemed as Yua, he naturally wished to demonstrate utmost respect. Sangjia has become the sovereign of humanity, and you share in this merit. I have also benefited from your actions. Whatever reward you desire, I am prepared to grant it. It turned out that she had come to bestow a reward upon him. Sages are meticulous about cause and effect. Should he refuse anything at this moment, it would be tantamount to disrespecting Yua and would also put his own master, Yuanfeng, in an awkward position. Though Yua possessed countless treasures, Chen Changsheng found himself momentarily a loss for what he desired. Just then, amidst his swirling thoughts, a flash of insight illuminated his mind. Although Yua did not currently possess the spiritual treasure he wished for, it did not preclude her from acquiring it on his behalf. He had long been concerned about the difficulty of obtaining the 8 scenery palace lantern, and this seemed like an opportune moment. With this thought in mind, he spoke up, "I beseech you, my lady. The South Pole is in need of an 8 scenery palace lantern. I hope you might bestow it upon me." Within the Yua palace, Yua's divine gaze flickered the 8 scenery palace lantern. She mused, surprised that the South Pole immortal would request such an item. The name alone indicated that it resided with Taiji Laozu. Without inquiring why Chen Changsheng needed this divine lamp, she simply sent a thought toward Shoyang Mountain, to the 8 scenery palace. Taiji, my disciple, requires the 8 scenery palace lantern for illumination. I hope you will send this treasure forth. At Shoyang Mountain, Taiji Laozu's expression shifted slightly as a lamp radiating with divine light vanished from his palace. Thus, I thank you, my brother. Once the voice faded, Taiji Laozu resumed, stoking the flames in his furnace, recommencing his alchemical endeavors. The fortunes of humanity had recently ascended, a consequence of Sangye becoming the sovereign. This matter was evidently orchestrated by Hua, who had rightfully requested the illuminating 8 scenery palace lantern from him. I have already obtained it from your master uncle. I now bestow it upon you. As her words echoed, Chen Changsheng felt a divine lamp materialize within his sight, ablaze with the burning purple flames of the earth lamp among the 3 lamps of heaven, earth, and humanity. Hua's efficiency was remarkable. Devoid of any hint of hesitation, promptly resolving what Chen Changsheng had deemed a challenging matter. While he could have requested his own master to seek it from his uncle, that would have compromised his master Yinshi's dignity. Instead, seizing this opportunity to have Hua assist him brought Chen Changsheng a sense of rightful satisfaction. Your master uncle, as the leader of humanity, has also benefited from you. Consider this 8 scenery palace lantern his gift in return. After a brief pause, Hua continued, you may also request another item from me as a reward. Such fortuitous tidings. Hua truly embodied the essence of creation. Chen Changsheng was taken aback by her willingness to grant him an additional reward after procuring the 8 scenery palace lantern. It seemed that the elevation of humanity's fortunes had indeed brought her joy. However, this time he refrained from requesting a spiritual treasure. I have heard that you have comprehended the divine thunder of creation within the path of creation. I hope you might impart this thunder technique to me. In the Hua palace. Hua slightly raised her gaze to regard this disciple of the way of revelation. She had not anticipated that he would seek her thunder technique. Yet, upon witnessing the divine light of creation manifest in her eyes, and perceiving the Thunder Emperor's edict enveloping him, Hua finally understood. It turned out that the Thunder Emperor's decree from Luai's was also present within him. The method of the divine thunder of creation lies within this aura of creation, that I hope you will take up the mantle of Luai's and govern all thunders. Upon hearing Hua mention Luai's, Chen Changsheng suppressed his urge to laugh and once again bowed deeply to her. Thank you, my lady, I shall do my utmost. Hua's words indicated that she sensed the familiar aura of the Thunder Emperor's decree, and her tone remained composed, suggesting that she had truly forgiven Luai's for his rudeness. Ultimately, it seemed unlikely that she would pursue Luai's to the beast realm to slay him. His request for the divine thunder of creation was also intended to further his own thunder technique. The art of thunder is primarily destructive and immensely powerful. Creation stands in stark contrast to destruction. Thus, the divine thunder of creation, having been interpreted through Hua's saintly might, was of significant reference value. Seeing Chen Changsheng accept the divine thunder of creation, Hua felt a stir within her heart as she prepared to retract her divine powers. However, just as she was about to do so, she suddenly sensed that there was yet another item connected to her in Chen Changsheng's possession. Hua calculated with her fingers, and a smile broke upon her face. South Pole, is my precious lotus lamp also in your hands? Your Majesty, the heavenly Emperor Haotian decreed that I capture the fairy Hua, and I used the falling treasure money to bring her down. The treasure is currently with me. Hua nodded slightly. You possess good fortune. This precious lotus lamp was indeed bestowed upon Hua by me. However, since it is now in your possession, use it well. Hua will soon bear a daughter, with whom I share a fateful connection. When the child is born, I ask you to visit and bestow upon her the sacred spirit pearl. With a delicate snap of her fingers, Chen Changsheng witnessed a pearl radiating with sacred light appear before him, which was none other than the sacred spirit pearl. That he understood that this pearl was Hua's substitute gift for the precious lotus lamp. To Yang Chan, he accepted the pearl without hesitation, knowing he would make a trip to the South Pole once the child was born. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng agree, Hua nodded slightly and then vanished into the void, as if she had never been there at all. Coming back to his senses, Chen Changsheng glanced at the Zhuke perched on his shoulder. Zhu, did you sense anything just now? What should I sense? Zhuke tilted her head. unsure of what Chen Changsheng was referring to. Nothing much. Inwa came to speak with me for a while, and then granted me some rewards. As his thoughts stirred, the 8 scenery palace lantern, ablaze with the burning purple flames, appeared in Chen Changsheng's hand. Zhuge gasped in astonishment. The methods of a sage were indeed extraordinary. If she truly wished to conceal her arrival, she would remain unknown. Without pondering the sage's methods, Zhuge had grown accustomed to such matters. She was remarkably perceptive, swiftly grasping the fact that Songjie had become the sovereign of humanity, drawing in Wa's attention, and regarded it with indifference. With this, you have gathered all the divine lamps. Zhuge was aware that Chen Changsheng had intentionally sought to collect these divine lamps. Now that he had assembled them, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous event for him. Chen Changsheng felt a surge of joy within. The collection of spiritual treasures brought with it a profound sense of accomplishment. In this moment, the ability to share openly with Zhuge fulfilled his small desire for admiration. After a preliminary practice with this earthly lamp, it was time for you to take action. Zhuge nodded slightly, her divine eyes shimmering with brilliance. Finally, the moment for her performance had arrived. Time seemed to pass slowly. Chen Changsheng had refined the innate divine prohibitions of the 8 scenery palace lamp through many layers. And the lamp had mysteriously settled within his primordial spirit, occupying the position of the earth within the 3 talents. The Yushu Luliding and the Ling Quding traced mystical paths, establishing a connection with the 8 scenery palace lamp. Meanwhile, the treasured lotus lantern, deemed useful by the goddess Nuwa, gradually occupied the central point among heaven, earth, and humanity. In an instant, his primordial spirit became resplendent, and with the crystallization of the human flower, his cultivation could ascend to new heights. With this thought, Chen Changsheng felt even more invigorated. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling a sensation akin to flying without having to move. Indeed, during this retreat, Zhuge had yielded, allowing him to cultivate while seated upon her divine form. However, such blissful days did not last long. Once Zhuge sensed his awakening from retreat, she reverted to clinging to him. Golden flames ignited in Chen Changsheng's eyes as he scanned below. It was clear that during his retreat, he had arrived near Yin. Zhuge flapped her sacred wings, tracing beautiful arcs in the air. Now that we have reached our destination, what shall we do next? Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. Did I not mention to you before? The destiny mysterious bird, born to represent Shang. We must seek out that mysterious bird. Indeed, Chen Changsheng did not seek the ruler of the Shang dynasty. He aimed to go directly to find the mysterious bird, which symbolized a part of Shang. This mysterious bird should be a member of the Phoenix clan under the calamity of the dragon and phoenix, and it is up to you to resolve this. Zhu Chua's heart stirred, finally understanding the situation. Chen Changsheng's gaze was fervent. The destiny mysterious bird, born to represent Shang, signified that the cultivation of the Shang representing mysterious bird was undoubtedly formidable. Although it did not possess the outrageous innate divine demonic lineage like Luai's, it was still favored by fortune. Considering the various pieces of information, Chen Changsheng believed that the mysterious bird in Yin was certainly a member of the Phoenix clan amidst the calamity of Longhan. Thus, he felt even more reassured with Zhuge taking the lead. Since it is my kin, I shall investigate personally. There is no need for you to use the Huanglong, because divine eyes shone brightly. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, the golden flames in his eyes transforming into formlessness. If Zhuge wished to investigate herself, he would leave it to her, taking the opportunity to admire the scenery along the way. Seeing Chen Changsheng no longer channeling his power, Zhuge directly employed Phoenix transformation within his primordial spirit. If the mysterious bird Chen Changsheng spoke of was indeed a member of her Phoenix clan, she would surely be able to trace its presence within in the skies above Yin. Zhuge spread her wings, divine flames radiating, and at a certain moment, she emitted a melodious chirp, flying toward a specific location. Chen Changsheng's heart stirred. It seemed his thoughts were not misplaced. The mysterious bird born to represent Shang was indeed not an ordinary being. With avian ancestors, undertaking such matters would yield results with half the effort. Just as Zhuge emitted her chirp, a resounding voice responded in kind. Flames erupted, emanating the power of the great Luo. The flames outlined the form of the other, which turned out to be a black swallow. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered, feeling as though he were witnessing history unfold. Swallow, how could I survive without you? Upon seeing the true form of the destiny mysterious bird, this phrase crossed Chen Changsheng's mind. At this moment, Zhuge displayed no signs of heart-wrenching emotion. However, Chen Changsheng could sense the stirring of the other's spirit. Unlike the encounter with the younger Peng, Zhu Chue's demeanor appeared somewhat excited. Though she had once been a supreme ruler, looking down upon all, encountering a former clan member after 2 calamities undoubtedly evoked some sentiments. Chen Changsheng followed Zhuge as they descended, witnessing the black swallow transform into a woman clad in black palace attire. The swallow acknowledged the clan leader. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. This woman's true name was indeed Yanzi. Addressing Zhuge directly as clan leader, it seemed she had received information about Zhu Chue's identity during their earlier harmonious exchange. Being informed directly by the clan leader indicated that Yanzi held a significant position within the Phoenix clan. The reverence and excitement emanating from her eyes were unmistakable. Although Yanzi possessed great Luo power, she still regarded Zhuge with utmost respect. Zhuge dispersed her phoenix form, reverting to her innate Tao body to, I am now the Southern Star Lord Zhuge, acting in the primordial chaos. Elder Yanzi, you may simply call me Zhuge. No need to refer to me as clan leader. This is the Southern Polar Immortal, the first disciple of the Chan school, and a trustworthy companion. Chen Changsheng smiled gently. Greetings, Elder Yanzi. Since you two have not seen each other for a long time, why not converse privately for a while? There is no need to mind me. Zhuge took a deep breath. Then, esteemed one, please rest here for a moment while Yanzi and I discuss matters, and we will come to find you afterward. Zhu Chue's expression turned serious, addressing him as esteemed one beside Yanzi. Chen Changsheng understood her intent and nodded slightly. Yanzi cast a sideways glance at this disciple of the sage, her eyes displaying mild surprise. She did not expect the proud clan leader to address a practitioner who had yet to reach great Luo as esteemed one, even if he was a disciple of the sage. It was still rather strange. However, since the clan leader had already referred to him as esteemed one, Yanzi naturally followed suit. The clan leader's authority had accumulated over the entire calamity, having led the former avian clan to its most glorious moment. Even though her cultivation surpassed that of the clan leader, she dared not defy her. Yanzi offered a slight bow to Chen Changsheng before turning to converse with the clan leader. Chen Changsheng paid it no mind. He could not eavesdrop on the private conversation between the 2 women that he found a spot for himself, retrieved the tongbai tea leaves, and began to brew tea. Upon witnessing Yanzi display such humility, he felt no worries at all. Meanwhile, Yanzi began recounting to Zhuge how she had been injured during the battle of the 3 clans, how she had arrived at this human gathering place, and how she had formed connections with the human race. Zhuge listened quietly as this clan leader gradually unfolded the events that had transpired here. She nodded at times, pondered at others, but never interrupted. The human tribes express gratitude for my protection, viewing me as a totem. I have been relying on the fortunes of the human race to cultivate a phoenix body, yet ultimately I have failed. However, I can feel that as long as I continue to cultivate here, one day I will succeed. Zhuge nodded slightly. Everything Yanzi had done was akin to the Dragon Clan's endeavors. It was all aimed at restoring the glory of the Phoenix clan. You have truly worked hard. Now that the human dynasty is about to undergo a transformation, those in your Een will likely become part of this change. I will bestow upon you the Phoenix Divine Staff, a treasure of the Phoenix clan's fortune, hoping you can seize this opportunity to fulfill your wishes. Zhuge sighed. Immediately, a staff radiating countless divine lights appeared before Yanzi. Upon seeing the sudden emergence of the Phoenix Divine Staff, Yanzi's expression shifted dramatically. Clan leader, how can you bestow upon me the treasure of the Phoenix clan's fortune? Since the clan leader has emerged from the Southern Immortal Volcano, you should personally wield this treasure of fortune. The Phoenix clan's treasure of fortune was crafted personally by the 3 clan leaders during the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, embodying the fortunes of the clan. This Phoenix Divine Staff is akin to the Dragon Clan's ancestral Dragon Pearl, and Yanzi did not believe she could wield it. Zhuge shook her head gently. There is no need to call me clan leader. You may address me as Zhuge or Star Lord. I bestow this treasure upon you because I am certain you can use it to condense your phoenix body. The divine eyes of Zhuge shifted. Her decision was made solely because of Chen Changsheng, who sat outside, leisurely sipping tea. Chen Changsheng needed to initiate a transformation within the human race, coalescing the essence of humanity, and he had chosen the land of Yin and Shang as the focal point. In this moment, she was willing to place her trust in Chen Changsheng, gambling everything on this venture. The Phoenix Divine Staff was a treasure of fortune, embodying the fateful essence accumulated by the Phoenix clan prior to their tribulation. The land of Yin, with the mysterious bird as its totem, could also assist Yanzi in enhancing her cultivation. As the last remaining elder of the Phoenix clan, she naturally intended to lend her support to Yanzi. The fortune of the land of Yin would also grow stronger with the blessing of the Phoenix Divine Staff, thereby significantly increasing the hope of victory for the Yin and Shang during the dynasty's iteration. The Phoenix clan had become a mere shadow of its former self. My appearance as Zhuge signifies a quest to rediscover the opportunity for enlightenment, an opportunity that no longer resides within the Phoenix Divine Staff. The path of fortune and enlightenment is no longer viable in the current primordial world. The clan leader must seek a new path to enlightenment. Hearing the clan leader's words, Yanzi's eyes ignited with fervent brilliance. If that were the case, then relinquishing the Phoenix Divine Staff was indeed an option. Very well, regardless of the outcome, you should take the Phoenix Divine Staff and keep it safe. That Zhuchue's face bore an expression of authority, her sacred demeanor shining through. Sensing the unwavering bloodline pressure emanating from the clan leader, Yanzi reached out and accepted the Phoenix Divine Staff. Understood, Zhuge Divine Lord. In the end, Yanzi did not heed Zhuchue's suggestion to address her as Zhuge or Star Lord, but instead referred to her as Zhuge Divine Lord. Upon hearing this title, Zhuge sighed, not insisting otherwise. Divine Lord it is, not much different. Now, please proceed to refine the Phoenix Divine Staff. That a treasure of fortune is no ordinary item. There are very few such artifacts in the entire primordial realm. Upon receiving the clan leader's directive, Yanzi naturally did not dare to delay, promptly imprinting her primordial spirit onto the Phoenix Divine Staff. As she began to refine this treasure of fortune, a mysterious bird soared from the mountains, spreading throughout the entire land of Yin. Numerous auspicious energies reappeared across the realm. Chen Changsheng, while savoring his tea, observed the subtle yet profound changes unfolding before him, a smile gracing his lips. Zhuge's decision to present the Phoenix Divine Staff was a clear sign of her complete trust in him. With the Phoenix Divine Staff now entrusted to Yanzi, the fortune of Yin and Shang would undoubtedly rise. Do you require any further arrangements? Zhuge inquired slowly, accepting the tea brewed by Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. I initially had additional matters to attend to, but now that you have presented the Phoenix Divine Staff, I find there is no need for me to act. With the emergence of the Phoenix Divine Staff, Chen Changsheng felt that all he needed to do was wait. The power of this treasure of fortune was overwhelmingly significant, already wielding considerable influence. Moreover, as she acted under his command, her deeds mirrored his own, akin to the actions of the Southern Dipper's 6 Star Lords. This effectively limited Chen Changsheng's scope for intervention. With your treasure of fortune now in play, the gathering of human essence is no longer an issue. It is time to consider my fellow disciples as well. Zhuchue's brow furrowed slightly. She had not anticipated that Chen Changsheng would think of his fellow disciples at this juncture. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. He had descended into the primordial realm with the aim of enhancing his own strength. Yet he also sought to alter the fate of the Chan teaching and his master, which could not be accomplished alone. It was essential to strategize for his fellow disciples within the Chan teaching. As his momentum solidified, he naturally had to consider those disciples who would face the divine calamity. Most of the disciples of the Chan teaching would only begin to act towards the end of the Shang dynasty. Presently, Huanglong was cultivating in the Eastern Sea, and it was vital to consider other disciples to join him in their endeavors. During this period of dynastic transition, Chen Changsheng immediately thought of a particular disciple who could seize this opportunity to dispel some calamity. Indeed, now was the moment for the identity of the foremost disciple of the Chan teaching to come into play. Otherwise, it would be challenging to command the second-generation disciples of the Chan teaching. Chen Changsheng pondered these thoughts. Who do you intend to summon? Zhu Ke asked. Her interest piqued. She had learned of the 12 immortals of Yushu upon arriving in the primordial realm. However, she could not deduce whom Chen Changsheng might choose to summon to the land of Yin and Shang. Chen Changsheng's gaze shifted as he pointed towards a specific direction. Naturally, it was the disciple from Qinyuan Mountain. The Golden Light Cave at Qinyuan Mountain. Within the Golden Light Cave, Tai Zhenren was in quiet meditation when suddenly a stirring of his spirit prompted him to pause. Immediately, a young disciple, Jinxia Tongzi, entered the cave to deliver a message. Master, there is a summons from the South Pole, stating that you are to visit the land of Yin and Shang. That is summons from the South Pole. Tai Zhenren was taken aback. Did my senior brother not take up a position in the heavenly court? Why is he lingering in the realm of humanity? Jinxia Tongzi hesitated before speaking slowly. Master, you're currently at a critical juncture in comprehending the Qingwei Dao. Perhaps it would be better for me to go and see what urgent matter my senior brother has. As Tai Zhenren's close attendant, Jinxia Tongzi proposed this suggestion, knowing that Tai Zhenren should not be disturbed during such an important time. Tai Zhenren adjusted his lotus crown and waved his hand. Dismissing the young disciple's concerns, if my senior brother has summoned me, it must be for a matter of significance. What good would it do for you to go? Just keep a watchful eye on the cave, and I shall visit my senior brother. Ignoring the young disciple's words, Tai Zhenren waved his robe, and instantly, a celestial crane soared from outside the cave, upon which he promptly mounted and flew towards the direction indicated by the South Pole summons. My junior brother Tai is now adept at using killing to quell killing, and to use killing to bring about peace. Chen Changsheng spoke slowly, introducing Zhu Ke to the character of the disciple he intended to summon. Zhu Ke nodded slightly. Using killing to quell killing, and using killing to bring about peace. Indeed, this is the most straightforward method to resolve certain causal entanglements, yet relying solely on killing could lead to excessive outcomes. Chen Changsheng's gaze shifted. The original calamity of sealing the gods had erupted, evolving into a fierce conflagration, largely due to Tai Zhenren initiating the killing calamity. There were numerous factors at play, and Chen Changsheng chose not to elaborate. Tai Zhenren possessed formidable abilities in the art of killing within the Chan teaching, and he was among those disciples who had not entered the Buddhist sect. His cultivation exuded a sense of valor and rapid advancement. If this disciple could transform the calamity within the current tribulation into something beneficial, he would undoubtedly become a valuable ally in the future. Based on these considerations, Chen Changsheng was prompted to think of this particular disciple first. Tai has met with my senior brother from the South Pole. Tai Zhenren paid his respects to the senior brother before him. Upon seeing this senior brother, Tai Zhenren couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. When his senior brother chose to ascend the list of deified beings at Yushu Palace, he sensed the beginning of profound changes within him. Now, upon seeing his senior brother again, he felt even more dazed. The position of the Star of Longevity had not diminished his celestial aura. Rather, it enhanced his remarkable presence. The flowing silver hair no longer bore the marks of age, but was instead radiant, seemingly infused with the brilliance of the starry sky, impossible to forget. The Zhu Ke perched upon his shoulder further amplified his grandeur. In a brief moment, this senior brother appeared to be on a rapid ascent in cultivation, heading towards the condensation of the three flowers. Congratulations on your cultivation advancement. Tai Zhenren expressed his joy for his senior brother's elevation. Given that the 12 immortals of Yushu were embroiled in the divine killing calamity, it would be reasonable to expect that the first to ascend the list ought to be one among them. His senior brother's voluntary ascent relieved them of this concern. This alone generated a sense of indebtedness among the disciples towards their senior brother, regardless of how the other disciples perceived it. He held profound admiration for his elder brother. Zhu Ke observed Tai Zhenren, who had arrived at Chen Changsheng's shoulder. From his demeanor and discourse, he indeed embodies the qualities of a decisive and efficient practitioner. The notion of quelling violence with violence and balancing it through annihilation seems to be an endeavor only achievable by the esteemed Tai Zhenren. His attitude towards Chen Changsheng is commendably respectful, showing no disregard for Chen Changsheng's status despite the disparity in their cultivation levels. Furthermore, his arrival in this land of Yin is remarkably timely. He must have set forth the moment he received the edict from the Southern Pole. Such insights, evident even to Zhu Ke, are naturally clear as day to Chen Changsheng, who wears a satisfied smile. Senior brother, you are poised to assist the rise of the Yin and Shang, and now is the perfect moment to bestow upon your junior a fortuitous opportunity to mitigate calamities and enhance cultivation. Tai Zhenren is momentarily taken aback. Upon entering this land, he sensed that its landscapes and fortunes were somewhat different. He never anticipated it would be the handiwork of his own senior brother. Initially, he thought he was summoned to lend a hand, but it appears that his brother is instead offering him benefits. Tai Zhenren's eyes gleam with curiosity, and he respectfully requests guidance from a senior. Zhu Ke perches upon Chen Changsheng's shoulder, remaining silent. She is oblivious to Chen Changsheng's thoughts and the so-called fateful connections, merely waiting alongside Tai Zhenren. Junior, there is no need for haste. Come sit beside me and enjoy some of the Tongbai jade leaf tea I have brewed that in due time. The fateful connection will manifest. Observing his senior's unyielding composure, Tai Zhenren takes a cup of tea. After a single sip, he squints slightly, revealing a refreshing expression. Senior brother, your life appears quite splendid, with this exquisite tea spirit being rather rare. Tai Zhenren always considered himself one of the more affluent disciples of the Chan teaching. Yet witnessing his senior brother's transformation into a longevity star, he feels as if he has suddenly surpassed him in the land of Yin. The Xian bird experiences a change, heralding auspicious signs. The monarch of this realm must swiftly pay a visit to witness the alterations of the Xian bird. Each ruler of Yin is well aware that the essence of the Xian bird remains alive, serving as one of their pillars. Zhu Gue, accompanied by his son Chengtang, arrives to visit the source of these changes. As he watches the two human figures approach the Xian bird, Chen Changsheng finally speaks to Tai Zhenren. Your fateful connection has arrived. Tai Zhenren employs the Tai divine numbers to deduce the identities of the two humans before him. Are you referring to Zhu Gue? The Tai divine numbers rank among the foremost divination techniques. However, they fail to reveal the intricacies surrounding these two individuals. Naturally, he concludes that his father, Zhu Gue, is his fateful connection. Chen Changsheng gently shakes his head. It is Chengtang. His son is your fateful connection, but he possesses the Tian-Yi fate, perfectly aligning with your path. Tian-Yi fate? Tai Zhenren's expression momentarily falters. Tian-Yi signifies the primordial unity, a lineage that is intrinsically linked to his own, that if what his senior brother claims is true, that Chengtang embodies the Tian-Yi fate, then his emergence from seclusion would be wholly justified. Nurturing his growth could allow him to comprehend the transformations of Tian-Yi, significantly aiding his ascension to quasi-sainthood. If this does not qualify as a fateful connection, Tai Zhenren is at a loss for what does. Do not be anxious. Await their return from the Xian bird, and they shall surely come to visit you that time. I will demonstrate. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's reassurance, Tai Zhenren nods solemnly. Not long after, Zhu Gue arrives with his son to pay their respects. This is, of course, a natural occurrence. Having acquired the Phoenix Divine Scepter, they are well aware that Chen Changsheng, a disciple of the saint, is involved and will prompt the monarch of Yinshang to pay a visit. Your son Chengtang shares a fateful connection with my junior. He is eligible to cultivate under Tai Zhenren. As Chen Changsheng's words resonate, he gestures towards Chengtang, but a flash of purple light appears. At this moment, Tai Zhenren's Tai divine numbers continue to whirl, swiftly reaching the conclusion that for the righteous, Tian-Yi flourishes. The Chengtang before them indeed embodies the Tian-Yi fate, though is deeply concealed and not easily discernible. Now, having been completely awakened by Chen Changsheng's guidance, he is finally able to glimpse its profound intricacies. To invoke the transformations of Tian-Yi is no simple task. Chen Changsheng's gesture infused Chengtang's body with the refined essence of Tai. The ultimate power contained within the Tai energy has already been absorbed by him. The remaining Tai energy is aptly utilized to awaken Chengtang's Tian-Yi fate. Once Chengtang establishes the Shang dynasty, both the Tai energy and the comprehension of Tian-Yi will once again be grasped by Tai Zhenren. This way, he can alleviate certain calamities at the dawn of the Shang dynasty. thus avoiding a future reliance solely on violence to quell violence and restore balance through annihilation. Senior brother, what was that? Tai Zhenren, having witnessed Chen Changsheng's actions throughout, immediately inquires that it is nothing, merely a remnant wisp of Tai energy from the Eastern Emperor, which I fortuitously obtained in the past. Now, I shall take this opportunity to bestow upon you what aligns with your path. Chen Changsheng had long since integrated the insights of the great emperor and the essence of ultimate power as his own. The remaining Tai energy holds little significance for him. The Eastern Emperor, Tai Zhenren's expression momentarily freezes. He never imagined that his senior brother could acquire the essence of the Eastern Emperor, the focal point of the witch and demon calamity, and present it to him in such a manner. The actions of the eldest brother are entirely considerate of his junior. Witnessing this scene, Zhuke is equally moved. She did not expect that the Tai energy from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains could be wielded by Chen Changsheng in such a manner, utilizing Tai energy to invoke the manifestation of Tiani fate, instilling confidence in his junior, and guiding him to take Cheng Tang as a disciple to aid the development of Yinshang. Though this may appear straightforward, it is intricately interconnected. The crux lies in the fact that Cheng Tang genuinely possesses the Tian-Yi fate, and Chen Changsheng has indeed succeeded in this endeavor. Such mastery leaves her in awe, observing her son undergo such transformation. Zhu Gue promptly encourages his son to pay respects to Tai Zhenren as his master. Cheng Tang, now aware that he has encountered a great fortune, recognizes the celestial aura emanating from Tai Zhenren, who undeniably embodies a true immortal. Tai Zhenren flicks his whisk. I am Tai Zhenren, one of the 12 immortals of Yushu. I once protected the Emperor of Humanity during his reign. Now that you have taken me as your master, I shall wholeheartedly teach you. Upon your entry into my fold, I shall bestow upon you the title of Tian-Yi, while you shall remain Cheng Tang among the human race. Tian-Yi pays respects to master. Witnessing the ritual of respect between master and disciple, Chen Changsheng feels a sense of resonance. He did not expect that Cheng Tang would be bestowed the title of Tian-Yi by Tai Zhenren. Such actions align with the transformations of the heavenly order. With his junior joining the fold, the rise of the Shang dynasty is now inevitable. All preparations are in place. They await the favorable winds. With my junior's assistance, I am at ease that in the coming time, I shall devote myself to cultivation, preparing to consolidate the 3 flowers and strive for the great Luo, should any unforeseen events arise. Seek me out. Thank you, senior brother, that I shall diligently fulfill my responsibilities. Tai Zhenren's gaze falls upon Cheng Tang. His senior brother has laid the feast before him. If he cannot perform well, he might as well take his own life in apology. With numerous arrangements complete, Chen Changsheng departs from the land of Yinshang. Everything is now in place, and he intends to enter a profound seclusion to elevate his cultivation, instead of returning to Pengcheng. He has Zhuke take him to a random divine mountain, entering a state of seclusion. Since descending into the primordial chaos, he has been tirelessly scheming across various realms. At long last, it is time to consolidate some of his efforts. Chen Changsheng, accompanied by Zhuke, enters into seclusion, beginning to gradually refine the character run obtained from Songjia, ignoring the events unfolding outside. However, the development of the human race does not stagnate due to Chen Changsheng's seclusion. In fact, significant changes are surging forth. In the Fire Cloud Cave, the heavenly Emperor Fuxi is surrounded by rotating trigrams, gazing towards the realm of humanity, sighing. The fortunes of the Xia dynasty have reached their zenith and are now in decline. They have arrived at the brink of extinction. The fate of humanity is such that what has long been divided must eventually unite, and what has long been united must inevitably divide. Aside from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who have attained the ability to cultivate eternally within the Fire Cloud Cave, the subsequent generations of humanity will inevitably undergo transformations for who will rise amidst the decline of the Xia dynasty. That remains uncertain. The Earth Emperor Shinnong, while guiding his youngest daughter in her cultivation, slowly spoke. In that case, the disciples of the saint's lineage should be inclined to join in this cultivation. Naturally, when Shinnong referred to the disciples of the saints, he was not alluding to the 2nd-generation disciples, but rather those of the 3rd and 4th generations. The most elite among the saints' lineages had accrued merits during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. But after the 5 emperors, as calamities began to coalesce, the secrets of the heavens became obscured, making it impossible to predict who would ascend as the next legitimate successor. Even the acquisition of merits could not compare to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Rather than participating in such matters, it would be more prudent to focus on cultivating the Tao and leave these affairs to the next generation of disciples. The heavenly sovereign Fuxi nodded slightly, recognizing that Shenong, as the Earth Emperor, shared this sentiment, thereby affirming the inherent nature of the situation. The human Emperor Xianyuan also felt a sense of nostalgia. Given the current state of humanity, it was entirely reasonable for the core disciples among the saints to look down upon the situation. As instances such as the 12 immortals of Yushu assisting him in attaining enlightenment had become exceedingly rare, speaking of the disciples of the saints, the Earth Emperor Shenong recalled one individual. "Brother, what has become of that Southern Pole immortal you have been concerned about?" Fuxi shook his head slightly. The Southern Pole sage, being under the protection of the primordial heavenly venerable, I can only occasionally catch a glimpse of his whereabouts. As of now, I am unaware of his current location. Both the Earth Emperor Shenong and the Human Emperor Xianyuan nodded in agreement. The 3 sovereigns were all engaged in cultivation within the Fire Cloud Cave, constrained by numerous limitations. Thus they could not acquire much information. That a flicker of intrigue crossed Shenong's face could be why the way. "Brother, not long ago, I sensed a shift in the great Tao. The Southern Pole sage must have imparted my Shenong Binchao Jing to the people of humanity." Fuxi's eyes glimmered. The black tortoise of the Northern Sea has become the Southern Dipper's Star Lord of Beneficence, and the fame of the Southern Dipper's 6 Star Lords and the Longevity Star has already spread among humanity. By utilizing the black tortoise of the Northern Sea for divination, Fuxi had also learned some matters concerning humanity, though details regarding the Southern Pole sage remain sparse. The Human Emperor Xianyuan glanced sideways. "Zhuanshu has informed me that his grandson has also become the Southern Dipper's Star Lord of Longevity. It seems he has indeed benefited greatly." Fuxi nodded slightly, affirming Xuanyuan's words, not wishing to dwell on the conversation among the 3 sovereigns. We shift to Shuedi. The Golden Light Holy Mother greeted her 2 fellow Taoists with a warm smile. One donned colorful celestial garments, while the other wore a robe embroidered with orchids. One was the colorful Cloud Fairy, and the other was the Orchid Fairy, both cherished friends of the Golden Light Holy Mother. "Sister Golden Light, we intended to seek you out at Loai's, only to find you cultivating here. It has truly made it easy for us to find you." They teased. "It seems that during our time apart, your mastery of the Tao has indeed advanced considerably." The colorful Cloud Fairy and the Orchid Fairy remarked playfully. Yet were taken aback to see the Golden Light Holy Mother shimmering with electric light, clearly indicating her proficiency in thunderous techniques. With a genial demeanor, the Golden Light Holy Mother replied, "It's a long story. I am in Shuedi assisting my Southern Pole senior brother in receiving a disciple and imparting the divine thunder technique to him. Why current progress in the Tao is entirely thanks to my senior brother." Divine thunder technique? The colorful Cloud Fairy and the Orchid Fairy exchanged glances, intrigued, as they had never heard of such a technique. The Golden Light Holy Mother raised her gaze slightly. "If you sisters wish to listen, then do so. This is a thunder technique created by my Southern Pole senior brother." The 2 fairies shared a look of interest, initially coming here for casual conversation, but now finding themselves on the verge of an unexpected enlightenment. With her fellow disciples arriving, the Golden Light Holy Mother displayed her excitement. "Why not stay and engage in discussion with me? I shall share with you the profound mysteries of my senior brother's divine thunder technique." At Dong Kunlun, within the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable awoke from his meditative state and, calculating with his fingers, discovered that the true man of Tai had indeed ventured into the realm of humanity to take on disciples. Has the Southern Pole entered seclusion? It appears he has prepared himself for the impending transformation of humanity. Tai must be the one he summoned. The Yinshang. Is it? I shall observe whether this tribe you engage with will become the new dynasty. If Shang can replace Ya, then Tai may also reap some benefits, securing a place on the divine list while not forgetting his junior disciple. Southern Pole, you have done well as the master brother of the Chan Sect. After a moment of reflection, the primordial heavenly venerable closed his eyes once more. The present state of the cosmos remains uncertain. Everything hinges upon the eventual outcome. Should the Yinshang successfully rise as the legitimate sovereign among numerous tribes, then his eldest disciple would become even more worthy of his attention. Time pressed onward. Finally, the tyrannical rule of the Xia dynasty incited discontent among various lords in the Yinshang. The true man of Tai gazed at his disciple Tianming, who bowed respectfully before him. Since you have chosen to challenge the Xia dynasty, then go forth, he commanded, his eyes glinting. And why senior brother mentioned before his departure that there are sages in each one. Shuedi and Peng who can lend you a hand. Cheng Tang nodded heavily, then proceeded to visit these locations one by one, invoking the name of the Southern Pole sage, immediately gaining recognition. Thus, he raised his forces against Xia. With the assistance of numerous great sages, Cheng Tang's campaign against Xia unfolded with remarkable ease, swiftly culminating in the destruction of the Xia dynasty during the Battle of Ming Tiao. He subsequently established the Shang dynasty in Shangqiu. With the establishment of the Shang dynasty, the momentum coalesced, and all those who had initially participated reaped the rewards. The Golden Light Holy Mother, seizing the opportunity, experienced a direct breakthrough in her cultivation. And even the colorful Cloud Fairy and the Orchid Fairy, who had merely accompanied the Golden Light Holy Mother, benefited as well. Engaging in discussions of the Tao with the Golden Light Holy Mother during the fall of the Xia dynasty, they unexpectedly found themselves reaping rewards. The true man of Tai's situation was even more favorable, with Tianming's Cheng Tang ascending as the ruler of the Shang dynasty. The chi of Tai and the insights of Tianyi were instantly returned to him, allowing him to grasp the subtle nuances of the purely subtle Tao that would have otherwise required considerable time to comprehend. Among the Southern Dipper's 6-star lords, Peng Kongming assumed the role of a minister in the Shang dynasty, tasked with propagating the teachings of the Southern Pole sage, thus obtaining abundant benefits. Meanwhile, the Xian bird, aided by the phoenix divine staff, underwent a thorough transformation of its divine body, cultivating its own phoenix form. Indeed, the Shang dynasty had successfully been established. The swallow had likely also harnessed this momentum to refine its phoenix form. With attributes of fire, could it be a fire phoenix? Quite splendid, within a sacred mountain. The vermilion bird's divine eyes gleamed, for it had sensed the transformation of Elder Swallow in the unseen realms and was aware of the establishment of the Shang dynasty, from the moment Chen Changsheng took her into seclusion. Entirely disregarding the affairs of humanity, the vermilion bird understood that Chen Changsheng had fully grasped the outcome. As it turned out, just as he had predicted, the Shang dynasty successfully overthrew Xia, achieving great unification. Meanwhile, during the establishment of the Shang dynasty, the sequestered Chen Changsheng was undergoing profound changes. At this moment, he was at a critical juncture in condensing his human flower, just as the vermilion bird had stated. Chen Changsheng was indeed in this most pivotal moment, by aligning with the heavens and aiding in the establishment of the Shang dynasty. The fortunes of humanity naturally flowed back to him, filling the void of the character run. Fortunately, I had previously acquired this character run from Sangja. Otherwise, relying solely on the fortunes derived from the dynastic transition and the incense of the longevity star among humanity, I would not have been able to condense a human flower comparable to the heavenly and earthly flowers. Now, the condensation of my human flower was entirely a matter of course. Gather for me. With Chen Changsheng's exclamation, the character run, which he had obtained from Sangja, shattered completely, merging into the latest fortunes of humanity. The fragmented dust, accompanied by the fortunes of humanity, immediately emanated wondrous fluctuations before rapidly contracting, ultimately solidifying into a tangible golden lotus flower. Boom! 3 magnificent lotus flowers gradually unfurl from their bud state, slowly ascending to rest atop Chen Changsheng's head. Beneath the convergence of these 3 blossoms, his accumulated essence allows them to directly gather at the apex. Buzz! The vermilion bird, sensing the rhythmic fluctuations of Tao within this cave, immediately disperses her avian form, transforming into her innate Tao body. In that moment, she witnesses an astonishing spectacle. 3 colossal lotus buds materialize above Chen Changsheng's crown. Although she had previously known that he was beginning to condense the three flowers, she remained unaware of their true form. However, this opportunity grants her a fleeting glimpse. The heavenly flower is white, exuding countless sacred auras, while the earthly flower is black, enveloped in a dense heaviness. The human flower is golden, suffused with an eternal essence. Then, these buds begin to blossom slowly. First 3 petals, then 6, and finally 9 petals that in the mere span of a breath. The 3 flowers fully bloom into 9 petals. The flowering of 9 petals signifies the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet the vermilion bird understands all too well that Chen Changsheng will not be content with this achievement, that in that instant. A voice resonates in her ear. Extreme, extreme. The South Pole. The vermilion bird seems to grasp the significance of this word. Boom! A surge of supreme and exalted enlightenment suddenly ripples between the 3 flowers, erupting into a dazzling display of starlight that flows toward the blossoms. As if influenced, the gates of extremity are forcefully flung open. In the astonished gaze of the vermilion bird, another set of 3-petal flowers unfurl. 12 petals bloom. With the 3 flowers now open, 9 itself is an extreme number. Most innate sanctities are of this grade. The blooming of 12 petals represents another threshold. To surpass, it would be an arduous task. Yet in Chen Changsheng's presence, the limit of 9 is effortlessly transcended. A gentle sound of flowing water reverberates once more in the vermilion bird's ears. As within the 3 flowers appears a resplendent river of fate. The vermilion bird's eyes narrow in disbelief. She never anticipated that at the moment Chen Changsheng's 3 flowers were gathering at the apex, a river of fate would manifest. His simultaneous breakthroughs into 2 realms already astonished her, and now the blooming of 12 petals leaves her utterly bewildered. Yet, the emergence of the river of fate shatters her understanding. Since the dawn of creation, breakthroughs for the great Luo golden immortal have predominantly manifested as temporal rivers, signifying the transcendence of time and space. However, the river of fate has never appeared even upon achieving sainthood. Could it be that his ascent to the divine ranking was motivated by such foresight? The vermilion bird recalls past discussions with Chen Changsheng regarding the Star Lord of Fate. Among the 6 Star Lords of the Southern Dipper, there exists the Star Lord of Fate. Thus, when the lifespans of heaven, earth, and humanity reach their limits, might fate also emerge? Is not life expectancy synonymous with fate? Gazing upon this seemingly unremarkable yet discernible river of fate, the vermilion bird dares not harbor any disdain. She perceives the terrifying depth of Chen Changsheng's intentions. Perhaps all notions of longevity are merely abode. Only this ephemeral fate is his true objective. Ah, indeed, fate. The pinnacle of longevity is indeed life. Chen Changsheng gazes entranced at the stream within his 3 flowers, an entity that can only be likened to a brook, his heart brimming with joy. Every endeavor of his is undoubtedly aimed at life following longevity. The connection of past, present, and future with fate intertwined. Even though fate has merely manifested for a fleeting moment, he knows he has grasped the power to touch its core. With a whoosh, the river dissipates, gradually merging into the 3 flowers. Chen Changsheng exhales, and the 3 flowers attain complete convergence at the apex. At that moment, he has successfully broken through to the late stages of the Tai golden immortal. Achieving perfection in that realm and fully entering the ranks of the great Luo golden immortal, he slowly opens his eyes. Everything in the primordial world has transformed anew as a great Luo golden immortal. Chen Changsheng feels a newfound confidence to alter the course of events within the divine tribulation. In his vision, he observes the astonished countenance of the vermilion bird. He moves his palm slightly, and instantly 5 thunders coalesce, striking toward the vermilion bird. My cultivation now surpasses yours. Do you remember the promise you made me? The vermilion bird is left speechless. She had believed that upon achieving perfection in the Tai golden immortal realm, she would maintain a decisive edge over Chen Changsheng, only to find that he defies all expectations. The great Luo golden immortal indeed surpasses her cultivation. She opens her mouth, but no rebuttal escapes her lips. Chen Changsheng, of course, refrains from unleashing the 5 thunders upon the present vermilion bird. With his current strength, paired with the 5 thunder technique of divine clarity, even the vermilion bird would stand no chance against him. This confidence stems from the 12-petal bloom of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Unlike his yellow dragon junior brother's hollow facade, he is a genuine, unembellished great Luo Golden Immortal in the East Kunlun. Within the Jade Void Palace, the previously meditative primordial lord suddenly brightens with insight. With a mere thought, the divine tablet of the gods he presides over appears before him. He swiftly opens the tablet and notices a transformation in the name of his disciple. The Star of Longevity, which now astonishingly reads South Pole. Has the elevation of my disciple's cultivation brought about this change? South Pole, the Star of Longevity, indeed has a connection with my disciple. As these thoughts pass, he channels immense divine power into the divine tablet, causing the name that had shifted to South Pole to shimmer momentarily before reverting to the Star of Longevity. To elicit such a change before the divine tribulation fully erupts, South Pole, you truly are a remarkable disciple of mine. Just as the primordial lord employs supreme divine powers to conceal his disciple's transformation, he gazes up at the southern starry sky with a smile that, in his eyes, the radiance of the Star of Longevity has now completely changed, transformed into the bright South Pole star. However, to the majority of the primordial realm, it remains merely the ordinary Star of Longevity. Such a transformation indicates that my disciple has likely ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The primordial lord gradually closes the divine tablet. With his personal intervention, his disciple's transformation will naturally go unnoticed. I should summon him back to East Kunlun. The primordial lord originally planned to call him to the Jade Void Palace following the condensation of the human flower. But now that the human flower is gathered en route, leading to such a change in the divine tablet, it is only fitting that he inquire further about his disciple's progress, in the unseen realm. He senses that his disciple's ascension to the divine ranking portends a favorable change within the divine tribulation. The primordial lord wastes no time. With a swift gesture, he conjures a jade-clear decree. A symbol imbued with the powers of sage, he gently waves his hand, opening a spatial rift, and casually casts the decree into the breach. Meanwhile, the vermilion bird is utterly taken aback as Chen Changsheng brings up past matters at this moment. She is not one to evade her promises. Just as she is about to respond affirmatively, she feels a spatial disturbance nearby, and a decree materializes before her, swirling with the essence of jade clarity. Chen Changsheng raises an eyebrow. The jade clear decree. It appears my master has summoned me back to East Kunlun at this very moment. He slowly extended his hand to receive the talisman. The primordial celestial master chose not to engage in direct communication with him, but instead sent down the jade clarity talisman, intending for him to personally return to the Eastern Kunlun, having recently broken through to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chen Changsheng felt no pressing matters awaiting his attention. Thus, he readily resolved to heed his master's summons. Let us depart. My master has called me back to Kunlun Mountain, and we shall set off at once. Very well. I shall take you now, in an instant. The vermilion bird transformed into a primordial divine beast, signaling for Chen Changsheng to climb onto her back. The vermilion bird was indeed one to honor her promises and would not renege. Observing the vermilion bird's readiness, Chen Changsheng waved his hand. I understand your intent, but now that I have attained the status of great Luo Golden Immortal, I am eager to return to the Jade Void Palace. Allow me to escort you for a while. Once you have also reached the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, you may consider carrying me then. Hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the vermilion bird had no choice but to revert to her avian form and perched upon his shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled. I will now retrieve the southern land's flame-light banner to seek my own breakthrough. Since arriving in the primordial era, the vermilion bird had longed to admire the scenery and had not been in haste to advance. But now, seeing Chen Changsheng's cultivation surpassing hers, she finally resolved to delve deeper into her own training. Chen Changsheng, observing the vermilion bird's seriousness, did not decline. The next moment, she transformed into a red light and dove into the southern land's flame-light banner, taking on the appearance of one who would not emerge until a breakthrough was achieved. With his journey to meet the primordial celestial master ahead, the timing of the vermilion bird's retreat was fortuitous. He then employed his evasion technique and made his way towards eastern Kunlun. Master, the headmaster has instructed you to proceed directly to the Jade Void Palace. As soon as Chen Changsheng alighted, he was greeted by the White Crane boy, whose face bore a look of astonishment. It was unexpected that his master had already broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Such news was truly joyous and commendable. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Although the White Crane boy served as a messenger for the Primordial Celestial Master, he was genuinely his disciple, and his congratulations were heartfelt, devoid of any condescension. The White Crane boy was eager for his master's advancement, as it would bolster his own standing within the teaching, enhancing his fortune. You have arrived, South Pole. The Primordial Celestial Master, who had originally kept his eyes closed within the Jade Void Palace, suddenly opened them. White Crane, you may leave. I wish to speak privately with your master. The White Crane boy bowed and slowly withdrew. The headmaster, speaking privately with his master, even dismissing others, naturally indicated that important matters were to be discussed. Once the White Crane boy exited, the Jade Clarity Primordial Celestial Master slowly began. The Star of Longevity has transformed into the South Pole Star, and even the title on the function list has been altered. I have taken measures to conceal this anomaly. It was indeed the handiwork of his master. Chen Changsheng bowed in gratitude to his master. He had sensed the change of the Star of Longevity upon breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. But after his breakthrough, the Star of Longevity had remained unchanged. He never anticipated that it was his master who had personally intervened to conceal the matter of the South Pole's brilliance. I believe concealing this transformation is a fortunate turn of events. What do you think? Master is indeed wise. Chen Changsheng had not foreseen that his blooming at the 12th grade would cause the Star of Longevity to undergo such a transformation. His journey towards becoming the South Pole Emperor remained incomplete. Thus, an early revelation was certainly not advantageous. The Primordial Celestial Master's timely perception and assistance in obscuring this matter were indeed acts of great sagacity. I have gained insights from the Eastern Emperor Tai, comprehending the essence of ultimate power. The three flowers have surpassed their limits and all attain the 12th grade, which has triggered the change of the Star of Longevity. When I reach the cultivation level of Eastern Emperor Tai, I should also be able to seek out his innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Chen Changsheng did not withhold his thoughts from the Jade Clarity Primordial Celestial Master, gradually sharing the transformations he had experienced. From the moment he began assisting the Tai Jinren, he had no intention of concealing these matters, even though the Eastern Bell was an innate supreme treasure of great significance. He did not wish to keep it hidden from his master, believing it prudent for his master to be informed. You have even acquired information regarding the Chaos Bell left behind by Eastern Emperor Tai. Excellent, splendid indeed. This was an innate supreme treasure coveted by many saints. The Primordial Celestial Master laughed heartily. Once your cultivation reaches the required level, you may retrieve that Chaos Bell. Rest assured, this is your opportunity. No one will dare to seize it from you. Should anyone attempt to obstruct you at that time, they shall first have to reckon with my Peng banner and the auspicious clouds of the heavens. The gaze of the Primordial Celestial Master glinted with cold intensity. South Pole, you are the true immortal of fortune, and I believe this function tribulation will not impose too great an impact upon you. As the eldest disciple, your ability to assist your fellow disciples in their advancement is commendable. The Primordial Celestial Master spared no praise for Chen Changsheng. You have now blossomed at the 12th grade and ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal at an astonishing pace. I am truly pleased. However, your state of mind may be susceptible to fluctuations due to the rapid growth of your cultivation. I have already sought a favor from the Western Queen Mother, requesting to borrow her Kunlun mirror to assist you in stabilizing your mental state. You should pay her a visit. The Kunlun mirror, the supreme innate spiritual treasure. Kunlun mirror. Chen Changsheng's heart stirred, and he was filled with profound gratitude once more. This exquisite spiritual treasure was the companion treasure of the Western Queen Mother. Though it appeared unassuming, it was the only treasure in the primordial era infused with the laws of time and space. The time-space avenue, formed by the combination of the laws of time and space, is second only to the laws of destiny among the 3,000 avenues, The ability to embody both aspects within the Kunlun mirror speaks volumes about the intricacies of this extraordinary, innate spiritual treasure. The Western Queen Mother likely had rarely utilized it, even within the primordial It was unexpected that at this moment, his master would permit him to use it to stabilize his heart. All of this was thanks to the heartfelt care of the primordial celestial master. He once again expressed his gratitude to his master. I see you are now preparing to delve into the study of Thunder Law. I shall impart the Upper Clarity Thunder Law and the Grand Clarity Thunder Law to you as well. The primordial celestial master cast a glance at Chen Changsheng. In the past, when we three brothers comprehended these three types of divine thunder, we had not yet separated. Now that you wish to study them, I shall teach you all. Chen Changsheng's mind stirred, and he swiftly absorbed the teachings of these two thunder laws. This was the advantage of having his master as support. Even if he almost overlooked it, a saintly master could still utilize their exceptional insight to fill in the gaps for him. Enough, there is no need for further thanks. Hurry along to Western Kunlun. Stabilize your heart with the Kunlun mirror, and enhance your techniques as a true expression of gratitude to me. The primordial celestial master paused for a moment. Upon your return, you may attend to your own affairs. There is no need to return to Kunlun to report to me. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng understood that his master had completed all the instructions he wished to convey, and he promptly took his leave. Upon exiting the Jade Void Palace, Chen Changsheng encountered his junior disciple, the White Crane Boy. The last time Chen Changsheng left Eastern Kunlun, the White Crane Boy had been absent, and thus they had not met. Now, seeing him, Chen Changsheng felt a sudden sense of warmth. Where are you headed, Master? I am following the headmaster's orders to pay a visit to the Western Queen Mother. After briefly explaining his intended task, Chen Changsheng looked at his disciple. I have acquired a cultivation method suitable for you, called the White Crane Performance of Birds. You should take it as a supplementary method to practice diligently. The so-called White Crane Performance of Birds was naturally a variant of the Phoenix Performance of Birds, a technique that Chen Changsheng had previously had the Vermilion Bird assist in devising for the White Crane Boy during their time on Mission. Ultimately, the White Crane Boy was his disciple, and his inherent identity as a celestial crane symbolized auspiciousness, by imparting a suitable method to him. The White Crane Boy might well carve out his own path. Although today marked the first time Chen Changsheng truly met the White Crane Boy, he had not forgotten of his existence. Thank you, Master. The young disciple of the White Crane was taken aback by the unexpected gesture of his master, who had chosen to impart teachings to him. Frequently assisting the celestial master in various tasks, he had assumed that the master, with the presence of the headmaster, would refrain from intervening too much. Nevertheless, the techniques displayed by the White Crane were undeniably of the highest caliber. Although he had not engaged in many activities by the headmaster's side, his discerning eye was evident. Upon attempting to practice the technique, he immediately felt a newfound stability in his crane form, signifying the undeniable superiority of this method. Very well, focus on your cultivation. The master instructed, I shall be heading to the Western Kunlun. Chen Changsheng held no concerns for the White Crane disciple. After all, he was nominally the eldest disciple of the third generation of the Chen Sect, having made only a few notable appearances, all of which shone brightly, and he had been closely following the primordial celestial master, thus remaining largely uninvolved in other affairs. Upon hearing his master's command, the White Crane disciple eagerly withdrew to the outskirts of the Yushu Palace to delve into the newly acquired method. Chen Changsheng, in contrast, swiftly activated his escape light and journeyed westward. Before he could approach the Western Kunlun, a resounding voice echoed from the peak. Long Ji, at the Pantao Assembly, you disgraced the Kunlun fairies in the heavenly court. After all these years, you remain unrepentant. I shall send you to the Phoenix Mountains Qingluan Dushu. What is wrong with that? The mention of Long Ji stirred something within Chen Changsheng, his surprise. He had coincidentally arrived at the moment when the Kunlun fairy, Long Ji, was being reprimanded. Strictly speaking, she belonged to his faction, and should she be punished and descend the mountain, she would fall into calamity. Facing schemes and forced marriages, Chen Changsheng sought to utilize the Kunlun mirror bestowed by the Western Queen Mother. Although it was his master's request, it was also a favor owed to the Western Queen Mother. Allowing Long Ji to descend would be akin to watching her plunge into a pit of fire. In a flash, he arrived beside Princess Long Ji, bowing slightly toward the summit of the Western Kunlun. I pay my respects to the Western Queen Mother. I come at the behest of my master to borrow the Kunlun mirror. Chen Changsheng appeared next to Princess Long Ji, the Western Queen Mother. Seated atop the peak, cast a fleeting glance. With a disciple of sage nearby, it would be improper for her to continue chastising Long Ji, as such behavior would only mirror Long Ji's earlier indiscretion at the Pan Tao assembly. Since we have a guest, Long Ji, you need not proceed to the Qinghuan Dushu today. Please escort our guest to the Kunlun Divine Palace, and do not be discourteous. The voice of the Western Queen Mother gradually faded. Chen Changsheng knew his subtle scheme had succeeded at a figure of her stature. The Western Queen Mother placed immense value on face. It was inconceivable for her to reprimand Princess Long Ji in his presence again. Thank you, Brother Nanji. I am grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, I would have been banished from the Western Kunlun. Princess Long Ji observed Chen Changsheng with a smile, extending her hand to lead him onward. Though the Western Kunlun and Eastern Kunlun were geographically close, their climates differed greatly, with the Western Kunlun perpetually shrouded in snow, save for the exception of the immortal gathering pool encircled by the Western Plain cloud banner. Following Princess Long Ji's introduction, Chen Changsheng's gaze fell upon the Western Plain cloud banner. It was one of the 5 innate banners. Chen Changsheng was well aware of its significance during the Yaoqi assembly. The Heavenly Emperor had wished to relocate the immortal gathering pool, transformed by the banner, to the Yaoqi, but he had outright refused, which had been a breach of decorum. Chen Changsheng's thoughts shifted. He had been unaware of the reason behind Princess Long Ji's punishment until now, realizing it was connected to the Western Plain cloud banner. Upon reflection, this seemed quite plausible. During the calamity of the witch and demon, when the Tao ancestor preached at the Zixiao Palace, the Eastern King and Western Queen Mother were conferred the titles of the foremost male and female immortals, respectively. The Eastern King had overstepped his bounds and, lacking the fortune to bear such a position, met an early demise. In contrast, the Western Queen Mother, while also facing challenges, had only one formidable figure, Nuwa, to contend with, allowing her to weather the tribulations. With the return of the Heavenly Emperor to power, it was inevitable that he would consider transferring the authority of registering female immortals to the Yaoqi. To place the immortal gathering pool, wrapped in the Western Plain cloud banner, within the Yaoqi was tantamount to a trial as Kunlun Fairy. Princess Long Ji could not remain silent and immediately raised her objections. The Heavenly Emperor, in turn, merely laughed it off, claiming the treasure was a spiritual gift from the Tao ancestor, thus rendering Long Ji the one at fault for any perceived rudeness. It appeared that the so-called punishment of sending her to the Qinghuan Dushu might have been a protective measure from the Western Queen Mother, though ultimately she still fell into the trap. Chen Changsheng was not surprised by Princess Long Ji's predicament. After all disciples of the 3 teachings had been marked, and her inclusion on the list was hardly unexpected. These thoughts flashed through him in an instant, and as he regained his composure, he remained the same Chen Changsheng. Unbeknownst to Princess Long Ji, her casual remark had sparked such contemplations within him. Within the Kunlun Divine Palace, Chen Changsheng offered a slight bow. Before him, the Western Queen Mother sat regally upon a cloud platform, exuding an air of elegance far surpassing that of the Yaoqi. Ethereal mists swirled above her, and a mere glance was akin to beholding a lotus atop a snow-capped mountain, epitomizing sanctity and purity. Her mere presence conveyed an overwhelming sense of superiority in cultivation compared to the Yaoqi. This is my accompanying spiritual treasure, the Kunlun mirror. The Western Queen Mother spoke slowly, and instantly, a mirror inscribed with the patterns of Tai appeared within the palace. Upon inspection, Chen Changsheng perceived it to embody countless mysteries, seemingly compressing time and space. Once you answer me a question, you may borrow the Kunlun mirror for your cultivation. The Western Queen Mother pondered for a moment before speaking. Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. His master had not mentioned any such stipulation regarding the borrowing of the spiritual treasure. However, he maintained his composure, awaiting the Western Queen Mother's next words. Her gaze shifted as she regarded the disciple of the Chan sect before her. You intervened earlier due to the Celestial Master's directive, believing I should not demote Long Ji to the Qingyuan Dushu. Chen Changsheng felt a stir within, realizing the Western Queen Mother had misconstrued the situation. Reflecting on it, his timely appearance coinciding with a reprimand indeed fostered such a misunderstanding. Sages nowadays often acted with a cryptic air. Although the Western Queen Mother was the foremost female immortal, she had yet to attain true sanctity. Thus, drawing parallels to the primordial celestial master seemed only natural. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. Even if leveraging his master's name would be more advantageous at this moment, he refrained from doing so. My prior actions were my own volition and had no relation to my master, he stated earnestly. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's honest admission that his actions were not dictated by the primordial celestial master, the Western Queen Mother let out a disappointed sigh. Had Chen Changsheng's actions been aligned with the Celestial Master's will, it would have indicated that the Celestial Master deemed Long Ji's descent inappropriate, prompting her to reconsider her decision. However, since it was merely Chen Changsheng's own thoughts, it bore little significance to the Western Queen Mother. She shook her head slightly. I understand now. Then you may proceed with your cultivation using the Kunlun mirror. With that, the Western Queen Mother acknowledged Chen Changsheng's response and permitted him to continue his endeavors. As her words fell, Chen Changsheng beheld the divine light emanating from the Kunlun mirror. He sensed that upon contact with this divine radiance, he would vanish from the eastern Kunlun. However, he did not rush to engage with the divine light for cultivation. Should he depart hastily, it was likely that Princess Long Ji would still be sent to the Qingyuan Dushu, a sight he wished to avoid. Chen Changsheng paused for a moment before continuing. What transpired earlier was indeed my unilateral decision, yet I firmly believe that Princess Long Ji should not be subjected to demotion. The Western Plain Cloud Banner was bestowed upon you by the Tao ancestor, and as a Kunlun fairy, Princess Long Ji's initiative to defend the Queen Mother deserves commendation. What fault lies therein? Moreover, the Celestial Emperor Haotian himself has dismissed it as mere jest. Should your Majesty insist on punishing Princess Long Ji, after such an extended period since the Peaches of Immortality banquet, it may be perceived as an excessive reaction. Such actions could inadvertently bring calamity upon Long Ji. Given the current onset of tribulations, such conduct seems ill-advised out of course. These are merely the ramblings of Nanji. It is for the Queen Mother to consider. Having uttered these words, Chen Changsheng did not cast a glance at the Queen Mother or Princess Long Ji. Instead, stepping directly into the divine light radiating from the Kunlun mirror, in the blink of an eye, he vanished, as if he were entirely unconcerned with how the Queen Mother would ultimately decide. Princess Long Ji, taken aback by Chen Changsheng's unexpected defense, opened her mouth to speak, only to find him already gone before the Kunlun mirror. This Taoist brother was indeed one who would speak boldly and then swiftly depart. Such was his true character. The Queen Mother, momentarily entranced by the Kunlun mirror, found herself at a loss for words. Princess Long Ji cautiously lifted her gaze towards the Queen Mother, eager to discern her expression, wondering if she would be angered by the affront of the Taoist brother. However, within her line of sight, the Queen Mother displayed no signs of wrath. If sensing Long Ji's gaze, the Queen Mother's demeanor shifted instantly, her tone growing indifferent. Long Ji, if you possessed even a fraction of the rebuttal skills shown by Nanji, would I still need to insist on banishing you from the mountain? Given the impending celestial tribulations, it would not be prudent to demote you to the Qingyuan Dushu. Princess Long Ji's beautiful eyes quivered slightly. From the Queen Mother's words, it seemed she had genuinely taken Chen Changsheng's arguments into account. She had steadfastly maintained her innocence since the Peaches of Immortality banquet, yet had only encountered scolding until Chen Changsheng's arrival, which had softened the Queen Mother's stance. The Queen Mother sighed gently. Long Ji's resistance stemmed from a mere childish stubbornness that, in contrast, the first disciple of the Taoist teaching presented facts and reason, even invoking the tribulations, striking at the heart of the matter, of a level far surpassing that of Long Ji. The two could not be compared. As the celestial tribulations approached, many disciples would inevitably be implicated. The ultimate fate of the divine list rests in the hands of the celestial Emperor Haotian. I consider your prior offense against the Emperor and the Yao Qi. Thus, I contemplated punishing you by sending you to cultivate in the Qingyuan Dushu, allowing you to evade this calamity. Princess Longji was astonished. She had not expected that the Queen Mother's suggestion to send her to the Qingyuan Dishu bore such ulterior motives. The tribulations were not something she had previously considered. With this realization, Princess Longji felt a surge of shame. Just as she was about to speak, the Queen Mother's tone shifted again. This was indeed my presumption. The words of a Nanji sage contained some truth. Should I banish you now, you would be left to cultivate alone, isolated and vulnerable to the impending tribulations at this juncture. The Queen Mother suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. Longji, what are your thoughts on the Nanji sage? Princess Longji raised her beautiful eyes, unsure of the Queen Mother's intent, as if she were inquiring about her first impression of the Taoist brother. The Nanji Taoist possesses profound skills and an impressive demeanor. His actions are quite methodical, she mused, recalling Chen Changsheng's recent conduct. And how do you perceive yourself in comparison to him? The Queen Mother continued. Princess Longji gently shook her head, though our acquaintance has been brief. I know I cannot measure up to him. Princess Longji possessed a clear self-awareness. The Queen Mother nodded slightly. Excellent. It is commendable that you hold such thoughts. Are you aware that the Nanji sage has ascended the divine list, becoming one of the star lords of longevity and virtue? What? Princess Longji was taken aback. Since the Yaoqi incident, she had remained within the western Kunlun Palace, unaware that this brother, whom she regarded as possessing boundless potential, had already gained such recognition. Observing the astonished expression on Princess Longji's face, the Queen Mother sighed softly. In truth, while using the Kunlun mirror to reflect upon the past and future, I discovered that you would encounter tribulations, specifically of a romantic nature. Should you fail to navigate these, you would inevitably ascend the divine list. Princess Longji was left utterly stunned. This was a version of events she had not anticipated. She did not doubt the authenticity of the Queen Mother's words. The Kunlun mirror, as her accompanying spiritual treasure, had aided her in avoiding the same fate as Huanglong during the Wu and Yao calamity. It was entirely reasonable for the Queen Mother to glimpse a fragment of the future. I now wish for you to emulate the Nanji sage and actively seek to ascend the list and join the ranks of the heavenly court. What do you think? I will have you ascend the list willingly, as both a punishment and a means to help you evade this wave of tribulations. Princess Longji finally understood the Queen Mother's earlier inquiry. In her mind, the formidable Nanji sage had already ascended. Thus, ascending herself, albeit less significantly, seemed acceptable at this moment. Princess Longji felt inclined to commend the Queen Mother for her extraordinary wisdom, the foremost female immortal in the realm. I am willing to ascend the list. Princess Longji now fully grasped the Queen Mother's intentions, believing she should acquiesce to this request. However, upon hearing Longji's agreement, the Queen Mother fell silent, her brow furrowed. Confused by the Queen Mother's sudden change in demeanor, Princess Longji was perplexed. She had already consented. Why then did the Queen Mother appear troubled? This is not appropriate. You cannot ascend the list just yet. Your situation differs from that of Nanji. He has the backing of the Primordial Lord. Even if he ascends, few would dare to provoke him. You, however, have only me behind you, and Haotian has never held me in high regard. Even if you were to ascend, it would only lead to complications. It would be akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. The Queen Mother's thoughts raced, realizing that her suggestion for Princess Longji to actively ascend the list was a grave miscalculation. As she considered that this course of action was fraught with peril, Princess Longji took a deep breath and cautiously proposed, what if we wait for the return of the Nanji Taoist and consult his opinion? Princess Longji spoke tentatively. For the quasi-saint level Queen Mother to seek guidance from a recently ascended great Luo golden immortal was indeed a bold suggestion. The Queen Mother's reference should have been to the Primordial Lord, the master of the Nanji sage. Nevertheless, Princess Longji instinctively sensed that the Queen Mother held a certain admiration for the Taoist brother, which emboldened her to voice this idea. Surprisingly, Longji, you are capable of proposing good advice. Longji had expected the Queen Mother to be displeased, yet instead, she displayed a bright smile, dispelling the previous gloom. Nanji just scolded me and then fled. When he returns, I shall pose 1 or 2 questions. I imagine he would be willing to answer. If he cannot provide a satisfactory response, I shall arrange for you to be betrothed to him. allowing him to assist you in overcoming this romantic tribulation. Upon hearing the Queen Mother's proposal, Princess Longji's face turned crimson. She did not dislike the Nanji Taoist. Indeed, he had left a very favorable impression on her. However, the thought of being forced into a marriage with him instinctively felt wrong, as she sensed he might resent such an imposition. This is not ideal. Your Majesty's actions could place the Taoist brother in a difficult position. I have not yet betrothed you, yet you are already considering his feelings. Worry not. I shall not impose a marriage. You need not be concerned. The Queen Mother of the West found tranquility in her mind. She secretly believed that betrothing Princess Longji to the Celestial Elder of the South was a splendid idea. The Primordial Supreme One even sought the Kunlun mirror for this disciple, who was honored in the divine list, a testament to her favor. However, she also considered that mentioning this might have the opposite effect, leading her to abandon the thought that, of course, all of this would have to wait until he emerged from the Kunlun mirror. The forces of the temporal and spatial laws enveloped Chen Changsheng, with countless Tai patterns swirling around him, embodying various transformations. Yet, what puzzled Chen Changsheng was that one of these patterns pointed towards the past, while another directed towards the future. They seemed to flicker, lacking a sense of progression. Observing this unusual scene, Chen Changsheng felt a stirring within. His master had sent him to the Western Kunlun to allow him to re-experience the wonders of the river of time and space. However, what he had initially condensed was fate, combined with his own uniqueness, rendering the Kunlun mirror seemingly incapable of distinguishing between past and future. Thus, despite entering the Kunlun mirror, the so-called time and space appeared ineffective. Could it be that this supreme, innate spiritual treasure would fail due to his peculiar nature? That would indeed be laughable. While suspended in the flow of time, Chen Changsheng's mind stirred, and he formed a resolution. With a thought, the southerly earth flame banner appeared beside him. In the next moment, the southern Ming leaf fire transformed, revealing the form of the vermilion bird, which was none other than the state of cultivation of the Zhuge. The Zhuchue's eyes fluttered open slightly, still clouded with confusion, until they fell upon Chen Changsheng's smiling face, manifesting a large question mark above her head. Soon after, her expression changed dramatically, and she immediately unleashed the divine ability of manifesting heaven and earth, swiftly materializing into the colossal form of the vermilion bird that on her enormous wings, the chi of the five virtues clearly manifested, identical to her form as a phoenix. As this unfolded, Chen Changsheng felt a subtle shift within him. With the appearance of the Zhuge, the previously stagnant time and space seemed to have been stimulated, revealing the path to the future and obscuring the past. The temporal realm had opened. Fortunately, he had kept one hidden. Otherwise, the Kunlun mirror's time and space would have been ineffective for him. Observing the scene before him, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. He gently descended onto the back of the Zhuge, chuckling softly that I did not intend to disturb her meditation, and why Master specifically borrowed the Kunlun mirror from the Queen Mother of the West, which contains the laws of time and space that I just happened to seek you out to comprehend the changes in time together. The Zhuge finally understood what had transpired. With her agile mind and great wisdom, she recognized that Chen Changsheng had not revealed the entirety of the situation, but was indeed in the Kunlun mirror. Now that time and space were widely opened, she spread her wings and headed towards the temporal passage, her immense wings infused with the five virtues, carving out a wondrous trajectory, having never encountered a spiritual treasure imbued with the laws of time and space. She was eager to accompany Chen Changsheng and bask in its glow. Within the Kunlun Divine Palace, the Queen Mother of the West, who had been conversing with Princess Longji, was momentarily taken aback. She suddenly sensed a sharp increase in the consumption of her magical power. Noticing the change in the Queen Mother's complexion, Princess Longji appeared puzzled, unsure what had transpired at The Celestial Elder of the South is accompanied by ancient beings, and they are reversing towards the chaotic era. Longji, please refrain from speaking with me for a while. Activate the Kunlun formation and ensure that the outside world does not disturb me, as I must fully exert my magical power. The Queen Mother's expression revealed her helplessness. She had forgotten to mention that only one individual had entered, not anticipating that living beings would follow him. Originally, This time and space could only assist the celestial elder in examining his past self or reflecting a segment of his future. Now, with the presence of other ancient beings, it was as if another cultivator had arrived, and they were all to delve back to the time before chaos. This unexpected turn of events caught the Queen Mother off guard, compelling her to concentrate all her energy. Fortunately, the cultivator accompanying Chen Changsheng was not highly skilled. Otherwise, the situation could have been dire. Seeing the flicker of concern in Princess Longji's eyes, the Queen Mother smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. It is merely a slight increase in magical consumption. With this development, I can rightfully request his assistance. Noticing that the Queen Mother was not in grave danger, Princess Longji sighed in relief. She turned and hurriedly activated the Great Formation. The Queen Mother herself then calmed her mind, channeling magical energy into the Kunlun Mirror. Within the Kunlun Mirror, celestial energy surged, and misty vapors swirled around the beams of light, radiating countless brilliant and pure illuminations that reflected in Chen Changsheng's eyes that he had thought that this reversal into the past might allow him to witness scenes from the Longhan catastrophe era through the Zhuke. But he discovered that these were merely fragments of a larger picture. The Zhuchue's eyes also took on a peculiar hue as she employed the phoenix transformation. Suddenly, the brilliance in her gaze surged. In the past, when I was the primordial phoenix, my wings merged with the 5 virtues, transforming into the Zhuke. The 5 energies coalesced into the 5 virtues. Perhaps intertwining the laws of the 5 virtues allows us to return to the time of the 5 greats. The primordial 5 greats. Chen Changsheng felt a stirring within his heart. Realizing that such a change was unexpected, as her words fell, he began to perceive the surrounding light and shadow shifting, transporting them to another realm. Before him lay a world filled with white mist. The 4 symbols transformed into the great element. Faintly, Chen Changsheng seemed to hear the sounds of the Tao. He finally understood the temporal node they had reached. They were now in the great element of the primordial 5 greats. Aside from the influence of the primordial phoenix, the Zhuke herself also affected the progression of time and space. The Zhuke flapped her wings, gradually coming to a halt. That I have comprehended the moment of breakthrough. I need to condense the 3 flowers here using the energy of the great element and break through to the great Luo. The light in the Zhuke's eyes shimmered with brilliance. She had expected that breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal would take a long time, but through this Kunlun mirror, she found herself in the realm of the primordial 5 greats. Inspired, she felt a surge of breakthrough energy. Chen Changsheng had not anticipated that the first beneficiary of the Kunlun mirror would be the Zhuke. Naturally, he would not hinder her. Please, continue your cultivation. With the aid of the Kunlun mirror, they were granted a glimpse of the primordial 5 greats, a tremendous opportunity that Chen Changsheng would not allow the Zhuke to forfeit. The Zhuke shed her vermilion bird form, transforming into her primordial Tao body, with the 5 virtues swirling around her, resonating with the great element as the misty vapors converged upon her. Chen Changsheng could sense the Zhuchue's power steadily rising. Advancing towards the great Luo, he did not remain by her side any longer. Under the protection of the divine light of the Kunlun mirror, as long as there was no forced return, the Zhuchue's breakthrough was destined to succeed. During this phase of the Zhuchue's breakthrough, he had also arrived at the realm of the primordial 5 greats, and it was only natural for him to glean insights from the past to solidify his own realm. He paid no mind to the Zhuke and continued along the temporal passage. Upon entering the realm of the great element, Chen Changsheng noticed some changes. Beyond the great element lay emptiness. After the great element came the great ultimate, which had already been grasped by his master, the primordial supreme one. Its absence was entirely normal. As he pushed through the great element, he should have entered the stage of the great beginning. However, this stage was equally devoid of substance. Chen Changsheng was not surprised by this outcome. He privately believed that the great beginning had already been mastered by his master, the jade-clear primordial supreme one. The primordial is the beginning of all things, so it was only natural that the great beginning of the primordial 5 greats would be under his control. Continuing through the temporal passage, he finally felt as though he had broken through another barrier. This place too was empty, yet a smile blossomed on Chen Changsheng's face. The power of the great initial still lingered within the primordial 5 greats. The great initial seemed to bring him fortune as well. The great initial is both existence and non-existence, the nameless origin from which all begins, existing as one but not yet formed. Chen Changsheng's ambition is, in fact, to attain the power of Tai Shi, one of the primordial five Tai. The great emperor of the south, Changsheng, seeks to utilize the primordial essence of Yuanfeng to manifest the wondrous Tao of the void. He believes that achieving this level of mastery requires harnessing a force akin to that of his own master, Tai Shi. However, the absence of Tai Shi indicates that such power has now reverted to Yuanfeng Tianzun. If one considers Yuanfeng to be the marvelous essence of primordial void, then the force that aligns closely with it must undoubtedly be Tai Chu among the primordial five Tai. Tai Chu signifies the inception, the initial stirrings of vital energy, hence referred to as Tai Chu. By transforming Tai Chu into his own strength, he too can achieve the purpose of manifesting the wondrous Tao of the void. Just as the vermilion bird can transcend the great Luo by leveraging the power of Tai Su at this stage. Now that he has just entered the great Luo, he too can convert the power of Tai Chu before him into his own. The crucial point is that he possesses a foundation. The essence of Tai Yi from Dong Huang Tai Yi should reflect a portion of Tai Chu, as the primordial energy converges into one. And one can also be seen as the beginning that he is able to utilize the insights of this former demon emperor to incorporate the true essence of Tai Chu into his grasp. Chen Changsheng, with his heart directed towards the heavens, reflects on his own insights to catalyze the invisible transformations occurring around him. Boom! At the moment he sits in meditation, Chen Changsheng immediately senses the emergence of an intangible change. As the power of Tai Chu seems to coalesce into an invisible sword, striking towards his primordial spirit. Excellent, Chen Changsheng exclaims. His master sent him to the Kunlun mirror to solidify his resolve. While comprehending the profound mysteries of Tai Chu, he simultaneously strengthens his primordial spirit, achieving an impeccable cultivation. 12-petaled lotus flowers bloom in the formless realm of Tai Chu, and 4 divine lamps float amidst them, radiating countless beams of light. Flames intertwine, beginning to counter the formless sword. In the midst of this confrontation, he comprehends the profound intricacies revealed by Tai Chu in the Kunlun Divine Palace. The West Queen Mother bites her silver teeth slightly. Upon returning after activating the formation, Princess Longji sees that the West Queen Mother is already drenched in fragrant sweat. When she turns her gaze to the Kunlun mirror, she discovers that this accompanying spiritual treasure of the goddess is emitting profound radiance, displaying an astonishing phenomenon. She had previously used the Kunlun mirror, yet had never witnessed such an intense reaction from this spiritual treasure. Longji, go fetch the Western Plain Cloud Banner. I need the Gathering Immortal pool, just in case. The quasi-saint level West Queen Mother now requires the spiritual water gathered from the Gathering Immortal pool as a precaution, leaving Princess Longji utterly astonished. The West Queen Mother's cultivation is at the quasi-saint level. Having reached the pinnacle beneath the saints in the entire primordial realm, in her past, she had listened to teachings within the Purple Cloud Palace. And, at her level, considerations of her own spiritual energy consumption become nearly irrelevant. A quasi-saint, denoted by the character for saint, approaches the realm of the saints, and her spiritual energy has essentially reached the state of primordial unity. Yet now, the changes manifesting within the mirror provoke such a reaction from the West Queen Mother that Longji is left speechless. Were she to have been in her place, she could not have achieved such a feat. The West Queen Mother, too, is rendered utterly speechless. She understands that the two who entered have reversed their passage back to the era of the primordial five Tai, and she had thought they would merely pass through to her astonishment. It seems that these two truly treat the Kunlun mirror as their own abode in the realm of Tai Su. The vermilion bird burns with the flames of Nanming leaf fire, as all the white vapors of Tai Su appear to have become nourishment for her Nanming leaf fire. The essence of Tai Su is threefold. 3 is the essence of change, encompassing the creation of genders by heaven and earth, known as the 3 talents. The divine eyes of the vermilion bird shimmer with brilliance. The 3 talents represent the foundation of heaven and earth. The resonance of the Tao gradually descends, originally blooming with 9 petals. The 3 flowers now, due to the nourishment from Tai Su's white vapors, have unexpectedly blossomed an additional 3 petals, achieving 12. The entirety of the white vapors in the Tai Su realm seems to have been utterly consumed by the Nanmingli fire. As the 3 flowers converge at the apex, the Nanmingli fire burns even more fiercely at this moment. The vermilion bird finally achieves the convergence of the 3 flowers, attaining the great Luo golden immortal status. The river of time and space manifests between the 3 flowers. The vermilion bird's expression shifts slightly. This is not good, as I break through to the great Luo golden immortal and manifest the river of time and space. It collides with the time and space light of the original Kunlun mirror, causing chaos. I may have to forcibly return. The vermilion bird is not afraid of returning. She has already broken through. And if she returns, so be it. However, she fears it may impact Chen Changsheng. If Chen Changsheng does not complete his task during the time it takes her breakthrough, it would be disastrous. Just as she contemplates this, she suddenly senses spatial fluctuations, marking the appearance of Chen Changsheng's figure. But a mere glance reveals that within him seems to reside an additional strand of primordial essence, evoking the feeling of the initial intent. This sensation is fleeting, quickly concealed by the spiritual treasure within him. What is this? Just like you, I have grasped a hint of the Tai Chu power of the primordial 5 Tai. The vermilion bird is rendered speechless. She had thought that by mastering the power of Tai Su, she would be able to catch up with Chen Changsheng at the great Luo golden immortal level, only to discover that he has likewise mastered Tai Chu, incorporating primordial essence within him. She shakes her form, transforming into the shape of the vermilion bird, now that she has also attained the great Luo golden immortal status. She is naturally willing to fulfill her past promises. Chen Changsheng, in turn, does not feign modesty. Sitting properly upon the back of the vermilion bird, she had intended to incorporate primordial essence into her being before heading to Tai. But with the emergence of the river of time and space and the ensuing conflicts, she must abandon that course of action. This journey not only stabilizes his own realm, but also grants him the primordial essence representing Tai Chu, yielding significant rewards. There is no loss in not proceeding to investigate further. In the Kunlun Divine Palace, Princess Longji gazes intently at the mirror surface, eager to discern the events unfolding that led to such a significant change. The intricate patterns of Tai flicker, light and shadow intertwine, and the laws of time and space ripple. Then she sees a Tao brother of the Chan sect stepping onto the vermilion bird as they emerge from the mirror's light. Just as the West Queen Mother had stated, it is not 1 but 2 who have entered the Kunlun mirror. Perhaps aware of the nature of this place, the vermilion bird dispels her avian form upon emerging, revealing a noble woman radiating starlight. She appears to have just attained the status of great Luo golden immortal, yet exudes an undeniable brilliance that turns out to be the southern vermilion bird. No wonder they could reverse back to the era of the primordial 5 Tai. The southern vermilion bird Star-Lord. Upon hearing the West Queen Mother's words, Princess Longji finally recognizes the identity of the extraordinary woman before her, who, like Tao brother, has ascended the function list, position in the south, clearly accompanying Chen Changsheng. Princess Longji's understanding deepens. Chen Changsheng bows slightly to the West Queen Mother. The opportunity afforded to him by Yuanfeng Tianzun through the Kunlun mirror is, naturally, solely his own, and the vermilion bird should not be included by conventional standards. He allows the vermilion bird to manifest alongside him, naturally to express his gratitude. The vermilion bird likewise pays her respects. It seems you are aware that you have committed a misstep. The West Queen Mother surveys the scene below, and unlike Princess Longji's perception of the vermilion bird's elevated nobility, the West Queen Mother does not share that sentiment. In her eyes, the vermilion bird is merely the vermilion bird, devoid of any additional significance. Very well. If you can assist me with the task, I shall overlook the matter of the vermilion bird using the Kunlun mirror. Should you resolve it flawlessly, I may even grant you further benefits. Chen Changsheng's heart stirs, yet he does not hastily agree. The issue that even the quasi-saint level West Queen Mother could not resolve is now to be entrusted to him. Though he has previously taken advantage of situations, those instances were orchestrated by her, well planned in advance, unlike the current request being made by the West Queen Mother. You may speak first. I shall listen and then respond. The vermilion bird cannot help but glance at Chen Changsheng, that in her impression, he was bold enough to directly accept the resurrection of the ancestral, which Xianming by the Empress of Peace. Yet here, he appears so humble before the West Queen Mother. The attitude of the Queen Mother of the West towards Chen Changsheng was one of indifference. As she opened her mouth, it was evident that she intended to pose a challenge to him. I glimpsed a fragment of the future through the Kunlun mirror and saw that Princess Longji would endure a tribulation of love. I contemplated allowing her to ascend to the divine list directly, as you did, to become a Star Lord. Yet I feared it might cause difficulties for her in the heavenly court. You possess a more effective solution? Chen Changsheng's heart stirred, and he could not help but lift his gaze towards the Queen Mother of the West. This foremost female immortal of the realm, who shared the same era as his master, indeed had remarkable capabilities. No wonder she had survived the calamity of the Wu and Yao. Without a doubt, Princess Longji was an immortal of considerable pedigree amidst the tribulations of the divine list. Ensure her passage through the tribulation. The Queen Mother even bestowed upon her the Western Plain cloud banner, not to mention treasures like the Four Seas bottle. Alas, in the end, her physical form was shattered, and she was inscribed on the divine list as the Red Lawn Star Lord. Seems the Queen Mother may have suffered a blow during this tribulation, as she had not been heard from since the journey to the west. Now, having merely visited the Western Kunlun, she was already contemplating allowing Princess Longji to ascend early to the divine list, which indicated her unbounded wisdom. Certainly, had the Queen Mother lacked such sagacity, she might have long since met the same fate as the Eastern King. If Chen Changsheng were to respond with indifference, he might simply suggest that Princess Longji becomes the Red Lawn Star Lord ahead of time. However, Princess Longji was unlike him. Hastily ascending the divine list indeed posed risks. It is essential to note that the red thread linking Princess Longji after her descent was the handiwork of the heavenly court. The Queen Mother's concerns were not without merit. Having just accepted a favor from the Queen Mother and reaped significant benefits, Chen Changsheng felt compelled to provide her with a solution. He focused his gaze in truth, upon encountering Princess Longji, he had already conceived several intricate ideas to assist her in overcoming her tribulations. Yet those were rather complicated. Now, with the foremost female immortal of the realm, the Queen Mother, stepping forward, Chen Changsheng was inspired to devise a more straightforward solution. A smile graced his face. The nearby Zhu Ke immediately understood. The familiar sensation had finally emerged. Your Majesty, I indeed have a solution that surpasses merely becoming a Star Lord. The Queen Mother's eyes sparkled with interest. In her heart, she approached Chen Changsheng with a sense of trial and error, eager to explore all possibilities to ensure Princess Longji's safe passage through the tribulation. To her surprise, Chen Changsheng indeed had a feasible plan. Beneath the Kunlun Divine Palace, Princess Longji's eyes brightened, and curiosity surged within her. At this moment, she too was eager to learn what method Chen Changsheng would propose. Chen Changsheng raised his gaze. You should have a cordial relationship with the goddess Nuwa, correct? Indeed, it is quite amicable. The Queen Mother did not expect Chen Changsheng to mention the sage so soon. Her elegant brows arched slightly. Were it not for my good rapport with the goddess, I would have long ceased to hold the title of the foremost female immortal of the realm. The Queen Mother did not shy away from acknowledging her connection with the goddess Nuwa. The goddess, having attained sainthood through her merits, had shaped the destiny of the human race. Had she not voluntarily suppressed her own fortune to avoid imposing too much influence upon the Queen Mother, the latter would have likely met the same grim fate as the Eastern King. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. He was indeed judging the relationships among female immortals based on this connection. Since you share a good relationship with the goddess Nuwa, why not send Princess Longji to her to become a disciple? The Queen Mother shook her head gently. While it is certainly permissible for her to become a disciple when the tribulation arrives, she must still descend to face it. Your 3 teachings are like this. How could I possibly make things difficult for the goddess? Chen Changsheng immediately understood. The Queen Mother did not wish for the goddess, as a sage, to intervene on behalf of Princess Longji. Should Princess Longji enter the tribulation, it would indeed become a matter of sorrow. Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly. If Princess Longji were to visit the Nuwa Palace, there would be no need for her to learn other methods. He paused. Ultimately, Tribulations of love are rooted in the essence of love. The goddess possesses a path of marital destiny, which no one has pursued for study. Should Princess Longji seek to learn the principles of marital destiny, she would undoubtedly be able to overcome her tribulations. Had the Queen Mother forgotten about the red embroidered ball in the hands of the goddess Nuwa? The mention of the red embroidered ball sparked the Queen Mother's interest. She was well aware that it represented the three marriages of heaven, earth, and humanity. The goddess had directly grasped a portion of the path of marital destiny through the merits of these three unions. However, this path of marital destiny held little use for the goddess as a sage of her stature. It was unlikely she would officiate marriages for others beyond the three unions. If Princess Longji were to focus on cultivating the path of marital destiny, effectively assuming the role of the goddess in this regard, the goddess would undoubtedly consent. When the time for tribulation arrived, Princess Longji could naturally utilize the red embroidered ball, a spiritual treasure, to navigate her tribulations. In matters of marital destiny, who could rival the power of the red embroidered ball? Excellent. I shall contact the goddess at once. The Queen Mother could not contain her delight. The solution proposed by Chen Changsheng was indeed remarkably perfect. Even her quasi-saint cultivation level, which allowed her to sever her second corpse, could not suppress her excitement, and she immediately sought to contact Nuwa. Chen Changsheng did not intervene, observing the Queen Mother's ability to directly contact Nuwa. He realized that the bond between these two female immortals ran far deeper than what other deities in the primordial chaos might comprehend. This was an unexpected piece of intelligence he had gained. In the Nuwa palace, the goddess Nuwa was in meditation when she suddenly sensed an ethereal aura akin to the snow lotus atop a snowy mountain. She slowly opened her eyes. Sister Queen Mother? The goddess Nuwa and the Queen Mother had become acquainted during the calamity of the Wu and Yao, referring to each other as sisters. Though their interactions had not been frequent, that it was not that their feelings were lacking, but rather they sought to assist one another at opportune moments. Nuwa herself was confined outside of chaos, while the three emperors and 5 sovereigns of humanity were trapped within the fire cloud cave. Occasionally unable to intervene promptly, the existence of the Queen Mother as an external force could prove pivotal in altering the tides of battle. Now that the Queen Mother had taken the initiative to contact her, it was evident that there was an important matter at hand. Your Majesty, Princess Longji may encounter a tribulation of love during the divine list calamity, and I wish to have her come to the Nuwa Palace to seek your guidance on the principles of marital destiny, to ensure her safe passage through her tribulations. Might this be possible? It is certainly permissible for Princess Longji to learn the path of marital destiny. Nuwa waved her sleeve and produced the red embroidered ball, revealing multiple principles of the Tao. The red Luan star indeed possesses the potential to cultivate the principles of marital destiny. Bring her to the Nuwa Palace. I shall personally instruct her, since her 3 marriages. Nuwa had ceased to concern herself with matters of marital destiny. Hearing that Princess Longji wished to learn the path of marital destiny, she immediately took out the red embroidered ball for sensing. Indeed, she discovered that Princess Longji was destined to embody the red Luan star and possessed the aptitude for cultivating this path. Your cultivation seems to have progressed significantly, sister, as you were able to discern Princess Longji's fate. Had I not relied on this red embroidered ball, I would have been unaware that Princess Longji could take on the mantle of marital destiny for me. Nuwa sincerely praised the Queen Mother, who appeared perplexed by the sudden change in her sister's expression. The Queen Mother breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. My cultivation has not improved. I merely glimpsed a fragment of Princess Longji's tribulations through the Kunlun mirror. The master of the first teaching, the Southern Polar Immortal, lent me his precious mirror, suggesting that Longji should come to seek your tutelage. The Southern Polar Immortal? Nuwa paused momentarily. Noticing Nuwa's unexpected reaction, the Queen Mother felt a stir of curiosity. Does the goddess have a recollection of him? A smile also graced Nuwa's face. We have had some dealings. The Lord of Humanity, Tangja, was recommended to me by him among the beings of the 6 paths, and I have had some interactions with him due to this matter. I also imparted the creation divine thunder to him. Even the lotus lantern was taken by him. I had tasked him with certain matters, but I did not anticipate that he would send Princess Longji to the Nuwa Palace. Now, it was the Queen Mother's turn to be astonished. The Southern Polar Immortal was a true immortal of fortune and virtue. Even if he had ascended to the divine list, it appeared he still had some karmic ties. In the future, when Princess Longji faced her tribulations, she might very well rely on the Southern Polar Immortal. It would be wise to offer him some additional benefits. The Queen Mother of the West nodded slightly, aware that it was the goddess Nuwa who had guided her. In that case, I shall take my leave. When the day comes that I bring Longji to the palace of Nuwa, we shall converse further. Nuwa also nodded gently, watching the figure of the Queen Mother of the West dissipate before shifting her gaze towards Huanglong. The name of the Southern Polar Immortal had already graced her ears twice, suggesting that he was indeed a distinguished disciple among the three teachings. It was unfortunate, however, that this disciple had already ascended the divine list. Yet, considering that the Primordial Heavenly Venerable had sought the Kunlun mirror from the Queen Mother of the West for the Southern Polar Immortal, she sensed that the matter might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Everything remained somewhat elusive at present. After contemplating, Nuwa chose to enter a meditative state for cultivation, in the Kunlun Divine Palace. The Queen Mother of the West regained her composure and addressed Princess Longji. Longji, the goddess has already agreed to take you as a disciple, and I shall escort you to the palace of Nuwa. To Princess Longji's astonishment, she had truly transitioned from the Azure Phoenix dueling pavilion to the palace of Nuwa, becoming a disciple of the goddess Nuwa. I am deeply grateful to Brother Nanji, she expressed, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she bowed sincerely to Chen Changsheng. There is no need for such formalities, Princess, I am merely making amends. If you wish to express your thanks, it is the Queen Mother of the West you should thank, for it is she who devised this plan. The cheeks of Princess Longji flushed with color. She certainly intended to thank the Queen Mother, but that was a matter best kept private. The Queen Mother of the West cast a glance at Princess Longji, a smile gracing her lips. It is only fitting that you express your gratitude. Brother Nanji, you have devised a perfect method for entering tribulation. Thus, the matter concerning the Kunlun mirror is hereby settled. I promise to provide you with benefits, so feel free to ask. The Queen Mother, now harboring a heightened appreciation for Chen Changsheng, relinquished the initiative to him, allowing him to articulate his desires. Chen Changsheng performed a slight bow. Having already acquired many valuable items from the Kunlun mirror, he felt he should not be overly ambitious. However, there was indeed something he wished for. I hope to request an opportunity for my junior brother, Tai Zhenren, to utilize the Kunlun mirror. A flicker of excitement stirred within Chen Changsheng. Although he had not visited Tai, he was aware that the primordial 5 Tai still existed and could facilitate a visit for his junior brother, Tai Zhenren, to explore any potential affinities. The combination of Tai divine numbers and the primordial 5 Tai would undoubtedly be a significant enhancement for his junior brother. The Queen Mother of the West was taken aback. She had anticipated that Chen Changsheng would seek benefits for himself, yet he was advocating for his junior brother instead. She nodded in agreement that if possible, I would like to request something from Princess Longji. Might you be willing to part with your steed, the Azure Phoenix? I have a friend among the Phoenix clan who wishes to summon the elders of the Phoenix back. The Zhuchue's eyes sparkled. She had assumed that the Azure Phoenix dueling pavilion was merely a name, not realizing that a genuine Azure Phoenix resided atop Zaikonglun. Chen Changsheng's inquiry was undoubtedly prompted by her presence. Thus, it was only fitting to seek her consent. Princess Longji spoke slowly, then cast a spell. Before long, a magnificent Azure Phoenix soared into the palace, transforming into a tall, graceful figure clad in azure robes. The Zhuchue's keen gaze discerned that this Azure Phoenix was none other than the elder of the Phoenix clan, a peer of Yanzi, who had surprisingly survived. Azure Phoenix, the Southern Polar Immortal, has mentioned the existence of the Phoenix clan seeking you. Would you be willing to accompany him? The Azure Phoenix, filled with uncertainty, gradually shifted her gaze to Chen Changsheng, only to find the Zhuke by his side. The essence emanating from the Zhuke was unmistakably reminiscent of the former clan leader. Though the aura flickered briefly, the Azure Phoenix, as a former elder of the Phoenix clan, easily sensed a stirring within her bloodline. Noticing the Azure Phoenix's change of demeanor, Princess Longji understood that the Azure Phoenix was amenable to the proposal. Having resided on Zikonglun for a considerable time, without being mistreated, the Azure Phoenix's willingness to follow Chen Changsheng brought Princess Longji joy, as it provided her with an additional connection. The Azure Phoenix also bowed respectfully to Princess Longji and the Queen Mother of the West. She had been captured by the Queen Mother of the West by chance, later granted to accompany Princess Longji, and being close to a quasi-saint was a stroke of fortune for her. However, with the clan leader's return, her loyalty naturally lay with him first. The Queen Mother of the West nodded dismissively, recognizing the smoothness of the proceedings without any complications. Chen Changsheng once more bowed in gratitude to the two celestial maidens of Kunlun before departing Zikonglun with the Azure Phoenix. All right, Longji, do not linger, I shall now take you to the palace of Nuwa, where you can diligently study under the goddess. When the time comes for you to face tribulation, I will assist you in arranging it. Princess Longji's face flushed crimson. I see that Brother Nanji is quite resolute, and that the Southern Polar Star Lord is no ordinary figure. I fear I may not be of much assistance during the tribulation. She sighed softly. Oh, not worry. Focus on your cultivation. If I were to offer him something of value, perhaps I might give him the Western Plain Cloud Banner. Should you return to your path and wish to assist him, I could provide you with the Western Plain Cloud Banner, which may aid him. Upon hearing that the Queen Mother was willing to support her with the Western Plain Cloud Banner, Princess Longji became exceedingly bashful and found herself at a loss for words. The Queen Mother of the West chose to change the subject, waving her sleeve as she led Princess Longji towards the palace of Nuwa. The Queen Mother held a favorable view of Chen Changsheng, believing she ought to invest in this foremost disciple of the Chanjiao. Since Tai Jinren was Chen Changsheng's junior brother, she intended for him to make good use of the Kunlun mirror. Upon exiting Zikonglun, the Zhuge began exchanging thoughts with the Azure Phoenix telepathically. They were old friends reunited, sharing an abundance of topics. Chen Changsheng chose not to interrupt their lively conversation, his gaze igniting with the familiar brilliance of the myriad spirit's ancient flame. This time, without the need to report back to Yushi Palace, he contemplated seizing the opportunity to meet the scattered immortal, Di Zhenren, atop Zikonglun. This individual had once been considered by Chen Changsheng as a candidate for the Dui Star Lord, but had ultimately been passed to Yuanfeng. Dui Zhenren held a certain influence in the context of the divine list calamity. He was the master of the two heavenly generals, Henga, namely Zhenglin and Li Jing. Regrettably, one of his disciples later chose to follow this Lu, while another became a disciple of the Burning Lamp Taoist. Now, as his own junior brother, the Lingbao Grandmaster's friend had arrived at Zikonglun. Chen Changsheng was determined to uncover the true visage of Dui Zhenren and ascertain his identity. The Zikonglun mountain range was extensive, yet Chen Changsheng had a clear target. Selecting a direction, he made his way towards the Jioding Iron Monastery and the 8 Treasure Spiritual Light Cave. This place is not a natural formation, but rather a mimicry of the 9 Tripod of the Yu, modeled after the 8 treasures of the Western teachings. Chen Changsheng had originally presumed that the sanctuary of the Master Di was a naturally formed paradise. Yet sensing the transformations of the mountain peaks, he discovered that it had been meticulously crafted by the Master Di himself. It turned out that the brother of the Southern Pole from the Chan Sect was inviting him in for a conversation. As if attuned to Chen Changsheng's presence, the protective array atop the mountain gradually parted, extending an invitation towards him. With a subtle shift of his gaze, Chen Changsheng beheld a figure clad in a celestial robe, whose cultivation evidently reached the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. I have the pleasure of meeting you, my friend. I am but a guest in the Western Kunlun, and by chance, I have passed by your esteemed sanctuary, prompting a moment of reflection.